if it's hitting with the studio, and that may have come out really over emphatic, but I'm trying to wake myself up. So here we are, people. We are connected. We're connected, and we're going to do some resets here. I'm going to find out in a moment whether our wonderful people with me are registering on the online broadcasting software. We're going to do another attempt at contacting our man Aristides. What the fuck just happened here? And could have swore this came on, and I guess I somehow reset the page twice or something. And then we'll make that call, and then okay, there might be an echo here. This is going to be a test of a video, and already 3 upvotes. Holy shit! T Tank Berry says, "Good evening, loud and clear, brother. Love you so much, dear brother." T Tank Berry. Victoria loves Jesus, who is of course our lovely V. So V, love you, honey, and going to respond to her, of course, before I tend to any business, because that's just the nature of what I am. And of course, V has done so much for us. This is, of course, V, Lady V, Victoria. And Eric Cradle says, "Good evening, DDD." And welcome aboard, Eric Cradle. We are always glad and honored to have you with us. And T Take Berry says, "God bless all the beautiful women in the world." 100%. Yes, of course, that is so true. What would we do without them? So let me open up a document here to get my commas, because I don't like commas the way they look on the stupid Skype, or rather YouTube. Again, to everyone, or rather for the first time, because it's not, I don't know if I've expressed this to everyone in the listener status yet. But I am not awake, okay? I'm just, woke up recently, and it's just I have not oxygenated or caffeinated properly, and really it doesn't fucking work anyway. It takes other elements at this point. Okay, so we'll give hugs to the gentleman later, including El Nemo, who says hello, everyone from Australia. All right, and we are going to try before Aristides joined us. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good. Let's see if you register on the online broadcasting software. Say something again.
Sorry to be late. I was just rinsing off the sweat residue in the shower.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's so erotic.
Yeah.
I mean, I just get so hard hearing that. Thank you. I mean,
I had to start us off right.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. That's so cute.
How's it going?
Okay. Oh, good. Much the better for your being here, I assure you. Sweat and all. Yes, you wiped it off, of course. Yes. I mean, nothing wrong with good, honest sweat, of course. So not that I mean to dwell on that. It's just so you know, I'm not awake. I'm totally, hungover, so to speak. Heather, honey, let's see you say something.
Hello.
You sound good. Okay,
Thank
dear
you.
Peter.
Hello, can you hear me? Can I be
Yes,
heard?
you register. Okay. When all of you register on the online broadcasting software, we can safely assume everybody hears you. And to everyone out there, thank you so much for joining us. We have these wonderful people with us. I will not need to do any kind of tending to any other responsibilities. I'll be here through the whole 3 opening hours uninterrupted. The thing that I want to bring everybody's attention is that what happened was on Saturday I saw V, not the same V with us in the chat room. So we'll have Lady V in the chat room from this point forward, referring to Victoria. And with the other V I saw yesterday, I hadn't seen her in 2 months. So, as I said, the reason I hadn't seen her in 2 months, well, whatever, it's financial and other reasons. But that resulted, I am certain, it was one of the factors resulting in this enormous bowl of snot, which then proceeded to coagulate in my right cavity, right sinus cavity. And that and an extremely deviated septum, which was always predicted by Brendan Zoget through severe cocaine abuse. And the end result was that obviously if the snot cannot void conveniently naturally, it may become a semi-regular event or somewhat erratically regular event where I go get it vacuumed out by MDs. Now, of course, it's essentially a bacterial bloom that's been contained because I'm not manifesting any of the normal symptoms that come with it, including excruciating headaches, particularly behind the pressure caused by pressure behind the eyes, etc. Okay, none of that, I'm thankful to say, is manifesting. So, for lack of a better explanation, the nanobots are containing it. And aside from that, I got a double run of antibiotics, amoxicillin, that was prescribed by the MD to try and break it up organically prior the endoscopic surgery. It's non-invasive surgery. It's really just a endoscopic procedure, but they treat it seriously. They don't want you to take aspirin a week beforehand so that you don't bleed, etc. But then what happened was to, I guess, compensate for not seeing her in 2 months. When I went to see V yesterday, she did some fairly dangerous and intensive work. And believe me, with everything I've explained about the conspiracy to murder and everything else, you might think there's trust issues. Honestly, I understand the motivation for money enough where none of that is here. So since none of the motivation to kill me because there's no monetary reward or any other compensation is really there for her, I trust her implicitly for certain procedures like this. So she worked with a fairly dangerous procedure of lymphatic node massage. And it went beyond the lymphatic nodes. She interprets through her holistic training, a lot of it involving acupuncture, other practices, holistic practices that tend towards the Chinese and somewhat Vedic, mostly Chinese orientation. She perceives a kind of lymphatic fluid to be a very thin layer of yellow fluid between the epidermis, the skin, and the muscle tissue and everything else beneath that. Kind of part of the immunosystem, a minor liquid shield between the that comes after the skin and between the skin and the rest of this muscular tissue. Something that I've also perceived with all the violence that I've seen too. So we both have different sources for why we agreed on our vision of this. And so she was working with massaging all of that and kind of directing that toward the pelvic area where it would be voided, or the lower torso area where it would be ultimately voided. So all of this, if you don't hydrate extensively afterwards, you will be in you'll feel very sick. You'll be in deep trouble. So you have to hydrate extensively, and you have to really, of course, try to go to the bathroom a lot and purge these toxins. And so it leaves you enervated. And of course, if you don't follow these directions, then you've got a lot of purged lymphatic toxins that are then going towards your lower extremities, and you just get just excruciatingly sick. So I did not get excruciatingly sick, but followed all the instructions and have been left enervated. Okay, we've got a lot. Vicki Johnson is here with us. Goddess bless you, Vicki Johnson.
For the record, that was worse than me talking about sweating. Right?
yeah. Well, of course. Oh, yeah. That was combined with I promised someone. Thank you. I appreciate that. I promised someone I would call them when I reanimated, and this was the first time I have ever spoken to this individual after just waking up, with the double whammy of waking up from that procedure, and they thought I was dying. That's they couldn't understand, why are you breathing so hard? Why, what's going on, and kept asking me about well, obviously they've never spoken to me after waking up, and people just don't get what I say. I don't know how many times I can say it. I don't sleep. I die and reanimate. Okay, this is a vampire thing, and people just don't fucking get it. We evolved this way so that people will mistake us for being dead. We play possum. It's our mammalian subspeciation that borders on the human, but we're somewhat like other mammals and unlike others. But we're somewhat like possums in that we can play dead very effectively. Now, even my legal father, who definitely was not baseline human, but I don't know what he was. He may be just some mutation that occurred. But there was one time he was exhausted working in the Navy and fell asleep in the corner under, there were several incidents like this, but one in which he fell asleep with his eyes open because he was exhausted. And he was identified as dead. Or misidentified as such. But they quickly, of course, disabused themselves of that notion. It's morbidly entertaining, and I can go into those incidents some other time. In my case, inheriting from my mother's side the ability to really go under and check out. Sometimes when I'm injured, I do that as almost a comatic response to preserve my life. And Amy Como's with us, and she says, they dump into the stomach. You are brilliant. Must flush. Thank you, honey. I love you so much, Amy. And so let me respond to dearest Amy as well. But what happened was when I talked to this person this morning, I'm attempting to snort water up my nose and flush out this snot while talking to them because they insisted on staying on the line and trying to gargle, and it just must have sounded horrible. I guess they thought I was going into deep heart failure and drowning in my own fluids, which is what happens to people who go into congestive heart failure. Their lungs fill up with water, their own fluids, and it must be what I sounded like. And so it was just awful, but and morbidly entertaining. But yes, just so people understand, I have woken up in a morgue. So I've woken up under white sheets in a morgue and have just been mistaken for dead. And that can happen to someone like me because when I do fall asleep, or basically, like I say, die and reanimate, go unconscious, I'm really not registered as breathing. Most people would think I had, stopped breathing. But that's not the case. And all right, so into the kisses of Amy Como. And now we're going to turn it over to dear Aristides, who will then turn it over to Peter and Heather. And we'll take it from there, and I'll do my best to just kind of sit here and respond. And slowly try to oxygenate. I tried caffeination. It doesn't work. It takes harder drugs at this point. And so just sit here and breathe. But the one thing in common with all the grand villains, not just good villains, but grand villains, iconic archetypal villains, Darth Vader, Immortan Joe, Cobra Commander, they all have respirators. So just think of it along those lines. That's what I tried to tell the person on the cell phone earlier today, only a few hours ago. And it's like, I don't know why that's such a trope. But I guess it's because people like to think of these villains as somehow vulnerable in some way or fashion. There's some historical roots behind that. There was always a fear that conquerors grew more intellectual with the passing ages, and that a future Alexander the Great would ultimately conquer the world from a sickbed. That's an old Eurasian prophecy. So it is something to bear in mind that maybe that's why these supervillains have that crippledness that they tend to imbue them with. Whatever it is, you'd certainly think I had it whenever you were with me waking up. And then people would finally, people who have been with me in bed do have that experience where they understand what it's like to be next to somebody who then seems like they died and then reanimate. I mean, because, like I said, once I'm under, I'm under. Okay, all that being said now, and I'm sure all of that was repugnant and thoroughly repellent. We don't seem to have lost anybody. We are turning it to dear Aristides, who will, from that point, turn it to Peter and Heather. Here's Ari.
All right. Okay. Switching gears here from that, we want to remind you to always give the thumbs up on the upvote on the episode as soon as you get here, and also check that you are subscribed. There should be a subscribe button that you can find. Also, turn on the notification bell so that you can be notified of the programs, especially if we restart. And we need these upvotes because certain nefarious actors place downvotes right away at the beginning of the program, so it doesn't appear in searches and whatnot. Even though you can't see them, it's hidden by YouTube, but they are there, and it does affect things. So your upvote is appreciated. Plus, you can provide extra upvotes if you go under your YouTube account, which I believe you do need to place upvotes. For me, under Switch account, I can create subordinate channels under your main account, and each of them is capable of its own upvote also. But please communicate with us just from your main account and not just random accounts every time, because empty accounts, when they come in and start saying random stuff, do kind of make us suspicious. But just introduce yourself with your one account, and don't be weird, but you can, if you're so inclined, provide extra upvotes that way. And I have done 3 upvotes myself, so
Thank you.
it's not that hard.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Very professional.
Thank you.
Now, feel free. I want you to kind of get into the mode where you can do that segue, like, and now here's Pete and Heather. Yeah, try it.
And now we're gonna take it over to Pete and Heather.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Aristides. Thank you. You can work on your intro I don't care if you work on your intro. You can be like Ed McMahon, whatever,
Yeah.
But thank you very much. We're going to, sometimes people might be inclined to ask me about Douglas's physicality, bad habits. Just stick it up your ass. Stick it up your ass. I'm here to do a job. And
Thank you.
If you can't figure out why I work with him, then stick it up your ass.
Thank you.
And I'm here to do a job, and I personally try to follow a very healthy lifestyle, and we can all improve. And I'm going to, we're going to go into the Michael Aquino thing.
Yes.
And by the way, I'd also tell all the different children of the world are different. We're all different people.
Yes.
We're all different people.
Yes.
And most of you out there probably, I could almost say certainly, are engaging in bad habits that will undermine you and kill you. They might not be as severe as Douglas's bad habits. It might be just sitting in a chair. In fact, I saw this interview on YouTube with Richard Dreyfuss and Bill Maher. And Richard Dreyfuss is a very, very interesting character.
Is he still with us? Did he not just?
Yeah, they're both kind of bitching about being Jews.
Of course.
But and kind of bringing out some of the negativity of Jewishness. But the thing about Richard Dreyfuss, in the studio, he has these very comfortable chairs, and Richard Dreyfuss is really got a huge belly, and he falls down in the chair, and he looks like Jabba the Hutt sitting there.
Oh,
he's
man.
kind of rolling around in the chair. It's kind of, at one point he even comments on it, how the problem of aging is it's hard to get up, it's hard to move your joints. And the ease of getting up in a chair is harder as you get older. Yeah, it can be, certainly can be. And this is where one needs to focus and work on stretching, qigong, yoga, whatever. There are ways to improve it. But they were sort of talking about the Jewish issue from another perspective. I don't remember what they said. But one of the things with Aquino, and this is kind of how I'm starting off the chapter of the last chapter of the book, is that his master's call that he was doing to kind of like tune into the whole consciousness of humanity. And now that's ultimately the apocalypse, but it's really about control. It's really about control. Because if you can bring everybody to the verge of the apocalypse, you can kind of control them. It's kind of like hanging somebody over a cliff and saying, I'm going to drop you.
Yes.
And he was operating on a hypothesis, which Douglas has called the arsenal of democracy.
Yes.
That hypothesized, Republican scientists, that the human race, and this could well be true. And I'm not a big person for talking about the Anunnaki or the Nephilim or I don't like these words.
Thank you.
I do not like them personally.
Nor do I.
People have always brought these words up to me like, it's a good way to get recognition. Like, if I go anywhere in the world and tell people I'm from New York, they have instant recognition. They can relate to it because they've heard of New York.
Yes.
If I said that I was from Topeka, Kansas, they might not register it at all. They might know Kansas. They might know Kansas. They might even know Topeka, but so it's like it's about recognition. So Nephilim, Anunnaki, these words just people like, oh man, you're in my ballpark. I'm tuned into you. I know what you're talking about. But anyway, this hypothesis from these scientists said that the human race was once a servitor species of these giants born of the fallen angels. And that as a servitor species, we had inborn traits as a human beings, or human beings had inborn traits, which force us to serve the fallen angels. Now, if I want to put this in different words, I can talk about Ahriman, the demiurge, quote unquote, god of the Zoroastrian religion, who was a functionary of the physical mechanics of the world. And that we're all slaves to these laws to a degree that we have to abide by the laws of the physical world. If we don't put gas in our car, it won't go, so on and so forth. So these are inborn persuasions. When you have somebody like a Nikola Tesla, and perhaps the upgraded aspect of him where, he's not only working the physical, but he's seeing a little beyond it, or a figure like Christ who's beyond it, or some of the Hindu fakirs or whatever they are who can kind of yogis or lamas who can kind of supersede reality. There's room for that, but it's not common. And even they are competing with that demiurge or these inborn traits. So most people are possessed of inborn traits, and possessed is a very interesting word, possessed of inborn traits. They're predisposed to torpedoing anything that will break the spell of the servitor species. Inborn traits. And this, I think I've been pretty clear here. This is what exactly these inborn traits of human beings is the very stuff of why Douglas's book and or works does not receive the acclaim or even recognition that it would, should, or could, because going right up against this. So these people that will say, "Oh, the Nephilim! Oh, it's the Nephilim!" They're right in sync with the Nephilim. It's almost as if their mentioning of the Nephilim is giving them power.
Yes.
And this is what we're up against. I don't think I ever heard the word Nephilim until I started, getting interested in the Montauk Project and getting different threads or whatnot. But be that as it may, it's not that they didn't exist. It's just that there's this inborn traits. Now, what these noble, worthy Republican scientists determined that these traits to follow, to follow the fallen angels had atrophied and were in disuse. And they determined, quite incorrectly, that people are acting according to their own free will. While there are people that do act according to their own free will, this is the exception. People are lockstep. If you look at the people who are arguing about Democrat or Republican, they're locked into the program. I'm not talking about people if you have a preference for one or the other, which is the worst, but people that really get locked into this stuff. Now, this idea is that Aquino's master's call, Vox Arca, is going to undercut all of this and make people servitors. It's going to reignite their inborn traits. Now, this is something that I've been up against for a long time, even before Douglas. Now it's coming to a pivot point, and of course, the good news is that Aquino's master plan to do this, which was the Vox Arca, has been taken out of his hands, and his project was undermined by Douglas. And this should give him recognition on some level. I heard there's so many different aspects to astrology. There's certain aspects of different moments in the sky, like we can go back to, the new moon of 2 days ago. We can go back to the solstice and where the position of the lunar nodes were, and then there was a big conjunction about a month after the solstice. There's all these reference points that will tell a story. It's just like if you went and said, okay, and we're not talking astrologic there, we're talking points in time. Let's go back to the Biden-Trump debate. That's a point in time, and you can evaluate things from that. You can go back to January 6th, that point in time. You can go back to the election. You can go back to the Hillary-Trump debate. You can go back to Trump winning the first election. You can go back to all these points in time, and they will have their own tale to tell as you go forward. This is what astrological points are. So it's like when these things happen, and then you can see how they parlay into the future. So you can have multiple storylines, and they can complement, or they can even conflict with each other. So they can even conflict with each other, so it becomes an outcome that can, I guess, be nuanced or go one way or the other. But in Aquino's case, he was undermined. And there's a lot of existential iterations we could do about that. But right now, and as I said, I was actually working on the second book after Roswell Deception, which was about the Presidio.
Yes.
And the shutdown of the Presidio. And it was horrific. It was just turning up too many nightmares, too much stuff. And I said, I can't do this. It's not right. It's like warning. And so I switched to this book, which has been much more positive. And in the process, we received news. I don't know, somewhere along the line, we received news that Aquino had died. Maybe that even came out before the first book. I don't remember. But anyway, years after Aquino died, we got a death certificate, which I sent out to everybody on the email list, the Time Travel Education Center, and you could download this gift certificate. It's a gift certificate. It's a death certificate, and of course,
talk about a Freudian slip. Yeah.
Heather Holman had brought it to my attention. I think I supplied her with this death certificate. She had I know when there's two certificates. One is like when you're born, there's a certificate of live birth, and then there's an official birth certificate. They're two different things. I think the certificate of live birth is given by the, doctor right there, and then there's official birth certificate you get, from the state or whatever. But with regard to Aquino, Heather pointed out something very interesting, because I gave her a death certificate that was, I think, if I'm not incorrect, more bigger, better, more informed. Now, it says, what it says, there's a stamp on it. It says informational, not a valid document to establish identity. Now, I don't know why anybody faking this document would have that watermarked over it, unless that's the watermark they were originally working with, which is possible. Now, what Heather brought up is at the bottom of the certificate, and it says type, name, title of coroner, or deputy coroner. It says Amy P. Hart, MD, medical examiner. Amy Hart had retired years earlier.
Yes.
So this is the issue. Now, it could be, my first reaction was like, well, maybe they just left it in there. Maybe it's just a formed thing. Any suggestions from you, Douglas, as to why that would be?
It's, well, anything involving Michael Aquino, including his death certificate, is going to be suspect. And I think it was yeoman work on the part of Heather Holman to bring this to our attention, and I think it's important. And it's almost indicative of, first off, our willingness, our desire, as you said. This was like a gift certificate, because that's what it felt like just to hear that he was dead. And I obviously, even then, we discussed the potential for his basically faking his death and returning in a mockery of the risen Christos, as a kind of anti-messianic or figure or anti-messiah. And all of this is possible. Certainly the one thing that I can say is that when the cat's away, the mice will play. all of the gang stalkers really went wild after Aquino's death. They were demented before his death, but they were under his reign, under his controls. And because of that, their behavior was not nearly so extreme. But it became much more radicalized by orders of magnitude after his death, because he was no longer there to control them. We can't read too much into these things, of course, but if one were to look at it at a personal level, because there are many people who ascribe or just kind of cleave towards the theory that Aquino truly likes me in a very real sense, that he likes me so much that this would be some way that perhaps he would interpret that this would reclaim my affection in a sense that goes beyond the peripheral kind of, shall we say, comfort zone that I had with him, because he would then, if he returns and reins in the gang stalkers, that I would be grateful. Maybe there is that thought process people have speculated about. We can't overdwell on these things, and overdwelling on them is, of course, unhealthy. But it's not unhealthy to, of course, analyze what might be going on, what his strategies might be. Is there something to this beyond something strange? It's obviously, how would we say it? It is atypical, and it's not normal, but of course anything involving him never would be. We never bothered to go very deeply into trying to find out much about the death certificate. Peter did his due diligence. He looked around as best he could, but the reality is the death certificate was never anything that was really verified with any finality. It was just something that was out there. But when Heather, of course, did her due diligence and found out what she did, I think it's an important point. It's an important point to just take note of. If he's alive, he may be greatly diminished, which could be something that he doesn't want anybody to see. I can't remember whether it was Roy Rogers or whether it was Gene Autry, but one of those childhood folk heroes that made their career in television. These people, of course, became very full of themselves or enamored of themselves, and they truly believed that they were the center of many people's worlds, especially inspiring younger people. And so when one of these types of individuals got ill towards the end of their lives and bedridden and was interviewed, he asked that no photographs or camera footage be taken because he didn't want his fans to see him like that. And
but you know what? Those guys went on routinely looking worse than Joe Biden.
Yeah.
They were disgusting. And you know, it's like, and so did Dick Clark too. You know, he would sit there and do New Year's Eve until he was, you know, he went out there like a cripple, like after a stroke, and it's like, oh, this is the place to be on New Year's Eve. It's like, you know, but they can't get off the camera. So they must have been pretty bad.
Yeah, no, that's something to think about. Well, I can't remember which one of them had the museum they had for themselves, which might still be around. I think it has to be.
Rogers.
Yeah, that has to be closed by now. Yeah, that finally closed down because no one was going to that museum, and I mean nobody.
Nobody knows who he is anymore. He's from another generation. All his fans are dead.
Yes,
or barely. Like I remember him, but I was a little young. I mean, so it's a little young for him.
Yeah. Yeah, he was definitely another time, and but you know, he had an estate. Obviously, he made a lot of money, and his estate maintained that out of the wishes of the family until till the last dog died, and then they finally closed it, and it is what it is. But when it comes to Michael Aquino, it could be something like that. It's obviously Michael Aquino was considered the center of the universe by many people. He is still the center of the universe for his cultists. And it is what it is. Like I said, I suspect if he is alive, which would not shock me, that he's greatly diminished and has lost all control, potentially control over many of his bodily functions, perhaps even basic ones, such as breathing without assistance. And other functions might be involved, but, that would be my suspicion. We don't know this. If he is alive, he certainly has done nothing to try and control his followers. So, again, if he returns, how much of them could he rein back in? Again, obviously, he was a person of great talent, but is it something like Napoleon Bonaparte, where your talent is impacted by your health? For those of you who don't know, of course, and this is something that truly set my gang stalker Stephen Outrim off. Stephen Outrim, of course, is, like so many people involved with Michael Aquino, a one-hit wonder. So when you think of Stephen Outrim or Mike Ringley, it's like there's only one thing they did in their lives. And everything else after that was like, was nothing. Seen in that light, really, Mike Ringley has a bit more of a comeback than Stephen Outrim. Stephen Outrim did nothing but establish this company called Sausage Software. He was living in the same apartment with, Peter, who was the name of that Quebecois lady who Brandon Young got so much in trouble with? Do you remember her?
The name of what?
That Quebecois lady, the French-speaking lady from Quebec, who Brandon Young... Diane, yes, Lapierre. Diane Lapierre's husband lived with Stephen Outrim in the same apartment building. They were in different units, but they sold things to each other. And so this was back when her husband was living on the west coast of the United States, either in California or Oregon or Washington, one of those states. Stephen Outrim has property in the Upper Twain, Oregon and Washington, from what I understand, or at least he did at one point. But he basically all of this was based on his big break, and that was after establishing Sausage Software, and because he was an Aquino cultist, he got contracted by the Department of Defense. Then he received insider trading information from Michael Aquino as to when to sell short when the Silicon Valley bubble burst, and he got $77 in one fell swoop, so $77 million. And he's a $77 guy with $77 million. I don't know how much of that is eaten up at this point. He won the case against his ex-girlfriend, who became a common law partner after living with him for half a decade, and then sued him because of his, just vile behavior and sheer evilness. And but he won that suit because, of course, he was able to afford the attorneys. Such being said, he got married again, but there's nothing this guy did other than sell short and make $77 million. Other than that, there is nothing to Stephen Outrim. When it comes to someone like Mike Ringley, he supposedly, or at least got the credit for, it's hard for me to believe he even did this, but then perhaps I saw him in a highly degenerate state, which is always possible. But then there's another mystery. He was supposedly in the United States Army, or somehow involved with the U.S. Army. My understanding was he served, and he developed this little bit of technology that is by no means something that strikes me as innocuous. It doesn't really strike me as even a garage piece of technology, though it might be. I'm no engineer. Aristides would have a better instinct or intuition about this, but supposedly Mike Ringley developed a piece of technology that could sense putric acid, which is sweat. ironically, bringing us back to Aristides, who did wipe it all off. But such being said, what happened was this revolutionized the battlefield. It made the ability to sniff out, to use a pun, troops in the battlefield, something that endangered the lives of every infantryman, especially special forces or infiltration forces, reconnaissance, and the like. Eventually, they overcame this technology by bleaching all their uniforms and especially their boots, especially soaking their boots in bleach, this sort of thing. In other words, countermeasures were ultimately developed, and it went the way of much military technology went by the wayside. This happens in the evolution of war. Things come and go, and then oftentimes come back again. But such being said, he got the credit for this development. As Peter said, he must have had some kind of collateral benefit from it in terms of income. He certainly was not poor, but at the same time was cheap and greedy as hell. And again, this is to segue briefly because I can't resist answering this question that came in through the email. How can you trust V, the other V, the one that was working on my lymphatics, in terms of the enemy not bribing her to kill me, etc.? And because obviously the enemy is extraordinarily cheap. Just so people understand, the enemy is truly cheap. In one sense, they're rolling in endless amounts of money because of the deep state support, and yet people like Stephen Outrim and all the rest of these people have never really invested the kind of money to do something really decisive. It's just they're too cheap. It's incredible how cheap they are. Oh, for one thing, just to give you an example, when it comes to people like Brendan Zogit, they would never try to coax him or anyone else by money. Brendan, when he was confronted by them repeatedly, finally, asked, well, what do I get if I join you in attacking Douglas Dietrich? And there was no answer that they had, certainly not in terms of benefits. Well, there was an answer, but we'll save that for the roundtable because it's really funny and morbidly entertaining, but it's too vulgar to express right now. So all that being said, what happened was that when it comes to these examples that I'm bringing up, these one-hit wonders, it's like that with the people that surrounded Michael Aquino. What are they worth, and what can he do with them if he comes back into the open? Say he's trying to manipulate them say he's alive right now and active in the sense of trying to manipulate these people or put them to use. He seems to have lost all control. There doesn't seem to be anything coherent that they're doing other than the latest modus operandi evolution or de-evolution is they completely control ChatGPT. For all intents and purposes. Certainly.
Or Douglas, him and Joe Biden have the same doctor.
Yeah. Yes. What is this I'm getting here? There's an incoming message here.
Heather said she's having problems again.
Oh, well, Heather, can you talk? Let's see if we can hear her. By that, I'm not quite sure what she means.
I'm not sure either. But Heather, come and tell us your problems.
Yes, feel free to share your problems. And that being said, we'll return to Peter. I think I've said what I can say about Michael Aquino. It's just that the quality of the people he has to work with are they're not much. I mean, I had brought that up to him before. He was kind of like think of somebody like. This is Aquino's ultimate downfall. Think of the character Hannibal Lecter. And it's a legitimate parallel. It truly is. But Hannibal Lecter is a fictional character. He is not a literal character, but a literary one. So we're talking about, but literary characters can develop a life of their own. The life of their own can be such that it can be palpable. Good example is The Shadow, which used to be a radio hero, a pulp fiction hero that then was made into a radio hero. And he was affiliated with a certain kind of hotel where they used to broadcast the show from or something, or the writer lived there or something, but people who worked in these places would see The Shadow just a shadow on the walls and perhaps hear his cackle, which he was famous for. He was kind of supposed to be like a sinister mystery hero, what they used to call mystery men during the days of pulp fiction at its heyday. But when it comes to Sherlock Holmes, he's obviously exemplary, possibly the epitome of the fictional hero, where to the point where people would come to believe they were Sherlock Holmes. And also as well, just developing a multi-dimensional life in terms of bleeding into several fictional universes, to the point where he becomes a universal trope. Hannibal Lecter, I would dare say, is kind of at that level of somewhere between the Shadow and Sherlock Holmes, is this kind of supervillain that is impossible in the real world, because he's thinking everything forward to the point where whatever he manipulates into happening is realized because he can so mastermind everyone around him. In other words, the only reason Hannibal Lecter is in prison is of his own free will, because he much more enjoys the criminal company. He feels at home among criminals and enjoys manipulating them. And Hannibal Lecter is someone who is ultimately, the things that happen that render him impossible are he voluntarily loses an eye, that basically he instigates a fight. And this is this is what I would call canon. This is from the original novels, as opposed to the television series, which goes to show you how potent and powerful a character or a villain he is. He got his own television series. So he's the psychiatrist who's a cannibal and a serial killer who cannibalizes his victims. And he ultimately provoked a fight which resulted in someone stabbing him in the eye and his losing an eye, which turned out to be intentional because this served a purpose that later on manifested in the novel to his advantage. So everything he plans that even seems spontaneous or organic is all part of a master plan. Okay, this of course, it's possible for a pathological person to constantly try to think at this level of gaming ahead, and Michael Aquino would be the closest to that kind of mindset. And this is what Michael Aquino, he's very parallel to Hannibal Lecter. His crimes are just as heinous, whereas Hannibal Lecter, of course, would be less tolerable to the public if he were a pedophile. Hannibal Lecter is instead a cannibal, which is repulsive, yet for some reason morally less repugnant to the public than a pedophile. In the case of Michael Aquino, he thinks the same kind of ugly thoughts. That's what one policeman says about Hannibal Lecter to his son in the novel and the movie Red Dragon, when he's telling his son about, I had to... he's like a profiler. And this police profiler is like telling his son, I had to profile this horrible man, Hannibal Lecter. And his son's still quite young, so he's not going to tell him much. But his son asks, what were his thoughts like if you got into his head? And he only said they're the ugliest thoughts in the world. So this is something like Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino's thoughts are on level with Hannibal Lecter. And so Michael Aquino's thought pattern would also be manipulative, like Hannibal Lecter's, also be gaming ahead, machinating would be the term for it, manipulative, and just someone who would try to be the real Hannibal Lecter in many ways. So is what he did with his death intentional, gamed ahead, and all the rest of that? But if he's active now, say, for instance, acting behind the scenes, he's not acting successfully. Not now. On the other hand, much of what he set in motion while alive, that I was a part of, is coming to realization. He definitely was siding with the Russians. He definitely was the individual who helped to bring about the downfall of the Soviet Union. Through Alexander Dugin, by uniting with the only viable resistance that existed in the Soviet Union, which was the satanic underground. The reason why should be obvious, but I'll articulate it in a sentence or two. Basically, the Soviet Union was a godless, atheistic state and had completely suppressed the church. So, having stated officially there is no church because there is no God, there could obviously be no Satan. If they were to even admit to, be on the lookout for a satanic underground and even pursue investigations into Satanism, this would confess that there is some kind of antithesis or adversary or nemesis to the divinity, which implies the existence of the divinity itself. Therefore, the Soviet Union was trapped and simply ignored the satanic underground, not investigating them, not persecuting them or subduing them, because such would admit their failure in subduing the church or killing God. So the end result was Satanism thrived, and that's how Michael Aquino was the ultimate factor in connecting with Alexander Dugin, a co-religionist, in bringing down the Greater Soviet Union. Such being said, we're still seeing the results and the realization, the fruition of many of his aspirations from that period of time, which I myself helped to bring about. All that being said, I don't see anything that seems to me to be taking advantage of that towards the ends of the Aquino I knew. Again, he could be alive and degenerate, not thinking, or at least not thinking the way he used to think. Or maybe he's rehabilitated. I mean, there's a fantasy for you. How about the thought of a man who's at peace with himself and the world and retreated into a kind of retirement, a kind of monastic, but we know that's not possible. That's like saying Hannibal Lecter then suddenly becomes a normal human being and functional and starts counseling people again. Yeah, it's just is what it is. Michael Aquino cannot, like a human being, really change, because Michael Aquino's claim was that he was not human. He was something that entered the body of a dead infant, possessed it, and then functioned in it, and burned the body up like you would a candle, quicker than a normal human body could have lasted. Because he was involved with so many, shall we say, occult activities that were akin to working with radiation. It's something that working too heavily with the occult without proper protection, like working with radiation all your life, you pay a toll for it. So, all that being said, back to Peter again, and we can, take it from there. And dear Heather, let's check. Heather returned. Let's check her audio.
Are you with us, Heather?
Heather, we know you returned.
Yeah, I'm with us.
Oh, excellent. Are the problems resolved?
Yeah, it's just my phone issue, same as always.
Okay. Thank you.
Heather, do you want to
Yeah.
say anything vis-a-vis what we've been talking about here with Aquino and what Douglas has said and what Little I've said? Do you have anything to add in at this
No,
point?
it's very interesting. I'm enjoying this conversation.
Well, please add to it. What we would enjoy is hearing your own thoughts. Please say something.
Well, will you just repeat the part that you just said? Something about the baby and burning the baby.
Oh, yes. Now, I've been asked, of course, if Michael Aquino was lying about the baby story. Like, did he just make that up? And I've always said, well, I presume there are medical records that his mother, whose name was Betty Ford, and my understanding is she always kept her maiden name, even though she married his father legally, Michael Aquino. For those of you who don't know, Michael Aquino is a junior. He's actually a junior. So his father had the same name as him, Michael Angelo Aquino. And Angelo was the middle name. So when it came to the mother, Betty Ford, no relation to the Betty Ford Clinic, I assure you, or the lady who established that. But his mother, Betty Ford, delivered him as a blue baby, and meaning he was born dead. And so he was fond of relating that story because his point to be made was that he was not a human being. He was an entity who had possessed the body of a dead baby. So people have always asked, well, it sounds so melodramatic. Did he make that up for mystique, reasons of mystique? And my conclusion is it's real because my assumption, but then again, I've never followed up on this. My presumption is that there is medical documentary evidence that he was born a blue baby. But such being said, that's pretty much what I was talking about with that, Heather. And that's why I said he couldn't change. He's not a human being. A human being is capable of change because a human being is alive. Michael Aquino technically was an entity who was basically manipulating a dead body. When that baby was born dead, it was dead. Which means that it simply, when he inhabited it, kind of triggered the, shall we say, the simulacra or the facsimilation of a biological organism, got all the mechanisms working again, so to speak, but it's really just a biomechanical puppet. And because it was never really alive, he died a lot quicker. I mean, it took a long, long time because, of course, he was a sorcerer, but it went a lot sooner than most people would have expected with Michael Aquino. And he began to, of course, contract certain things such as intestinal cancer, or at least that's what was said. Heather brought up a good point. Did he ever really have intestinal cancer? And, again, I only presume that he did. It would make sense because of the cannibalism. So for those of you who do not know, like Hannibal Lecter, Michael Aquino was a cannibal. But Michael Aquino was also a pedophile. Now, I don't know if they ever attributed this to Hannibal Lecter. They went pretty far with Hannibal Lecter. But I don't believe that they ever portrayed Hannibal Lecter, either in the canonical novels or in the television series, as eating babies. Now, Michael Aquino did indeed do this. Rather, I never personally saw him do it, but I certainly believe it when it was stated by witnesses. David Schroeder being the most easily accessible among them, but many other people claim to have seen Michael Aquino do this. And it was also echoed by people who followed that practice, such as Lori Ann Fenton, who claimed to eat babies. Something which I believed because she encountered David Schroeder, who had witnessed Michael Aquino eating babies, or at least claimed to, and Doug Millar, who claimed to eat babies. And when the three of them spoke about it, it all seemed pretty accurate to me, what they were saying. It seemed realistic enough. They went into details, exchanging information with each other on the topic, that seemed to confirm that these people knew what they were talking about. They would speak about that the way other people would speak about how they barbecue and what's the difference between their barbecue technique. I marinate the meat, for days or something.
Douglas, this really puts a new light on that. It was run years ago, many years ago, when AOC was being trolled by this woman who got up, to ask a question or something and says, "Gotta eat the babies, gotta eat the babies." Do you remember that?
Well, not really, but I don't doubt it.
It was hysterically funny because this was a time when AOC was kind of hitting her prime, hitting her stride. And this woman got up and just, and it was like, people bringing up causes and this stuff. And she was such a bleeding heart and whatnot, AOC was. And this woman gets up and says, "Gotta eat the babies, gotta eat the babies." And AOC was just dumbfounded, like, what the hell is this? What everybody was. And they kept playing it. And it got so funny that I think YouTube or Facebook kind of, shadow banned it or banned it all because it was so bizarre. But now all of a sudden I'm thinking like, maybe there was some coding here. Gotta eat the babies. Because it was so bizarre.
Well, I certainly want to clarify something, was that in the days that I wrote about the Vox Arca years ago, when I first started writing about it, when I use the term Republican, it's in the term of people serving in the military who have sworn to defend the constitutional republic. And America, of course, is not a democracy constitutionally. It is a republic, hence the Electoral College, etc. That's the way that I meant the term Republican, albeit in the military and these kinds of professions overwhelmingly, but specifically the military, it's generally Republicans. Generally, of course, scientists who contract with the Department of Defense are also Republicans, simply because it's politically expedient. So there is a kind of way to interpret that term as politicized, but actually that wasn't my original intent. So I meant it in the constitutional sense, but when I use the arsenal of democracy, I hope everybody understands when they read that it was said in an ironic sense. I was saying that ironically because, of course, you're talking about people who don't believe that humanity even has free will. But in terms of Michael Aquino's... I guess we can get into that later. We can go into the Vox Arca later, but first, having repeated what I did for the sake of Heather Holman, because she asked, so dear Heather, the ball's back in your court. Let's have you respond, okay? Some thoughts, please.
I don't know much about this, but maybe you guys can contribute something. Okay, the Antichrist computer, is there some computer or is the AI that is supposed to be a threat?
You mean, when you say the AI, could you be more specific?
The AI, like the main computer, or is there like a computer that's supposed to be the main computer of somewhere running something?
Well,
I think, Douglas, this would require a whole explanation of the relationship between the art elect and everything else, which Heather, this is a whole deep subject, which the book goes into, which we've discussed many times. The art elect, which is the download of Douglas's mind into an organic computer that took place at the Presidio.
Well, there's another machine that was, of course, the God machine that, as I said, was built far earlier, that the Department of Defense took control of. Originally the Department of War, but then later the Department of Defense. So we've considered, Peter's considered integrating elements of that into the book. But by all means...
That's really what she's asking about, though.
Okay, yeah.
And let me just continue.
Sure.
Plus, Heather, you're welcome to come in anytime you want. I think it's pretty reasonable to accept that Aquino was very ill. I mean, Heather had some personal experience with that, or personal memories with him being ill, and of course the cannibalism. And then the whole way his death came up was, kind of odd. It was brought up by the Temple of Set, and it was, somebody claiming to be his heir who was not, somebody in Australia. But as they say, this certificate comes much later, and Douglas had given a whole diatribe about how Aquino shooting himself, which is what it says, shot self, gunshot wound to the head, which makes perfect sense.
Yes.
And did it as a ritual to survive beyond the body. That would make the most sense. It suits him to a T. And with regard to Aquino being human or not being human, it's clear he was physiologically a human being. He had a birth certificate and all that. The point is, he didn't identify himself as a human.
Yes.
It's like you can, if you're not of gypsy heritage and you dress like a gypsy, wear like a gypsy, assume the habits and patterns of a gypsy, and are essentially a wannabe gypsy, for all practical purposes, you will be a gypsy, even if you're not an authentic one. Well, so he wins the game. He wins the game. However, it stands to reason that he was indeed something other. He was an aware human being who was just there to do his best to not be human, to sabotage the human race, and to carry forth with his identification with the Adamic gods, the Adamic agenda. So, as I say, I have not pursued this death certificate any further for the simple reason that it's not crucial to the book. Aquino has long ago been neutered, completely neutered. His legacy is his legacy, and it will manifest more in the next 100 years. The legacy doesn't mean necessarily his magic will manifest. The date says 9/10. What's this? I don't know if that's the date of the certificate or the date of the death. I think he was said to die around the beginning of September in 2019. So now all death certificates are public record. It can be pursued. And anybody who wants to pursue that, it would be great. It would be appreciated if somebody has the time to devote to that. But so be it. So yeah, he's I the things you said when you heard that he had been there's a gunshot, you had a whole diatribe on that, Douglas. It was a good diatribe. It made a lot of sense from a magical perspective, and also what you were talking about, people being, the government intelligence agencies being cheap. Yes, notoriously cheap.
Well, if not the government intelligence agencies, then certainly the cult of the kings of Edom. Let's put it that way.
Government intelligence agencies.
Yeah.
It is. They want to use people as cheaply and as lowbrow as they can. They're notorious for this. Aquino is a bit of an exception, though. He would have no problem allowing Stephen Outram to get his $70 million.
That's right. That's correct.
In other words, because, see, Aquino doesn't come from a poor family. Quite the opposite.
Yes.
So he wasn't, from what I understand, he wasn't miserly. He wasn't cheap. I think he would love to use somebody and not pay them, and just because he would enjoy watching the dunderheadedness of him. But if he wouldn't squawk at getting somebody their fair due if they were going to do what he wanted, in my opinion. He wasn't as much of a cheapskate as his peers was. That's just my own personal impression from what I've seen about him. He didn't, in other words, his human frailties were not necessarily, like he didn't judge people the way most people judge people.
No.
And people are so judgmental that it paralyzes their brain, and it can paralyze you if you listen to them or indulge their madnesses, or their common ideas. Um, I wanted to ask you tonight about crop circles. Crop circles. Now, crop circles were they were the zeitgeist of the early 1990s.
Mm-hmm.
And I never got involved with them.
Mm-hmm. For the best, I'm sure.
Well, and I remember Joe Matheny telling me once that there was this lady, and I think there were friends of his that saw this. She was doing a crop circle seminar out in California, and she was out there making the crop circle. Beforehand, they saw her out there making it. In other words, she was creating the props for her seminar. So she was telling everybody, "Oh, this is a crop circle," and she's, doing all this BS. Now he wasn't saying that crop circles didn't exist, but the onset of crop circles were a phenomenon that we were getting communications from another realm, and from my friend Chelsea, who researched them quite a bit, they seem to be, and my girlfriend Marianne, they seem to be coming from another realm. And then there were the people who were creating the crop circles. And they were apparently in communication with something else. It was a master psyop. It was a master psyop. Now, apparently the people that were creating them and were caught red-handed got better and better at it. The whole story was so weird. And it just got weirder. What I could say 20 years later, 30 years later, is that what have the crop circles taught us? It was as if they were, we're your friends, humanity, do the right thing for the planet. It's like, it's like, what, and then the phenomena seem to be generally dismissed as it was just a bunch of people being very creative. And I don't think they could have been creative that fast. Do you have any reason to believe Aquino was involved in any of that? Did he ever comment about it, to your knowledge?
Not to my memory. I'm sorry, go on.
That was after your time with him.
Yeah, it was, not to my memory. I never, as I said, my own conclusion was quite, my own. But when it came to himself, nothing cognizant I can remember consciously.
What was your observation of these things?
I interpreted them to be bookmarkers, in a sense, basically for time travelers, because of the things Aquino did tell me. Aquino was, he would say that the Nazis are the Third Reich, hence the breakaway civilization of the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. The Third Reich having established itself in Unterland and at this point in history back in space. I use that term back in space because of their original work in space and its interruption by nuclear warfare against Antarctica through what was known as Project Argus, which was a series of nuclear launches. And it created an artificial Van Allen radiation belt, which denied the use of space to everyone for a good many months in the hopes of starving out the Reichskolonies on the moon in particular. Lunastadt. And Lunastadt, the lunar city, was established in the south pole of the moon within a crater on the prime meridian, the twilight zone area, where it could be basically the far side, of course, of the moon never faces the Earth. So you have essentially a different temperature than you have on the side that faces the Earth. There's still a change as the moon rotates around the Earth, but they maintain more of a static equilibrium in that crater on the south pole of the moon. The idea was to starve that out with Project Argus. But according to Aquino, or the way he would express it, this breakaway civilization of the inner Aryans, the intraterrestrials of the Third Reich, that they, according to Aquino, had four great secrets that they had uncovered, discovered, accomplished: time travel, anti-gravity, immortality, and what he would say was water is fuel, which I always interpreted to be hydrogen, but could mean something else. I mean, obviously, there's the literal thought of water as fuel, but then again, something has to be done with it to create a propellant. So, in terms of all of that, if they're time traveling, which makes perfect sense, because if you have an interstellar civilization or attempting to establish one, you have to have time travel. First off, if you're traveling through space, period, even without any great distance, no matter, even if you're traveling with across the surface of the Earth, if you're traveling across space or through space, you're also traveling through time. That's simply a physical reality. But in order to establish an interstellar civilization, say for instance, you had travel that was slower than light speed, or even at light speed, but still slower than light speed, just to make the example, you're going to have ships that take tens of years, generations, to reach other stars. And then how will you trade? Really, the only thing that would make that possible in any practical sense to maintain an interstellar economy would be time travel, because then you would agree to meet not only at a certain space, but to rendezvous at a certain time. You would have to go backward or forward in time to meet the people or rendezvous with the individuals you're trading with, or working with diplomatically or militarily, etc. So, all such being said, only time travel really makes an interstellar empire practical. So, such being said, how would you tell where you are in time? One of the great aids for that, aside from whatever instruments you might have, but one of the great aids that would make it just instantly easy would be crop circles, because crop circles would be unique. Some of them, if the claims are true, are certainly something nobody could forge. Now, granted, there were obviously countless examples of people forging crop circles, and but you can tell when a crop circle is forged. They might be quite intricate, they might be beautiful in their own right, but
better and better at it.
Yeah, they got better and better at it, but you're going to crush the grain. It's just that simple. It's going to be pressed, it's going to be crushed, it's going to be bent. Supposedly the claim was, obviously there was no way for me to personally follow up on this, but the claim was that real crop circles, the crops were never broken or bent. They were not crushed or stamped underfoot, ever. They were simply curved. So they were gently curved in such a manner that, in other words, the pattern of growth simply altered to the point where they started growing as if they were windblown. Plants that are windblown with a regular wind emergent from a particular direction bend in their growth. They bend in the wind so as not to break. And it might be slight or severe depending on the power of the wind and the how consistent it is. Crop circles are, if they're real, supposedly, are supposed to be just bending gently to form the patterns that they form. And therefore, they can be distinguished instantly. So that was what the trip was. If that is true, if that is the case, then the crop circles that are real would be created by the time travelers, the 1,000-year Reich in exile, so they would know exactly where they were. they'd reappear, see that crop circle, and say, oh, okay, this is exactly this time, because the crop circles are transient. And therefore, it would be a bookmarker in time, a milestone in time, a landmark in time. You would know this crop circle was only there for a period of days, or a single day even. And then, someone is saying, let's take a look at this.
Brendan Dogan's saying he's been in a real crop circle, but then again, I'd like to hear, so what? You know,
yeah,
they are made.
Not made by human tech. He says they are not made by human tech. There we are.
Or certainly ultra-human tech.
Yes, thank you.
But the thing is, here we come up, This
Plants
is
still growing. Yeah.
But the thing is, here it is 30 years later, and they don't seem to be happening. If they are, they're not reported on. It's just like we had black helicopters. Those are long since gone because there was new technology developed to do what the black helicopters were doing.
Right.
So now we have, it would seem to me they've refined their ability to...
Well, it could also be this, that they were only particularly interested in that period of time where they had to be active doing something.
That's quite possible, too.
Yeah.
But the main, I guess, issue is that we don't see them anymore. Or certainly not in the abundance. They've become a non-news item, let me put it that way.
Right. I mean, because Brendan's comparatively young. If he was physically in a crop circle, it couldn't be that long ago.
I'm not saying they don't exist.
Right.
I'm just saying they're not a meme anymore.
Right. That's right.
It's a long since UFOs and aliens still are. We got UAPs.
Sadly. Yeah, sadly, yeah.
UAPs.
Yeah.
And I had occasion to see something on or hear something, I forget what it was about, with UFOs. It's just it gets very nonsensical. They happen every year in England, he says. Well, okay.
Every summer. Yeah.
Every summer.
Yeah.
I guess people have, the mass appeal, the novelty of it has worn off.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't think the English people ever gave them any serious credence anyway. But they could be quite that way just about Stonehenge, just a bunch of rocks. Been there for a long time. That's an Australian accent, excuse me. but yeah, so they would be diminished for whatever they had to add. But the thing with the Unterland, of course, we can hear about Unterland forever and a day, whether it's aligned with the stories of Radu Cinema or not. But in the end, it's like, okay, life goes on. And this was a phrase from the underground at Montauk that would come up often, and it didn't come up from, it came up from people who were involved in some way or another. And the word was business as usual. Business as usual.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, that was the phrase at Montauk, business as usual. And I never forgot it, because the people that would come from and whatnot, business as usual. In other words, they're carrying on with the same old game, and it's not like we're entitled to be clued in on the happenings of what's going on there. We are not, as outside worlders, we are not entitled to that, information, need to know basis. But I was just saying, comment after after 30 years, the crop circle enigma hasn't really changed. Now, you could say that somebody who's studied it, got into it, might say differently, and there's been all this sort of revelation on it. But if that's the case, you know, it doesn't seem to be making waves. And, you know, that's, in other words, and of course, there was very much a psyop involved with the people who were making them. And the psyop was not like a bunch of people reporting to headquarters. It was coming through these people telepathically. It was a massive mind control operation that were causing these people to do this. So if it was a legitimate communication from a remarkable source, there was a full-time operation going on to disabuse one of that opinion. People went to a lot of effort to discredit the phenomena. And of course, as I said, I never really got wrapped up in it. And for the simple reason that if somebody's trying to tell me something, I would appreciate it if they tell me, rather than, you know, jumping around and making a lot of noise. You know, just, okay. If they could spell these geometric clues and all this, okay. You know, they could say, take me to your leader. And this is generally a problem, an issue, not a problem. It doesn't have to be a problem with all spirit communication. Is spirit doesn't communicate directly and concisely. The best you could get is like on that old Mission Impossible show where they'd leave Peter Graves a tape, you know,
Yes.
permission if you choose to accept it, sort of thing.
Yes.
That was a direct communication. It was tangible. Of course, he had to burn the tape or destroy it, or the tape would destroy itself.
Yes, self-destructive.
Yeah, that, but, you know, you get messages that may work today, they may not work tomorrow. And this is a consistent problem. And as I said, my friend Jan Helsing, who had given me the photos of the UFOs, allowed me to use them for the Black Sun book. He said that he published them first in his book, Secret Societies in the 20th Century. Was it the 20th? I think it was the 20th century. But anyway, yeah, because it was still the 20th century. And he said that he had, you know, met somebody who had been to Unterland. He had a lot of interesting German connections, being German himself. And he said, you know, asked if he could go. And they said, yes, but you cannot come back. And of course, there's a very foreboding, ominous, you know, almost threat in that. You're leaving this world. It's like going to, I mean, not exactly like, but it implies going to Jonestown in Guyana with, you know, Jim Jones. Yeah, you can go. Because people like that were trying to find a better world, in a sense, trying to escape Scientology. And Scientology, the world. I was going to say there's an element of that in Scientology where, you know, people are trying to escape the world because the world is not a nice and friendly place. So it's understanding that people want to withdraw from the world. The world is not always kind and friendly to us. And what I found out about it, I wouldn't change my position, but it's much kinder and friendlier than people realize, people who are dead set against it. You just have to learn how to operate by its rules. And when you learn the rules, which aren't easily explained, I hate having to bring to somebody's realization rules of taxes, rules of, oh, this isn't as good as you thought it was. Whatever it is, I don't like telling people these things, but often they need to be told because they don't know. Because, people just, they're not necessarily informed of all the things that go wrong. I remember a guy telling me once that, he didn't pay his, I think he was selling stuff in California and he wasn't paying his taxes, his state taxes or something, because he didn't know he owed them. And of course, it really set him behind. It was a rude awakening. So there are many rude awakenings in this world, and it's very unfortunate. But that being said, and of course, when you go into business, it can be extremely intimidating and unfriendly because there's all these people with their hand out, or rules or structures, health departments, people with their hand out or with their rules. When I was in the bar business, I found out there was only one person, one company I could buy Budweiser beer from. Oh? And they let you know it. So what do? You go down to the local beer distributor and you make deals. They're just moving inventory, You'll end up doing better by not going through them. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And they were just assholes. And it's like, but the world is full of that stuff when you're in business. And I was at the beach today. We played football at the beach. It was a great day. It was a great experience.
Oh, wow.
We went in the waves as well.
Oh, great.
But I saw the airplane flying over with the banner for some iced tea or something. Iced tea, alcohol, beer, whatever it was. I said, God, how much must it cost to fly that, banner?
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty penny. And I thought, only people who can advertise. You've got to be rich to advertise.
Yes, it's true.
You've got to be rich to advertise. So and even those people can go belly up quite easily. Because, but it's just like, yeah, it's so I guess all I was saying was, as kind and unfriendly as the world is and can appear, it's still a lot kinder than people realize. Mm-hmm. In other words, there are rules and wherefores. There are social programs that one can avail oneself. And I know, Douglas, you've done a lot of work, with your mother and all that, and with yourself. It's like you have, but see, then the problem is you've got to have either a high IQ or a steadfast persistence to be able to understand the system, let alone work it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
How do you avail yourself of these quote unquote benefits? And then perhaps most then what happens is you have to work the system and outthink it, manipulate it, maneuver it. And this isn't an ideal situation either, but that's what people do or have to do to survive. But nevertheless, I guess one has to be informed, and that's I guess the tragedy is it's not easy. And having said that, I guess there is help if one is persistent and looking for it. It's often said that people who are homeless often don't want to change their condition because they don't want to reduce themselves to learning the system. So they just, opt out. In other words, they're not willing to play the game for whatever reason. They quit, and that creates a problem. And right now we're dealing nationally, probably internationally, with a situation where we have a lot of this people. They've had enough. They don't want to play the game anymore. And we're moving into a time of vast social evolution or difference. One of the things, I didn't put it in the email today, but this astrologer, Lori Lothian, who I've referred to many times, has been predicting that Biden would not run, he'd step out. And so far, looks like she's got a reasonable chance of being accurate on that. But she also looked at Trump's chart and said that Trump is not likely. There's a good chance because of the Mars-Uranus conjunction in his midheaven, meaning his house of career and public ID, that he's very vulnerable to suffering a physical malady, surprise, accident, or something, which would preclude him from being in the election at all. So she was saying it's quite possible. She's sure on Biden. She's saying Trump may not be there either. And she didn't say assassination, but she said, a physical incident or accident. So, and that could happen any day. If it's to happen at all, I don't know. So we could, with Uranus, and this was, I think, a conjunction with the new moon, which we're still under, this could, it could also bring about surprises in war. It could also bring about surprises in peace. Uranus is surprise. Mars is the planet of action, aggressiveness. So I just wanted to comment on that. To go back to Heather, Heather, you have reasonable experience to believe that Aquino was indeed sick, correct?
I have no idea what if you're talking about that I forgot that I took care of him. That to my knowledge, I never took care of him for a job.
All right. We might want to peel back. So I know, Heather, you said you were willing to look at this and consider it. And Douglas, what are your memories of Heather, or alluding to Heather being a caregiver for him in some capacity?
Well, we do have to remember that Heather Holman is recognized as a professional care provider. So Aquino's attraction to her for potentially exploiting her for that purpose would be obvious. And we do know for a fact that Heather did reach out to Michael Aquino, helped to arrange some interviews and the like. And most of the concept of Heather working as a care provider for Michael Aquino came from some other individuals. I've named them in the past, but the most prominent among them would be Christine Joanna Hart. And Christine Joanna Hart, of course, conceivably, might have a false memory, but she was adamant that it certainly seemed at the time that we had knocked her off air. This was something that ultimately led to Laura Lee Solomon's demise, was knocking Christine Joanna Hart off air. Just so people understand the situation in terms of context, Christine Joanna Hart was only granted a show on Revolution Radio Network because Lori and Ann Fenton and I went to bat for her and got her own show on Revolution Radio. And so at the time that we were supposed to conduct a presentation about Pearl Harbor, it was December 7th, she instead wanted to bring on Michael Aquino. Now, this was something she had publicly stated she was going to do. When it was brought to the attention of Mike Ringley, he claimed, "Oh, no one will ever bring Michael Aquino onto my radio station. They'll be fired." Of course, we know he's a liar, and we know he was working with Michael Aquino. There's several reasons for this. One of them was that he, of course, brought on Michael Aquino, certainly allowed for Michael Aquino to be brought on by Mr. Sean David Morton, and did nothing to Sean David Morton to punish him for that. There's a story behind that where the cover was Mike Ringley got extraordinarily sick and with the flu and was down, and Mr. Sean David Morton took advantage of that sick day to bring Michael Aquino on. Of course, the synchronicity of that borders on the magical. Obviously, it was conspired and arranged. We can conclude that because when Mike Ringley returned, he did nothing to punish Sean David Morton. So it's as simple as that. He allowed it to happen. He gave himself a lame excuse and was always infamous for that. He'd say he was sick or unavailable to speak or some such bullshit. There's no way of speaking about Mike Ringley without emphasizing what a piece of shit this individual was. Honestly, there's, and again, to add suspicion to his military experience, he was diabetic. Now, granted, this could have been a type 2 diabetes that developed later in life through profound abuse. But diabetes tends to manifest pretty early no matter what. If you have a tendency towards being diabetic, it's not often it manifests after your military service. It's like, it can, theoretically, and in some people may very well do so. I'm sure there are a minority of an extreme sort that you're older and you become diabetic. Maybe not that unusual, but I'm not a doctor, and even a doctor would have to rely on a statistician, but still, did he ever really serve if he had diabetes? So, such all being said, having been qualified, how did he get the cover? How did he get the background? Who worked his paperwork so that he would be able to make that claim? And it all goes back to Michael Aquino. Because of his affiliation with Michael Aquino, which he later on shared with myself. But beyond that, of course, there's multiple other hints. There was a woman whose name I would have to ask Noreen Halpan about, because Noreen Halpan personally affiliated with her and ultimately corrupted into the Adamite cause. We know this because Noreen Halpan, according to Amanda Ute, was one of the people who set her up for her ambush. something she never shared with me until the latest episode before tonight's. So
Can you talk about that? Because I know them both.
Yeah, it's basically Amanda Ute, who could describe this much better herself, on record on my latest episode before tonight's episode, our last episode, which people can look up later. She said that she had been contacted by Lori and Ann Fenton and Noreen Halpand, and this is what ultimately led to her attempting to sponsor myself, after which her assassination attempt took place, not just to kill her, but her entire family. The family she cared about, her two children, who would have died had it not been for their extremely large dog, who chewed through the safety belts of both the children and released them from the car. She was not so fortunate, and of course received damage physically and physiologically that took years to deal with, and we're still dealing with the collateral damage from that. But that's what she shared on record, the latest episode, was that she was brought into trying to personally rendezvous with myself, which she did, and then after she briefly rendezvoused with myself at the conference or convention where this happened, then she went home, and that's when the assassination attempt took place. So she says that she was brought into that event through being lured there by Lori and Ann Fenton and Noreen Halpand. Okay, so this was news to me. So that means Noreen Halpand was working with Lori and Ann Fenton and, of course, Michael Aquino. But it would be, of course, the day that we were trying to conduct this presentation on the show of Christine Joanna Hart, which Laura Lee Solomon produced. So understand that Laura Lee Solomon was both my producer and the producer for Christine Joanna Hart. And then what happened was that when Christine Joanna Hart says, I'm going to bring Aquino on, and Laura Lee Solomon responded by knocking her off the show. And then we did the presentation on Pearl Harbor for that December 7th. Michael Aquino then made Laura Lee Solomon her life a living hell, deprived her of all productive capacity in the sense of the technological ability to moderate the chat. And he did this specifically so that she would be exposed to all of the insults from Richard K. Cole Jr., who then trolled her in the chat room relentlessly with the help of Mike Ringley. And so when it came to all of this happened because we would not allow Christine Joanna Hart to bring Michael Aquino on air on December 7th. So when it came to all of that, proving the side on which everyone was on, Mike Ringley, Noreen Halpand, Lori and Ann Fenton, and at that time Christine Joanna Hart, when we spoke later with Christine Joanna Hart, who Mike Ringley was relentlessly pursuing as a bunkmate, his term, wanting somebody to be a second lover, their greatest obstacle being the fact that she lived across the Atlantic, and apparently neither one of them had the financial wherewithal to arrange for a rendezvous, or Mike Ringley was simply too cheap to take a flight over to England, or to pay for her to be flown over here. The end result was that with Christine Joanna Hart, he and they never consummated physically their intimacy. That having been clarified, when things stabilized a bit and I followed up with Christine Joanna Hart, Christine Joanna Hart said specifically, and we know she was in contact with Dr. Michael Aquino and tried to bring him on that December 7th show. We know this because Michael Aquino was texting via Christine Joanna Hart in order to communicate with us. So what happened was that she said that Michael Aquino said he would never have survived his intestinal cancer without the care provision of Heather Holman. there were
She's a
other.
liar.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah,
sorry, but
yeah,
she is
no
a
worries, no worries.
liar.
Okay, honey, I'm just the messenger. Don't kill me. She may well be, or rather, a better way of phrasing that, Heather, is that perhaps Aquino was lying to her. That would probably be a better way of phrasing it.
Maybe just like one lie just makes another lie, you know?
Well, I mean, let's put it this way:
What
if
would be his motivation for designating Heather?
well, let's put it this way. Um, um, Christine Johanna Hart is simply relating what Aquino told her. So that doesn't make her the liar. She's just relating what Aquino told her.
Maybe she was possessed.
Or she could be making it up. But I don't
Yeah.
really understand why she would do that. I don't see what the motivation would be. So it's probably Aquino told her that. Now, I was insisting that Aquino was visiting her for years, and I don't want to go back into that because I promised her I wouldn't discuss this again without her being present. But I mean, the visits from Michael Aquino. So we'll save that for another time when she's with us to add context of her own. But when it comes to the motivation for Aquino telling her, we're going to presume, by the way, that the one option is there. She just made this up, Christine Johanna Hart. But I can't understand a motivation for her to do that. We know that she was in communication with Michael Aquino, and we know she was a victim of Michael Aquino because of what she said on my program, her earliest memories being exploited sexually by Michael Aquino. I mean, these are the memories she grew up with, and she had the whole white rabbit trauma, which was her MK Ultra trigger, if you will, her manipulative trope or meme that was a continuous theme throughout her life. But when it came to Christine Johanna Hart, let's assume, that she wasn't making this up herself, because it doesn't seem, I don't intuit that was the case. So she was told that by Michael Aquino, and as Peter says, what would be Michael Aquino's motivation for saying that? The other thing to bring up, and there's a few others that are floating around out there but the most prominent, the other thing to bring up is that for what it's worth. And again, this is an unusual kind of circumstantial factor to bring in or onto the stage. But there was now, just so people understand, Heather Holman and I have never physically met. But I do know what Heather Holman looks like. And Heather Holman's appearance is very distinctive. She has very distinctive physical traits. And so when it comes to this one lady I knew, who was just a fan of mine, and this, of course, can happen. Understand that there was something that was so common that I take most of these people to be quite serious. It doesn't mean that what they said happened to them even happened, or rather it did happen, but could be a product of their imagination or their own indulgence, in the sense that many people would dream about Michael Aquino because they'd be listening to my show and then fall asleep and then dream about Michael Aquino, have nightmares in which he was trying to assault them in the astral. This was so common that it was just its own phenomenon. But there was this one young lady who just didn't seem to be one of these people who would overdwell on it. And she entered a hypnagogic state, essentially, which there's a book that describes this state best for our purposes, called Telephone Calls from the Dead, or Phone Calls from the Dead. And this book was published maybe in the 80s, and maybe even the 70s. But it was about the time when landlines were common and nobody had any dream, any idea cell phones would ever enter the scene. Nobody had a concept of wireless when this book was written. But in those days, metaphysical phenomenon would still travel through electricity or manifest through electricity most reliably. And so the point of the book was that most people who received phone calls from the dead, overwhelmingly, would just basically be in a hypnagogic state, in empty space. They'd wake up in the morning and a single cognizant or conscious thought would not be entering their head yet. They'd put their feet on the floor, sit up on the side of the bed, their feet would touch the floor, and this would be the moment when they don't have a single thought between their ears. They're just totally blank. And the phone would ring. Then they'd pick it up and they'd receive a phone call from the dead because they'd be in that open space. Whether this is some psychological phenomena that's a product of that hypnagogic state can be argued by psychologists ad nauseum, ad infinitum, between them and philosophers, etc. Doesn't matter. That's when it happened. So when it would happen, what happened to this young lady who called me from Oakland, right across the bay from myself, but still within the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, was she was doing her laundry and watching it dry, I believe, spinning in the dryer, and went into a hypnagogic state, as most people do when they watch their laundry, and wasn't thinking. And then Aquino walked into her home. And she could tell he was in the astral because he was translucent, transparent. But this young lady described Heather Holman as with him, which I have never said Heather Holman was like necessarily hanging out with Michael Aquino very much publicly at that time. It was like she described Heather Holman physically to a T. And she said young lady was kind of like, it was like he was teaching her to astral travel, and he looked at me and kind of smiled at me, and Heather Holman, as she did not know this, she didn't know Heather Holman's name. So she didn't say Heather Holman was with him. She just described this young lady who was much younger than Aquino and kind of hiding behind him and peeking out from behind him. And but she described, I said, wow, you're describing Heather Holman, because she described some very physically distinct features. And
I know Noreen and I look a lot alike.
Yeah, I mean, your point's well taken.
Noreen is Asian.
Yeah.
But Noreen and I look a lot alike.
But you're not Asian, Heather.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, she did describe a blonde. And she did describe, it wasn't Noreen. And besides, your skin is very clear. Noreen has mottled skin because she has fucking Morgellons or something. It doesn't often manifest, but it can manifest.
I just think that stuff is crazy.
The more well anyhow,
no,
like
the
I
other
said,
people would be dreaming about me, and that's just so weird. I don't get that.
It's just a casual other factor where it kind of fit into the context. It fit into.
It doesn't make sense. What fits into this?
Whoa! Hey! Understand? I'm not married to this. I'm not bringing this up as
right.
This isn't witch trial evidence. Okay?
No, not at all. I was just gonna say that when I would fall asleep listening to you, if I was dreaming about anybody, it was not Michael Aquino, it was you. You know, if I'm listening to your voice while I'm sleeping.
I appreciate that. that. You're kind of you're special.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Doug.
You're special. You're special. And look, honey, you don't process like other people, okay? You process differently because you have gifts. And so you're different, and that's fine. And
like a three banger. I always say, I make the joke that I'm just a three banger.
Yeah, what does that mean?
It's like a car runs on 4 cylinders, but I only have 3.
Oh, well, that's cute. Look, we perceive you as being gifted, and of course, like many gifted people, you're different. And believe me, I always present you in the most sympathetic light, as I did in our latest episode before tonight when I was speaking.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, when I was speaking with Amanda Yu and RV, which she doesn't want to be called RV because she doesn't want to be mistaken for a utility truck. Lady V, we'll call Lady V of Victoria. So at any rate, so I was telling them about you towards the end of the show, and explaining to them that you've been through too much. You've been through too much, and that you definitely. But honey, we do. Now tell me. So when I say to you, give me a response here. How do you feel about this? Do you and I agree that because of your family background, not your late and sainted mother, but even your mother, obviously your mother was conducting these hearing tests, which seemed to be part of almost like she might have been part of this kind of program where this was like something that might be done to see who was more prone towards control of under the MK Ultra auspices or specifics. They were kind of looking for kids that were malleable or manipulable, that could be shaped by such programs, potentially. I mean, your mother being involved with administering such hearing tests, she might also, I believe you were open to this potential, might also have been involved with the MK Ultra program, but definitely because of the intensive Freemasonic background of your family, not necessarily your father, as you said, but his father, or perhaps your mother's father. Obviously, there was a lot of Freemasons, and some of these old men were quite sleazy. I think you and I agree that are you not the product of an MK Ultra program?
I believe something like that, and that's just what I'm trying to understand, and it's difficult.
Well, you certainly have been physically altered. You certainly agree that physically you've been impacted by experiments or technologies that were used to both, basically integrate with your body and compromise it in various ways. Is that? I mean, that's true. We all agree.
I really resonated with your term, the biomechanical puppet. That
Okay.
I really identify with that.
Mm-hmm. So I want you to know that the way that I perceive as a potential what might have happened, because look, let's face it, you're very talented at care provision and you've taken care of many elderly care recipients. The term is care recipients. If you're a care provider, your clients would be care recipients. Obviously, your talent is sought out. And since we all agree with this, the potential is there that you may have a obstructed or compartmentalized experience.
No, I don't believe that at all. I've never had blackouts, and people tell me things that happened that I don't remember happened. That's just not me. I remember everything.
Okay.
Let me enter the fray here, Douglas.
Sure, of course.
Heather.
Yeah.
One, as I reiterate what Douglas says, we really like you. We adore you.
Yeah.
And this is not always the case.
I appreciate that.
But you have brought something to the table, and you bring something meaningful to the table that is like meaningful to the table. What can I say? Just like what you just brought this up about Aquino. Now, whatever did or did not happen with Aquino as alleged by Christina Joanne Hart and as relayed by Douglas, when I first heard this, there was a certain, I guess, it felt like a chord. I wanted to find out more. And this generated an interest in you on my behalf. And like this lady knows something, and everything you've brought to the table about Aquino has been interesting. Now, for the first time, when I hear the description of what happened, and now it's like if Aquino did indeed mention you, like why, what was his motivation, it would be like dropping beads. Just as the witch dropped, scraps for Hansel and Gretel to follow to her cottage before she was going to put them in the oven. Aquino, this is what people of Aquino's ilk do. They drop beads of themselves. Like they start dropping blood, leaving the crime behind, leaving a trail to the crime. And if he said anything about you to her, whether he appeared in the astral form or you did, now that's interesting that it's has every possibility of appearing as an astral form. We've got to remember that Aquino operates in the astral.
Yeah.
He's still out there in the astral.
And just so people understand, I could give other examples of astral experiences that have nothing to do with Heather, just to assure people that the astral phenomenon is real. I know Peter knows this already, but back to Peter. Yeah.
Yeah. And I often don't like to overemphasize it.
Yeah.
Like, with channeling and stuff that goes on, because a lot of that is misdirection, if not all of it. But I can't be so arrogant as to say all of it, but I can be judicious enough to say most of it.
Yeah.
But with this astral thing, this was his power realm. His power realm. And he was very influential. So it's like he's saying, okay, Heather Holman. And I think he had a positive feeling towards you. I don't think he had any negative feeling towards you.
Well, we know that by the communications that you've related, Heather. He had a couple of communique exchanges with him in which he treated you with respect. Back to Peter. Yeah. Oh, okay. Go on, Heather. No, Heather, please continue.
Oh, I was just going to say there's something that's been coming to my mind a lot lately
Yes.
on a daily basis, and it's just a memory that I have of when I was, of course, 8 years old and all my baby teeth had come out, and then they implanted the tooth into my jaw, and when that procedure happened, it was 1981. I was 8 years old, and I'll never forget, about a week after my recovery and my jaw started healing and things like that, I was walking down the hallway and my grandma was following me, and she was just nagging at me about something, and like she always would do, and I turned around and I just because I heard this tone in my ears, like toning out all of the sound, the background noise, and then toning in tones.
Mm-hmm.
And then I turned around and I walked down to the edge of the hall, and my grandma just put her hand up because she was kind of scared, I guess. She was startled by my response, and I just grabbed her wrist and I said, "Don't you raise your hand to me, woman." And that is not something that I would ever say in my life, especially as an 8-year-old. I've never referred to women as woman, like a kind of like a chauvinistic undertone.
Wow. And now, of course, as well, I'd like to bring up the fact that there is the phenomenon of people who claim they have missing time, and they may very well have missing time. And in other words, obviously, like somebody says, "Hey, where were you at this time?" and they don't remember. Or there's other examples where people suddenly come to a sense of awareness or cognizance where they suddenly realize, "Where was I?" and then don't recall. So in a sense, people can be aware that they have missing time, so to speak. But you have said definitively that you've never had blackouts, which is fine. And you may never have ever had blackouts.
Well, I have had them, but I don't have them as an adult.
Okay, there. Okay. But just what I'm saying is there is also the potential that there's some adults who have blackouts, but they don't remember having blackouts.
Right. Well, but the people that they were with would remember.
You would think.
Yeah.
You would think.
It depends if they were around at the time of it happened.
Right.
What if you weren't with anybody?
Right.
Yeah. Well, I think that all of the different alters, as you would put it, or however you want to phrase it, I think that they're all congruent with each other. There's none that the other ones sneak around and don't know about.
Now, you've worked very hard to bring your alters into sync, right?
Yeah.
But you said you got a lot.
Well, it's infinite.
But you do have alters.
It would just be personalities, that's the whole acting thing. When the acting comes in, when, give me happy, give me sad, give me angry, and you're supposed to make a different face every time.
Uh-huh.
It's just like that concept.
Well, for those who are not familiar with this, an alter is somewhat like Sybil. The Sybil individual was a controversial case where a woman had multiple personalities, and none of them were necessarily cognizant of the other, or they might be to a degree. Oftentimes, people who are products of MK Ultra or mind control programs have this. Anya Briggs was someone who used to put videos on YouTube, and they freaked out the former friend of Noreen Helpan. And Noreen Helpan's former friend, whose name I don't even remember, was some chick who had a whole horror story that she was involved with, but she was freaked out by the Anya Briggs videos. For those of you who don't know, Anya Briggs was a so-called super soldier who Max Spears insisted had left a trail of bodies all over North America that she didn't remember leaving, that she was not cognizant of the damage she had done. And she certainly did, apparently, somehow make it to San Francisco because she stepped into the salon of V, not Lady V with us, but V that I spoke of earlier, doing the work on my nodal points, lymphatic nodes. What happened was that V was confronted with Anya Briggs asking where I was. So this definitely happened. But Anya Briggs produced and uploaded videos on YouTube in which she would basically, everybody thought she was doing a comedy routine. And it was like Ruth Buzzy, kind of like, now I'm this, now I'm that. Well, Ruth Buzzy was always generally a single character or caricature of a homeless woman. But somebody like Carol Burnett. So Carol Burnett goes through multiple, this is one character, this is another character, this is So everybody generally thought this is what Anya Briggs was doing, but it totally freaked out the friend of Noreen Helpan, who perceived it the way it was, which is basically these are true alters. That Anya Briggs was uploading videos in which Anya Briggs was undergoing transformation into different personalities, and when you see it that way, it becomes vastly more disturbing. Such being said, I know Heather has alters because I've dealt with some of them in the past, where sometimes the biblical fanatic will kick in, other times where you can recite chapter and verse, and other times.
And even Vinny brought up my handwriting is always
changes.
So different.
Yeah.
It's always different.
Yeah.
So I think when I go into alters is when I write.
Right. Yeah. Okay. But you feel confident or convinced that your alters are not on different timelines or something
it's not on different levels of consciousness.
Where you feel all the memories are shared by all the alters?
I feel like it's more of a computer system than it is something that's been programmed into my mind.
Well, back to Peter. So, Peter. But I think that we're covering ground here, and I think that the ground that we're covering is educating us all. And I want to thank you for your Heather, for cooperating with us, because we're just trying to find things out. So maybe you could share with us when you reached out to Michael Aquino. When
my correspondence with him consists of 2 emails back and forth. And that's it.
It's got to be more than 2 because he told you a bit about because
my 2 emails approaching him were the 2 communications that I had. One was, would you do this interview? The other one is, guess what? Would you do this other thing? Because that wasn't working out, and that was all it was.
How did you?
He sent me a copy of his book Mind War, which I wish I would have read because it might have had all the answers that I'm looking for.
And what happened to it?
I didn't open it. I didn't read it.
I mean, where is it?
I was not interested. Where is it?
Yeah.
It's in my hard drive to an old computer that I don't even know where it is anymore.
I don't think it'll have any answers for you.
Yeah.
I think I skimmed through it, and it didn't really appeal to me at all, so I didn't pay attention.
He's a horrible, horrible writer.
It's like Dietrich, except
It was worse than Dietrich.
Okay, thank you.
Because Dietrich is from a different reference frame. He has
true.
some idea of himself as some great literary, person, and it's just, he's not.
Yeah, he's full of himself. He's
very good at what he was good at.
Yes,
exceptional. But one of them was not writing.
Yeah. And so such being said, Heather, I do want to say this one. How did you get his email?
I just looked it up online, and I looked it up on Google, and the picture popped up, so I figured, oh, that's him.
And just like that, and you wrote him, and he responded.
Yeah, I was shocked.
And yes, of course, we should be. So there you have that. So
this is very important, and
Yeah.
this is why you are, as I said to Douglas as the show started when we were off the air, I said, Heather is a person of interest.
Yes,
You're
absolutely.
Yeah,
a person
I
of
agree.
interest because this does not happen with everybody, and you had some sort of rapport with him.
Yes.
Now, we can speculate as to whether that's a bleed over and you had a connection to him in some other world or aspect where, let's say where all the souls, all the spirits are kind of like in one basket that are all involved in
The collective.
Go ahead.
The collective.
Yeah, but it's all like all the souls that were in the box, and it's like, well, when you get into those realms, those rules aren't always the same as they've been printed out in hell.
Yeah. Well, I wonder this: is my alleged care providing, was that before or after the email? I'm confused.
I presume it would be after, but then the question has to be asked. But then the question has to be asked: why would he respond? And why?
Yeah.
What was his fascination with you? Obviously, let's assume he made up a lie that. And again, this is not an interrogation. I'm not trying to lead you, but this does need to be just said as kind of a proposition. Let's say that he lied and said, "I never would have survived my intestinal cancer if it hadn't been for Heather Holman." And he says that to Christine Joanna Hart. The thing we can conclude from that, and I've given the reasons why I don't think Christine Joanna Hart would have made that up, because I can't see the motivation for it. As for, she definitely was simply relaying it from Michael Aquino, who we know she was in contact with, and even went so far as to try to bring on the show to ambush myself on Pearl Harbor Day so many years ago. Something that ultimately led to the demise of Laura Lee Solomon, for all intents and purposes.
And that's what I think that whole thing transpired, because that's what you get when you lie.
Well, that can't be discounted.
Yeah. Meaning that I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. You mean like
That
Aquino
what she
or
said
myself?
wasn't true, and after she's saying lies about me, that I'm not gonna. I guess I did say that someone was a liar, but I don't want to come out publicly and start problems.
Well, right. I mean, we're going to assume, of course, she's just being the messenger here. But if Michael Aquino told her that lie, which she simply relayed, what's his motivation for doing that? The first thing we can conclude in the most generic sense is obviously he has a fascination with you. So you're not going to deny that. Obviously, he, for some reason, responded.
I think that has something more that relates back to the voice that came out of my mouth when I grabbed my grandma's wrist and told her not to raise her hand to me.
Right, and you said you kind of relate to the biomechanical puppet concept, right?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Yeah. I mean, so there, we're covering some ground here. I think that this is important and it's educational for everybody. And you do, of course, have, like you said, many altars, so many that you consider them to be countless. However, you feel yourself that you've gotten them all kind of synchronized, where they all have the same consciousness. But then, how are they altars? Just as, I'm just asking curiosity to you. How are they altars to you?
I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. Nary a care, honey. I just feel that your personality is generally very consistent. You have a very consistent personality, generally, the way you present yourself with us.
Well,
right, Peter?
So.
Peter, I mean, when you talk
Yes, I wouldn't think her to have altars, except for the fact that she said it.
Yeah. And, but I've seen them. I have seen them. And Vinny's seen them.
This is just something that I've come to realize, like in the last couple of years, when I've read that book, I came unglued the book that I suggested to you guys by Fritz Springmeier.
Okay.
I read that book and I just I lost it.
I know of that big book by him.
Right.
Yeah, and there were 300 pages redacted, and just last week I found the missing 300 pages, and it's a lot for me to try to make sense of, because I'm not saying it's 100% true, but it's more than 75% true.
Well, how about this approach? Everything Peter said is correct. Michael Aquino is a terrible writer, but Michael Aquino has written, he may be a terrible writer, but we can't deny his prodigious output. He's written and generally self-published quite a number of books, as many as Peter at least. And Peter's written quite a few, at least over 250 by now. So Michael Aquino's on that league. Why do you think, honey, he would choose to send you Mind War? Out of all
Maybe
the
it
books
had
he's
to
written.
do with, maybe it had to do with the technology.
The technology of what might be
Of the
inside
tooth
you.
and the RFID and the system and the thing in my ear.
Right,
and
right.
all those, yeah.
The technology in yourself. Yeah. You're, so, by the way, Aristides is asking, which Fritz Springmeier book, please? Bloodlines?
It's called
What it was called?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, he was thinking Bloodlines of the Illuminati?
It's called
Illuminati.
the Illuminati formula to create a mind-controlled slave. An undetectable mind-controlled slave.
Ooh! Woo! Sarah! Now we're getting somewhere. Yes. Say that title again at length. That's a pretty long time.
The Illuminati formula to create an undetectable mind-controlled slave.
Imagine that. Okay. So I mean, no, that's important, and thank you. It's okay. Yeah, Peter, back to you, and
Well,
then
Douglas obviously thinks that title is speaking for itself.
It says in the beginning of the book, it straight says, if you think that you're a product of any of this, you need to make sure that you don't read this book, or go to a doctor and make sure it's okay that you read this book, or be under some kind of monitor or something.
Yeah.
Because it's going to fuck you up.
And that's what it did. You fell apart when you read it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, well, I think we're answering a lot of questions here. But yeah, Heather, believe me, I think I want you to know, I publicly stand by you. I stand by you, and as far as I'm concerned, you're on our side. So yeah, and we adore you, as Peter said. But we're just trying to. This sounds incredibly. How would I say it? There's a word for it. Patronizing. I'm not going to sound patronizing. If I say we're trying to help you, it just sounds awful. It just sounds patronizing.
No, I understand. That's why I've gone to such great lengths to be a part of this.
Yeah, but in a real sense, basically we're selfish and we're trying to help ourselves.
Yeah, that's it.
Help, Douglas.
What's that?
She's interested in being helped. She
Yes.
made it clear to me.
Okay.
And of course it coincides.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not going to be part of the book or anything.
Right. That's right.
Unless she delivers some huge, surprise. But
right.
It's like she's like a live witness to Aquino.
Yes.
In a way that, you're the only one I can think of that actually has been a live witness to Aquino. And the ones that have been live witnesses, perhaps most of them are controlled through other means, and they're not going to be of any use or value because they're still working for him.
Right.
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 So-
Whether they know it or not.
What's that?
Whether they know it or not.
Oh, they know it.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. And
It's not like it's that hidden.
right.
Uh,
Right. But you, Heather, you're an honest human being, and you're sincere, and you're earnestly, of course, seeking my company, and and let Vinny know we adore him too. Honestly, you can tell him Douglas Dietrich says he puts up with a lot.
He does.
Yeah, and he's a good Joe, and Semper Fidelis, and he's a Marine and one of the good guys, and which is rare for me to say about any serviceman, simply because of course, the kind that I've been running into the majority of my life. But yeah, he definitely has a lot of patience, and of course you do too, and you have a lot of patience. The whole thing about the correspondence, again, Aquino at one point even shared with you that I can't say too much about Douglas, because essentially what he said, I'm paraphrasing here, but basically he was saying I can't share too much about Douglas because then it would open me up for a lawsuit, something of that nature, correct?
Yeah, I think his exact words was if I were to talk about any of Douglas Dietrich's employment at the Presidio, then I would be exposing him, which would put me in the face of a lawsuit, slapping me in the face of a lawsuit or something like that.
Great. So what you cannot deny...
I don't know what I didn't take anything. I just thought that meant that there was like some security in the job that you did, and that, you know, he couldn't talk about it.
Right, but honey...
Crypto Cosmo, top secret.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, honey, but
he didn't have to say that.
Yeah, what we're saying is, honey, certainly you understand that if he shared that with you, he must put incredible trust in you. And for some reason, he felt bonded to you, as if he treated you by saying that. It was almost like you were family. Do you not find that? Yeah, there, we got an agreement. There, see, and this is.
I felt that it was strangely familiar.
Yeah. So there. Look, all this is important, and again, these are not.
But strangely familiar. Not that I'd ever like taken care of him while I was working in the past. Not like that.
Now, I mean, not necessarily. I mean, look, if you don't, I mean, either you never did it or you don't remember it. But you know, and I can understand, obviously it's invasive. I mean...
Well, no, I remember all of my clients. You know, I could still remember their names, and even if I never had one with their face wrapped up that I didn't recognize.
No, I hear you, honey. I hear you. I hear you. But remember, Aquino is different. And for all you know, maybe something happened in the astral. And I'm just saying this more or less to kind of acclimate you to the reality that something happened where Aquino, even if nothing really happened, for some reason Aquino felt something did between you and he. That's obvious, right?
It seems like he was. I felt like he was like giving me that information to go with it somewhere.
Right. And ultimately it's here.
Ultimately, perhaps, what else could it be?
Thank you. What else could it be? Which makes sense. You know, there is some truth to, you know, Aquino liking me to a perverse degree, where things like this would happen or manifest. But, I just, so we'll, you know, I think we've picked at that scab and gotten something, and it's, you know, we don't need to overdwell on it too much at one session, so to speak.
We've opened a doorway here.
Yeah.
You know, that we're all aware of, and that's good. You know, where it goes, it's just that, you know, sometimes people are partial to people, vulnerable to people. It could be karmic, it could be whatever. There was even the story of that woman, Douglas, who stood up to Aquino. Remember? I forget her name.
Oh, God. Well, there was a few. Lorley Solomon was convinced that...
No. Yeah. It was somebody who came on fairly recently. The one in California.
Oh, God.
The one in California.
I'm trying to remember.
I believe it was L.A. area.
Huh. I'm forgetting her name, too. I mean, geez, help me out here, Heather. Do you remember this? I'm trying to remember.
But she put Aquino in his place at one point.
Huh.
She spoke to him in a way that shocked you.
I'm going blank. I'm going blank.
It's not.
Yeah.
That's not critical that we remember this person at the time.
Okay.
But I even spoke to her personally.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But it was like a morning show or something. I came on and we spoke afterwards.
Uh-huh. Well.
But the thing is that, you know, he's not all powerful.
Right.
He was vulnerable, and it's clearly that he was not in charge of everything.
Right.
He was a cog in a wheel. He was a very big cog, a very important cog.
Yeah.
But he wasn't, you know, Yahweh in the Bible. You know, he wasn't that big.
Yeah.
So, for whatever reason, he's answerable to you. In fact, Heather, you are an Aquino whisperer.
Yes.
For whatever you've suffered, you're an Aquino whisperer.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Go on. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
What do you think of that?
Heather? So she sent some images.
I don't know. I don't know what I think about that. I mean, they did take me to Disneyland in the middle of October every single year, and I don't know. I don't know what they were doing.
Yeah.
They did take you to Disneyland?
Yeah, every October, I got out of school and I got to bring one of my friends with me and go to Disneyland every year.
Slow down the speech, please.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, just
okay.
go slow with it.
Yeah, I got to take one of my friends with me every year to Disneyland.
But who brought you there?
My grandparents.
Okay. Yes.
And
Yes.
what happened at Disneyland?
We went on all the rides and kind of just went away from my grandparents, did our thing, and then met back up for lunch, stuff like that, normal.
Mm-hmm.
One time, I was like 12. I had to go after, and there's always a person in where I live in Arizona that cut my hair, the same lady, and it was always cut a certain way. It had to be, they had to do, I don't know, there was something weird about the way my hair was cut because my hair it doesn't blend with the other hair. Like my top and my bottom hairs don't match. So, I don't know. I thought it was weird that my grandparents would take me after Disneyland one year to go. I had to go get my hair cut shorter. Like it wasn't short enough or something. And I just don't understand why that had to happen. I mean, there was something behind it. I just don't know what.
When you went to Disneyland, do you remember any of, the secret clubs or they used to be the...
Yeah, the 33 Club or whatever. We never
Yeah.
went into that. I'm guessing, and my imagination just takes me to the place where that's where they would go and watch the people that were on the rides in the park, via video or whatever.
Well, that is there's all sorts of stories about underground Disneyland.
Yeah.
Now, as I said, I had my best friend's cousin, and she was in naval intelligence, and she worked as a Matahari through the mob, and I knew her as a young girl, and I met with her at Disneyland. She was paying the annual fee for the Club 33, and I said, "Oh, that's like Masonic." She says, "I'm very impressed." She says, because she hadn't seen me in years. When I told her what I was into, she says, "Yeah, I know about the Philadelphia experiment. That's all shredded." Now, she had a big affinity for Disneyland, and she didn't even live in LA. She lived in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And we met her there, and she knew where, remember I had to go to the bathroom. She knew where all the bathrooms were.
Wow.
She knew the back of her hand. She'd been to Unterland.
Mm.
Now, most people don't even know what Unterland is. She talked to me about it a little bit.
Uh-huh.
I love to book with her.
Mhm.
And the thing here, Heather, is that, and Fritz Springmeier was the one who brought all this underground Disney to light.
Yeah.
So it would stand to reason that you have all this they call it the friendliest place in the world, you know?
Happiest place on earth.
Okay. Well, that's the perfect setting for a, operation that is quite the opposite.
Yeah, you know that Disneyland is a very small Hadron Collider. It's just a
I
smaller
haven't that one.
Yeah, it's a smaller rendition of a collider.
Cool. Where?
The monorail.
Okay. I mean, I guess it. I mean,
At the monorail is a railroad that goes around Disney. I don't know how you could equate that to being a collider.
well,
It's just like a smaller rendition of the collider.
right.
Like
She
the
said
shape of it.
rendition. She meant like
Yeah.
it's just done in the shape. She just feels it's or other
Prototype.
people have brought that up, like it's almost like a rendition. Like just a model, of it.
Yeah, model.
And
Well, I think that's the least of the things people need to be concerned about with regard to underground Disney, whereby you have apparently a very sinister, high-level mind control. Even the point where in Florida, Disney is its own country.
yeah.
Now, there was a lot of issue that went over that with Governor DeSantis. I don't know how it all came about. And, of course, it hurt the Florida economy because it wasn't good for Disney's business. But that really wasn't what he was concerned. I mean, he wants Florida to do well, but, he was cranking down on, funky business at Disneyland. And then, of course, we've seen all of these obscenities they put into the cartoons.
Right. Yeah, go on. Describe some of them because it is important while I think of something.
Well, I haven't seen them, but you can go on YouTube or just see the images. But they'll have things that phallic stuff. It's obviously the cartoonists are either doing it to give you, impregnate your mind with subliminals, or they're just being funny haha about it, sneaking them in. It's one of the two. It's not an accident. And of course, if they're sneaking them in, I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I think the small world, it's a small world, has something nefarious going on there.
Well,
So,
any and all of the rides could have a nefarious thing. Now, there's a whole, at Disneyland and Disney World both, there's a whole underground complex. It's extensive. It's like there could be another one under that. Now, the one that's underneath it is for services. It's to service the park.
yes.
At the very least. It could be much more than that.
Yes.
And if Fritz Springmeier is even partially accurate, it's far more sinister. So you could have all these happy memories at Disneyland, and it's not uncommon for grandparents or parents to be involved in such scenarios where they're part of the problem too.
Mm-hmm.
And you go away with all these happy memories, but what happened when you went on It's a Small World and you blanked out?
Yeah. Well, that would have happened when I was youngest in life. Like when I went there when I was 7. When I was older, it was just like there's nothing strange or abnormal that happened besides the haircut thing.
Right. I mean, that you can remember. By the way,
So
Sammy.
I do remember my grandma telling me every time we would go off in the morning, she'd like, have fun on the rides. And we're like, okay, whatever. And she would look at me seriously and say, no, have fun on the rides. Like,
There!
don't fuck around, you know?
Yeah, put some more context. Describe more about this. This happened at one time when you weren't even going to Disneyland. She said that, correct?
No, we were at Disneyland. We were separating, you know, when we were going to go on the rides. And she's like, okay, we'll have fun on all the rides.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, okay, you know, we'll have fun. She's like, no. And she grabbed me and looked me dead in the face. She's like, have fun on the rides. Like, do or die.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate it when that happens.
I'm like, whatever. But it always stuck in my mind because there's something that I didn't understand. And the things that stick in my mind are the things that I still haven't quite figured out or can't. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, and
So maybe that's how they find the kids that get really scared are the ones that are good to harvest.
It's a reasonable assumption.
Yes.
That's all I can come up with.
Yes, and so what I was going to say is that Sunny Romero has brought up the fact that the young lady in Los Angeles that we believe that Peter was referring to was Michelle Carmela Saldana.
That's correct. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. That's correct. Yes, exactly.
Yes, thank you so much.
It's so long
Yes.
since we've interacted that I didn't remember her name.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sammy Romero. And yeah, and of course, Michelle Carmela Saldana, this was the story, or as she related it. And I never really took it myself as her kind of saying something to Aquino in such a way that she kind of intimidated him. It was, she did stand up to him, I guess you could say that, but basically here's all the strangeness, the high strangeness involved with all of this. Laura Lee Solomon was in the Air Force, which is where Judith Eger was convinced that they put the sugar in her tank, as Sammy Romero would say, as was Jameson Reese, Jambo the Reese Monkey, whom definitely Sammy felt they put the sugar in his tank, and he never even finished boot camp. Yet insisted that he was a veteran, and said that on record on this show. So in terms of what Michelle Carmela Saldana, her story was that she had also tried to enter the Air Force, and like Jameson Reese, did not make it through boot camp. So you have two people who have this bizarre experience, and one whose experience was equally bizarre, Laura Lee Solomon, who was in her own way involved with Michael Aquino because she certainly spiraled. Certainly Judith Eger felt she was the enemy, and there was every reason to conclude that based on her actions. As she began to spiral, of course, like I said, she ran my credit card to the ground, because I'm always looking for a chick takeover, and she was trying to be the manageress, and she was willing to put her time and invest into me, and had helped to a degree financially in the early days, and then everything went to shit after she stood up to Aquino and knocked him off the show along with Christine Joanna Hart. So all of that gives us context. As for Michelle Carmela Saldana, during her time in the Air Force boot camp, she couldn't understand why Aquino showed up, because he was, quote unquote, in an Army uniform. What was he doing on a Air Force base? It's not that, of course, other services can't visit the bases of other services, but it's usually rare. And but at any rate, I explained to her he was the chaplain for all services, the satanic chaplain for all the services: United States Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard. So he, of course, had access to all the bases in such a fashion that he could walk in at any time. But he had, according to Michelle Carmela Saldana, drawn her aside when she was being marched in the boot camp towards some function. And she was drawn aside by him, and he had tried to, I guess, ask her to rendezvous with him personally, and she said no, and then later on was brought in to be reprimanded by her own officer in the recruit training depot of the Air Force, and then that's what ultimately was one of the factors that led to her leaving the Air Force, leaving the boot camp. Which, just so people understand, when you sign up for the service, like Jameson Reese did, and like Michelle Carmela Saldana did, first off, this is, again, part of the insanity of what they're trying to claim in terms of my gang stalkers here. When it comes to what they claim is they try and claim, quote unquote, I never made it through boot camp. You cannot not make it through boot camp. You're not allowed to leave. Once you're in the military, you will make it through boot camp because they've invested money in you. You've signed your life over. You have no choice. It's not like they're going to let you go. It's like being in prison. You've signed up for a hitch you cannot escape. You will make it through boot camp because they will make you make it through boot camp. It's not a question of, oh, he's physically unfit. If you've made it to the point of physical processing where you've gotten into boot camp, your physical fitness is a given. You've got 2 arms, 2 legs, eyesight. Presumably you're not diabetic. Presumably you're not colorblind, which adds suspicion to the Mike Ringley story. Was he really serving in the military as he claimed? If he was diabetic, or did that develop later? Or was he just some diabetic that they forged records for? Because they do that all the time. So when it comes to what we're dealing with Michelle Carmela Saldana and Jameson Reese, how did they get out of boot camp? Again, that alone is the question. It's not something where you just say, hey, I'm not going to train anymore. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to protest, because what's going to happen is you're going to go to jail. Jail. It's not just prison like in any normal sense. You're going to a military prison. You're going to a federal penitentiary, like, say, for instance, Leavenworth or something was what I would think of in the old days. But there's another military brig that I'm thinking of. Leavenworth was civilian, but there's I'm thinking of like the military equivalent of that. You wind up in a military brig. You're not even in a civilian prison. So if you're just going to try and go conscientious objector or something like that, it doesn't happen. So this adds again to the questions of all of these people who were sent as assets to participate on Team Dietrich. How is it that they're all... And by the way, I'm not coming down on Michelle Carmela Saldana, but that is again part of her mystery. Did Aquino get her out of boot camp? It's a legitimate question. She has this strange discussion with Aquino where she feels she stood up to Aquino, but Aquino apparently, had an interest in her, as was expressed by her working with another officer in her recruit depot who was saying, re-emphasizing Aquino's interested in you, all that stuff. So if this is the case, perhaps she was given a privilege that few people get. At any rate, when it comes to all of this, let's go back to Peter and Heather. I'm just going to attend to some other incoming notifications here, and then perhaps try and deal with some. How do I say it? The one thing, there's some things, of course, Heather's asked me not to bring up again because they cause great pain. They're rather indispensable to her life, of course, as part of the narrative. But we're going to try and avoid getting into anything awkward. This, all these things a little bit at a time, and we've covered a lot of ground tonight. But with Michelle Carmela Saldana, just so people understand, she's made a few contributions in the past to help myself out. I deeply appreciate that. At the same time, it's a question as to whether I'll ever have her on again, simply because when she does come on, she tends to jack the show. She tends to hijack it and just and almost will not tolerate anyone else on the show. So there's different factors involved, and she definitely is dealing with a lot, but the one thing I know is that her health is a little better than she describes. Not that she's any athlete or anything like that. Obviously, she became a professional patient for a reason, her own words. But she ranks hospitals the way fine food aficionados will rate restaurants. But, all that being said, yeah, I never felt I was really standing up to Aquino, but then again, I don't feel that she's necessarily on Aquino's side or at all, but she's definitely been involved with so much of the occult. It's hard to tell which side she's on. She's very insistent that, she stay as the center of attention, and just a lot going on there. And she's got her own world. But she's, no enemy of mine as far as I'm concerned. But all that being qualified, yeah. Hopefully the narrative that I shared about what experience she had with Aquino puts that into some context, certainly as I remember it. But back to Peter, and we've got, we've taken it through the opening 3 hours, but feel free, of course, Peter, take it from here, go on. And
what I would say about people in the military.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying this about boot camp,
mm-hmm.
but I've run across people that were in the Signal Corps.
Mm-hmm.
They were set up for the Signal Corps, probably made it through boot camp,
mm-hmm.
and they're almost immediately jacked out of the service because they're not suitable, but there's some sort of weird programming or something that went on with them.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't exactly address the boot camp issue,
mm-hmm.
but it can't be dismissed either,
mm-hmm.
because Signal Corps has to do with processing electronics and whatnot,
mm-hmm.
and it's prime fodder for this type of stuff that goes on.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that anybody was in the military, especially when they're connected to you, it's like all of the above.
Thank you.
Can be a possibility.
Yeah.
And with Heather, I want to thank you for your participation. All we're doing is covering ground, and you've brought meaningful meat to the menu, and I thank you for that. And we'll find out where all of this goes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say in this world that the good guys are winning. What's going on, everything going on now, but I think the bad guys are losing because they're so screwed up in what they do. That's just my own personal thoughts. So I've got back working on the book again, Douglas, and
Excellent.
I think I can wrap this up, and definitely before I go away in August.
Okay.
I want to wrap it up, and hopefully we can get together and read it. If we don't, we can read it afterwards.
Right.
But so with that, I will, say goodnight to everybody. I want to thank everybody for participating. I want to remind people to donate to Douglas at douglasdietrich.com. Upper right-hand corner, yellow button. Subscribe to his channel if you haven't already.
Thank you.
Which just requires you to click the subscribe button on YouTube. So with that, I will say good night, and I'll see you on Wednesday, which will be before we know it. Maria Solomon her name used to be Solomon, Maria DeAndrea, will not be with us on Wednesday.
Okay.
I'm going to delay her till the next week. She had a paid gig the night we were going to do her next week, so we'll see her this Wednesday, rather. We'll see her a week from Wednesday. That's the plan.
Okay. Wonderful. She got a paid gig. And, well, we love you dearly, Peter, and stay safe and be well. Blessed be thy dream, sweet be thy slumber, okay?
Okay, thank you, everybody. Well, good night.
All right. Good night for now.
Good night, Peter.
Okay, so there's dear Peter. And Aristides is in a rainstorm or something. It's,
No, I'm fine.
Wait, what is that sound? Oh, that's infinitely better. No, wait, then it came back. Yeah.
Traffic or I'm outside.
Oh, okay, yeah, damn, it's noisy out there. Okay, so what we're going to do is start calling others. Let's do that. And let's usual suspects, of course. Here we go. Going to call. Okay, bring these people on. Who did I just add? Unadd that person. And let's see now. George Knight, of course. Amy Como, who was in the chat room earlier. El Nemo was in the chat room earlier. Let's see now. Amanda Ute, of course, is always welcome. Real Tech Geek, yes. And let's try Sammy Romero, of course, in case he ever finds a moment of free time. Heather says, I have to take a break and go somewhere. I'll be back. Thank you, Douglas, for everything. I love you, Heather. Okay. Love you dearly. Thank you so much. Okay. Jennifer Hawkins, of course. And let's try Troy Bellamy. Yes, hearts to you too, baby. Let's see now. Aaron Tice, just in case he feels like dropping on. He's probably asleep at this point. And let's see. Amy Como's got 2 accounts. I know Jennifer Hawkins did as well. Okay. And I think that's everybody that I can consciously think of. So we'll press those buttons in a moment. Guess, is there any... did I get both the Jennifer Hawkins accounts? Because she has 2... Let me see now, Jen. Okay. Maybe one of them's closed. Okay, I didn't hit the other one. There we are. Hit that one. And now I press the button. Click. Okay, we're making the big call, and we can see who shows up with us. And everybody's registering as unavailable.
Hey.
Yes, of course. There's 6 others, Brendan Zoget and 6 others who still may potentially answer. They're still ringing. And there we are. Brendan Zoget has joined us. So, dear sir. Okay, so welcome aboard. Of course, it's always wonderful to have you with us. God knows you'll be missed.
I appreciate that.
Yes. And of course, so I'll attempt to call you once more before you leave. Sammy Romero has joined us. So as Heather Holman said, she's just taking a break. But Sammy, we're so glad to hear from you. And by all means, I'd like now Sammy and Brendan and Aristides. I don't think I've ever spoken much. Aristides is still outside, of course, but he should be rejoining us inside sometime soon. But Sammy, in case I haven't introduced you, which I think I have, here's Aristides, and Aristides, here's Sammy Romero, and Sammy, of course, here's Brendan, who you haven't talked to in forever, and Brendan, here's Sammy. So it's just us guys for now.
Yes. Greetings, Sammy. Yes. Always good to hear.
Yeah, I've talked to Sammy before.
Yeah, excellent. Excellent. And so, Sammy, what's on your mind? Share with us what's going on with you lately, because of course there's always so much.
Well, you know, I'm doing the daddy thing, so that's pretty much my full-time job.
Oh my God!
Really, that's pretty much it. I mean, you know, I'm just fatherhood takes a lot of time and patience, and I'm a husband as well, so you know, it's you know, it's pretty much my life right now, which you know, I'm not complaining. Help, no, I'm playing. No. it's just it's a labor of love, you know. I do from time to time. I'm still catching the lives transmissions, and you know, it's just it's really my focus right now. You know, it's just yeah, man. A lot of great topics that I've been listening to, and really just you know, trying to keep my head above water right now, because you know, what I've been noticing is, at least people that I'm around, a lot of questions that I hear, especially with, you know, the election coming up, and you know, why isn't Trump in jail? And you know, I look at them and like, I almost look at them like they're children, because he's never going to jail.
Thank you. Oh my God.
And it's, you know, and it's one of these things where, you know, I don't like to get into politics, because really, you know, it's just, it's not really a healthy thing, especially if you're just trying to, you know, live life, because it's a game. So, yes. I mean, for the most part, it's just, yeah, man, this fatherhood and me being a husband is definitely a great journey that I'm going through, and it's a moment in my life that I've been looking forward to. It's just I very much have to ask God for patience. In fact, I got daddy duties right now, so you guys have to, you know, hold on for a second, okay?
Yeah, understood. No worries. And with that, we bring on Brendan Zogit to help us burn bandwidth, and Aristides. So, Aristides, how long are you going to be outside there? You going to go home anytime soon, or?
Yeah, it's always soon. Although the dogs picked the scenic route, so yeah, about 15 minutes or so. I mean, okay. I can talk just as long as it sounds okay.
Sounds okay. Okay, it sounds okay. The background noises died down quite a bit. And yeah, and Brendan, now help us start by burning bandwidth, so I can ultimately give myself a refreshment. And tell us a bit about what's going on with yourself, Brendan. Must be some exciting things in development.
Yes, I mean, currently I'm looking at the Tritiya moon, the third Shukla Tritiya, the third waxing moon of the cycle, and it's beautiful. There's a beautiful orange sunset with nice navy blue golden tones above it into this dark twilight. So it's really nice. Just doing some nature praises and stuff. Collecting some senjutsu nature chakra, you know, and keeping the flow going. Everything is, you know, going as best as it can.
Wonderful. And so aside from all of that, you're outside too, just like our man Aristides.
Yeah, is my audio all right?
Your audio is okay, I think. Let me take a look again. Say something, and I'll see if there's something going on with the box there.
Yeah, you know, I'm just here looking at the moon. Basically.
Yeah, your audio is clear. Your audio is crystal clear. For some reason, Aristides' background noise bleeds through, and he's in an area where it sounds very windy. I don't know what it's like. He says it's fine over there, but yeah, like you said, the dogs took the scene.
It must be in like a wooded area or something.
Something.
My assumption.
Yeah, and you've got a little bit of... You're both sounding fine. You're both fine. And... it's
the ambiance. It adds to the ambiance.
Yeah. Yes. And such being said, so it's been quite the night, and I wonder where Peter Moon got the impression that Michelle Carmela Saldana stood Aquino down or something. I mean, I guess she did in a sense, but I never thought of it as anything more than... you know, something almost casual as opposed to, you know, defying him. I guess it was in a sense, but it's not like he approached her in some threatening way. But go on. Yeah.
Yeah, she had very strange, I guess, ways of telling stories. I don't know.
Yeah. And I mean, no, there was consistency at least to that experience, so it wasn't, you know, wasn't like, shall we say, some other people we know, like what was it, Penny Bradley, just going off on. And then I was on Mars, and then I was on, at Alpha Centauri, and then I was,
The worst one of hers was saying that she like flew the what is that thing called?
I can't remember that. Whatever the rod.
The Flugerad.
Well, the Flugelrad would be like the more early days World War II era saucer, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
Did she claim she flew one of those too, or?
One time I tuned in and she said she was like in a whole squadron or something crazy. Like it was so absurd I had to click off real quick.
Yeah, thank you.
She was like flying at basically the apex of the squadron. And
of course.
It was Star Wars or something. It was just ridiculous.
Yes, thank you.
So I had to just click off and just raise my blood pressure.
It was awful. You know, I tried to be kind to her, and of course I was exploiting her because she would burn bandwidth. Once you got her talking, she would never shut up. So the one thing I could be guaranteed of is I could go and take a bath or a shower or something. Right. I'm speaking metaphorically, but people get my point. You know, I could take my time. And
according to her, she'd have 1,000 personalities to go through. So of course she had.
That's true. Yeah, she
plenty
did.
of airtime to fill.
Yeah, she did say that. She did say that. She had it down. She had it down to the number, and the number was a high one, 1,019 or something. It was down to an exact number. So yeah, and but it was above 1,000. Yeah, and then she was like,
"There's like a lot of creatures out here tonight."
Okay, what are you seeing?
Well, earlier it was a black and white cat, and then now it's a skunk.
Okay,
so I'm glad it didn't confuse them.
Cool. Jordan Peterson would squat down and pet the skunk and hopefully get sprayed. I could only pray for that to happen to that son of a bitch.
What's
Jesus.
so goofy about his thing is like I don't think he's ever been on a skateboard or seen a cat. Like walked outside and like talked to a cat.
Thank you.
Like maybe he has a house cat, but I don't think he's ever been like on a walk or something.
Yeah, thank you.
That stuff.
Certainly never on a skateboard.
Yeah, for sure.
And, yes.
He's just. It's a very strange.
Yeah.
I forgot his exact like trip. What was it like the 12? Not the 12 agreements, but.
Oh yeah.
Let's not advertise for him.
Yeah. I mean, well, I wouldn't call it an ad because, of course, he's one of those people that if you're the only people who would read his shit would be an idiot. I mean.
My friend that signed up for 8 years in the Navy was the first person.
God, there you
book.
Go. Yes.
So kind of poor guy.
It's like turning yourself in for 8 years of jail. Yeah. And he came to.
What you said earlier about the boot camp, it's like, you ain't getting out of that.
Thank you. You don't just say, "Hey, I don't want this," and then okay.
But the recruiters will tell you, "Oh, you can leave anytime," and then when you're there, it's like you ain't leaving.
No, of course not. No.
But to get you to sign the paper, they'll be like, "Yeah, don't worry, you can do a trial run, couple days," and then the second you're in there, it's like you're thousands of miles from home.
Yeah.
They would never discharge you.
Yeah.
And I heard, when I was younger, I spoke to this, someone my mom knew years ago. And he actually got paralyzed outside of the military, but it was during his term. So he still got the VA benefits.
Wow.
So like someone shot him near the base and something. So they had to pay him out. But he was telling me that he knew a guy that was like, he was like totally unfit for boot camp, but they wouldn't let him leave.
Right.
Like he was totally goofy. He wore like what are called BCs. I'm sure you remember what that is. The glasses.
Yeah. Oh, right. The birth controls. That's right. They call them BCs for birth controls.
Yeah. So he had those like goofy glasses with like Coke bottle lenses. Like he was totally not ready for the military. Like there's no way he would have made it. Yeah. But they forced him anyway. Oh. And some kind of malfunction happened where he didn't know what to do with a grenade and it like killed him in boot camp. And for some reason, I don't know why they're allowed to use like full munitions, but apparently they did.
No, we did. We had full munitions at boot camp. It was, Yeah. So it's
So there was some kind of issue where I don't know what happened, but it malfunctioned and he just got smoked.
Yeah.
Like he panicked or something. Like, I don't know.
Or it's quite possible that it could have been just a malproduced or defective grenade that blew up once you touched it. I mean, these things do happen. I mean, theoretically, it's impossible for it to explode unless the pin is pulled, and that takes time and it takes effort. But you know, fuck that. Every once in a while, something goes terribly wrong. Yeah, yeah. Somebody throws you something and you die.
But I have a feeling because he was so goofy that like one of those other
they killed him.
They threw it at him.
Yeah, they fragged him.
Panicked and he like panicked.
Of course, which was the intent. That they knew that he's going to freeze. They said he's going to freeze.
Yeah,
and so
they were like, watch this. You know, he has 3 seconds to grab it and throw it back at us. And then, they just watched him get lit up. Yeah.
Dude, easy. They kill people like that all the time. Yeah. I mean, that's
and because he had a bad rep. They probably just said, "Oh, well, he was just not fit for it." You know?
Yes, yeah, of course. Yeah, no, they'll cover each other's ass. Oh man, yeah, they can. Yeah, they'll get away with murder. It's happens all the time. And you know,
that's just what brought when you mentioned that earlier. That's just it brought stuff like that up to mind. That
thank you.
Plenty of people I've heard of anecdotally just dying in boot camp. Like they wanted to quit, but they were like, you know, they just couldn't physically handle it, and they just died while running, or you know.
Oh yeah.
They don't let you out.
Thank you. So, you know, which again begs, you know, here's some questions that it begs, aside from the question that we could only speculate on. We don't even need to answer it. I'm really just asking it rhetorically. It does beg the question, you know, why did they let Jameson Reese go? You know, it was like he received his full programming from something else, a black project. Yeah, and Michelle Carmela Saldana, I tend to think something similar. I hate to say it. Yeah, when it comes to...
for her, they just didn't want to pay her medical bills, probably.
Thank you! But what I can't understand is, look, help me out here. I mean, seriously, how did she get through even the processing at the medical enlistment processing station? I mean,
that's a good point.
Yeah, because we all know the recruiters don't care. The recruiters will take anybody. I mean, you could crawl in with no legs and, you know, in a wheelchair. You could be 100 years old with a cane. The recruiters will sign you up, okay? They are just desperate.
Is that just to, like, pad their numbers or what?
Of course. They're under quotas and they're desperate. And less people want to join, so they'll take you if you're like, you could be, it would be like if I walked in with some poor developmentally disabled child with Down syndrome and just said, he wants to join. They'll say, he's in, and they'll take him. Okay, that's not the issue, but there is this thing called medical enlistment processing station where, you know, you have to go through, and so they give you blood tests, they give you, you know, they test you for VD and all this other shit, and you know, they test to see if you're diabetic or colorblind. I mean, you go through this battery of shit. So there are people that are obviously weeded out, but whoever's left is at least at baseline functional. So, but Michelle Carmela Saldana, as we all know, okay, there's like, if she were to describe it, it's kind of like this. Hey, Michelle, how you feeling? Oh, I'm in pain. Where does it hurt? And then she'll deliver a list, at which point you'll say, honey, just describe the parts of your body that don't hurt. It'll be a shorter list. And it's like, there's almost like not a single part of her body that's not malfunctioning. I mean, you're talking about a woman who herself says, I woke up from a coma and the orderly was raping me. And I was like saying, yeah, talk about a bad day. But she's like the only person that could happen to because she's in the hospital enough. Like she said, she's a professional patient and grades these hospitals. It's like, how did she get in? It's like...
That's why I always thought that story was goofy. I don't know if it was like... I don't know what happened with that. She was very strange.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, it's...
And she was like one of the few people that had squeamish stories, you know, where I'm usually just don't care, but some of the stories were just like, ooh, man, why are you even telling us?
Thank you.
Like something about her nose and like weird sinus reconstruction. I don't even know what she's talking about. Like that it was like Swiss cheese in her septum, and it was just bizarre.
I think I just tuned out. I think I just tuned. You know what really would be more upsetting to me. What would be more upsetting to me is when she would tell stories like, oh, and then there was this tiny Taiwanese guy who worked in our restaurant, and her mafia family somehow owned a Chinese restaurant. Do you remember this? And, and then she said this Taiwanese guy, which alone is suspect, because who the fuck comes from one of the richest nations on earth at this point in the history, the wealthiest nation on earth, Taiwan? Who the hell would go and work in a restaurant, you know? And she said, oh, he was covering up his sleeves. And when I said, why are you covering up your hands with those sleeves? And he was cooking, of course. And she pulled them open, and she said he had all these lesions or something that from some kind of, I don't know, hemorrhoidal disease or something. It's just like, I don't know. It was just open running sores all over his arm. Again, suspect. This guy's not from the third world. He's from Taiwan, right? I mean, it's like one of the most developed nations on earth, one of the wealthiest nations on earth, one of the most educated nations on earth. I'm convinced Joe Tai completely lied when he said he was born there. But aside from that, then the story Joe Tai told about how then the Hakka, the river pirates, paid my father for me. I felt like saying, man, if I were your father, I would have paid them to take you.
Which is probably the case, and they imported him here. They kicked him out.
Yeah.
It was the opposite. They put him on like a freaking like export only, you know.
Yes. Oh my God. And but with Michelle, there was that, you know, that story about the guy's cooking. He's got these open running sores. It's like, who wants to hear that? Holy shit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Some of her stories were just woof.
Yeah. And that was her trip. And it was like, and that was it. She also had the medical details. That was like, whenever she went into something medical, and this was the part that disturbed me, was the part that she thought everybody cared. And it's not that people don't have a baseline, you know, I care, like a humanitarian, but it goes beyond that when she thought people were interested, like, and then in this hospital, this procedure, and I woke up in the middle of surgery, and, you know, or something like that. It's just like, there you go. It's just, the
worst, I mean, I think the worst of it was like, the stories were bad, but then she tried to come on and start bumming for her quote unquote cancer treatment. That, right. It was like not even real.
Thank you. For those of you who...
That was like really bad.
Thank you. And for those of you who do not know...
Unforgivable.
Thank you. For those of you who do not know, Michelle Carmela Saldana does not have cancer. Okay, so that's the fact. We got that because...
It reminds me of... I knew this kid growing up where he owed someone $5.
Yeah.
And he tried to tell us... Like, I'm not joking. It was maybe 10 max. But he was like saying, oh, I have these polyps in my lungs, and it turns out that they're cancerous, and I only have a few days or a few years to live or something. He basically used that as an excuse to not pay us back. And then we saw him like 4 years later, and he's like, yeah, I'm doing great.
What an asshole. Remember Derek Talley? Who started he was doing the line dancing. Remember he was doing the line dancing after his fucking, you know, my kidney dialysis and shit. And he was bumming. Remember he was bumming for money. Holy fucking shit. And that stupid Solomon.
Like, what do they think? They're like, oh, if this Douglas guy can do it, I might as well try, you know? Like,
on his show.
On his show. Yeah.
On his show. Yes. And it's like I can barely.
But here's the problem. They don't provide anything of use.
Thank you.
At least you provide, like, I guess, a service of sorts.
I appreciate that profoundly. I like to flatter myself that I do. Yes, I like to flatter myself that I do. Kind
of makes you sound like a prostitute, but it's okay.
Yeah. We all prostitute ourselves in one way or another. I mean, that's why I never understood was this attitude that people had towards prostitutes. Like when I was trying to ask Judith Ager and Laura Lee Solomon about, you know, my son was a prostitute, and I'm like telling them, look, I use escorts, and they, you know, had this like their nose.
I have an adjacent story about that.
Please, please go on. Yeah.
So I was at a bookstore the other day, and I picked up the first copy of Helsing, or the first edition, basically.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Go on.
Episode 1.
Yeah.
of the manga. Yes. And in the manga, like, it's totally different. Like it's a whole different world, you know.
Holy shit!
So in the manga, he comes across like Ceres Victoria, right? And the first thing that you ask, I'm just gonna say it's you, because it obviously came from you. It was almost like something you would say. He went up to police girl and he's like, "Are you a virgin, police girl? Are you ready to have a good night tonight?"
It is.
And then he just comes up with her wrapped in a blanket and then tells oh, and by the way, like Integra's way hotter in the manga. They really like made her look all frumpy for some reason in the anime.
Holy shit! I mean, it sounds like I got to check out this manga because
yeah, I think I'll send you a copy just for kicks. You'll like it.
Yes.
Yeah. But it basically, it was interesting. It was much better than the anime. Just kind of waters it down.
I wonder why. Yeah. Why did they do that? Why did they do that? Is it?
And then basically you say, I'm gonna drink tonight, you know, because it's a full moon, and it was just like the vibe was right, and you're like, I think I'm gonna drink some blood tonight, you know. So it was good. It was a good touch. Yeah, it was a really good touch. So.
Oh, thank you. No, I appreciate that.
Like, there's no way it's not based on you, basically.
Thank you. Yes, and for those of you who don't know, for years I was working with Teleport USA, which is this front company in Los Angeles. That if you look it up, it's still there, but there's nothing there. If you go there, you're not gonna be. I would if you interact with anybody at that site, I would be shocked. But basically,
no, the building is basically a husk.
Yeah,
it's just.
Thank you.
Like a shell corp.
Thank you.
There's no one in the office.
Thank you. I
tried a few years ago, like 5 years ago, when we were getting into it deep.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's no one there. It's still in LA, but it's like no one's there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was just it was always just a front company for industrial espionage. And then when I dealt with the Japanese to bring them these government, basically stolen government property, quote unquote, technically, but it really belongs to Japan morally. Then I brought that to them, and of course was dealing with them over a period of literally a few years. All in the space of maybe 12 months or a full year or a little less than a year was the most intense communications. But it's a lot of time. And then what happened was that they brought in any number of people to interview me and were profoundly interested. And they even said that, these people are connected with media. And of course, I was hoping ultimately that I would be recognized in Japan. In a very real sense, I was exploited. I've never felt bad about it. You take a risk because you're going in with espionage. I was monetarily compensated to a degree while I was working with them, and that helped immensely. So,
this is the problem with a lot of the content providers, so to speak, like the people that do artwork or just in general.
Oh, yeah.
Like what you provided. Yeah. Is that of course you're trying to get in the game, so you don't negotiate royalties. Yeah. You just say, look, I'll pay, it's a one-time payment, and they take that to the bank. I mean, they straight up take it.
Yeah, they do.
So, they say, look, we already paid them once, but no one, you don't negotiate royalties, and then.
Yeah, and beyond that, the Asians, of course, are infamous for this. The Asians are infamous for intellectual property theft.
Thank you. That was a good point that you brought up, because, like, I remember in the 90s growing up, it's like everyone perceived the Japanese as, look, they're taking the best of every culture. They just steal it. Like they took, this part of a German car, and then this idea from American, whatever, what's it called? Mass production, and then they just smash it together, and that's why the Japanese are producing such great stuff, because they're just stealing the best of everything, which to a degree it's true, but it just feeds into that trope from, like, that they're sneaky or something, like they're scheming. But what they're doing is they're taking the best of everything and actually, like, making it work properly.
Yes.
That's the key.
Yes. That's the key. No, it's true. Synthesis in a positive sense. And
because they're ruled by a certain star sign in Virgo, and they're able to do that.
Yes.
Perfecting things. It's part of their thing. Yeah.
One of these days, I'll need you to give me the. I guess that's in the Western world, when they take the horoscopes of nations, they call it mundane astrology. The horoscopes of nations. What do they call that with what the system you work with? Something similar? Mundane astrology, or what?
Yeah. It's the same term. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There's another term I'm not it's escaping me right now, but the hermeticists will use that term as well. I think it's called horary.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Where it'll be like inanimate objects that you can cast charts for anything, basically, essentially. Like anybody, any like, even like locations, you can say, look, this house was built here and here, and you'll be able to see like its projection, because everything's energy. So
right.
You're able to kind of like extrapolate.
Right. And
so Pliny the Elder is the original like Western astrologer that applied that horary.
Interesting.
Which they've used successfully. I mean, obviously, Western civilization's still around, so.
Yeah.
And they're all astrologers, like everyone.
Yes.
Like, for example, London itself is built upon 27 boroughs.
Yes.
27 and 28 boroughs, and that's the same amount of lunar mansions that the moon travels through the zodiac 27 to 28 times in a month.
Wow.
So it's deliberate. And even some of them are named like Seven Sisters Crossing, which is just the Pleiades, is another name for the Pleiades, the Seven Sisters.
Right.
So they're open about it, but the fact is that it's there.
Yes, so true. So I'd love for you to give me the chart for Japan at some point. Yeah, just send me. Of course, I couldn't make heads or tails of it. One of these days, you'd have to, explain it to me. Is what I need to say.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. And it's not necessarily. So the thing is with the Vedic, if you can extrapolate just upon like, how would I explain it? Just upon like the manifestation of a nation, so its name and its various aspects, you can then extrapolate these star signs, like project star signs upon them, because when these energies are involved on, as above, so below, right? The Hermetic principle is that each bloodline or each group of people can pull upon these energies. So just because they're aligning with that doesn't mean the actual chart itself is showing it, the direct chart, but it's obviously going to be there. But you can just take things like the name, like Nippon, like Ni is going to put you into a certain sign, lunar sign. So, and also you can just take Spica, the star would be Spica in Western astrology. So Spica, you take that and you just extrapolate it onto Japan, and it gives you, pretty close to how they're manifesting.
Cool.
It's a sign of artists and stuff, and you have it in there.
Yes.
You have adjacent items there.
Wow.
Planets and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. No, definitely appreciate it, and again, look forward to seeing some screenshots from this manga as well, because I'd like to see how they
send you the physical one.
Yeah. Okay.
Because the first episode is very that's like straight Dietrich from what I saw.
Yes, and I'm glad they made Integra Van Helsing much more objectified. Yes, they tried to make her. So she actually has tits in the manga.
And she's got like a much better face, and those they make her eyes much bigger and blue and nice and
interesting. Oh my.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know why they did her dirty in the anime. That's strange.
Well, in the anime, I think
they put her in a pantsuit and made her look all frumpy.
Yes.
It was weird. It was weird.
Well, I think that the point was, and by the way, just so people understand, in the anime, as far as I'm concerned, Integra Van Helsing is still attractive, but they made her, but they made her basically almost ambisexual. I think the idea was that. Yeah, I think the idea was that what they were trying to convey was that she essentially became an asexual individual who so much wanted to project the kind of authority that the father who had established the castle and bonded Alucard as one would bind a demon into service, that she was trying to become him. And she was trying to become him so much that she was trying to project her. She was trying to sublimate her femininity. I think that was the point.
Yes.
That they were trying to make.
I think that's a good point, because in the anime they made her deliberately ambiguous, because at first they're calling her Sir Integra.
That's correct.
And you don't figure out why she's been knighted until the last episode, or close to the end, essentially.
Right. Thank you.
So they wanted, I guess they wanted that ambiguity.
Yes.
They wanted it to be like, oh, is this a chick or a dude?
Right. But then again, that alone is very Dietrichonic. Notice the Dietrichonic ambiguity there with the gender. It's so as a matter of fact, Brooke Gibson decided that I'm gender fluid, is what Brooke Gibson feels because of what happened on that nuclear missile cruiser. That was her conclusion because of the story of the nuclear missile cruiser where the captain put me into a kimono.
Yeah, that's another one that those other people never bring up because they I don't know, they fantasize too much or something.
Something you would say, I'm surprised. Are you not surprised that they wouldn't say, no commanding officer would ever do such a thing? You would think they would say something. Take that angle.
No, because they know.
Thank you. They know better.
Necessarily.
Yeah, they know better because
they've been there, done that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Actually, that gives them that's too complimentary to them. Yeah, that's like.
Well, yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, they may have wished they could do that.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Ultimately, all the stuff they never bring up, it's because they wish that it was them, essentially.
Yes. Oh, it's so true. It's true. Yes, and we know that for a fact after that whole GPT shit. Yes, let's see if Heather and Aristides can talk. Heather, are you returned yet?
Let me see if I can bring up that first episode of Hellsing, or the first manga, because
Yeah.
There's other like dialogue I wanted to bring up. Let's see if I can.
Oh yeah, take your time. There. What happened to fucking Aristides? That was it. He just left. Hopefully he returns. It was like, man, I can't take any more. Yeah. So Aristides.
Yeah.
Okay. So are you home?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm good.
excellent. Thank you so much. Hugs. So what happened was, I don't know how this happened. I don't really remember. So Heather can accuse me of my own blackouts, and I'm fine with that. I really don't remember how this happened. But first thing that happened was after our latest episode, I called Brooke. And then somehow I said, oh, I got to do this with you on Skype. And then when I got onto Skype, I wound up with our Lady V, which is, Victoria wants to be called V. So we'll call her Lady V. And so I wound up with Lady V. And so then I told Lady V, you had sent me that footage of her baptism. And she said, oh, I'm fine with that. I'm cool with that. And so then I think, I don't know how this happened. I guess I took them to show your text and that footage from your call that you had sent that to me. So I took her and Brooke, and then Brooke said, did Aristides take this video? She thought you took it. No. And I said, he wishes he did. Yeah, I said, yeah, if Aristides had been taking that footage, it would not have been a holy baptism anymore. It would have been something else. Yeah, and so there you go with that. I thought that was funny. I thought I'd share that with you. Again, I don't even cognizantly remember how that happened, but somehow the three of us wound up on a call where then our Lady V shared with Brooke that she had a squirrel as a pet when she was young, which, as you know, Amanda Ute has a squirrel as a pet now. So it's indicative of something. Somehow these ladies who coagulate around Douglas Dietrich are squirrel girls. And, I don't know what that means, but it's obvious, it's evident of something, indicative of something. I don't know what, but... So, Brendan, did you find it?
We can only speculate.
Yeah, ADHD, that, obviously.
I'm downloading the PDF now to see if
cool.
Look at it.
Yeah, and Aristides...
But basically...
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Karen?
Oh, I was going to say, Aristides found the PDF of the book Heather Holman had read that, she said caused her to fall apart.
Yeah, actually, she.
So why would you send it to her again?
No, you sent it to me.
Okay.
Then she linked me to I believe the same version. She was saying that there was a version that was incomplete, and I think she sent one or a link to one, which I managed to download.
Okay.
And I think I found the same one. This one is just like visually nicer. The other one is more of a plain text.
Okay.
But anyway, we have it. Yeah.
Oh wow! And
it was kind of goofy earlier when she was like, "He sent me a copy of Mind War, but I don't understand why." It's like because he's warring with your mind. Maybe. Pretty simple.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like, oh my.
Yeah, but let's not. I mean, I appreciate Heather, so I'm not gonna like badmouth her, but it was just funny. I just thought it was funny.
No, it's just funny. Obviously.
Yeah, here's the first panel. It says, "Keep it together, Alucard. You're the only one we can count on." And he says, "I know. It's just such a nice night out." So he's like totally aloof. Yeah. I was just moon gazing. There you go.
Oh my goodness! Yes.
What is your status, Alucard? Yeah, there you go. First panel. So in the manga, they make him like he's much more an independent character, whereas in the anime, it's like he just does everything he's told.
Well,
and,
he
executes it on plan. Yeah.
Right, but he does have his moments. No, he has his moments. Like
for sure.
Yeah, there's a few moments where. One time, Sir Integra Van Helsing found herself bound against the wall and said, "Have you gone crazy? What are you doing?" Remember that? That was in the yeah. And then there was another time where he kind of just cackled and laughed, and I think that left her and the butler hanging. I forget the butler's name with the wires and the threads and the yes, he was.
I forget his name right now.
Yeah, basically he was a male version of my sister, as far as I'm concerned. You know, to a degree. Yeah, and because he ultimately turns out to be a traitor. And that was the but he had always pretended to be loyal, etc. But always felt like he was never appreciated, that sort of thing. It was like they all have their motivations. The character development arcs are interesting enough, and they're fairly well done as far as I'm concerned. But then I'm easy to please.
So I got the download, but it's in a wrong format. So.
Okay. Okay, and
let me see if I can find it, because it's like every manga you can get for free, but for some reason this one's just being suppressed.
Oh well, of course we know why. Amy Como has joined us. Oh, Amy, how are you, honey?
I'm here.
That's you have no idea how ecstatic I am. I wanted both these gentlemen to have some feminine company when I went on a break, and you sound alert. How are you alert at this hour? It's pretty late where you're at. So how are you up and alert? Are you just so excited about? Shall we tell people? I mean, you told us all on a private call. Don't tell anyone publicly. Okay.
No. Mm-hmm. I'm engaged. That's it. There's nothing more to it. We're just making it happen. But yeah, that's it. I'm making my way back to Vermont, and how am I awake? I don't even know how I'm awake, but
you said you're making your way back to Vermont. Where are you?
I'm still in Pennsylvania, but I'm headed back. It was a nice little 4th of July holiday.
Yeah, and, you're heading back with the Mister in tow. The Mister's going with you. Oh, right. Where are the two of you going in Vermont then? It's not back to Plumber's home.
Place.
Okay.
Yes, but yeah, we're just he's in there snoring. That's how I'm awake.
Oh my God. But this place
really
isn't.
Relax.
This isn't the place next to the River of Sludge, is it? This is
indeed it is. It's 19 acres. It's not small. Uh-huh. There's room.
Room to what? Camp out?
Yep. No, he has. I'll tell you later.
Okay. Because I remember vaguely
I managed to borrow it for 1 hour.
Oh, cool! Oh my gosh. So yeah, yes, throw it to me. Give me the link. Here we are. This is Aristides is sending me the Illuminati formula. So this.
Right. Well, yeah, that book.
Yes. Yeah. That's right. And apparently Heather's still looking at it, even though it's So, but you feel free to give me the link, or do you want to use this link to kind of bring up the topic, or? Brendan.
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. Yeah.
Oh, I'll send you the link.
Okay.
Because it's free. You can look at it anytime. It says, but Alucard's just walking through the night, and he's saying, "What a great night! Such a great quiet night. I just want to suck some blood." And then the next panel is Sarah's Victoria getting attacked, as it's in the regular one.
Yes. Oh,
and then he comes out, kills the vampire, and
And he's gone.
Yeah, I'm reading this Illuminati formula used to create an undetectable total mind-controlled slave. First off, that's got to be the most unwieldy title I've ever fucking seen, but it's being read by some Asian guy who looks like my fucking neighbor upstairs, Flippo the Speed Freak. Yeah, Manila Ice.
I think it's not audio. I think that's just a picture of the guy that posted it, but it's a PDF.
Okay, have to be logged in at academia.edu to download. Okay, thank you. And but Amy, honey, you have no idea how Amy. No, who left? Bren left? What the fuck? I guess he got so excited by his manga that he had to retreat into the gentle night to be alone with it. Yes. Well, so Amy, we are blessed with your company. Let's take all advantage of it. I'll need you to keep Aristides company while I take a refreshment break. But before I do that, let's get you into the mood for conversation. And I vaguely remember that the place might have had some issues with electricity and heat and all the rest of that stuff, but you've got ways around that apparently, yes?
Oh, there's I mean,
yeah.
I'm not going to worry about it. It's
Okay.
going to be fine.
It will be. It will be. Yeah.
Did you share that the MK Ultra mind control thing from Fritz Springmeier? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, she'd like a. Would you like a link?
No, I have it. I read it. I've already gone through all of that.
Holy shit! Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. And did you ever talk to Heather about this?
No. Although I did talk to Heather briefly one day before I took this little vacation.
Right.
A little bit. Yeah, she was concerned that about my mom's situation, and I was telling her that I'd gone ahead and texted my mom just to let her know I was okay, just because I felt like her situation with her daughter was a little unwieldy, and I was immediately I just knew it was the wrong thing to do, and just had was just I'm not like other daughters, and I don't need to talk to my mom. So
thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's just that was pretty much it. Like, we were just talking, and I told her how, like, I've got 2 of these Cancer men who are having birthdays. It was a couple weeks ago, and she was like, "Oh, Cancer men need moms," and I was like, "No, they both have really good moms." Like, that's the thing about these 2, is they might be Cancerian men, but their moms are really close to them in their lives. So it's nice because me being a part of their lives, I also have two moms from that can let me know what things that my mom is incapable of. So yeah, I've really been enjoying that aspect of being in a relationship. Is like I have a mom here, which is
wow,
a nice situation.
Yes.
I enjoy. But Douglas, before you go to do all your stuff, I myself this that I wanted to ask you for the Napoleon Cancer document that you wrote.
Okay, I'll try and dig it up. I'll see if I can. And yeah, go on.
I just I would be really interested in reading about that, and I never remember to tell you. It's always like I had to leave a note for myself in the Skype that I wanted to ask you to try to find it so that I could look at it, since I've been doing all this stuff on French history.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I'll be happy. Yes, I'll definitely look for that. See if I can dredge that up, and then
Can you send that to me too?
sure, absolutely, yes. Thank you for asking, Como. I mean, Amy, Amy, and bringing that up. Oh my God.
That one for a little while longer.
Yes, and so yeah, and so of course be patient with me, and don't be afraid to remind me. I'll count on Aristides to do that in case Amy forgets, because like she said, these things happen. Oh, what? Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm just looking at this. Oh, this is so cute from Amy Como. Mornu bug.
I was like, I wasn't awake. I mistyped. I'm sorry.
No worries. And so here we are. Let me respond to that. And aside from all that, she found that Dietrich building. Also, I want to credit some people who have made their contributions. They're so wonderful. Brooke Hagberger, of course, has an auto pay of 40 United States dollars, which helps immensely. Everybody's been, very helpful. And of course, I'll count on everybody again to help me through the rest of the month. Obviously, this is going to be a pretty busy month, probably more expensive than most in many ways. So just want to remind everybody of that. In the meantime, hopefully everything goes well with Brendan and he didn't get knocked off by the enemy. You never know what happens with so many people. But all that being said, let me leave him a message of I pray thee be well. And while we're doing that, a little while before I take off for my break here, because I just want to make sure both of you get into stride. So Amy and Aristides, in terms of Amy, everything that you're going through, obviously we don't want to share too much because Amy's life is, I think, very well balanced, and we don't want to unbalance it. So it having entered a state of balance, I want to congratulate her, say how excited I am, and of course, you were bringing up, of course, this book that you read. Were you able to hear us throughout the opening hours when we were talking to Heather?
No, I didn't. I got on and then I was distracted, and I did not hear everything. What were you discussing?
Oh, go on.
Your illness, the snot in your face, and that you'd done the lymphatic drainage, right?
Yeah.
So I heard all that, and I thought that's fantastic. I'm glad that you got in to see her, because I know it's such a simple thing, and yet when you don't do it, it doesn't work. So that's good. That's really great. And I also have had a lymphatic drainage massage, and it made me horrendously ill. I was vomiting green shit.
Ooh.
Came from, but no, it was years ago. It was after all of those car wrecks, and I was just like, I was doing regular massage, and I was kind of like trying it out because I hadn't had a lymphatic drainage massage.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy told me it could be really dramatic since I'd never had one, and it was like.
He lived up to that promise. Yeah, go on. You said green puke. What else was there aside from the green puke?
I mean, it was like nonstop. Like, I mean, part of it was that like I had the massage and then I got on a plane and flew to New Orleans to visit some friends.
Didn't he have the professional courtesy to warn you?
Yes, everything's all right with myself.
Thank God.
My phone is charging.
So
I'm currently traveling, so my equipment is limited. So I shall return as soon as possible.
Thank you. We look forward to that. Bless you. And so Amy, this is fascinating to me because V related to me how sick she got with a lymphatic massage. And then Brooke relayed to me how deathly ill she got with a lymphatic massage. Do none of the people performing this ever inform their clients to be prepared and just do nothing, go home, lie down, drink lots of water, and keep yourself hydrated as hell and get ready to be, purging yourself throughout the night? I mean, how come nobody gets this warning? I mean, what kind of people would do this to someone else? It's it strikes me as almost professionally negligent, to say the least. So, Amy, yes, how did this guy not warn you?
Oh no, he did warn me, but like it was at a time where I'd never had a massage like that, and I'd really, just started seeing somebody regularly for, my broken ankle at the time. And it just so happened that I got this massage and then had to get on a flight the next day. Mm-hmm. And that was, I mean, it was just too much. Like, it was just way too much. And it was so bad that, like, I was staying with a friend in New Orleans and I had to, like, book a hotel room because I was so embarrassed that, like, I couldn't get out of the bathroom.
Right.
Yeah.
Man.
I don't want to do this to my friend. So I went and got a hotel room and then just didn't feel good. Slept like for the next 2 days and then back on the flight back out to Albuquerque. But it can be really good because clearly you don't need that stuff in your system.
Right. Obviously. Yeah.
It's not like people think of like the massage techniques as like, get in there, get the muscle to break up and like that's not what this is. Like this is like the smallest movements on the top surface of the skin.
Yes.
And it doesn't feel like anything. It doesn't feel like they're doing anything, but they're doing a lot. They're moving stuff around and it dumps into your gut primarily. It can be really cleansing. I was glad that I'd done it, and then the next time I'd done it, it wasn't as bad. It got better. Like it wasn't as dramatic.
Okay. I'm surprised you did it again after that.
But I mean, I figured it was just me being a dumbass and trying to do too much at once.
Yeah, of course. Not that you're a dumbass, but here's the problem with most people. It's hard for most people to imagine because exactly like you said, it's almost like the person is just running their fingers over you. It's borderline almost Reiki-ish. It's almost like Reiki where their hands aren't touching you at all. And it's just like, they're just running their hands over you and doing this energy work. But it's not. Of course, their hands are touching you. The fingers are on you, but it's like you would get the impression that all they're doing is like running their fingers across your body. And so like you said, however, no, it's much more than that. And the results can be pretty catastrophic if you are not forewarned to just go home, lie down, and hydrate. And and then after I spent the night purging, not violently like that, but just going to the bathroom a lot, I woke up finally this morning, quote unquote morning, just exhausted. I did not want, and like I said, then what happened was Brooke called. I know I promised to call Brooke to remind her to enroll in something, try and process through something. And then when I called her, I was like, it was just, I told her that, but she insisted on staying on the phone. And then I was trying to breathe because, when I go out, when I sleep, when I say I die and then I reanimate, like I said, I pretty much stop breathing. And so I'm starting to, take in big gasps of air, going to the sink, putting water up my nose because she was, trying to get something through to me about something that was important to her and myself, I guess. So she heard me going through all this gargling and snorting and the breathing. And it sounded awful. I guess it sounds a lot worse than I've ever realized. But there you go with that. So it was funny, morbidly entertaining. Aristides just suffered through it twice now. So all such being said, the second time, how'd you handle it? You just you didn't have none of the bad effects because you just hydrated a lot and stayed in bed, or what?
Yeah, better. I just knew that it wasn't going to be fun and I needed to like not get on a plane and
of course.
Yeah, I knew what to expect, and I think really, like, for me, like, having had multiple surgeries and traumas, like, that the initial massage was really quite heavy. Like, I think maybe he could have been a little less intense with it. It could have been.
Thank you. That was something V brought up as well, is that many of these people practicing it press too hard. And thank you. Yeah, go on.
He was just a little too could have been. It could have been a little less. Like, the person that I went to the next time was a woman, and it wasn't that dramatic. But again, I feel like I was really toxic at that point because I hadn't done any work. I didn't even know, like, how to do anything. Like, I wasn't taking yoga. I think maybe I'd been to a chiropractor, and that was like maybe one of the things that I continued, like, to help get me to a place where I was, like, healing and, dealing with the broken ankle in a way that wasn't abusive to myself, right? Like, not self-medicating or doing things that are hard on your body, like taking lots of Vicodin. Like, that's not gonna work for very long.
No, it's got Tylenol in it too. So it's really a super Tylenol from what I understand. So Brooke's in the chat. I invited her to jump on the call. George Knight has joined us, and he's most welcome. I feel confident with George, Amy, Aristides here that I can take my break for a little while and come back, and you're all in good hands. So let's test out George's audio. George, let's hear you say hi.
Hello, Douglas. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, always a pleasure. How long are we gifted with your presence tonight?
About a good hour.
Good. Wonderful. I'll come back as soon as possible. Just going to, of course, take my supplements, and I'll be back. And so, by all means, I'm sure the three of you can hold a good conversation. Aristides, my dear friend, come on for a moment. Let's hear the quality of your sound. Before I go, I need to be confident of it. Yes?
I'm here. Are you confident?
Yes, I am. Of course, before I go, a little bit of situation report from George. George, how are things? Now, we've just had an election that's overturned your government. So tell us about this in brief. Give us a debriefing.
That's what I wanted to come on to say, Douglas. That, the Tory government have finally been overthrown after 14 years of ruling of this country. So it was Gordon Brown, the last Prime Minister of the Labourite Party, that was in charge. And the Tories have been in charge ever since. And now we have Keir Starmer as our Prime Minister.
Oh my God!
And,
was he the one? Was he the one that was like Rudy Giuliani in the sense of covering? Okay. Oh, okay.
Yes, that's the one. CPS. Yeah, he was in charge of the Crown Prosecution Service. So yeah, he was the one that pardoned off Jimmy Savile for being prosecuted when he was alive.
Oh God.
Yes.
Disgusting.
And so, I just wanted to state that the majority of the people that voted, they were anti-Tory. Mm-hmm. The voting system worked in favour of people voting against them. So the majority of people that voted were just because they were sick of Rishi Sunak and Boris Johnson and Theresa May and David Cameron and Liz Truss. They were just anti-conservative. That they just took an anti-conservative stance. So that's the reason for the vote, why they got voted out. It was nothing to do with Keir Starmer's policy, manifesto, what he stands for. It was just because they wanted the Conservatives out of party. It was just an anti-conservative stance. So that was the majority. That was the reason for it. Which is what they established through their polls. So yes, they were just sick of their. They were just cynical. They've been, completely, just anti-conservative. So that was just one of the first things I wanted to say, Douglas, before we go into any of the details. Yes.
Yeah. So it's basically a protest vote.
Of course. Yes. That was what was established, but that was what I gathered. But I knew Labour would win because they had the majority of the vote. So it was a landslide victory on behalf of them. And they're quote unquote supposed to be new Labour. They've tried to sack off all the previous ones that were more in line of the what should I say, the communist stance.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Essentially, yes. Was for the
yes,
longest time.
The former.
Yeah.
A lot of the former members. But yeah, no, we could go into that, Douglas. When you return back, if you want to make a move, I could always talk to Amy about what she was explaining to me about Unterland. If she's willing and comfortable sharing that with us. So
yes, that would be so nice,
yes.
Amy. Let's start with that. That's excellent. And so what I'll do is I'll take my break, dear Amy, if you would be so kind as to take it into that direction. I'm sorry to sound so smarmy. I love you dearly. And yes, no worries. And Aristides, of course, with your technical background, please, I beseech you to join in and give us your own impression on what you said.
I want to hear, what was that?
Yes. So I'll go mute, and everybody listening, you're in the best of hands. I'll be right back.
Yeah, appreciate it, Douglas. Thank you. And hello, Amy. Hello, Aristides. And Heather, if you're listening as well. Hello. Yes. Thank you.
We might have, we can't tell, but yeah, I don't know if there's anything really more than you've already shared about it. It's just that one of the reasons that I ended up getting to know this person that I'm engaged to was because his grandfather was an engineer that worked on the submarines and for Westinghouse, and so that was really nice to hear from somebody who already knew that there's people under the earth, and that this is something that you sound kind of crazy when you talk about. Like, you can't really just get into it with your average person on the street, because they're not they're not in that mindset. Like, they're they just want to talk about the debate, or how whatever is going on through the mainstream media. And so it was really kind of refreshing to just be able to say, yeah, we know. I mean, we, speaking about this little circle of Douglas people that talk about this regularly, that it was really nice that they were already aware of this. And like, they'd also been talking about the voice to skull technology, which was part of the mind control, which I don't know. Aristides, is this the bloodlines of the Illuminati? This is primarily, that one's talking about like the families, right? Like the Russell.
I believe so. I haven't read it all the way through. That's the one I thought of when she mentioned Fritz Springmeier, but that is not the doc specific, the one she's talking about. Apparently he did another piece, the Illuminati formula used to create an undetectable total mind control slave, right? So it's more how they make the slaves. The other one is about the bloodlines.
Right. And the one about the slaves, is that also written by Cisco Wheeler?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's got a lot of art in it.
The full one has some images, not just text. Yeah. I'm still looking at it. Yeah.
I think the one with the Cisco Wheeler art was really a great it's great visual to look at how a lot of the times these people who have been compartmentalized and have these other alters that they can't speak, but they're able to communicate with images, where they to collages of things to help explain their experience. And really, no replacing a collage of art as far as like conveying a message or help understand the way things have been layered in, as far as like traumas, in order to keep them quiet or to keep them compliant. And no, I found both of those just really interesting, as far as like understanding how it's done, and the way that like subliminal things, like just strange combinations of letters and words will be put in front of them in order to elicit a new alter to come forward in the system, because that's the way it's referred to, as like a computer system, that these different personalities.
Yeah, and I could see that, like an alter not being able to, you know, have command of the verbal thing, but coming out through another way of expression like art.
I really enjoyed looking at the pictures in the Cisco Wheeler one. The other one about the bloodlines was a little intense, and also I think it's probably he probably has really updated a lot of his stuff at this point, because that was written in the 70s and 80s. Am I right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just felt like it had been put together decades ago, and it's really gotten, like, it went mainstream. Like, there's now everybody's looking at a screen.
Right.
Anybody can be put into a position where they see something flash on the screen and, you know, be drawn off into a personality that is not, you know, not their own, like not something that they would choose if they had full command of their actions and behaviors.
Right.
Yeah, and how does this relate back to Unterland? I don't really know. Like, what is the point of having all of these people believe something and then controlled in such a way that you can, you know, get certain behavior responses, even if it is just them shutting down and no longer being able to function?
And in I mean, my experience, whenever I've tried to explain that to people or individuals about Unterland, I explain that these are underground cavern systems as opposed to the hollow earth synopsis. You know, most people convey a paradigm that the hollow earth is just a theory, so they always associate hollow earth with just a hypothetical theory that was conjured up by just this is so they look at that as like a pseudo science fiction. They look at that as this is just a work of fiction, so to speak. But when you explain about underground cavern systems that were burrowed out due to water, millions of years of water corroding the upper mantle of the upper crust above the mantle layer of the earth, they have a more understanding of a comprehension of the concept of a underground cavern system at that point. And you have to disambiguate between man-made underground cities or facilities, underground structures that were hollowed out by machinery, industrial machinery, as opposed to taking advantage of cavern systems that are already in existence. And so I always, as Douglas outlined in his interview, that's on his website, which people can look up, when he, I forgot the name of the guy that was conducting the interview, but when he ventured down to Australia for the Nexus magazine article, he mentions about Alan B. Thompson in 1992, the very last year that Douglas was working at the Presidio military base. Alan B. Thompson wrote a work of paper outlining there are more than 3 times more water throughout the Earth's crust above the upper mantle layer of the Earth than there is on the surface. And the surface is covered in 70% of water. So 2/3 of the majority of the Earth's surface is covered in water, as opposed to what landmass is exposed above the sea surface, what we can see. And just think of it as the oceans of the Earth are like a puddle, but underneath that puddle there is a vast majority of that is consumed of water that were borrowed out from millions and millions of years of water being very highly corrosive. It corrodes mineral loads, so physical rock. It burrows out for millions and millions of years. And what the Third Reich had done was they took advantage of these underground cavern systems, which they've relocated vast majority of their the technology and their government dignitaries, their diplomats, and vast majority of their government, just to outline it in some form of a layman's sense, as opposed to going into such minute details, if that makes any sense. So most people, when they think of a world underneath our world, they think of hollow earth, but you can't think of it as a hollow earth. You have to think of it as an inner earth. There is a world underneath our world, and what the Riker took advantage of was these underground cavern systems that were burrowed out for millions of years, just like you have normal cave formations that were burrowed out due to water smashing against rock for millions and millions of years, which makes perfect sense. Most people do not deny that. Most people do understand that understanding of it, that concept of it. So yeah, just to outline that for the people listening, the listenership that's listening right now. But yeah, thank you, Amy. I hope that's the same sort of stance that the individuals that was presented to you, they kind of understood that concept.
Well, they had come to all this information because of a connection to the military. You know,
yes, of course.
They had family who were engaged in high-level military operations, and that was, putting them in danger in a lot of ways. Like just having your grandfather have access to this information, and then, not not necessarily even doing anything yourself, but just having that family connection, puts you in a position of interest for having that kind of a family. And then the other gentleman, he remembers his mother being visited by all of these army generals when he was young, and like discussing this stuff, especially the technology where they can overlay your thoughts with whatever program you believe they're your thoughts, because why would you not? Yeah. But the frequency of I don't even know how to explain it in a way that is, dumbed down enough so that others can comprehend it. It's really, they're amplifying a frequency that's carrying a sound wave that's producing these thoughts, which are not actually your thoughts. And that is the basis of the mind control. And he remembers them discussing this like at the kitchen table when he was a young child. And so that was, it was kind of interesting to hear that. And then to also hear like the way that he was treated by his own family, by his mother, and understanding that, like a lot of times these people are like people in positions of power and who have this information. They're not necessarily kind to their children. They're sometimes a little bit abusive, because that's just part of the regime. It's part of how you operate, is that like you're like this Fritz Springmeier talks about how a lot of these elite families, or the bloodlines, do not treat their children very well, and it has to do with the control. It has to do with the not being able to you can't allow your child to do certain things and then out the process. Like you can't have that. So there's just this endless trauma, this endless abuse. And I loved reading about Fritz Springmeier's experiences and how he lays it out, and just seeing a lot of parallels to my own life, but then also being able to pick up on other people's stories and how those stories are also being reflected in his work. So it's it's nice to have like somebody out there doing this so that it's possible to refer others to it. But he questions like the legitimacy of trying to help people in this way. Like he's very much Christian and wants to promote a higher source in order to get through the trauma that's going to, be revisited over and over again. And I think that he's a great person to refer people to, but I would also expect that there's other people out there who are more skilled at doing specific work as far as like preventing the suicide campaign, because that is part of it. It's part of the programming to have an alter take over the system and end it so that none of it is revealed. So, and that is why you shouldn't ever try to fix a person who is clearly altered, like they have more than one personality and they don't necessarily know about each other. Like the things they're saying one day, the things they're saying another day, they don't match and they're not the same. And maybe even like their voice changes in such a way that like you can identify that this is a different personality. But to try to integrate that or to try to help them without a huge support network is really just you're putting yourself in danger, because there are assassin alters, there are suicide alters, there's all these compartmentalized child alters from the wounding in childhood, and any one of those could be triggered into coming to take the system over, and then you would be in danger as well as the person that you're trying to help. That was just my understanding of looking into his stuff, and I think he's still alive, although a couple months ago I'd heard that he'd become really ill. He must be really old at this point. Like he must be up into his 70s or 80s. I'm not really sure, but I did find a website and it said that he was doing the talks. If you wanted to book him for a talk, you could contact person.
So you can, so this individual, he does contact you, and if you have any questions, you can talk to him directly. Is that,
Well,
the
I
service that he's offering?
Yeah, I think that they have people who will get a hold of him for you. I think you can, send a message and they'll try to relay that message to him, because I don't believe that he lives in the same. I think he lives in a Amish community that is without electricity or computers.
Right.
I think that was part of that's how he survives, is that he has a strong, he has a strong faith, and he lives around people who also share that faith. And I just remember him talking about like he'd never been in a community before where there were seniors doing backflips every day as a form of exercise, and he really believes it had a lot to do with not being around the electrical outlets that put out a certain charge. And he felt like, part of being in the Amish community was that there was none of that, and they had this really strong support system where they would exercise together every day, and all of the men could do standing backflips at every age. And that he really felt like that was a gift, that if you could live in a community who was that supportive and that committed to each other and to the health of the community, that would be the best situation that you could get yourself into. I mean, not everybody can do it. Not everybody can live without electricity, or even
Not everybody can do backflips either. Shit, I can't do that, man. I'm not over here doing backflips.
Like I don't. And it was so long ago that I was doing that. I just can't. I don't even know. How that would be possible. Like even if like you go to a gym every day, it doesn't seem like the environment in the gym is really promoting any kind of, support system that allows you to really be physically active in your day, like being physically fit to that degree where you're working hard every day because you have to support your family, and you're not going to have a chainsaw, and you're not going to you drive your car, so you have to come up with solutions. You have to have answers to problems. You have to fix things. And I think that's really interesting. I think that's a part of, his work that is makes him really unique, that makes him a different kind of leader in, in the field of healing this problem of trauma-based mind control.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, appreciate it. I mean, yeah, thank you for sharing all that. Yeah, even what I experience when I talk about things like Unterland, to go back to the subject of Unterland, obviously, yeah, most people's paradigms, they can understand the concept of underground tunnel systems, but they don't, obviously, when it comes down to Hollow Earth, obviously, I'm not telling people that there is a Hollow Earth, because there isn't. But most people, they look at that and go, no, that just sounds preposterous. That's just ridiculous. But when you outline the fact that a breakaway civilization exists underneath and throughout these underground tunnel systems, which are interconnected, miles deep, miles long, miles deep, the vast majority of people, what that triggers is cognitive dissonance. And that very concept that there can be populations, species, whether they are relict or whether they are recent, they're breakaway groups, breakaway civilizations that exist throughout and harbor and sustain themselves. That very concept, people struggle, and that's what you just outlined with trauma and triggering certain niches such as suicidal thoughts. That is one of the very responses, is because it triggers cognitive dissonance. It's contrarian to what people's understanding of the world around them is, and so they have to undergo a disconfirmation process, which obviously can lead to forms of trauma.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Yes. So yeah, that's the very thought, because people are completely indoctrinated in the West. The Western hemispheres, from the Anglo-American, the Anglo-American spheres, I should call them. Most people are indoctrinated with a irrational phobia or fear of National Socialism, and so when you expose the fact, I was bad to use the word disclose because we were talking about Stephen Greer the other day, Disclosure Project. But when you expose the fact that there is a breakaway group, this will trigger cognitive dissonance, which in turn can lead to disconfirmation processes within a person's individual mindset. And so, yeah, it can trigger people to be, and this is why people will flat out just go in denial mode, or flat out go into ignoring anything that you have to say. And either the fact that they are completely oblivious, or they are consciously aware of what you're speaking of. And you're only going to get one or two people. You're going to get people that will flat out deny it, or they are trying to convey or seclude the information you are trying to expose. And so this is the one of the struggles that we come across, is people trying to character assassinate us, because there's nothing they can do to refute what we are saying, so they have to go into a character assassination mode. What you're speaking of, Amy, about assassinations and suicide, I'm just trying to reinforce what you are saying, but to bring it back to that subject of Unterland is just one of those examples.
I think you're making an excellent point about just trying to simplify it, just trying to like put it on a plane where it can be accepted, and they could look it up themselves. They could look into it if they'd like, and if they have the strength and the mental fortitude, that they could get into some of this stuff that we discuss here about, like the Japanese government having a ministry of magic, and like just
Right.
all,
Yes.
all the 3 relics of Japan that are magical in their history. It's just, there's all kinds of directions that you could go once you kind of crack open that door of knowledge and maybe look around a little bit. But yeah, like having this sense that your mind may actually not be willing to go there. Also, like the resistance might be internal. Like you might be so unsure of yourself that you would decide that was never a thing that you were going to look at ever again. Like you would, like you just want to be like everybody else. You want to go to the Super Bowl parties. You want to, have your night out at the bar with all of your buddies, and it's fine. It's fine if that's like all you can possibly take in your life, is that you can't look at this because you don't have space in your life for that kind of exploration. But then, and then there is like these gems that show up that they've also been looking at it, and they're coming at it from a different angle, but they completely understand what you're saying, and the awareness is such that you can really have a conversation with them, and you can really connect with others who have, maybe they don't have the same information, like maybe they don't know about Winterland, but they have their own experience that collaborates with that.
Yes.
Where that you could then discuss. And it's really, it's so interesting, like, because you would think that people in the military would sort of be privy to that, like they would have an understanding that, oh yeah, there's there's a lot of stuff that goes on that isn't discussed, right? Like you'd think that, but then I think the military is probably the worst offender for this traumatic mind control shit, because I think sometimes when you're talking to somebody who's been in the military, that compartmentalization,
Yes, very heavily. Yes.
it can come off as really
I'm back. Go on. Please continue. So talk about this compartmentalization. What brought up the subject of compartmentalization? Was it Heather earlier?
We haven't heard from Heather, but we were just kind of working around the Fritz Springmeier and Unterland, and how to approach people who aren't knee deep in this stuff because they came across your channel and couldn't stop listening to it. But,
and then they find out the truth. Yes.
Yeah, like people who are just sort of in the world, like just regular folk, and like present it in a way that's not too much, where you can kind of titrate down something and then kind of back away and let them find their own path. But I was just thinking about like how you would think that people in the military would have some insight into this. But in my experience, everybody in the military that I try to talk to about this becomes very offish and almost abusive, like almost like offended that I would even say that, like, well, I know better than to even look into that kind of attitude, which I think is also just coming back to the traumatic mind control stuff, that they're protecting the information. They're not, they're discrediting you in order to character assassinate you, in order to make you feel bad, in order to make you do the work that they should be doing, which is trying to kill you or to get you.
Yes, by the way, so Amy's quite correct. It's amazing how many people are driven to suicide. But please continue, Amy. You're about this. It's very important, and then we'll turn to George Knight and share our time with him while he's with us, because of course, hopefully he has more time with us on Wednesday. How's Wednesday look? Does Wednesday look like you might possibly have some more time to be with us, or?
Yes, I'm hoping even today, Douglas, I might be with you a little bit longer than just the hour, because I think half an hour's already gone, but I'm hoping to be with you another 40 minutes or so,
Okay.
So to get some stuff out. Thank you so much.
Yes, excellent. And by the way, of course, I do want everyone to know I'm still writing that column. It's around 45 pages by now. That's titled "What the Free World Faces." Hopefully, I'll be done with that soon. I do, for a friend of mine, want to basically revise something I wrote on Germany a long time ago. Certainly George Knight has read this, what I've written about Germany. I'll look for that Napoleon article I wrote a long time ago, in which Napoleon, of course, had contracted cancer. What I'm going to try to do, George, because George knows what I'm talking about, is I'm going to try and combine the rather short piece that I wrote that comprised the German map, which, as you know, I have a map of Germany that is basic, and I wrote about this is what Germany should be like, and about the economy and the restructuring of Europe at its most basic level. Of course, the map will be revised at some point, but its basic parameters are all there. And in terms of that, I want to add what I had written about Germany a long time ago concerning the extensive history towards reunification. So I'm going to try and combine those two columns. I'm so sorry, Amy. Go ahead. What was that, honey?
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking, like, you're talking about maps. Like, I haven't looked at the mapping website in a couple weeks, but it would be really easy to just put your document into something that would like your map would be the basic thing that you open, and then your document would then appear as text.
Now I remember what had happened, and hopefully things change with time, but as you said, when they did that number on you, by the time you were able to reaccess that site or part of the internet by which you were working with maps, that you were really demotivated at the time. But perhaps you and I can work together on this map and kind of remake it, so to speak. I'll contact you about that. Yeah.
It's so easy. Like, the thing of it is that I got really, it became really fluid for me. I was able to really just like create maps, locate data.
No. Are you capable of, say, working with world maps and changing the borders of nations?
Well, that would be, changing the borders of nations. That's entirely possible with all of functions within the software. When I wasn't allowed to access it, it didn't end up mattering anyway. Like, I was still able to complete the course and still got the certification. I just wasn't able to do the exercises, which really had more to do with the hardware. Like, I didn't have a computer system that was fast enough, so it takes a really long time to get the data to load, because I'm working at half. Like, it's supposed to use 8 RAM and I only have 4. So that was the main drawback, was that I didn't have the right computer to really do it efficiently, fast, and get it done quickly. But I can still do it. And I'd done one that was specific to the Transnistrian border.
Oh, excellent. Yes.
I thought I sent it to you. Like, maybe it just didn't load. I think what you need, though, you need to be able to log in, and then they'll give you a free account, but then you can also add members to the account so that you can share your work. Like, a lot of people who work in this, they have specific members that work on specific projects.
Well, we can speak of such things personally, but I would prefer personally you kind of doing the work while I guide you as to what I want. Let me do something here. Brendan Zogit has rejoined us. I just sent him an image that had been sent to me by Aristides. I believe, Aristides, you produced this image yourself using AI, correct?
No, if you read the thing I sent with it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your friend made this? I thought your friend was just interested. You said you had a friend. No, you did.
Same friend made that interested in Napoleon.
Oh, okay, I get that. Okay, but you produce similar illustrations using AI.
I've made a handful. I'm saying there's some people that are, like I said, they're like the prompt wizards. They're really gotten good at massaging it.
Okay. So Brendan, you brought up something that was. Oh, can we hear you, Brendan? Let's see if his phone is charged. Let's see if he's able to speak.
Am I audible?
Yes, and you
Still
sound
here.
crystal clear. You sound crystal clear. Excellent. I mean, Brendan brought up something the other day with a good point. He said that if he were a trust fund child, as Richard K. Cole Jr. accuses him of being, that he wouldn't be here, which does beg the question, what the hell was Brandon Young doing here? And when you reflect upon it, at first it all seemed earnest, because he seemed like he was this academically interested eccentric, but then it just got more and more malevolent as he became more and more, perhaps intentionally incoherent, and was just there to throw everything off. I don't know. How do you feel about that? What would prompt a trust fund child to be involved with us at all? I mean, like it was.
Yeah, especially in the old days when, you know, I mean, I think if on the surface, if we would just say, look, take it by face value, it would just be because of the occult angle. They just wanted to know about Lovecraft, you know, these people.
Yeah.
And all whatever else you could give out for free.
Yeah.
You know,
No, it was true.
They were milking it in the early days.
It was. Go on. No, go on, please. Continue.
Yeah. And then, but yeah, in hindsight, it was because of the other connections they wanted to, just like everyone else that comes with not so earnest. What would be the word? Not so
ulterior motives.
Yeah, ulterior motives, but not so genuine. It's like they basically want to swoop your magical knowledge.
Yeah, that too. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, which is what reminded me the funniest
like
thing.
These people are always like, please teach me a spell.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God. Well, we know, of course, there was one person in particular, Jambo the Reese Monkey, that was like that, which brought up something really funny that Brooke said. So what happened was, like I said, after the latest episode before tonight, I called Brooke the morning thereafter, then wound up on a three-way Skype call between her and V, meaning our Lady V, who's in our chat room and often joins us on our calls, or when she can. She wants to be called V rather than by her full name, and I'm fine with that. But she's obviously a different V than the other V who worked on my lymph nodes just yesterday. But when it comes to when I was talking with Brooke, I was telling her about, because she was talking about loyalty. So she started talking about loyalty, and then I said, well, the truth is that Brandon Young and I had really kind of parted ways, and I had written him off, and for a period of about half a year maybe, we weren't really talking to each other, and it was during that period of time that he kept being approached by the Gangstalkers and the Cult of the Kings of Edom, in which they kept saying, join us to attack Douglas, and he kept asking, basically he was trying to tell them, of course, look, I'm neutral, I'm not his friend, but I'm not yours, just leave me alone. But they kept approaching him with, that's not possible, there's no neutrality, you're either with us or against us. And when he was finally asking them, well, what do I get? What do I get for, you get to attack Douglas? But then Brandon's like saying, no, I mean, like, what do I get? And that's when Brooke popped in and said, well, I'm sure Jameson waved his dick at him and said, this is what you get. At which point, that's when Brandon joined Team Dietrich, right? And I said, yeah, that must have been it. That would drive anyone into my arms. It was a bizarre convergence of events, really, But Brendan, if you've heard what I've just said, because I notice you've gone mute, and I don't know whether you're busy preparing
I'm
something.
still here.
Okay. So, yes, if you have any response to that.
I'll spare you guys the background. But just to be clear, you were talking about Brandon.
No, Brendan Zogi. Yeah, I'm talking about you. You.
Oh, when they approached me and I was trying to be
neutral.
Yeah,
you were basically trying to be neutral, and you were just saying, look, I'm not Douglas's friend, but I'm not yours. Just leave me alone. And they were like saying, no, it's not like that. No, they never needed to approach Brandon. Brandon was always one of them. Right. Did I say Brandon Young instead of Brendan Zogiet? Did I do the same Richard K. Cole Jr. mistake, or what?
No.
Thank you. Okay,
I just wasn't following.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But also my name is like sometimes people throw in an A without, it's just a slip.
Understood.
Tongue slip. But yeah, it didn't exactly happen like that, but
I thought Brooke's interpretation was amusing, so I wanted to share it with you.
yeah, no, exactly.
Yes.
mean-
But
I mean, that would have been at least more respectable than what they actually did. Like, trying to kill me with a spell, But it's what happens.
So such being said, while I was gone,
I think JMO had like some kind of, I don't want to say it was like a beef with me, but he definitely like, once I started ignoring him about all the spells he was sending, and like he's like, check out this and look at this, and like when I started ignoring him, I feel like he got kind of jaded. But it was weird to the point where he just didn't even want to like even mention me or talk to me. That was probably a good thing.
Yeah, he resented you deeply because he thought you would understand his spells, but these were just grotesque. For those of you who don't know, he would send these grotesque images of flesh-colored backgrounds with blood all over them, and that were drawn in sigils.
It basically looked like one of them was basically like something that the kid in the back of the class that you don't want to mess with is drawing like on a table, but it was on like binder paper,
Yeah.
It's like that kid that no one bothers because he's sketchy.
Yeah.
Like, drawing like these weird things in the corner of the classroom. That's what it reminded me of.
Thank you.
It was like anyone who would see that would just be like, ooh, like.
Yeah, because
don't talk to him.
Because that's exactly what it was. Yes, that's yeah. And George, you can tell people, Jameson hated you because you basically said at some point, or I brought up that the closest thing I have to an heir apparent who can actually transmit my information is George Knight, and he hated you after that. Yes, go in a bit about that.
Yes, that was. Thank you, Douglas. I'm glad you brought that up because, that was my impression from him. He was there listening to that, and he just completely, what he did then was he just disappeared. He was like, you couldn't handle that. But that one time that I jumped on the call when it was off air, when it was, because you can still jump on the call even when the transmission ends, and I caught him completely out of it, asking you questions about harp and how to control it. That was the end of the transmission. Then I caught him, and he was completely unaware, oblivious that I was even present. I just joined the call, and he was asking Douglas questions, and Douglas wasn't giving him anything. He wasn't telling him anything about it, but he wanted to try and utilize it and how to harness it. And I understood what he was trying to ask him. And then later on, he presented when he was trying to say that what I was bringing up, there is no Third Reich in exile, even though he was there agreeing with everything when he was on the show. He was completely unaware.
By the way, that echoes. Brooke has joined us. We love you, Brooke. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's let George and I finish relating this experience.
And then he did admit that Douglas would. What was it? I think he referred to Brennan can quote me on this. Is it the Arcane? He was saying that whenever he was consulting with Douglas, that he would amplify or reinforce the Arcane. Whatever spell he was trying to cast, that it was greater.
Muted.
Go on, George.
Yes. He admitted that it would just enforce it. It would whatever he was trying to conduct, whatever spell he was trying to conduct. That it would every time he would speak to Douglas, that it would just enforce it.
Yes.
But when I caught him red-handed listening to him, Douglas didn't give him anything.
Thank you.
Douglas was, and then I spoke up, and
he was basically using your mana as like a fulcrum.
Thank
to
you.
Conduct or what he thought was working, but
it wasn't.
You can't command an angel like that without
Repercussions.
repercussions.
Thank you. I appreciate that. In other words, he was trying to, kind of like a rocket that uses the gravity well of a larger planet to bounce off of and then go to a different destination in the solar system. He was trying to use Lucifer within me to do that. He kept trying to leech off Lucifer. That is quite correct. That's true. And so let's greet dear Brooke Gibson, who has joined us. So, honey, how are we, darling? Sorry to sound so smarmy, but I can't resist. I'm just so excited that you're here. You can feel free to respond. Or not. That's okay. Are we pouting?
I'm sorry. Did you say something? I have it. Think going.
Okay.
Hold on.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. What?
That's
I was trying
cute.
to pause it. You called me back, and I didn't. I apologize.
No,
I was trying to get it all off. I didn't know
Are
you
you
were
listening to the darkness just now?
Yeah, I heard Back in Black. I was going with House Bells, but then I went Back in Black. I felt like it was appropriate for the. I mean, I just what I listen to because
Sounds
it's like
about right.
dark soul that I am.
Yeah. Highway to Hell. That's like your whole motto. There's definitely no millets on the Highway to Hell.
To be honest, the Back in Black CD is one of my favorite CDs of all time, and I say CD because I am of the age. Like I'm actually called a Zennial, because I'm half like Generation X, and then like half like it's. And that's there's certain age range. We're also called the lucky generation, by the way, from like 77 to like 82.
Wow.
So, yeah. So, but I will say that because we had CDs back then. So I do remember that. I remember the tape players, right?
Mm-hmm.
So tape players. Yeah. Like it was awesome. Like you put stuff in, or you could record. I mean, my kids would never know. Like you wanted to have all your favorite songs on a tape. You sat around on a Saturday with a big, huge radio boom box, and you were hitting record when the DJ said he was going to play it, and then stop it, but or hope that you had a boy that liked you enough to do that for you. Yeah. So those were days. Anyway, back to your point, Cornelius, just to let you know, because I'm sure you would love to know this about me. Another thing for you to take a point home to is my first time I ever did cocaine at 17 years old, I believe. We enjoyed a couple months of that, and we would use my Anna Palm and I would use the AC/DC Back in Black CD right in my car every time we laid out a line. We'd lay out that Coca-Cola and enjoy it right on there.
But by the way, I'm thanking Heather says, I appreciate what V said a lot. I don't know whether she's referring to Lady V, who was on the Skype call with Brooke and I, though I suspect so, or the other V, but she says, please know I haven't come this far just to give up. So I'm going to say thank you, Heather, for that. And of course, we don't want you to give up, Heather, though you're welcome to jump back on the call anytime you wish. So with dear Brooke, here's something I forgot to bring up because it wasn't part of the California Little League. I was explaining to Brooke on my private call, I think it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, not this morning. When she caught me this morning. Oh my fucking God. What did that tell people what I sounded like this morning, quote unquote, when I woke up?
Fucking dying. First of all, he wanted to get off the phone. I wouldn't let him because that made him talk. And I could tell though, it's like if you're somebody like I gotta go. And I'm like, okay, but you gotta hear this one thing because I think everything I think is important, but like I really felt this was truly important, so I wanted to get it out to him. But he was dying. Like, I don't mean like flu dying. I thought he was like, I kept stopping and be like, can you breathe? Like, I thought he was exaggerating at first to get me off the phone. And I'm like, okay, just chill, take a breath. I'm about to. And then I'm like, do you need an ambulance? Like, so I didn't know. I thought it was like, are you able to breathe? Is this how we go? So I'm like, like, I don't know. I had no idea. Like he says, he needs a chick takeover. I'm like, you need a nurse.
Yeah, I need Heather Holman. I'm like Aquino on intestinal cancer and shit on life support. Yeah, it's
awful. And apparently though he said during this process while I'm talking, he was actually pouring water into his nose like nutty hot stuff. I guess. And I just hear him like,
that's classy.
Yeah, so I just kept talking.
She wouldn't let me off the phone. She wouldn't let me off the phone. That's the first thing I do when I reanimate is I snort water up my nose. to get the snot out, and she's hearing all of that. And,
You mean the dust?
Yeah, particulate matter that collects, and literally my lungs practically compress when I'm asleep because, like I said, I practically stop breathing.
You could probably sell that dust. You should catch that neti pot juice. You could probably get re-high on that shit.
Oh my god! And the deviated septum that's so typical of cokeheads.
Your upstairs neighbor will drink it.
Oh yeah, that motherfucker. Yeah, don't even get me started. Oh, and yeah, I came home the other day and he had, of course, Uber delivery and shit because the only
How
thing.
was that, by the way?
Yeah, yeah, I was so tempted just to steal it for no good reason other than to steal it. But
This
yeah.
is the guy that basically made you live in my living hell, like the person that would be dead if he'd have been if I was you and he had told me what you like. That
Thank
person
you.
is that what you're talking about?
Thank you, because Brooks really got a thing about this wastewater bullshit because she's dealt with it in the past in some guy's trailer home, and some other things gave her a real phobia about it. And with this fucker upstairs, yeah, it was like that's the guy we're talking about. And I figure he had to order Uber Eats because, of course, he can't cook food because he's using all his utilities to cook meth. So that's what's going on upstairs.
Indeed.
You know what though? Wait a minute, you just reframe this for me because here's the thing. There is one thing about meth, They say I watched the comedian. There's a comedian online. She's clean now. She's I forgot her name, whatever. But she does a big act, and one of her things is she drinks meth.
We'll call her Meth Head Mary. We'll call her that instead. Meth Head Mary.
We'll call her that. Meth Head Mary. She's famous now. She's pretty well known, but she's been sober for like 5 or 10 years. I don't know. She was very heavy on meth for like 6 years. She says that the highest high she ever got. She was smart. Every meth comes in all shapes and forms. You don't know. And like, there's people like me that are not so smart, and then there's people like her, very smart, and looks like me, blonde. But she gets in there and she's getting on meth and she's enjoying it. She's reading an article one day on her phone, and it says that meth can't be processed in the body because your body just wants to get rid of it because your body does not know what to do with meth. So when people smoke meth or drink or basically ingest meth, like inhaling or eating it, or the people that shoot it out, doesn't matter how you ingest. Whatever you're doing, you're only taking like 3% is what she's reading in this. She said, and it was trying to say something else, is what she said. It was trying to obviously tell us something else about meth, like maybe don't do it and why it's poison. She said, but all I saw in that was that we were pissing out liquid gold because she's still one of the guys. So she starts drinking her own piss, and she starts literally getting piss buckets of other meth people. Like, she talks about this in a comedy special. It makes it funny because she was so honest about it. And she said, and I'll tell you what, she said, I drink.
Just you?
That sounds like me, right? It totally sounds like it's like the other version of me. No, I'll look for her name. I'll put it in the chat. But
Fair enough.
It's not. It's not. You know why? Because I'm not smart enough to do that. I wouldn't have seen. I don't know if I'd seen that in the article. I don't know. But am I above drinking my own piss? No. Now, drinking other people's piss, yeah. Because she said at first she was getting other. She's like, she thought everybody would just jump on board. She's like, hey, give me your piss. It's gonna be great. But most people didn't, obviously. So she just did. But she said then when she drank the piss, she said, I'll be honest. She said then getting high. She said basically doing meth just became a way to get meth pee, because meth pee was the best high she ever got, because it's like pure meth, because the body just can't do anything with it. And she said, I even figured out, had down to a science, I figured out it was like the second pee. And she said, I shouldn't be telling this for anybody. She's like, the second pee of like after you smoke meth. And then that was yeah, and like she would drink her pee, and then that, like she said, feel like the best high. So she basically just did meth so that she could get her own meth pee, so that then she'd get high on her meth pee. Now you see her, she's got now, she's great, beautiful, very intelligent. But she talks about it. But that is how she did it, and to be honest, she was smart. She read through the article, she figured that out. She also started losing her teeth because she already had bad teeth from just the way she was raised.
Yes. Common among people who become meth heads is that kind of childhood where no one gave them braces. Yes, go on.
She had like small teeth, like her parents had both been addicts, so she didn't have good teeth to begin with, and so she would do her own dental work, like to the point that she would literally go to the nerve endings, and like she would implant her own teeth. Like, I was watching her talk about it the other day, like this was on the comedy.
Whoa! Yeah, how does one do that? Whoa!
with no anesthesia. No
Oh.
anesthesia.
Oh.
Take your own teeth out, go down and dig into the roots and like implant own teeth. She said she would learn to zone out and like take pain and compartmentalize.
And this is comedy?
Well, that's the anesthetic from the drugs.
Well, yeah, you have some anesthetic, obviously, from the meth, so that would have helped her in some way. Yes, definitely. But able to compartmentalize, but you're still going to feel pain because it's not narcotic. Where
there's some precedent to that, like that whole story.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so you have like the Siberian shamans. They used to do that with the, the flower garrics.
Yeah.
They would take like, the reindeers.
Okay.
Whatever the reindeers would like emit, and then they would drink that, and it would basically, that's how they would
So this term you used
directly ingesting.
Right, Garris. What was that?
Flower garric.
What is that?
It's a mushroom that grows in Siberia.
Okay.
It's called Amanita muscaria, it's like the scientific name.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like that classic like Santa Claus mushroom thing. But the Siberian shamans would use that.
So is there a way that you can get some of this to Aristides and Brooke?
I mean, actually, you could buy it, but it's not for ingesting. I mean, it's for shamanistic purposes.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh,
is it kind of like
and I'm not talking about
like
Trampus level. I'm talking like actual like these shaman were not just casuals. Like they had like mystical training. They would live out in the woods.
Yes.
These are like the classic shaman from like Norway, like the Skaldic peoples, the Sama. They're called like the Sami peoples. They were these people like lived with nature. They were one with nature. Mm-hmm. They weren't just some.
Is it similar like
ayahuasca?
Is that how you would describe it? Like ayahuasca?
What's up?
Is it similar to ayahuasca?
No, it's a different compound.
I know it's not. I just think it was similar. Is that what you're saying? It's like.
I don't know. I've never done it.
No.
But it sounds a lot more. It's more of a. I mean, you could look up the symptoms, but it's more of like a journey, like an inner journey.
It sounded like First of all, I just think it's very impressive, Brendan, that you can remember these names. I mean, because I don't even know what you said. So you
names?
Like the name of that mushroom.
You're like, it's John Smith. You're like, John Smith.
Well, I am trained in anthropology, by the way, Brooke. I think that's, that's a factor.
What do you say, an anthropology book, or you have a?
No, I'm trained as an anthropologist. I'm just saying.
You have an anthropologist, so you are an anthropologist?
Yes. No, he's trained as such. Yes. He's gone through the training. But do you have aside from the training, is there a degree level or some recognition?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so
I'm certificated. Yes.
Okay, you're certified.
That, yeah.
Certified. Great.
Okay, because my dad's hiring an anthropologist next month. So if you want to apply
for what? Are we talking forensics? Because that's pretty advanced stuff.
Well, I would have to tell you privately on that one.
Okay, well, just keep me posted, and we'll see what.
Well, you don't need to.
Well, aren't you interested? Because her dad might hire you.
Yeah, of course I'm interested. I'm just saying, keep me posted, Brooke. I would.
Okay. Well, yeah, but if you're out of the country in like Taiwan or wherever you are, I don't know where you're going.
Yeah, I'll be back soon, and I'm not in Thailand, for the record.
He'll be back too soon for his taste, I assure you.
Yes.
Didn't last year you say you went to that freaking remote island? Like, what was it? The
Pitcairn.
Yes, Pitcairn Island. Yes.
Pitcairn Island. Yeah, like the freaking island nobody goes to in the world. But yeah, isn't that where you said you were?
Well, actually, you know who would go there? Anthropologists would go there. Tell her.
Douglas.
Honestly, yes, I can totally see us calling him up and be like, "I'm sitting here staring at the moon."
That did happen. That did happen when I was in Hawaii. Yeah.
You went to Hawaii? When?
Oh, this was a couple of years ago.
Didn't you go more than once? Twice?
An undisclosed amount of times.
Yes. So tell her about this.
Yeah.
How
you went to? I just want to know. Do not tell me you went to Hawaii without me. If you didn't know me, it's understandable. And if you went and you did know me,
yeah, I think this was.
I don't want to hear about it. Either way, I was there. I'm very jealous of Hawaii. Like any island, St. Thomas, Fiji. No. Like I've been the only place I've been like, is Cancun, like 2 or
Well,
3
how about
times.
this? If you ever get sober, I'll take you.
I'm sober today.
I mean, 100%.
too.
Not pee drinking sober.
I would have to do meth to drink pee. No, the whole reason that story was, by the way, was to say that I'm such an idiot that when I obviously was doing things and enjoying myself, finally, not in the best way, but I was enjoying myself to the point that I ended up in jail, like once or twice. In April, and what I realized, the first time when I went, and then the second time when I went, when I remembered, I was like, oh, I should have done that the first time. Because you're in there, you're waiting like 12 hours, maybe 24, depending on your charges, maybe more.
On my charges?
It's not fun. It's boring. And if you went in and you suddenly have to pee, I mean, you can't. It makes logical sense. You're not getting a glass of wine before you go. I asked them when they took me in for that wreck. I was like, "Can you just let me take my blood pressure pills?" Obviously, I would have loved to take something else, but they wouldn't even let me take my blood pressure pills at my house. You know.
Of course not, because most people just go back and swallow a whole freaking dime bag.
Actually, really wanted the blood pressure. I asked them they can just get the bottle, but they were like, no, they wouldn't do it.
Of course not.
Yeah. So, but I was like, damn it, I should drink that fucking pee. That would have been the time. It's like I would remember after I peed. I was like, damn it. Why not? Because I never pee because I don't drink much. Obviously, like I don't drink enough water. Not healthy.
Oh my
but
God. You got to start.
I was in jail. But I was like, damn it! Right after I peed, I'd be like, if I was ever gonna try meth pee, this would have been the time. Like I'm in jail, low as you can go. Just take some cake off the floor. Pretty sure meth pee isn't any lower than that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And
No, it's lower than that.
I missed a fucking opportunity. I mean, because like I feel like I would never do it until, but like that moment when you're so low, I don't know.
You sound pretty. You're really like pushing it. You know? Like this is like the Brooke technique now.
Well, I do want to say that I'm glad Amy's still with us because I did want to bring something up that she would appreciate as well. And I'm certain I mentioned all of this.
Amy's still here. Hey, Amy, oh my God, I wanted you to call me or tell me about your stuff, but
yes, Amy, have you found a chance to talk to Brooke privately about the new developments in your life?
Oh, I know I haven't been talking to anybody. I've been busy.
Yeah, of
I haven't
course.
talked to you in a long time. Like we haven't called up anyway. But I talked when you talked last time.
Honeymoon?
I wanted to call. I wanted to catch up with you anyway, so we'll do that. Hopefully, if you will, if you want.
It's funny. Like today, we were driving around. There was a car show, and there were 2 DeLoreans, and I immediately thought of Brandon Young. I was like, maybe one of these DeLoreans is Brandon Young. Of course, it wasn't, but there were 2 of them.
Did he own one or something?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he said he did.
Oh,
Doesn't
you
mean
can't
he did.
believe anything that
I was
motherfucker.
gonna say that sounds like something he would just say off the top.
Yeah, because he's such a
But
piece
he
of
had
shit.
enough money for it. Like his profile pic for the longest time was with his Ferrari,
That is true. That is true.
so
Quote
or
unquote.
like a Lambo or something.
Or it was one that he just chose to lean against before
Theoretically.
the owner called the cops. Yeah.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
No.
He's
I mean, he for sure had money. I mean,
yeah.
The type of people driving these freaking DeLoreans around, though, it did kind of seem like his deal. Like it was sort of like.
I find those DeLorean people so cheesy. There's some guy on social media that like, he has like every fact, and he's like, "Do you see this door jamb? And this is only offered on 1987 or 82 or something." You know,
Weird.
it's just those poor people.
What do you think of the Woodies? What do you think of the Woodies? The people who love those wood paneled cars. What do you think of that?
Yeah, the Woodies are kind of. Those are more like nostalgic, right? Like it's like it makes sense, that one, because it's like they only made them a couple of years because of the war, and it's just they're really hard to restore. It's like a real labor of love, you know. I guess I could say that about the DeLorean too, but I mean there's a little more respect in those.
Okay.
These early cars.
We're
They're
total.
like historical.
All right. And
I don't
Amy,
know
finish
why
your
I hate
thought.
the DeLorean so much.
It's certain people, you know, it's like
It's
an
just cheesy,
alcohol.
like, it's just
Yeah,
cheesy.
yeah. It's also like an alcohol where if you've tried an alcohol once and you had a real bad experience with it, you don't do it again. Yeah, Amy, what were you gonna say? Complete that thought.
We were driving around and there was these two dudes driving DeLoreans, and it was just like they were just such posers, like just trying hard, you know, to like be cool. But there was
Yeah,
like two.
that's what I mean.
They were fucking the same car, and then they both like showed up at the mall and went to this stupid restaurant. His name was
Anyone who's ever been, I've been in one, I've seen
James
one. If you've
restaurant
ever been
here.
inside of it, it's not fast, it's not sporty, it's not comfortable. Like, it's literally just the shtick of the body and like the movie. Yeah, like there's nothing really
one
that
of the
exciting.
plates. One of the plates said timeless.
Oh,
like,
of course. Oh my god.
Those people I would call too much money on their hands. Those are the kind of people that like.
Yeah, that's really sad. And then they met each other like they're kind of like soulmates, and they're probably it's almost like they're an ambiguously gay couple.
Yeah.
Are you sure it wasn't Brandon Young there?
No shit. No shit. That fits
but
perfectly.
No, I don't think so. I did not
Where-
investigate
Where's
too
Brandon
close.
Young from? Where does he live? Brandon Young.
Boston.
Massachusetts.
Yeah.
That was why I thought it can't be him, because they didn't have Massachusetts plates.
Okay. Yeah.
Can't be
Didn't he
him.
live in South Carolina for a while or something? Because remember we talked about it when I first met
He
him.
claimed he was everywhere. If you listen, I
I thought he
can't.
was in LA for the longest time.
Yeah, he claimed that too. He would claim I was in LA. I was in. By the way, none of this is implausible. Obviously, he's a United States citizen. He has money. He could have traveled to these different places. It's honestly something that's not unbelievable and probably is even true. But I won't give him anything anymore, other than very few specific things that we know we have cross-referenced and know to be true. I've come to dismiss everything the fucker has ever said, except for maybe a few basics about him, like he was tutored by the Noam Chomsky and shit like that. I mean, there's certain things like that which resonate with me as being plausible and even probable. But yeah, he's all fucked up. It's just that at this point.
Didn't you say he was like a teacher or something?
Oh, that's the worst.
No,
That's,
he sent us a photo of him in his class. Like, yeah, he was tutored by him when he was young.
Oh, no. What Brooke is saying is what Brandon's doing is like what's Brandon doing? He's teaching kids, because here's the deal, Brooke. What happened was Brandon Young, he comes from an old moneyed Boston family, and actually was starting off as.
He's bald.
I'm sorry, what?
Is he bald?
No, oh God, no. But after what happened was he had this assassination attempt that he survived, and we know that to be true because there was forensic reports and everything. And I could go into that another time, but the point
It's
is,
starting to look like that was just probably just personal beef for his like pathological lying.
yeah. But at any
We were
rate,
just like the camel that broke the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah.
It was like, we gotta finally just get rid of this guy. You know?
yeah. Oh my God! Don't tempt me to even go there. But I'll tell you something. Something horrible happened with that accident. Aside from his going into a coma for over a week, which is a very long time to be in a coma, comparatively speaking. But he was obviously permanently brain damaged, and it is degenerative. And more than that, it deformed his face. So what happened was...
How old was he? How old was he?
How
happened?
old was he when it happened, Brendan? Do you remember? Any specifics?
Late 20s.
Thank you. Something like that. Yeah.
Because he was definitively out of university
Yeah.
by the time he contacted you, and then
Yeah.
so
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wondering. Okay.
So
Yeah.
like mid to late 20s.
It scarred his face. You said?
No, it deformed his face in this bizarre fashion. It could be maybe they put him on a bunch of antidepressants or antipsychotic drugs, which makes a person bloat up. But he was always afraid to show his face. There were very few photographs of him. The photographs that would exist of him would always be years and years old. And that's because what little I saw of him when he got on camera would be like if I had taken a syringe full of some kind of cooking oil and just injected my face full of it. Kind of like what happened to Mickey Rourke. Remember, there was Mickey Rourke, the sex object, this kind of golden hour when Mickey Rourke was, with his accent and his manliness, was this thing. He was a thing, a phenomenon. And then he went to a plastic surgeon to try and get better. And it just goes to show people, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they pumped him full of all kinds of Botox, and everything went terribly wrong, and his face melted, and he got all like super bloated. And are you familiar with the Mickey Rourke scandal, Brooke, at all?
I don't know much about it. No, like I don't remember much about that.
Okay, so Mickey Rourke, do you know he was? Do you know about him at all? You know who he is?
Obviously, yeah, I know about him. I just don't know any
Echo.
details about it.
Yeah, so
I know vaguely about this.
Okay,
Very vague.
Okay, so we're getting an echo. Hopefully, we can make that work.
Yeah, like 1 second. I just need to fix the volume. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Bless you. Thank you so much. That's infinitely better. So what happened, Brooke, with Mickey Rourke was he was an actor, and he was his star was rising. Mickey Rourke was a rising star, and then he went to some plastic surgeon and fucked it all up. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because this guy didn't need to have anything done. And but he wanted to look better and maybe turn back the years even a little bit. And, you know, that plastic surgeon destroyed him. Destroyed his career, destroyed everything. I'm imagine there was a lawsuit that we never found out about, because Mickey Rourke went into full damage control denial mode for some reason, wanting people to think he didn't go to a plastic surgeon.
Yeah, how come they all do that? That's really strange.
It's bizarre. I guess that's because it would probably make him look stupid. And so then what happened was his face.
Even people like MJ. I mean, I guess they're all crazy, but even like where it was like obviously work had been done, they'll like deny it to the hilt. Like, I've never done anything.
It's
very
like,
strange.
Come on, and it's like, but anyhow, that's what Brandon Young looked like. It was like he had done a Mickey Rourke, and somebody had taken a syringe full of castor oil and just pumped his face full of it. So it's like he bloated out all over the place. So he had the Popeye effect for the face. So he looked like, if you've ever seen the Popeye cartoon, Max Fleischer, it's that's what he began to look like. It's just wretched, pathetic. And when I think about him again these days, I get as revolted as I do when I think about any of these fuckers. And everything they did was so annoying. You know what Brendan just said about the basic shamans and shit? He was saying, these shamans, explaining about the Sami people in the north of Scandinavia, about as north as you can get without falling off into the Arctic and shit. Basically, you take a look at Salman Sheikh was trying to portray himself as this kind of character, because he says, I'm like a Sufi. Yeah, like a Sufi. But then when Derek Talley came on the show, and Derek Talley, did his whole dialysis trip where we raised money for him before he started even begging for more money. And I finally
just used it on barbecue.
Yeah.
He literally showed us.
Yeah, thank you. Mountains of barbecue, mountains of ribs and shit, just to show us how stupid I was to raise money for him and his so-called cancer, another cancer man. He then got involved with a bunch of line dancing, as in Line. But when I was speaking about that, then Salman Sheikh, who can't speak any English, thought I said lion dancing. Lion. And then comes the show and was, saying shit and writing some stupid messages about Derek Talley shouldn't do lion dancing and shit. And it's like, everything about these people becomes so repulsive. Just everything about them. They're so stupid. So it's like, when I think of Brandon Young now, I think of Daniel Arola, and I think of Salman Sheikh and Derek Talley. I mean, these are all such stupid, repulsive people. Jambo the Reese Monkey.
Scum.
Yeah, just scum. Just come. Penny Bradley. Yes, like with, what she said to me, of course, Brendan was saying, the most stupid thing she ever said, where I just had to turn it off, was, I was at the apex of the flying formation of Flugelrad and shit. Yeah, to me, what she said that was the most repulsive and most stupid thing was, the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich considers Adolf Hitler a traitor, and Adolf Hitler is scum because he killed Jews, and they're not about that. So she was saying it's all on Hitler, but they really love Jews.
Right.
You remember that?
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
trying
it's
to.
it's so absurd. Like mind, like when something's so stupid, they say it's mind numbing.
Yes.
That was literally like where I didn't even react.
Yeah.
I was just like, this is horrible. This is like not even worthy of a reaction.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's like.
Thank you.
Like, what's the point of even saying? Like
Yeah.
she used the classic verbal diarrhea.
I mean, thank you. Thank you.
Where it was just like blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she had no redeeming feature, unlike Marina Saren.
Thank you. Thank you. That's right.
So.
With Marina Saren, she could be up there and saying, "I'm the reincarnation of Cleopatra," and you just go, "Yeah, that's right, baby."
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please put on some olive oil.
Yeah.
Like Cleopatra did.
Yeah. Yeah, baby.
Yes. I'm so sad that Peter Moon got like scared her off of OnlyFans. That's so unfortunate. Wait, maybe I wasn't supposed to mention that.
Yeah, oh, that's right. That's what happened. Yeah, he was like, "You shouldn't be doing that," and because I can't afford it. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
he just doesn't want to pay the $5 a month. It was pretty cheap.
Comparatively speaking.
Not that I would know.
Well, hey, we tried to convince Amy. Aristides was with me. Come on, Amy, get that camera operating. Come on.
Of course.
Well, now she's taken.
Entirely, but I am still considering doing some kind of anime. I'm gonna do like anime intimacy coaching.
Okay.
That's
okay.
So
Sure.
I need somebody to draw some pictures. Can you draw some anime pictures of the person that's going to be intimacy coaching all of these people who are paying me?
Wow. There we go. We'll consider that. Of course,
you really need is just some bunny ear or just any kind of furry ears.
Yes.
And that's it, really.
Crumb. Do you guys know the artist Crumb?
How could I not? He's a fellow San Franciscan. Yeah, and he's dead now, but go on.
Of course you know about him.
Yes.
Of course you. No, one of these skaters I was hanging out with, he was asking me if I'd seen it, and I hadn't, and so I looked it up, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. That's interesting that's like a thing, and he's popular. And it's just like comic book strips of.
He maybe has a cult following, but it's not like he's necessarily popular. I mean, he was popular back in the day, because back in the day he was doing fucking drug cards.
This was the Fritz the Cat guy, yeah.
No. Crumb was not. The Fritz the Cat guy is Jewish. Crumb is actually, believe it or not, white supremacist. Sure? Yeah, you'd think he was Jewish. You would think he was Jewish, Crumb, but no, Crumb is this dude who did a bunch of drug cartoons, like the Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers, what I think he did. No, but he did a bunch of other shit that was actually funny, some of it, but he was like this kind of...
This stuff is the stuff that messed up, like, the boomers, basically.
Yeah, but the Fritz the Cat was some Jewish guy. Because he did Wizards. Remember that wizard shit? That was the same guy who did Fritz the Cat. He was this Jewish guy. That's why he made the villain all Nazi and shit, though it was so stupid. It was like the villain had no skin on his arms. He had just bones for arms in Wizards. Right. But he was like using all this Nazi shit. And it's supposed to be after World War III, but the guy's like using Nazi technology because the guy who made it is Jewish. So it has to go there. So there you go. It's like, so Brooke, I see that you're not mute. But I'm not only not hearing any noise, I'm not... Whoa. Oh, so something really weird just happened on my screen where somebody is trying
Someone's tethered.
What is that?
Oh, isn't that interesting? It's like a stadium, right? Like you're seeing stadium stairs.
Well, it's like, some stadium-looking...
Like an amphitheater.
Yeah, amphitheater-looking stairs. Yeah, and now it's doing some... So you guys are seeing that... Oh, Brooke Gibson is changing the scenes. Because she's probably trying to...
She's messing around with stuff.
Brooke, whatever you're on, share it.
Right. 30 seconds before, she was like, I'm completely sober, 100%.
Is it working? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Thank God.
No, you're absolutely turfed right now. You're on
I'm not. I
another
wish I
dimension.
started. Like literally, I have a beer here, and I literally have had like 3 sips of it.
Yeah,
because
that's 100% sober.
that, okay, I
Sober
didn't say
enough.
I'm sober. I thought you meant like
did,
not
though.
fucked up. I think that is sober. Yes. I don't know what you mean sober. I mean, because are you
Very
sober,
interesting.
Brendan?
I mean,
Are you sober?
there's only one definition of that word.
No, I don't truly believe that there is. But because Brendan, I mean, are you sober?
Yeah, as a lark, completely.
You are sober.
But
Yes, I assure
let's
you.
put it this way. I understand where Brooke is coming from. Obviously, many people who do indulge, as I do, there's different, shall we say, phases. There's different phases, and one can be
Well, I'm not
buzzed.
denying
You
that.
had
But
had a sugar high today, Brendan. I mean, just have you indulged in some sugar? Have you
Wait
had
a
caffeine?
second,
I
wait
mean,
a
like,
second.
where are you drawing this line?
Yeah, yeah, there is a sugar high. Yeah, come on, Brendan. Yeah, there is a sugar high. Yeah.
you know, well, yeah, there is a lot. I mean,
The
trust
Blue
me, there's a
Lotus,
lot.
maybe?
No, but you can have the rest of my Blue Lotus stash.
Cool.
Oh my God, will you send it to me? But come on, you stop by here on your way out of.
Yeah.
I'm not stopping by North Carolina.
South. She's in South Carolina, Brendan.
Wherever. I'm not touching the Carolinas unless you get me that job. Maybe I'll think about it.
Oh, I think my dad, as being from South Carolina, I'm just gonna play that comment. I'm not touching Carolina. Snobby ass. Elitism shows you. Yes, very elitist. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Humble yourself a little bit, buddy. Humble yourself a little bit.
Yeah.
You have no idea how humble I am.
You are correct. You are correct about that. I'll give you kudos. I have no idea how humble you are. Truly.
I sit on the ground daily. Crisscross applesauce.
Hands in your lap.
So what's
Douglas.
what's that?
Wait, what happened to George Knight? Is he okay?
No, he had to go to work. What was that,
that's
Amy? What was that, Amy?
What did you want to talk to me about? Because I'm fading.
Oh, okay. So what I wanted to bring up in front of yourself and Brooke was that earlier I was talking to Brooke about the Little League of California that Michael Aquino had started concerning serial killers. And I was doing this to prove a point to her that the military was full of these kinds of people. I believe that I made my point, but there's another point that really drives it home, was the hero of Black Hawk Down. So I just wanted to know, Brooke, Amy, are both of you ladies familiar with the movie Black Hawk Down?
I watched it back in the day.
I watched it too, but I can't remember what. Like, I need to pull a short of it, like, to see what it was. Like, to be. Okay, you know, this is kind of like I can do what I do with you when you say, "Can you see my screen?" I could just say yes. But
well,
you know,
it was about.
Amy was being honest, so I decided to just be honest and say I don't really remember exactly. I remember the name Black Hawk Down. I'm gonna pull a little image here.
Yeah, well, it was one of the biggest box office draws of the year 2001, the year of 9/11, if I remember correctly. And it earned its director, Ridley Scott.
I didn't see it. I never even saw it, and I know why. I knew the name, and I did not watch it because it was 2001, and I had my daughter August of 2000, and I was new mom material for 2 or 3 years there, so... I mean, like, I think the only thing I remember watching in 2001 was that guy with the mini-me, the little English accent. What's his name?
Right. The Austin Powers. Incredible Man of Mystery, I think is the subtitle that
International Man of Mystery.
At home, like on the weekend, like thinking my daughter, like, are we bad because we're watching it and she's in the swing? And my ex-husband was like, she's 3 months old. I don't think she'll understand. Like,
yeah, it's true. No, it's true. Yeah, she wouldn't get any of it. It was just, I mean, I couldn't take it. Because it's just like, it's just too much. It's just overwhelming.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about Austin Powers, to be honest. It wasn't it's not my kind of humor.
Yeah.
But, it was just something to watch, on the weekend. It's like, after you've had a baby and you can't really go anywhere because you had a baby, like, you realize your life just changes. Like, you used to be able to be like, before you have a baby, you're like,
days.
I go out to eat. If I want to go to a movie, I go to a movie. We're like, do you want to go to a movie? We'll go now. Yeah. And then it's like, you want to go to a movie? And then it's like, wait a minute, we have this thing with us. And then like we tried to go to eat with it last month after we had it, and it shit all over itself, and it came up on its neck, and you were in the bathroom for like an hour and a half, and then we had to get out, and it was like the worst thing ever just to try to go out to eat, and it screams and it cries. You can't take it in a movie, and it's got to eat, and it's like your whole life just like, you know, you changes. And people that haven't become parents or never been a new parent, like it's night and day going from, you know, just being single and like you want to go to McDonald's, you want to go out to eat, you want to go to a movie, you go.
Yeah, Brooke. I mean, imagine Sammy Romero's got 2 of them. It's like, oh my God, I'd kill myself. I like, Jesus Christ. I would
but
just.
It's the best gift ever. It's also like, it's just like the best gift ever.
I think parents tell themselves that so they don't kill themselves.
No, true. I mean, your parents did it, like, right? You were raised, and your parents loved you. They didn't throw you out the window or beat you and put you like out in the field, like, or sell you to pirates, you know?
Like Joe Ty and shit. Yeah, that was like, yeah. Brooke had it down. She thinks I'm Joe Ty's biological father, and I paid the river pirates to get rid of him after I beat his brains out. Yeah, that'd
be the type of thing. If I told Douglas if he had a child, I'm like, you would be that father. You'd be the type of father that'd just be like, oh my God, like, I don't want a kid. I cannot stand kids. It's already just what I said. Like, already annoying me. Like, I can't go where I want to do what I want to do. And now he's an idiot too. I think he's a fucking idiot. And he's like, but then the reason he did it because oh my God. What I said is, you get mad at him one day because you're like, I can't take it anymore.
By the way, Brooke, Amy, tell Brooke how Joe Ty told you this antibiotic to take that helped you. Well, tell the name. What was the antibiotic?
Antibiotic.
Yeah, tell us about this.
It's like Metro
VDs.
Something. I just took it again. I had another round of it before I made this little
Metroconazole or something like that stuff they give you for yeast infections.
No. Fucking Joe Ty sent me this 30-second video of a Pakistani doctor talking about how endometriosis only grows on a particular kind of bacterium called Fusobacterium. And so it was like this minuscule amount of women have a Fusobacterium, but like all the women with endometriosis have this bacterium. And so I brought the video to my doctor, and he was like, yeah, that sounds like a great choice for you, like how to deal with this problem. And I fucking took it, and it worked. And I was like, I can't believe Joe Ty knew more than my fucking doctors. Like, more than
That's amazing.
Yeah, more than the experts that I was like having to work my life around. Like, they were my baby. Like, going to these specialists, like setting up appointments that like 6 months in advance, and then, you know, having to like arrange my life around a visit to a specialist who didn't know anything about this. And Joe Ty was like, hey, here, I found this for you. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. It says that part that can go from they're known members of the oral and gastrointestinal tract microbiota, but they have discovered them in the uterus by ascending infection from the vagina and induce transition into endometrial fibroblasts that cause endometriosis. That's cool. Also said, by the way, that they also have been linked. Now they're linking them to colorectal cancer as well.
Holy shit! Yeah. But that's incredible.
So go Joe Ty, like that's awesome.
You yourself said he was an idiot savant.
Yeah. See, things happen.
That's why we said he was in the tent city with Peter Moon and said, yeah, and Peter said, man, I'm tired of frying up these dead roadkill animals and eating them.
I'm tired of eating prickly roaches we've catching. Yes, they were not doing so.
And then Joe Ty said, I hear there's this doctor, David Lewis Anderson, can time travel. And that's when Pete was gone and went to find the doctor. At any rate, so before Amy fades entirely, so Black Hawk Down was this big box office hit, and it earned Ridley Scott an Oscar nomination. He didn't win, but the movie got 2 Academy Awards for editing and sound.
I have a new movie to watch next weekend, so I'm excited. I totally forgot about this movie, but I want to watch it because I've never seen it.
So,
anyway, go ahead.
So it's based on a non-fiction incident, a real historical incident that was written into a book by a guy named Mark Bowden. And the book had the same title, but it concerns what was the U.S. Army Rangers in this catastrophic raid on Mogadishu, Somalia in 1993.
Oddly enough, I just have to say this. It's reminds me, because of the timeline we're on now, when I see the name, it makes me think of like when they got Osama bin Laden, because they made a movie about that, right? So but think about it. But this is in 2001, so it's basically it's made right before 9/11.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it's that's correct. That's correct.
It's just but then you know what I'm saying? Like, just it's weird that it made me think of like Osama bin Laden and tying it. It kind of ties all those ends together in my head. Like
and I think it's fitting. It's fitting because the parallel would be it would be they're both such cock ups, and the incidents, the historical incidents. I mean, in terms of the. For those who don't know, what happened in Mogadishu in 1993 was that the United States Army Rangers were sent in to find the pirate warlord Aristide. That was the black African pirate Somali warlord's name. Aristide.
Aristide had a real job back then?
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Obviously, he got rich off it. He did a Michael Jackson Bleach, and look at him now. I mean...
He went from pirate warlord to Chihuahua hunter. Chihuahua
Aristide, please send me one of your Chihuahuas, please. Just letting you know, I need a Chihuahua.
Hey, honey, he'd be happy if you moved in with him to take care of them all day. Believe me.
What does that pay? What is that job paying right now?
Fuck, I think he'd have to be conscious to answer. Right now, he's in dreamland. But at any rate, what happened was that these Rangers were sent in to capture him. They got all fucked up, basically tried to retreat, and wound up losing the majority of the team. And they all died horribly. Somali pirates took their bodies and dragged them for miles, all this kind of shit. And the reason that they didn't have any backup was because the United States was counting on the United Nations forces in zone to back them up. But guess what? United States was counting on the United Nations, but the United Nations had sent Muslim troops. So all the people with all the tanks and all the armored fighting vehicles were all Pakistani. And they said, we don't kill fellow Muslims. And they just let the Americans die. That was all fucked up.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. And, of course, they're Salman Sheikh's people, so they're shit. And then what happened was that they...
Is that why they switched to the Gurkhas? They just kill everybody.
Oh, yeah, of course. Definitely. Yeah, Brendan's got it down. Yeah, and... but when it came to the Osama hit, it's just outlined for Brooke.
They switched to the what? What did you say?
Gurkhas. They're also known as Gurkhas. But they're tell her about the Gurkhas, Brendan. Explain it to our listeners. We got that echo again, but yeah. And is Brendan with us? Or no worries, I'll explain it then. Basically, the Gorkhas were Nepalese tribesmen, right, Brendan? Yeah, Nepali tribesmen, and
yes, the Gurkhas are. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
They're the Gorkhali people.
Yeah.
In northern India, southern Nepal. And
yeah. So
this is their
go
field marshal's slogan.
Yeah.
If a man says he's not afraid of dying, he's either lying or he's a Gurkha.
Yes, there we are. Yeah. So
and they fought against the Muslims and the Mughals for so many years that they became this warring
tribe. Yeah,
that was
So thank you. Anyhow, so what happened was that the hero of the film is named Danny Grimes. Let's see if Brooke's still with us. Just want to make sure you can hear this, Brooke, because if you're doing something... Yeah, you can hear
it. Is it echoing?
Still
Is it
echoing
echoing?
a little bit. Yes, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix. I'm listening. I'm just trying to fix the computer to see what setting that was. Like that's changed. There's some setting when I unmute it, it changes or something.
Okay.
I apologize.
No worries. While you're fixing that, I'll go on with the story. Just so people know, the hero of the story is named Danny Grimes, but that's not his historical name. The real historical name of the character that's being portrayed by the actor, who's this Scottish heartthrob at the time, another sex symbol of his day, Ewan McGregor. And Ewan McGregor plays this guy named Danny Grimes. He's the hero of the movie. But in reality, the main character of the operation was Ranger John Stebbins, or rather Stubby Stebbins, because of the stubby size of his penis, small enough where women didn't like to have sex with him, so he had sex instead with children. And so basically in the year 2000, just 1 year before that movie was released, Stubby Stebbins was court-martialed and sent to the stockade for the rape and sodomy of a child under 12. Turned out he had been a serial rapist of children all over the world, using taxpayer dollars to abduct kids, and then when he went into quote-unquote retirement, spent all his time abducting kids until his wife finally turned him in because she got tired of hearing the kids screaming in the basement. And they're not her kids, which makes it worse. And then he had her cook for him, and she said, fuck them, they're not my kids, I'll feed them dog food. So he fed them out of dog dishes, they were chained to the wall, and he made them shit in the same dishes that they ate out of. That's, the hero of Black Hawk Down. And of course, what people would tell me whenever I related this story was, Douglas Dietrich, you son of a bitch, you hate America, and this man was out of the military when he did all that. Think about what I'm saying, what these people are saying.
Yes.
This man was
I remember
out.
growing up in that film was like the epitome of the veteran lie.
Thank you.
know, it's like, look what these people go through. You know?
Yeah, when they're not raping kids. Yeah. and then so people would say, you unpatriotic son of a bitch, you hate America, and he did all that after he retired. As if that makes it better, or somehow more acceptable, or somehow absolves the military. But get this is what they're ignoring. And what I told everybody, you don't understand. He is in Fort Leavenworth, which is a military prison. So that means the only reason the military has him in prison, if his crimes that he was court-martialed for and ultimately was tried for, condemned for, convicted for, this means that even if he was retired, it means he had
so
to
if
be.
he was court-martialed, that means he did it while
active.
Thank
you. Thank you.
So there's no way out of that one.
Thank you. There is one potential option. There's one potential option is that if someone retires, say for instance there was justice in the world and Michael Aquino was convicted for his crimes, then conceivably the military might have the option to court-martial him just to kind of remove his rank and therefore remove his pension. Does that make sense? Conceivably. I mean, these things are technically possible. I've never seen them done. I don't think they've ever happened.
Well, it makes sense, but he took contingencies. That's why he moved to
England and all that shit.
NSA.
Well, but he was never going to be prosecuted. We know that. He knew that. He knew that, and we know that. But in terms of this guy, Stebbins, maybe something like that conceivably could have happened so that both sides are quote-unquote right, but I'm still much righter than they are, because even if he's retired and he goes into Fort Leavenworth after conviction, that says it all. It means that everything he did while under military control, or they wouldn't put him in their prison. And that means everything he did was under orders. So that adds a dimension to the story that makes it even more incriminating against the U.S. Army. And of course, the pedophile who taught me everything I knew about mercenary work, Lionel Allen Curtis, was a U.S. Army Ranger sniper. So the Rangers are no better than the Special Forces. Both of them are Army, both of them elite, and both of them are just baby rape and Satanists. So,
wait a minute, how did you know this Curtis?
Curtis was basically this was what went down at the Presidio military base. At the Presidio military base, they had hostels. And these hostels are where all these retirees, people who were retired from military service who were presumably honorably discharged. All of these honorable discharges who were doing mercenary work or private security contract enforcement, they were allowed to use MAC, which is an acronym, MAC, for Military Airlift Command, which means that they could fly anywhere in the world where there were military bases to receive the MAC transport planes for pennies on the dollar. And so they would just have to ride in the cargo bay of these military transport planes, which are basically like luggage planes, but sometimes are used for paratroopers. They could be used for parachute jumping and the like mass airdrops. But you're basically sitting in an uncomfortable plane with a big hole in the middle that you could jump out of if you're a paratrooper. Theoretically, that's going to be closed. My dad actually rode on one where that was open throughout the entire flight. And he was also told by the pilot that you guys better strap on your parachutes now because I'm going to be wearing mine because I don't think we're going to make it to the other end of this flight. That was the last time my dad ever rode on MAC, Military Airlift Command. He never rode again on MAC after that. But when it came to the hostels at the Presidio, these guys would use the MAC, pennies on the dollar, come in from Thailand, wherever they did a mercenary contract, or raped a bunch of kids or whatever, and then they'd stay in the hostels at the Presidio military base. This was a factor in Lieutenant Commander of the United States Navy, Robert Hunt, coming to the Presidio when he was looking for assassins to recruit to kill William Jefferson Clinton while he was running for president. So when William Jefferson Clinton was running for president, he was staying at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in San Francisco. And this was, of course, the most expensive hotel, the diplomatic hotel. And Lieutenant Commander Robert Hunt of the U.S. Navy said to me, he approaches me and says, "I'm under direct orders from your president, George Bush Sr." He didn't use the term senior because nobody knew about junior back then, but he meant the senior one, George Bush. "I'm under direct orders from your president, George Bush, to find someone, get together a team of assassins from these mercenaries staying in the hostels so we can kill the guy running for president, Bill Clinton." And I said, look, this is incredibly illegal, of course. I'm not going to get involved with this. Let me talk to my operations manager. And so when I approached my operations manager and said, hey, there's this guy here from the U.S. Navy. By the way, for people who don't know, that would make sense. He was from the Navy because he was with the Naval Intelligence Service, and George Bush Sr. had been in the Navy during the early part of his career. He was indeed the youngest navigator or naval aviator of World War II, for those of you who don't know, and actually saw action in World War II to the point where the Japanese almost caught him and ate him, which, of course, caused him to throw up when he met the men who almost captured him and ate him when he was eating across the table from the emperor. And then these guys said, hey, we almost caught you and ate you back in World War II. Two of these guys that were at the table, and that's when Bush threw up on the emperor's lap. Yeah, he was actually next to the emperor, and they were across the table. At any rate, what happened was that, so when I went to my operations manager and said, hey, there's this individual here says he wants to kill this individual who's running for president. I'm telling you so you can do something about this. Shouldn't we call the military police? And he's like, oh, Dietrich, you fucking idiot. Go call the local CIA branch office here in San Francisco and ask them if it's legit. So I called up Bob Larson, who ran the San Francisco CIA agency outlet. And he said, yeah, it's legit. Get together a bunch of guys to kill this son of a bitch. And I said, you're kidding me, right? I said, you can't be fucking serious. Are you fucking serious? You're asking me to cooperate with this individual to organize an assassination. And he said, there's bad things that happen to people who don't play the game, all this shit. And, so I said, okay, what the fuck? So I just got, started recruiting a bunch of guys, helping to say who wants to kill this guy running for president. Oh, everybody held their hands up in the hostel, and then they started organizing it at the library and shit. But it's through this kind of situation, though it was much earlier than that incident, that I had met Lionel Allen Curtis because he was a member of Man Blood. the Man-Boy Love Association, which preyed on lonely kids in libraries. Which makes perfect sense because, kids who are picked on and bullied hide in libraries, where they can escape into science fiction books or romance novels, depending on their gender. Or that's the way it used to be. Kids these days, of course, it's more fluid. But he was there to prey on kids and then put the make on myself, and that was how I made his acquaintance. And I was too streetwise and sophisticated, of course, to be seduced, but I recognized him as a mercenary and understood what I saw at the Presidio Library about him, and said, "Oh, you're Lionel Curtis. You're a U.S. Army Ranger sniper. You served in both sides of the Arab-Israeli conflict." And he was astonished. Of course, how do you know me? And I said, well, I work at the library at the Presidio. And so that was how we developed a relationship, if you will call it that. He wanted to pimp me out to Arab sheikhs, but I said, no, I'm not interested in that. Look, I'd really like to get into mercenary work. And, oh, you can't do that. You're just a pretty boy. You're only good for fuck me, Oh, you'll never survive. But, of course, it turned out he was wrong. And, of course, he ultimately learned to respect me because of what my mother had taught me about martial arts, ninjutsu. And, of course, the professional child prostitute assassin background. He learned to respect me to the degree where he taught me everything he knew about mercenary work. He ultimately went to prison the rest of his life, though it was not for his pedophilia. I did betray him in the end, but what he went to prison for was for tax evasion and also threatening the VA with multiple threats. But normally that doesn't put you in prison either, because veterans threaten the VA all the time and nothing is done to them. So it was the tax evasion. It was basically the tax evasion. And but they really ran it through. They really ran him through. I'm sorry. Go on, Amy.
Did you want me to know about this Stubby Stubbins person?
Oh, the reason why was because I was talking to Brooke earlier about the environment of the military that produces these horrible people, and I knew that you would relate to it because of all of the horrible people you've been exposed to through the military, and it was what you were talking about with George Knight when I came back. You were both talking about the military and various things, so I did want you to know about it before you went to sleep. But you can go to sleep in good conscience. No, I mean, I love you.
All right, that sounds fantastic. I'm gonna go to sleep, but I would like to thank you one more time for all that you do, and I look forward to whatever monologue comes out of you later.
Thank you, honey. I'll try and progress to a monologue sometime soon, maybe tonight. We'll see. But I love you dearly, and beyond expression. Okay. All right.
Okay. Night, night.
Yes, night, honey.
Amy, congratulations on your newfound happiness,
Good
and
to know.
I hope to talk to you soon.
Yes.
Okay, I can't wait. All right, Sue.
Okay. There we are. Now it's just us. Brendan Zogan and Brooke
Am I
Gibson.
still echoing?
No, honey, you're fine. So now we can have phone sex. You and I, Brooke. Yeah.
Wait, I gotta go.
Brandon, you told us last time you wanted to be a part of it. We were on the private call.
I didn't say that.
Chicken and out, man. Like, why are you acting different when you're on air?
And now I think
It's
that
just not my style. I'm not as old as you guys.
yeah, there we
You
are.
act like you don't like me when you're on air, but then like when we're all private, you get all like frisky and stuff with us. Like, weird. Like I never know how to take you, which one you're gonna be, like the frisky, like all into me sweetie pie, or like the one that's on air now, like it's all like meh. You're so different.
What Brooke would like, maybe our audience would like was, okay, so who do you look like? Who do you think favors you physically enough where it would be worth saying Brendan kind of looks like this guy? We'd like something like that.
Yeah, because I asked him what you look like, and he told me that guy that was a shooter or whatever last time.
We're not gonna mention that being in question.
I don't even remember the name, so I can't mention it. But yeah, you mentioned it last time. Like I was like, who is that? And Doug was even having me Google willing to look at him, and he was like that guy. And I was like, you're really like, I
Son of
don't
a bitch.
picture him like that, but like, I don't know.
And she said, Brooke said, the photograph of him on the streets with the gun is the best photograph of him there is.
Yeah.
Oh, and the backwards.
And honest-
Looked
and
like,
to
though.
be
That's
fair-
what he was. I think that was the one you, or the one with the streets on the gun. He did look better, yeah, than some
Yeah,
of the
'cause it
others.
was
That's right, he
blurry
did.
from, like,
He was like,
the other side of the
sadly, he
road.
looks better with the gun. On the, yeah.
That poor kid got like a cross eye, and then like when he was crying in court, his like eyes popped out. I mean, it's horrible. It did not look like him.
Are you serious? Oh my god!
I don't
Did
know
I
about him.
think you had cross eyes?
Oh my god.
That's what I'm saying. I don't. This was so offensive.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, of course, Aristides is asleep. Everybody else is gone. Our audience can't see. You could get on camera for a few moments for Brooke. Just show her what you look
Oh,
like.
I'll get on camera if you'll get on camera. Come on. Let's
Okay,
do it.
first of all, you were friends with me on Facebook for the longest time, and I had like a profile picture up, so I don't know.
Who, me? I was friends with you.
Yeah, you.
Why? Okay, first of all,
So the
okay,
meth wiped
I
your
think
memory
you
or
pretty
something?
much know me and my like OCD as a like I don't
get
think
it.
shit. I didn't even know your name forever. I didn't even know we were friends. And then I only learned your name when
Yeah,
I
you
needed.
did because I was.
Yeah,
That's
well then
how
I
I
knew
would
that,
get a
but
hold
I
of
didn't
you.
go in there and stalk you. I'm not like these people that are like stalking.
The
Like I
photo
told
would
you
show
when I
up
saw one
regardless.
picture, I didn't go on your page and like let me see if he's got some naked pictures on here. I'm not like guy. Let me see how big his dick is. I didn't go
The
look at
best
that. I
way to
just saw
describe
whatever
it is the
picture
way you
had that
described
popped
me
up.
originally.
It was
As a
thumbnail.
young Buddy
It was
Holly.
funny.
A young Buddy
But
Holly.
that's why I feel like you have dark hair. I feel like when I remember you have brown hair, right?
Yeah.
Like but it was a thumbnail.
Yeah.
That's all I remember seeing. It's a thumbnail.
I don't think Bren ever had his photograph up in a thumbnail.
Okay, then I don't know. Maybe I'm just making up.
Well, Doug, you haven't been. It was after you lost your Facebook. Because
Okay.
originally it was like that was how
Okay.
Brooke was communicating.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
that's how me and Brittany, like when I needed him for some stuff, that's how I was talking to him.
Okay. Okay.
Like
like,
when
I
the
felt
millet,
like I
you
did,
called
but
me
then
on
when you-
Facebook.
Yeah, like I would see a little picture, but I don't know. I just usually when we would speak, it was about important stuff, and I wasn't like, let me also go see if he's like how cute he is. Is he a 1 or a 10, and he's his dick big or small, and like I don't know. That's what you guys
can't
do.
get
Like
that
you're
from a
just like
Facebook
I don't
photo.
even know if I want to call her. Like that's a man thing. Men are like I really need Brooke's help, but wait a minute, let me see. Is she hot? Is she? I'm not even
No,
calling.
it's true. In all fairness, Brendan, that is true. That is a guy thing. Is how does she look? And women do not think like that. In all fairness, so
Yeah, that's true.
yeah. I mean, you know how we are about
But I'm
Marina
saying
Saren.
it would pop up. Just yeah, I know.
But I could
Trust
care
me, I know
less
the
how you look,
dynamics,
Brendan.
I'm
Like,
just saying.
Brendan, you can be the hottest model in the world, right? But if you continue to talk to me with the arrogance and talk down to me,
I've
then
never
I
done
would.
that.
You've never.
Maybe
done
not
It's a perception.
consciously. Maybe not consciously, but
It's a perception.
a lot of people, women in particular, seem to get that perception. Yeah, yeah. It's something to be aware
You haven't
of.
done that tonight. It's nice that you haven't done it tonight. I'm sure you'll save it up for a big one.
Wait, what am I saving up for?
A big one. She says she's sure you're saving up for a big one.
You haven't been condescending tonight or
Oh.
elitist at all to me yet. So I said maybe you're saving up for a big one, but maybe not. Like I don't know. I love you. No, I know
Definitely,
you don't need to be. Like it just, and you're right. Sometimes it's my perception. I'm sure. Sometimes it is what it is. Like people tell me that I
Yeah.
yell and I'm
I mean,
mad at
it's
them.
not
when I'm
conscious.
not.
It's not conscious.
Yeah.
But
It's all my fault. Usually, it's all my own perception. Just like I perceived saying the wrong thing to Doug the other day, and you like didn't like the way I explained. I said the wrong word, and I was like paraphrasing. Remember? And you said you got annoyed.
Paraphrasing.
Yeah, because I just basically said, "Hey, Doug," when he came back, I was like, "Hey, you said you hate this person," and you went. He didn't say he hated them, and I was like, "Okay, but you said that they're blah blah blah," and he goes, blah, blah, blah. Like I was just trying to get to the point of yes, I knew he didn't say you hate this.
But by the way, just so people know, there's plenty of people I hate. But it's such peace.
Yeah, I just think it had just been said not too long before. I wasn't trying to say it and very quickly was just going, okay, so, the point was to try to get back to the original question. It was like, you don't like him or maybe whatever it was. You hate him or I don't even know if I said the word hate, but whatever it was paraphrasing something you had said. And so, but again, Brendan was correct in saying Douglas did not say that. And then I explained, I was just trying to kind of get to the gist of it. I don't remember exactly his words, but this was the gist of what I got out of it. But you're correct, he didn't say it. And then apparently that annoyed you enough to get off the phone, you said, which no one would have known until you called in the last show. And the first thing out of your mouth was, I was annoyed on the last show because Brooke.
Oh, you said you were feeling jaded. Okay, yeah, you started off by saying...
Yeah, I said I was jaded,
Yeah, feeling jaded about it.
No, you were jaded.
Well, I was just saying that it just triggered me, so I just got off the call because I didn't want to sit there and...
Well, what triggers you?
Sometimes you're pretty abrasive.
With my words, because I wasn't correct, and I can see how that may have triggered you. The correctness of my words were not correct in the superlative.
Okay,
phrase.
first of all, it was just straight up like retconning the whole conversation.
Taking over the conversation? Is that what you mean?
He said retconning, which means retroactively constructing it. In other words, reconstructing it so that it may be different from the original.
No, I went back and listened to that again, and what I was saying was I was going back to Douglas when you said that, and I was trying to say this is because we were talking about just a freaking comedy guy. And Douglas had come back and said something that, I don't know, like he had said basically like, oh yeah, he just listened to him because he had to, blah, blah, blah. And then that conversation kind of ended. Douglas never really got to see what he said, but he was kind of starting to put him down. We had the bloodline history of why he was bad, apparently. I mean, we're talking about, a comedian, and we have bloodline history coming from our other buddy in Australia.
Nemo.
So
Nemo Albano.
Saying that. So he's going into the bloodline and why he's so awful. Everything that, pretty much he stood for that I watched recently, I was going to talk to Douglas again about it, like everything that I can see even in the past is pretty much on par with like Douglas as far as like current events, like we're talking about current events, like with your perception or at least politics, so it's not like we had a big reason to be pushing so against him. And so what I was going to do was when Douglas came back, I was going to say, all right, so you say you like hate this guy or you don't like him or whatever. Like that's what I said. And from what I understand, what I remember, that's kind of how it went. And then you said he didn't say that. That's where we went with that. So I'm sorry, but that's the basic gist of it. I went back and listened.
Yeah, it's not too far off. I think it's, personally, obviously my memory of it is not necessarily accurate, but it was something like that. I mean, obviously.
I don't hold it against you.
Right. There's that German.
What would you hold against me though? I'm curious.
When you say something like I don't hold it against you, believe me, it doesn't come out in such a way that many people would take that well. So we do. I mean, obviously we want to maintain, how do I say it, more of a fun kind of ambience tonight, because Brendan will be leaving all too soon, and while he's gone, he'll be sorely missed.
Some people like drama, Doug.
Yeah, but I don't think Brooke is a drama addict, really. I don't know, really, right, Brooke? Right?
I didn't say that.
I'm not. I'm not. I mean, maybe people are listening wanting some drama though. And what I could do is say, you know what? I don't hold against you, Brendan. I don't hold against you the fact that you basically were so. What was the word again, Douglas? That he used? What's the word?
Oh, you mean condescending, patronizing? How was it? Some people felt
patronizing is what he is. But no, I mean when he came on and he said, I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. You can be. I'm not saying you are at all. I shouldn't have said that. I apologize.
No, the reason Brooke and I were just, the reason Brooke and I.
What I'm saying is knowing that you used the word that you were so frustrated. What was the
word?
Jaded by me. You were jaded by me, and you got off the call by the way I had basically paraphrased or said in your words, like I said it. I clarified it. I feel like pretty immediately as soon as you said it, I thought it was pretty clear. But I mean, I assume things all the time that I assume people know what I mean because I assume people were listening before, and it's my general impression. I'm trying to get to the point very fast because I have too many thoughts going on.
We can be. Let's express it in such a way that we help to destigmatize ADHD. Let's just say you have ADHD and that therefore there's some communications issues that you're processing differently, and it often makes it hard. See, in your case, Brooke, when you talk, a lot of people feel you're being confrontational, as I said, and so you need to talk a lot more slowly. Just pretend we're all retarded. But in Brendan's case, one thing I noticed is when it came to like that Polish German woman, we'll call her Polish because, of course, she's that fucked up woman that Brendan.
She got demoted.
Yeah, she got demoted. Yeah, as opposed to German, we'll call her Polish. And she was Polish of nationality, actually, in a sense.
Yeah.
And yeah, so what happened was this woman one time told Brendan, "You think you know everything," when he was trying to tell. Yeah, and so I do notice that particularly.
She said,
Yeah.
"You're so arrogant.
Yeah.
You think you know everything."
Yeah.
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 In context to what I was saying about the Third Reich or something.
Right.
And I just didn't want to go through the whole explanation of, yeah, I know this vampire.
Okay, but Brendan,
you know?
Brendan, you saying that you don't come off arrogant, if you're like, I don't come off arrogant and I don't come off condescending, it would
Well,
be like me. It would be like me saying, I don't come off argumentative. I don't know why people think I'm angry.
I'm not trying to do that, is what I should say.
Well,
Yeah,
in all
so
fairness,
I'm not
Brooke's not
trying
trying
to
either.
either.
I mean, but
to come off like
yeah, Brooke's not
Whereas
trying.
Brooke is trying to come off abrasive.
No, I'm not. I'm never. What?
No, Brandon, that's not the case. I don't think so. I think Brooke is
You think I'm trying to come off how, Brendan? Go ahead and say that again. I'm trying to come
abrasive.
off.
Abrasive. He said abrasive.
I'm not trying
Like
to ever come off.
that's like
Ever.
your shtick. You just like to give people a hard time, which is fine. It's not a big deal. It's just
No, I do. I have fun playing with jokes.
yeah,
but
that's
the
what I'm saying.
problem is when I think that there are times when I'm giving somebody a hard time, or they think I'm giving them a hard time, or I'm just annoying them, or they think I'm being argumentative. Maybe I'm annoying because I talk too much because I have so much going on in my head and I'm running it too fast.
What was it that I told Aristides the other day after the latest episode? I said I called Brooke back up. I think we were working things out. And then Aristides, after I told him, after talking to Brooke, I said, "Life is a party," with a roll of my eyes and the emoji. And then Aristides said, "Yeah, with Brooke, it's a BDSM party." That's cute. It's cute. You can kick his ass when he wakes up.
Wrong. Like, I think you grow into yourself. Like, I think, Brendan, like, you can, like, just like what you're saying is, I've had to grow into, I did not understand for so long why I would get in trouble at work. Like really, I mean, obviously having ADHD and not getting, and because it's not getting diagnosed till later in life, like, you don't realize, like, how much it's affected your life. Like just procrastination late, and then completely, like, being able to do tons of work, like in like 2 days, but then like 2 days.
Got it. But how about this, Brooke? I think this will help.
But the point of I would come off confrontational because when I get excited, I have like a lot of energy in that. Right. And whether that's that, along with an Aries moon, like just Brendan, you can also get it with that. Like, the Aries moon in me is like very fiery, and I don't realize, and then of course,
Right. But Brooke, no worries. I mean, what I'm saying is, here's something.
What I'm saying is that's who I am. And so
right,
it's fine.
And here's what Brendan is. Like the other day, like Brendan said,
I was saying, yeah.
I had to perform with Brendan an intervention because here's you've got your way of presenting yourself. And I think we're all cognizant of that because your personality imposes itself. So because your personality imposes itself and you stand out, we're cognizant of what you're dealing with. But with Brendan, here's something that does need to be acknowledged. I had to conduct an intervention with Brendan because the problem with Brendan is that Brendan knows so much that most people around him resent him. And then they ultimately hate him, like his relations. So when he's talking to these relations, the younger relations who are like supposed to be taking care of his grandparents, these are the same people who rejected him when Brendan was trying to tell them about his father's drug problems. And then later on, when he was like talking to them about helping his grandparents, these people, his relations, just look at him with this kind of combination of contempt, where they keep trying to blame him for his struggles in life, saying, "Oh, you're not applying yourself, you're not working." Somehow they're trying to pin Brendan's situation as something he brought upon himself. And the reason that they do that is because they resent him. They resent him deeply because they hate the fact that he makes them feel stupid. And so what I had to say to Brendan is, look, when you're talking to these people, you've really got to just basically feed them what they want to hear. Like, oh, I should have listened to you.
Do you ever play your do you ever play down, Brandon? Like I was actually thinking about your birth chart. Like I've never gotten to see your birth chart, so I wish you would share it with me. Like, but if you would ever consider doing that, I would love to look at it privately. Like,
I can tell you main placements, but I'm not.
What is your ascendant? What's your ascendant?
Gemini.
And your moon?
Gemini.
Is that true?
And your sun?
Oh.
So you got a Gemini. And what's your north node?
I'd have to check.
Okay.
Anyway, well, Taurus is very earthy. Wait, your moon's Taurus, or your sun is Taurus?
Sun, I think.
Moon, Taurus.
Okay, so your sun and your ascendant are the same.
No.
But you had two Geminis.
You said you had two Geminis.
Yeah, ascendant and moon.
Okay, ascendant and moon, but the sun is Taurus?
Maggie was a Gemini moon and a Gemini north node.
Yeah.
Probably gonna
Who's Maggie?
Gemini.
Yeah. So was like
Maggie. Maggie, you remember Maggie?
Who? Who?
Maggie that I dated.
So was Arthur Conan.
Oh, the dyke.
Yeah.
Well, I hate her. I hate her.
They're very.
Yeah, but you're basing it off of
Geminis
tropical. This isn't tropical placement. Tropical placement would put
right.
me.
So you're going off.
Put me
You're
in
going off.
Taurus.
That's a Vedic placement. You're doing Vedic placement, right?
Sidereal. But yes.
Vedic. I call it sidereal. Yes.
Vedic uses
what is your
sidereal, but
what is your tropical placement?
I think it would actually put me into. It would actually put me into fourth sign.
So you would be in Cancer. You would.
Fourth sign, yeah, closer to fourth sign.
You'd back up one. Right? No, you'd go forward one. So you would be in Cancer.
Yes.
Yeah. For moon, your moon would change. See, my moon changes. Well, I'll tell you, Brendan. You could get this more than anybody. I think knowing me. If you do, I trust Vedic in the sense that Vedic to me, or sidereal, I apologize, sidereal, and that's what you're so good at, is like you're very, you've got that air in your chart, obviously that heavy Gemini. Gemini's all about air and thought to me.
Mutable.
Least, the tropical end. So you've got that very good in the Taurus placements. But I would just think that, knowing me, if you were to read my sidereal, and sidereal to me goes very much in detail, it gives you details that you can't get in tropical. It gives you really detailed parts of your life. Tropical to me is reading more energies, whereas sidereal really breaks it down.
Precisely.
Yeah, and so there's things that I really respect about the sidereal chart. Like, for instance, one thing that I know is definitely correct in sidereal with mine is, I went and read it once, and it said, I've read it several times, but on this one time I was reading about one of my placements, and it said, you will have problems. They're out your, something about the way my moon was placed, with KT or something, I can't remember what it was, but it said I would have problems my whole life with either automobiles or my mother. It suggested a milk ritual at night, every night. I have never, from the first
it
part,
has to do with your BOV chart.
Which chart was it?
Your BOV chart. Your houses.
I didn't know
houses fall.
Okay, yeah. So I looked at
it would put me in fourth sign. Tropical would put me in fourth sign, but still Taurus sun, of course.
Okay, and yeah, so and you still have the same ascendant, I'm assuming.
No, it would be fourth sign. It would be fourth sign. Sign of the crown.
I'm confused what you mean by, are you meaning your ascendant moves or your moon moves? Because my moon is the only thing that moves.
Both. Because tropical is 23 and a half degrees difference.
Both. You're right. I moved back from Scorpio to Libra ascendant. In sidereal, I go from Scorpio ascendant to Libra. And then I go from, but this is what gets me, is that I go from Aries moon to Pisces.
You'd be Pisces.
Yeah. And when I look at a
But the
Libra,
thing is, so people get tripped up on this, that when you do that 23 degrees difference, if your sun changes, the grahas around the sun that are always close to sun, like Venus and Mercury and Mars and stuff, can actually still be in Aries. So you'll still get Arian traits. So people get tripped up on that.
I have nothing else in Aries. So it takes the only thing that I have fire in my chart, which I have heavy fire, but I have the moon, and then I have like my Mars, which obviously rules Aries, but I have that in Leo. I have that in Leo, and my Saturn.
So that's fire. That's double fire. Like you definitely have something like that.
Yeah, I've got my Mars in Leo. I've got my Saturn in Leo.
So you're hot.
And Saturn, and Saturn rules Capricorn. So yeah, you could read it either way. I mean, I need to go back and kind of look at a Pisces because a lot of it made sense both in sidereal and.
Well, because Pisces would put your Lord as Jupiter, like that. The Sun Lord would be Jupiter. So.
It gets me confused when I start looking at the different charts because you got your D9 chart and your,
those are divisional. You don't need those. Just like I'm talking like the house. The original Lugna and the house chart. Like those are the two.
I would love to.
And then you just take like. Are you talking like ascendant here?
Well, no, just my entire chart. Like I just don't.
So your ascendant is what again?
I'll say my ascendant in sidereal would be Libra because it's Scorpio. Like I'm basically 29 degrees. Yeah, or
29 degrees Scorpio. You'd still be in Scorpio. But just
I'm 1 degree Scorpio. It's one or the other. Like I'm 1 degree or 29.
Yeah, that would put you. I mean, that would make sense. That would put you into Mula. Mula is that thing. Yeah, and so that could put you there. But I'm saying, in general, Scorpio is a water sign, so that would put you into the cusp of water and the previous sign, air.
Right. So. Right. Yeah, I'm on the cusp of that regardless. Like I'm in it. So but if it changes over, and then the main thing that it changes. But I knew I was on the cusp either way with that ascendant. But it was
so that basically that puts it would basically put your ascendant ruler, if it's in Scorpio, would be Mars. If you're going as per Vedic, so you already have Mars as your ruler, and then it's in a fire sign, and that's why you're so spicy, whatever.
And my sun is Capricorn, and it's ruled by Saturn, and my Saturn's in Leo as well, which is fire. So that could, I guess that could
Sun, Cap, Leo, but and there's also each planet has its debilitations. Sun is falling there. And Saturn and Leo, I don't know. I think that's like peregrine.
I think everything I have is fallen. I'll be honest. Like it's like it didn't look great. My chart did not look great. Like I have, I have a lot of reversals in my chart as well.
Saturn Leo is detrimental for sure.
Yeah, I think my Saturn.
Because Sun is the enemy of Saturn. Like they always are beefing. Like they're both the two kings, right? So they're going to be having.
So, but you're saying anybody with their sun in Capricorn, so like me or Peter or Moon or anybody with a sun in Capricorn, that's already, like if you're born in a Capricorn time.
Yeah, you guys are megalomaniacs. But it opens the door for that kind of thinking, where you're like the center of the world and all this stuff.
I don't feel that I am the center of the world, but I feel like I don't. But I realize that it's your processing, it's how you process, and so if I'm processing a different way, because I remember a friend of mine told me back, this was before I had
so sun is your atma, like it's an atma karaka, so it's just like that's like your internal radiance. So it might not manifest outwardly, but somewhere inside you guys feel that way, So.
I had
sense?
a friend tell me one time. She's like, "You think that the world's revolved?" She's like, "This is Brooke, and this is the world." And I'm like, "Well, isn't that everybody though?" I thought everybody, to some degree though. We all have a little ego, right? We have to have it to be in this world, to be in this 3D world.
Yeah.
And I think that some of us still revolve around ourselves. So I try not to make it all about me, but I don't know. Like I can see how maybe because I've heard it, that maybe I do that and don't realize it in some way. But I don't intend it. Just kind of like you say, like I don't intend it, but I could see what you're saying. I guess if it's fallen, does that just mean I just say, hey, leave me alone? I have a fallen son, okay? Can't help it.
No. Your sun's not fallen. I don't think sun is debilitated in Capricorn. Or actually, it may be because it's a winter sign.
Yeah, because it's ruled by Saturn, and if Saturn's ruling it, and Leo's
so
by the
there's,
sun, they're going to debilate each other.
There's debilitated, then there's enemy houses, then there's peregrine, which is neutral.
There's which one? What's it called? What word did you use?
Peregrine.
Peregrine means it's neither good nor bad. It has no dignities or lack of dignities.
It's spelled P-E-R-E G-R-I-N-E for Brooke and our listeners who want to look it up. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so let's see. I'm trying to find the exact terminology, but
I was trying to think what that would be.
But carry on.
Yeah, go on. Please continue, both of you. I think this is fascinating. I was simply going to ask Brooke if she had heard earlier during the opening hours when we were kind of talking to Heather Holman and just how...
that's a whole nother...
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah!
Well, what happened?
Oh, yeah. Did you hear the opening hours? Any part of them, huh?
That's more diplomatic.
So listen, when I cut on and I hear your voice, always uplifting. I hear Brendan, always educational, usually uplifting, because Brendan, you do, like, unless it's something personal, like you take me different. Like sometimes I hung up on, my guy in jail right the other night because he did the exact same thing right after you had done it. Like it was yesterday. I was talking to Douglas. And then he calls me and he says, well, you just should get in bed earlier. And I think you're just not doing it correctly. And it's like...
By the way, this is Meth Head Larry, not Douglas Dietrich, okay? That's saying that.
But it's like so condescending. It was the same. It was so condescending. Like, you don't even know what I'm doing.
From a guy in jail! From a guy sitting in jail!
And you're telling me what time I should be going to bed.
Saying, you should go to bed earlier, bitch.
You need to prioritize what you're doing during the day. Why don't you prioritize your life better, Brooke? And I'm like... I'm sorry.
Tells her to prioritize her life better. Yeah, here's Meth Head Larry in jail saying, yeah, Brooke, you really need to learn how to prioritize your life.
Sounds familiar to what I have to deal with. You're just not applying yourself. What was it?
Oh,
everything's about choices.
Yeah.
I really had a choice.
Yeah, these motherfuckers saying you didn't make the right choice, Brendan. We chose to apply ourselves and work and work, and that's why we're drinking and smoking cigars and sitting on beaches because we earned it. They didn't earn shit. All they did was inherit it, and then they could invest it, and then use their portfolios to expand their fat pockets. And, whereas Brendan instead took all the money for crack and therefore left Brendan with nothing. All those collectors'
And then on
cards.
top of that, those same people sold everything out.
Yeah.
From under me and just swooped.
Before anything could be claimed by Brendan or transferred because his dad was too cracked out to write a legacy or some kind of will, they just swooped in, took it all, and then tell Brendan, you didn't apply yourselves like us. You should say, because I'm not a thief like you. I'm not as opportunist, and I didn't have the resources to swoop something out from under some poor bastard. But this is the problem, is that Brendan needs to really deal with these people in terms of flattery, and he needs to flatter their egos, and he needs to say, you were right, and I've come to dwell upon my mistakes. If only I could be more like you. And then they'd say, oh, now you're cooking with gas, Brendan. Now you've seen the light. Now you're wise. They might even toss him a bone or two. So, this is the intervention I had to give him.
So far it's worked, I'd like to report.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Just keep at it. Keep fucking stroking their egos. They are so fucking stupid. These people are so fucking stupid. And honestly, I never met them and I want to kill them. But when it comes to
Rightly so.
yeah, when it comes to, but this is the point, is that, so Brooke, understand that there are plenty of other people who feel that Brendan is condescending or talking down to them because that's in their case, his relations, this is their inferiority complex because Brendan makes them feel stupid. And in the Polish woman's case, she felt Brendan was talking down to her because he's explaining about Germany. And it's like, the funny thing is, she didn't respond by saying, well, I'm German, and are you trying to tell me about Germany? No, instead she said, oh, you think you know everything. It was very bizarre. But, he does have this, he does, for whatever reason, a lot of people feel he's talking down to them. So it's just Brendan, just keep that in mind. Just keep it in mind, put it in the side pocket, and then when you're talking to people, you've got to learn to, kind of flatter people. You hear me when I've got people on the show, and I say,
where is your Mercury? Where is your Mercury?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Rohini.
Rohini is, I'm sorry.
Explain that. What would that be in the Western?
Is that Pisces?
Horse.
What?
Aldebaran.
Aldebaran. The star.
So that's the thing where I don't get it, because it says I'm looking at my chart here, so I have my ascendant's in Libra, which is Tula, right? Or Moon is in Pisces, mean. It says mean.
Tula, yeah, Tula, Libra.
Yeah. So then the Mercury and Venus are in Sag, which is Danu, right?
Venus.
But I remember Rohini. I think that's probably because it was probably Maggie's Rohini, because y'all have that similar placements, I guess. But it doesn't tell me that, where I can't see what mine is. Where did you get the Rohini? Where did you get that? Where are you basing that off of? What is the Rohini?
Rohini's a nakshatra. So there's 12
signs. Yeah, the
signs.
nakshatra. I'm trying to find my nakshatra.
So the main 12 signs are 30 degrees each. So you take those 12 signs, then you divide them by 2.5 signs each, which is 13 degrees, 20 minutes. Then you get 27 nakshatras. Some systems will add the 28th, but they're called lunar mansions. Those are the houses that the moon travels through, one per day. So they're called nakshatra.
Okay, so it's different than the way we break it down, whether you're first, second, or third deacon, Capricorn, or Gemini.
No, they still use lords. No, they still use those are just lords and sublords. So the nakshatra still has a lord. So it would be like Rohini is Taurus, so it would be ruled by, first of all, it's an earth sign, then it's ruled by Venus, but then also the moon is there in Rohini, is favoring. So it'd be moon Venus, which makes it the most, that's the most attractive sign automatically. And that's why it's related to wealth. And the Queen of England, she had very strong placements in Rohini, and that's how she was able to have all that wealth.
Wow.
And power and stuff. Because it's Aldebaran is a very powerful, it's called one of the royal stars, the 4 royal stars. So Aldebaran is one of those. Yeah. It's the
Aldebaran is there. So but you only have one main, you have one nakshatra that rules you, right? That is your, you're under a nakshatra.
There are some that are activated, but your chart has many. But
I just remember it telling me that I had one particular, I was gonna try to find it again, but I can't remember. But
yeah, Bharani. You're very Bharani centric. But I don't know.
I'm very what?
Bharani centric. So Bharani is a star, meaning she's centered.
It's a nakshatra.
Okay, so when he says you're Bharani centric, you are centered on this Bharani chakra.
Nak means Nak means map, and Tara means star. Nakshatra.
Tara. So on a cartography, what do we call it? Astrography or star chart. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And
do you have your Vedic chart book?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to look up to pull my Vedic, because I don't think I had it saved on this computer, because my computer broke, so I had to get a different one. I don't think I had the Vedic one.
Just take a screenshot.
take a screenshot. And
I said I don't have it. Like I'm having to go back and
just go to
re-pull it.
AstroSage and type it in, so you don't give out your birthday on air, and then.
Well, I mean, everybody knows it already, I think, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Certainly
but
the enemy knows it. Yeah.
It's not. Well, it's not just.
Well, I can
because
give
of
out my
them.
social security number too if anybody
Yeah,
wants
no,
that.
that's what I'm saying. It's not
Like-
just them. It's like it's an actual security thing.
Yeah,
'Cause
understood.
the bank will use it and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, excellent point. Thank you. See how
So
considerate.
you don't
he
need my
is?
social security number and my birthday and everything right now?
No, just
to pull my
do the
chakra?
thing and send it.
And
I'm pulling it right now. I'm pulling it right now back on there. I just had to
and
go on
and
there.
so just so
I'm gonna have to start charging for this shit.
honestly, look, I mean, it's like I'm always saying, how do I get in on this shit when people have different things going? But the one thing I notice is yes, it is, but it's in good cause, Brendan. It's in
You
good
can
cause.
never stop learning astrology. If you get into it, I encourage anybody to get into it and just slowly learn it. Because, like, I don't think you'll ever start. Like, even I watch people that have been
Well,
in
it's
it,
not
you know,
a
even
human. It's not a human science. Like it's
Yeah.
totally beyond human reckoning. Yeah.
Yes,
Like, humans didn't invent it. That's why it's so massive.
excellent.
It's a huge knowledge.
Yes, and believe it
I'm
or
looking at
yeah, believe it or not, Brooke, there was this one young lady, Amalia Willard, who intimidated Brendan Zoget with her knowledge of astrology. That chick,
That's
yeah.
an interesting way to put it.
Yeah, the tarot card. She called herself the Curious Girl with her channel. And then after she said she was shadow banned and couldn't get past 1,000 subscriptions or something like that. And I said, I can help you get past it. Once I helped her get past it, she never appeared on the show again. Just like, thanks, Doug. And
Of course.
yeah, after that, it's like, thanks for the help. And he was just gone. Sometimes I'm a sucker, but she.
Okay, so I'm looking at this chart and I'm like, so you've got like the D. See, this is where. So like I've
Yeah,
studied
just
this
D1.
before
Just D1.
so much.
Just D1.
Here,
Lagna.
look, so I'm looking at the D1 chart. Okay.
Lagna.
Okay, so the Lagna in D1. So like, okay, I mean, I can. This is just too much to screenshot because it's going to be tons of pages. Like,
Just go scroll down to the planets. There should be a section where it says planet.
okay, I've got the main aspects and other aspects. It shows me like Sun conjunct Venus, like Sun.
No, not
square-
aspect. That's
Right, another aspect.
So the
I'm
thing
trying
is-
to find it. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. So it says planet. My Sun is in Uttara Ashada.
Uttarashada, so that would put you into Uttarashada would put you into Capricorn. There you go.
And then my moon is in Ravati.
Which puts you into Pisces.
Mercury is in Moolah.
Yeah, I had a feeling you had Moolah placement. Yeah, that would be
What is Moolah again?
Scorpio, Sagittarius, first degrees of Sagittarius. Moolah.
And then yeah, because it's zero. It's like it's pretty zeroed out. It's like 0 to. I don't understand that because it says 8 degrees Mercury, but the Moolah says 0 degrees to 13. Yeah, it's the first. Okay,
Zero.
that's what you're saying. It's the first 13 degrees of Sag. Okay, got you. And
Or it's
and
probably
so
like
see, but then each one's got a ruling deity. Like it says K2 rules that is in a chakra.
Yeah, but you don't have to worry about those. I can explain those.
All right, so my Venus is in Uttara, which is a Capricorn again.
Yeah, Uttarashada. Yeah. Wait,
And then
there's,
I've got
there's
Mars
a
is
couple
in-
Uttars. Which
Oh,
Uttars?
Mars is not. So it changes from tropical. Mars is in Pusha, which that'd be Cancer, right? Or is that?
Pusha's fourth sign. Yeah.
So I've got a Cancer Mars, and then Madagascar.
Yeah, watery Mars. Okay.
The watery Mars, and then I've got Madagascar, Jupiter.
Marikshara. That's
It looks
Gemini.
like it goes from Taurus to.
Or it's probably Taurus. What
Taurus
degree?
to Gemini. It says 23 degrees Taurus to 6 degrees Gemini.
Yeah, that's Marikshara's position, but the actual planet, where is it at?
Oh, it's Madagascar Pada 4.
So it's Gemini.
Or Madagascar, I don't know how to say that. And then I've got Saturn is in
Marikshara.
Madagascar. How did you get Madagascar? Did you listen to this growing up? Like, how did you get to speak this? You do speak it very well, and that's probably intimidating to people too. The way you were able to enunciate it and pronounce it so well. just like Douglas does it, but
Yeah.
like, yeah, like these are very difficult words to say, obviously, for most Americans. And then I mean, most Americans can't say their own words correctly. So,
Yeah, but it's
let's
a
see,
matter of education. Like anyone can learn it. It's just
yeah, and
people don't.
it's a
People
matter
here
of-
don't care. They say,
Yeah.
"I'm gonna say how I want to say." You know, it's just-
You did that so well, it's frightening.
Well, I think that some people do it like that, and I think some people don't have the time, like, or like energy. Like, I don't care. I don't even care to learn most people's names because their name is not as important as what the feeling they give me and when I get around them. And then if they're important enough to learn their name, or like I have interactions with people like you or whoever, the more I know them, then the more interactions I have. Maybe the name's important, but the name still, like, if we were to die tomorrow and like I'm in love with somebody or I hate
like,
them.
For example,
Their name doesn't change how I feel about them, right? So like, it's just like people.
but the name's
like,
important. We can talk about the name in relation to astrology.
My name?
Yeah.
Yeah, like anyone's name.
Yeah.
How is the
So-
name important to?
So each one of the nakshatras has 4 syllables that are associated with it,
Mhm.
and so, and that goes. It's like all the letters of the alphabet, essentially, or all the different sounds that the mouth can make are related
Really?
to different parts of the different parts of the. There are sonics related to each nakshatra, so wherever your moon is, to harmonize the energies, you would name your child as per what their moon sign is, because then their name would mesh with their psychology and they would be more aligned with their name. Yeah. So like your moon was what again?
My moon is Pisces. And moon is yeah.
Or Ravatu.
Pisces. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it? Yeah, Ravatu.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if your moon's Ravati, it would put your name sounds into Eto, Cha, and Chi. So
Chachi. And what was the first one? Cha and Chi and
the as in the,
uh-huh.
and
The.
though as in
Though.
thought or though.
Very, very smart. I mean, like, I think we're hitting on something here with ethos.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe that's...
Cha as in Charlie or Chi as in chili. So those are the sounds associated with that nakshatra.
Like Qigong?
No, Chi. Yeah, chili. Chi.
Same sound.
Chili pepper?
Yeah, chili.
Chili pepper?
Yeah, chili pepper.
Chili
Yeah.
pepper thaw?
Yeah.
So so those are so like that way you can pick names for like if like a baby's coming, then you like when
But I
it's
would
born
be doing
when
it
it's
for
born
my
then you cast the
moon,
chart.
or I would. So what I'm asking is, as a mother, should my mother have picked it based on when I was born? She should have picked a name for me, like Charlie or Choppy.
At one point the family, like in the Greek times and stuff, you would go to the oracle and they would cast the chart and then they would tell you what to name your child. So the
Right.
ancient people knew this, but it's been lost,
But they would have to be after the child was born, because if they didn't know when the child was going to be born.
There was like a whole thing, the child's born.
Okay, so they would name it after.
Because you would
yeah,
have to
all that.
cast the chart exactly when it's born. Like the
I have
first
no
breath.
doubt I was named wrong because my mother was literally at the hospital. I thought about my children's names for months.
B puts you into like a more Sagittarius kind of zone. Like, because same with my name, like B, Brooke, Burr,
Brooke,
B.
yeah, and I don't know.
Find a chart.
So this is.
What is it?
Go on. Respond to her about that. Yeah. Vido
Wait,
Shah. You were asking her.
I thought you were saying what my name, like what my actual name, like where that.
Yeah.
Baruch, your name, right?
Yeah.
Theoretically. Yeah.
Go on. And continue. Yeah.
It would just put you into a different nakshatra. The sound would. Yeah.
I know, but what nakshatra? That's what I was asking.
Somewhere in Sag, I think. Here, I'll find it. Just give me a second.
Okay.
I found a chart, so it's Ti Da Do Cha Chi.
Yeah, and my ascendant is
It's
in Swati. It's Swati. Everyone.
Swati ascendant?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's Libra.
Some
Yeah,
ballads.
so boo,
Boo.
ba, ba, bo, ba, be. So it puts you into Mula, yeah, so Sagittarius area, Sag Cap area. Same with me. It would be like Burr, Ba, or Burr, Bo, Be. So it puts it into the Sagittarius zone.
Yeah,
Essentially.
they're playing with energies with the sound. I was learning about sound energy, and like I think this was going more into like more of a Kabbalah type, or it wasn't Kabbalah itself, but it was talking about the it was just something talking about the vibrations of different sounds, and that each, I guess it goes back to that where each sound has a different vibration, and that's where I guess where I say words don't have meaning, in the sense that that I'll just say one word, like and then I'm trying to paraphrase or something like that. And in general, though, that the words themselves, because they are an energy just like everything else, do have an energy source. So when you use them with intent, apparently it's not just the intent. I always think it's the intent, but apparently it is the word itself and lettering and the way you
the
pronounce
vibration,
it.
the actual vibration.
Yeah, have the vibration. Yeah. So I was learning about that recently. It's interesting. It's very interesting. So it sounds like this is kind of similar to where it's drawing off of that energy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so this was what you were doing on your Facebook when you had that odd collection of syllables as your new name. What was it again, Brendan? It was something Koshta? Something
Koshta, yeah.
Koshta Zo Brendan. Koshta Zo Brendan. So you were dealing with this sort of method.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you renamed yourself based on what you should have been named, or something like that? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, you can do that.
So
well, can
what
you
should
rename me right
yeah,
now?
Yes.
Can you
What can
find
we?
me a name?
Let's rename Brooke.
Well, what were we looking at?
I don't know. You said like Cha and Chi and Thought and Thee and Thought.
Yeah, she wants her new name. You name her like you renamed yourself Koshta Zo Brendan. What can she be renamed as?
Well, right now the Nakshatra is not really good for renaming.
When should she be renamed? When you come
more
back.
Auspicious times. Yeah.
Okay. Like when you come back?
Well, I'm not keen on doing the renaming myself.
Why?
Because it's a lot of pressure to put on someone.
Well, I don't know how to do it. Like, I mean,
she doesn't know how to do it.
You give me 4 syllables.
Like,
I'm
like
like
a baby name generator, and you just type in those letters.
I got like Thotho, Chicha.
You'd have to give her the site. You'd have to give her the site. You mean a site? But what kind of baby naming site works with this methodology?
Just any like you just go babyname.com, and then you just type in. Let's see what are the things.
You said
you
said like the and thaw.
The thaw.
Like
I'm looking.
And then chi and
cha. The though cha chi.
The though cha.
Yeah. The though cha chi.
I'm just gonna go with Charlie. I think that sounds simple.
So let's type in chi.
He's typing it in, honey. He's typing it in. The though the
chi is a Chinese name.
Yeah.
But there are other ones like Chio. That's a Japanese name. Coco.
The chimp, the gorilla.
Chickenzie. That one's pretty black sounding, but Chicago. There's different stuff going on.
Oh my god.
There's Thora, so Thora. I don't like it.
Thorly. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, Thorly. There's Thorn. A thorn, like a thorn in your side. Maybe that sounds like the.
I mean, Cha is probably more Western, more easy for Western.
Which one?
Cha.
So like
Chalky, Chesa, Cheche, Chiho, Chiku, Chico, Chiyoye, Chizoku, Choi.
There's like Chahel.
There's a lot.
Chahel.
Chica, Chico. Chaya. Chas. Chaz. There you go, Chaz.
I saw Chaz. Isn't that somebody's like
Chaka. Or Chago.
Sean.
Yeah, see, there are a lot of options. swallow.
Yeah, there's a lot with the CH. Yeah.
I think
most
THE
of them.
would have a lot. Thea. Yeah, there you go. Thea.
Thea.
Sounds nice.
Thea.
Thea, Theo, Thaddy.
Thea.
Thea.
Thea is the
Thea.
planet. Thea. That's the planet inside Earth. What happened was it created the moon. When Thea crashed into Earth, it was swallowed by the Earth. The Nazis live on the planet Thea within the Earth, technically. This is all true. Yeah.
That starts with like THA. It starts with THA.
THEIA, correct?
There's a few spellings here.
Yeah, variants.
That's one of them.
Yeah.
But there's also there's the Japan. There's like a character in Yu-Gi-Oh! Thea.
Yeah.
Spelled in English TEA with like an apostrophe or with like a vowel mark over it. Thea.
What, Thea or Thea?
Either way.
Either way.
Yeah. I pronounce it Thea, of course.
I like THA. Yeah, like Thea. I got it. Okay, I see.
Let me look up from my own records my favorite spelling of it. Give me a second here. And,
Wait, we can't give Brooke that good of a name. It's gotta be something else.
You hear that, Brooke? Oh.
Why?
Oh.
That's not nice.
Yes, Brendan. Where does that come from? And it's oh my god.
I mean, you can
It's
call
just-
me if you
it's just-
prefer to call me. It's
okay,
not as
here's a
sexy, but you can call me Thoth. If you want to call me Thoth, you can call me Thoth.
No, that's so cheesy. There's one. Here's one. A chi named Chaos. We'll just name you Chaos, like the villain.
Oh man. Oh.
But it doesn't sound chi. See, you're changing it from chi to chaos, and that's not a chi name.
Then Chaos. I don't know. There you go.
So in Greek mythology, Thea was one of the Titans, the sister of Hyperion, the sun himself, whom she later married, and the mother of Selene, the moon herself, the goddess of the moon. There we are. And that's why they named the planet Thea that created the moon. The planet...
What's your name? Thea. I don't know. I don't feel like a Thea, though. I don't feel like Thea. I'm Thea. No, I can't do it. It's not me. Can't do it. I'd love to be a goddess. I want to be a goddess. I want to actually just take the name only because Brenda doesn't want me to have it. But I cannot. I don't feel the Thea. Can't feel it.
Okay. I mean, Brooke does feel that you acted the gatekeeper when talking about Blue Lotus, which is why it's so nice that you offer her the Blue Lotus.
How about this one? White.
Thwaite.
What?
White. T-H...
An old English name. Thwaite.
Thwaite. T-H White.
Oh my
T-H.
gosh, that sounds like an old man with a girl on fucking gray penis hair or something. White.
But
High chance. Old English guy.
See what?
he said old English guy.
It's an old English name. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
an old English guy.
So-
How about Cisco? There we go. How
Cisco
about
isn't...
just chili? What about chili? I think that suits you. You're spicy and nothing.
Oh my
I
god.
like Chili a little bit because I like Charlie. I like Charlie because he said Cha, like Charlie. Cha.
Charlie.
Like you can even just add it to your regular name, Chili Brook. There you
Shaughnessy. I used to just gonna name my daughter Chelsea. Did you know that? Like I wanted to have two. If I had twins, I was gonna name Chelsea and Kelsey.
Chelsea.
And then Bill Clinton got elected and had his daughter Chelsea, who was hideous. And I was like, no, name Chelsea.
Well, I think they switched teams.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm no fan of Chelsea Clinton, but she's not that bad. Jesus Christ. I mean,
Oh my
Oh no,
god, that
I
hair
thought
on
she
her was.
actually switched teams. I'm not being rude.
Oh, is she
Is
gay?
that not the case?
I don't know. I don't know.
I haven't seen her in forever. I haven't actually heard anything about her. But her hair, I just always thought she was not attractive. Like she had that frizzy, curly hair. Like to be like have all that money, you know. She was a little older than me at the time, and or around my age. I don't know. But like I just thought, like I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Sorry. I mean, that's not being judgy. It was just I was judgy at the time. So you got to remember I was a teenager. I was judgy then, and so now I'm just going back in my head how judgy I was. Now I'm sure she's a good person and she's doing great things.
That's cute. That's so cute. We don't need to be defensive about what we say here on this show.
Wait, who's defending what?
Oh, it was Brooke was talking about, I'm not saying Chelsea's a bad person. I'm just saying, you know how I felt when she was younger and I was younger. Chelsea Clinton.
Chelsea Clinton. Chelsea Clinton.
Okay. Yeah, I think I got them confused with another person, like another famous person that.
Okay.
Are you talking about? You're talking about the one with the other name you gave me with. It was what's her name's daughter, Cher's daughter. That's what you're talking about.
It may have been her. Yeah.
And she's like she became a boy.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
I'm confusing. Conflating.
That was one of the names you said. I can't remember what name. A Chaz. She's Chaz. Yeah.
Chaz. Yeah. Is that who it was? Okay.
Yeah. That's when you said Chaz. I'm like, no, I don't think I want Chaz. Because like that's always think of Chaz for her, him.
Yeah. I found this Sarah's Victoria scene finally. By the way.
Oh,
Great.
excellent!
Send it to you.
Thank you.
He says, "Are you a virgin, lady?" And she says, "What the fuck are you saying?" Because she's about to die. And he said, "I just asked you if you're a virgin. Answer me. Damn it, answer me. Answer me." He's like yelling at her. She's like, "What? Stop messing around." And then she says, "Yes, I am." And he shoots her through the heart.
Right.
And kills the vampire behind her.
Yes. That's when he resurrects her, just so you know.
And then, yeah. So
But this was who was this again? Who was this?
Tell her.
Douglas.
For all intents and purposes, it's a character based on myself in Japan.
Yeah. And so he comes
this
out.
is what you were talking about earlier. That you were trying to pull. I heard you trying to pull something when I was listening.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. It says, "I had to shoot through his heart, so I shot through your liver. Unfortunately, the wound is so large, you'll have virtually no chance of surviving. So, ? And then it just shows her. Then the moon. Then Alucard's coming out with her wrapped in a blanket, so we know what happened.
Yes. In fact, they're probably almost implying that he vampirized her by fucking her.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what happened. Yeah.
Yes. And inseminating her. Yes. Yeah. And that it only works on virgins or works best on virgins is the suggestion. Yes. Yeah. And so just so you know, Brooke, Alucard is Dracula spelled backwards, which was a technique that was used back in the 70s when they were trying to portray Son of Dracula. And in the film Son of Dracula, he calls himself Alucard as Dracula spelled backwards. But then the Japanese took that, and when I was working with Teleport USA, which was a front company...
Yeah, in Castlevania, it's the Son of Dracula, Alucard.
There we are. Thank you.
But in this one, it's actually Dracula.
Yeah. Right. He is actually supposed to be Vlad Tepes, which they show him kind of flashing into or morphing into Vlad Tepes briefly when he's fighting Incognito, which rhymes with Aquino and looks like someone we all know, fellow Capricornian. Yes. Looks kind of like our fellow Capricornian, Brooke. Yes.
Okay.
The villain. No, the villain's supposed to be a Sethian or a devil worshipper from Africa, which, of course, Peter Moon works a lot with Moorish studies. And so Incognito is this villain who is really a member of the Temple of Set, So
in the first Helsing anime adaptation, the manga wasn't concluded. Yeah. So they didn't bring in the Millennium Organization, which is the Nazis in exile.
Yes.
So they, instead of ending it later, they just ended it with this, what would be called a filler arc villain, which was Incognito, which was also based off what Douglas said, because he was this, he was also a vamp, but he was like a twisted vamp, but his main power-up came from summoning Set, and he would absorb Set's power. That would be his power-up.
Yes.
So there you go.
Yes.
Okay.
And a lot of this had to do with Teleport USA, which was this...
And Incognito is just Q.
Yes, thank you.
Pretty much.
Yes.
Even the word is the same.
Yes.
The sound of it, yeah.
Thank you. That's correct. Which Q in Japanese is the mystery letter. They use that instead of X. Instead, like here we say, it's X to make it sound mysterious. In Japan, they use Q.
X-Files,
yeah, they would use Q files. Yeah. and which was another reason why the Q caught on, because Michael Aquino also always called himself Q. He wanted to make certain people pronounced his Q like Aquino, which is what he preferred, but nobody would do that for him. Or rather, only his cultists did that for him. And so they would call him Aquino. So then the Q became important to him, and he knew that was the mystery letter in Japan. So hence QAnon, or the anonymous Q, or incognito, which then becomes the villain. Yeah, in the Japanese
That's
cartoon.
why their symbol was a question mark, which is
yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes. Yeah, and so when
Why was the symbol a question mark again?
It's just like being incognito is like you don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know the person.
Yes. That's right.
I'm sorry, I thought
It
you were
leaves a
saying
question.
Or
It
something
leaves you
else.
a
Obviously,
question.
I thought you were saying
Which is why when they made that Child of Eden,
Yeah.
where it was based off of the Dietrich Archetype and all that,
Yes.
the company was literally called Q, and it was a question mark was their symbol.
Yes.
And it was based. It was an Activision subsidiary of Activision, which was based out of San Francisco.
That's
making
right.
these video games.
Thank you. So just to explain to Brooke so she understands, what Brendan is referencing is a game called Child of Eden. It's a video game, and the video game was produced by a subsidiary in San Francisco, but was really about or alluding to the Dietrich Archetype, this artificial intelligence created out of combing my personality and or my mind, essentially neuronically combing from my brain.
Developed by Q Entertainment, published by Ubisoft. Sorry, Ubisoft.
Right.
Not Activision.
Right. Thank you. And this was before
Q Entertainment. If you look at it, it's a Q with a question mark.
Yes.
Headquartered in Tokyo, Japan.
Yes. And this was before QAnon. This was years before QAnon. The QAnon is simply Aquino's response to it.
It seems to be a Japanese company.
Yeah, well, we always knew that. But go on.
Owned by Bondi, yeah.
Yeah. And Bondi is all Japanese toys and entertainment. Yeah. They do all that.
Q Entertainmento is the actual full name. No, I'm serious. That's the actual full name.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, the Japanese pronunciations are cute. And so Brooke, just so you know, you said you never got the Dietrich Archetype or understood it. So when I was young, I participated in an experiment. Not that young, but I volunteered for an experiment out of my greed for knowledge, and I wound up paying the price and almost died. And they had neuronically combed my brain to take my imprint of my thought processes and my personality and upload them into a computer facility where the Dietrich Archetype was generated. So that's what we're talking about in its simplest terms. But I could go on into all the details later and even send you a copy of...
Just play the game Garden of Eden. Child of Eden.
Child of Eden. Well, in Child of Eden, yes, you're trying to rescue this holographic presentation of an artificial intelligence. Yes, go on.
Yeah, I'll give you the backstory quickly. It's a musical rail shooter, which is just the style of game.
Yeah.
And as far as the synopsis goes, it is primarily told through visuals and music.
Mm-hmm.
Its project is underway in the video game. The project is underway to resurrect the personality of Lumi, the quote-unquote first person born in space, using her perceived memories that are split into archives. Viruses unexpectedly infect Eden and endanger this Lumi's existence, with the player being tasked with cleansing Eden's archives and saving both it and Lumi. Each section ends with a boss fighting against powerful viruses holding a piece of her data. As Eden is purified of viruses, her personality and memories are restored, allowing her to sing and flood Eden with the positive emotions. So the Japanese took the story and made it a positive and tried to say, look, you can rescue the personality, you can rescue these intelligence. And,
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Like somehow they knew enough about the story. Yeah.
Well, from what I told them, yes. And they decided to, and so much of what I told them at the Teleport USA, which, as I said, was a front company in Los Angeles for industrial espionage. And they brought me, they brought in a lot of people to interview me because they were very interested in what I had to bring them and everything else. And Well, you know, they wound up essentially, well, as I told Brendan, as Brendan knows, all the Asians are infamous for intellectual property theft. They took everything and they made it into, we revolutionized Japanese popular culture, basically. All Japanese popular culture was quite different after that. It had a Dietrichonic revolution. There we are.
Yes.
You know, and
can't really hold it against them, man.
Yeah, no, it's hard to hold.
You've got quite the
yes.
Epic storyline.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, so there we are with that. Thank you. And but what about your new name there, Brooke? Anything that you're feeling good about yet? I mean, how is Brooke's spiciness different from Selena Khan's spiciness in this methodological sense?
Well, I don't know her chart. It was just she just thought she was like smarter. Talk about arrogant. You're smarter than everyone else. Like, that's the real example.
Yes, Selena Khan, and she paid the price for her arrogance. She paid the price.
She was another one that was telling me that same
spiel. Same spiel.
Like, you're just not applying yourself. And
yes,
you got to try harder.
Yes. And Brooke left us. Otherwise,
like, I'm going to teach you how to make money. And then everything she told me was like, it was basically out of like an Andrew Tate.
Yeah, it's like Andrew Tate
Invest in Bitcoin and
yes,
work 3 jobs and
yes,
stuff she's never done.
Yes. It's pretty fucking incredible that she really was. She had succeeded initially, and then thought that she was the shit. You know, because
from a Pakistani standpoint, she succeeded, but we know how.
A material standpoint, and that to them is everything.
She's living in her ex-husband's basement or something.
Yeah, now at this point, fuck yeah. No, she was living actually on the lower level of the home that she owned. She owned the home, but that's why she thought she was the shit. She thought, I own my own home. And that's what they think. They think once they own their own home and once they've succeeded to a degree financially that they are more smarter than everyone else. They know all there is to know. And, you know, exactly like Brendan's stupid relatives. And
the only person winning is the freaking bank.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Now, I have no idea what happened to Brooke. I presume her phone died, is what I'm presuming. And but hopefully she's okay. Let me.
She probably just went back to drugs.
Yeah.
She relapsed on her.
Oh, don't be so cruel. Oh, let's see. Let me. I'll make it all caps, of course.
It's like I only give Brooke a hard time because, like, maybe somewhere deep down I actually care, but I doubt it.
Yeah. Oh, don't talk like that, please.
Yeah.
It's like it's. You know, at any rate, let's get this message to her. I pray thee be well, and hopefully she is. But or either that, or you know, she always said she never understood the Dietrich Archetype, but I doubt we revolted her with what we were sharing. I don't know if you heard earlier. Peter Moon was telling Heather Holman, "You're the Aquino whisperer." Did you hear that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I heard that whole train wreck of a conversation. Where it was like, I mean.
Oh,
man. Yeah. Mind programming is a real thing. And I didn't want to be rude and say it while she was there, but all the stuff that she said, you guys were saying about her, she had said in the chat. Remember originally?
Yeah.
So
yes,
like when she was talking about the mud flood and stuff, like when she was whatever altar that was.
Yes.
She was telling us, I took care of Aquino and I did this and da-da-da.
That's right. That's right.
We have screenshots somewhere. Someone does.
Yes. Oh my God. That's right. Oh my God.
So I wasn't trying to be rude, but it was just unfortunate.
Oh yeah, it's incredible, and it just is what it is. I mean, let's see if we can. It's definitely still up there. It's definitely still up there. I'll try and scan for it. Thank you for reminding me of that. You know, she entered it in chat. And
yeah, she did.
And so
this was years ago, but still.
No, it feels like years ago. I swear to God, it wasn't that long ago. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought it was only a few episodes ago. You know, really. That like maybe about maybe
but I'm
months ago.
Yeah, I'm talking the first time she started dropping in, like the mud
True.
float time. Or
True. Got it.
When that term first came up.
Yes.
She was one of the first people I'd ever heard it from. This was like 2017, 2016. We're talking like way back.
Yes. Oh God, that's true. Oh Jesus. Yeah. Well, I couldn't find that. But Jesus.
That's what I'm saying. It's way like someone had it, like Pavel or someone had the screenshots, but of course he wiped everything.
Yes, that's right. That pig fucker. And yes. Thank you for reminding me of that. That's so important. Yeah. And don't it's like thank you again. And so I'll try and remember to relay that. And oh well, what a night it was. Well, you certainly did Brooke a great favor, and she's certainly grateful, I'm sure. And so the next time that she felt that you were gatekeeping was about that stupid website, and she felt you were gatekeeping with that by not trusting. The stupid Richard K. Cole Jr. website. She felt you were gatekeeping by not trusting her with it. And then that's what got her.
Let's get this straight. Yeah. You can go there all you want.
Yeah. That's what
I was saying out of her own.
That's what
goodwill, I was saying don't do it.
Thank you. Does
that make sense?
I told her that.
Kind of gatekeeping.
Yes, thank you. I was telling her that, but
the only reason I was there was because of whatever happened. It was just serendipitous. I didn't even want to be there. It was just like because I searched my name, just to see what would show up, and of course that showed up first.
Yes,
because they have the Google shit hijacked.
Yes, they do. No, they really do. Yeah, and it's
which is what they feed into. Chat scheme PT.
Yeah. Thank you. And there you have it. Such being said, everybody, you have to learn to be discriminating information consumers. Honestly, it's a cold, cruel world out there. Everybody wants to jack your mind, and but the Adamites have it. And
the mind war of sorts.
Yeah, it is the mind war. Yes, the Aquino mind war. Like you said, Heather said, I can't understand why Aquino gave me that book.
It wasn't like that was like the least cryptic thing he's ever done.
Yeah. Yes, and well,
it's like I'm not talking crap about her, but it's just
yeah. Yes.
It's just whatever happened worked.
Yes.
There's a lot of stuff going on there.
Oh, definitely. And a lot. Yeah, and she's got a deep history of being abused by these people and exploit it. And, but...
Yeah, because I don't, like you said, I don't know who it was, like CJ Hart or whoever.
Yeah.
Someone gave pretty in-depth detail about the whole scenario. So
thank you.
I don't know how made up that could have been.
Well, I think it was pretty detailed because it was accurate, and
that's what I'm saying.
Definitely. And so
like there's a level of detail that you can't get by what is it? Not allegory, metaphor.
Yeah, just pulling it out of your ass. Yeah, you can't just pull certain things. When you pull it out of your ass, it becomes self-evident. It's like Penny Bradley. Fucking Penny Bradley. Everything she did was pulled out of her ass.
When she said, I have 1,001 personalities, I'm like, how do you keep track of that?
No, she had an exact number, and it was like 1,196 or something like that. That was supposed to be based on some Crowleyite number. She said so herself, where it was multiplied to, by 777 or something like that. It's just absolutely... whatever, logic she was using is obviously part of her insanity. But, when she says, all of these personalities, exactly. I mean, just to state something like that, exactly, like I have this many personalities, and it's like, you could live a lifetime and how none of those personalities would manifest. I mean, it's like, you know, how would you manifest all those, let alone know they exist? It was just so stupid. But it was, it was just a given based on her quote unquote, shall we say, pseudo geometria, or, you know, multiplication system. And we'll call it the Button Bradley decimal system or something. But there you have that. It was just and like I said, the worst part of it all was that then she was saying that I was exploiting her, and well, yes, but you know she's an adult. It's kind of like you've got to. She went with it because she wanted the attention, and then felt that, you know, she was bringing in the numbers. That was what was pissing me off. She was driving people away. So it goes to show you how insane she truly was. Yeah, you just want me there to bring in all the numbers.
No, I'm not being rude here, but you had like some of the lowest numbers.
Yeah, I
like,
got it.
When she was on.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah.
It was like half a dozen people. I'm not joking.
No, it was just awful because, it's like, well, especially when she would spend time with...
They would basically click off and like wait for you to come back on.
Yeah, thank you. Especially when she was talking with Jambo the Reese Monkey. And all he would do is talk to her about magic, and then she'd pull bullshit out of her ass about magic and left-hand path and all this crap. And, it just wasn't going anywhere. It was just awful. But, you know, this is the... but, like, you know, once that Gurn radio network, Global Entertainment Radio Network, was shut down, I understand that somebody, somehow, they... when you look up that pigfucker who was running Gurn, Global Entertainment Radio Network, that idiot, what was his name again? Daryl Neely.
The Black Viking.
Yeah, the Black Viking who said, "I am one with Odin," was supposed to be his name. One with Odin is my name. And you know, I guess we'll call him the anti-moon and shit. You know, moon relates to the Moors. This black guy wanted to be white. Yeah, I'm a Viking. And then he was at, you know, January 6th and, you know, steals a uniform off a dead officer, tries to auction it off later. You know, they say, oh, the judge decided to cut his sentence short or something. But as far as I can see, he's not back on media. So they must have...
No, he's gone, though.
Yeah, they must have scared his ass to death in jail. Yeah, I mean, in prison, they probably told him, you're going to be here the rest of your life. And the feds probably put the scare in his ass. And there's no law enforcement officer in the world who likes somebody who steals uniforms off dead cops or shit like that.
Yeah.
So
they threw the book at him.
Yeah, oh yeah. And so he's been quiet as a church mouse, hasn't produced shit, and that means Penny Bradley hasn't produced shit. As far as I understand, she only showed up on maybe one interview where somebody interviewed her, but yeah, she disappeared off the map because she didn't have an enabler anymore. Poor bitch, but you know, this is what she gets for attacking me. You know, she started saying, "Oh, Douglas is attacking my friend Solomon Shake." Yeah, and her friends, where are they now for her? Oh yeah, they aren't giving her shit. So there you go. She showed that she has no...
Solomon, really?
Yeah, really. She showed she picks the wrong friends. Yeah, that's So there we have that.
He was so ridiculous.
Oh, just awful. They were so repulsive and just sick. I wonder what Rose Belizia... Basically, she's talking to a guy, Amor Fati. This is in the chat. Amor Fati is in Mexico. And so Amor Fati's being friendly to Rose Belizia, who... and he was mentioning something about Cajon? What's he saying here about this part of Mexico? He says... I would love for you... Oh, Rose Belizia says, Brendan is relaxing. His voice is very sonorous. Yes, so say thank you to her. Take a look inside the chat and do thank Rose Belizia.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Yes, voice is very sonorous. I like that. It's cute. So, aside from all of that, like I said, If you go to sleep early, I'll try and call you about between. When should I call you in the morning that you might actually be alive or awake? If I'm
Well,
still.
I have work soon, so just whenever, really.
Okay. So. Oh, you're kidding? You're working today?
Mm-hmm.
I'm so sorry. Holy fucking shit.
Unfortunate.
Oh god, that fucking sucks. And what time does your shift start?
Early in the morning.
That fucking sucks. Oh my god, I'm so
And some of
sorry.
us have to work.
Yes, I know.
You can't be, getting $8,000 a liter blood for free.
Yes.
You're a blood millionaire.
What was that? Say that again.
I said you're a blood millionaire. That's
Yeah,
why you have the red
blood
Maserati.
yeah. Oh my god. Yes. It's one
I
of
swear,
those.
if I ever find out you have a red Maserati, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm coming over.
Oh, he actually gave the color? He actually said it was red?
Yeah, I think it was red or something, wasn't it?
I can't
something like
remember
that.
what the fucker said. What he said was so ridiculous that, you're aghast and amazed at the balls these people have. They might as well have just said, he's really an astronaut. But, it's literally, like she says, Meth Head Larry says, I'm really a millionaire or a billionaire who lives in Greenville, South Carolina, the same city as him and Brooke. First off, why would a millionaire or a billionaire live in Greenville, South Carolina?
It beats me.
And then I have my own show just to impress her. Yeah, and it's like
That sounds legit.
yeah, he's got it all figured out. These guys are like that. They like talk at that level of illogic. It's like, yeah, Doug's this multimillionaire with his Maserati, and he's just exploiting all these women. And
Yes.
they're incredible. It'd be funny
How
if
did
it.
you do that?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. It's like
You're exploiting an old
for
old
money.
author.
Yeah, for money. For money, no less, they claim. Here I am. I guess I just do that because I'm cruel or something, get money from all these poor victims.
Sounds about right.
Forgive me, that must have sounded disgusting. Believe it or not, I wasn't sucking into some young boy's neck. That was actually from this Essentia water. And the one thing about Essentia water bottles, the water is literally filled to the brim. I mean, you open them up and it spills out. So you have to kind of bend over and suck it so that it doesn't spill over too badly the moment you move it. So I'm going to be drinking a little bit of water here. Forgive the noises. By all means, Brendan, give people...
Okay, save the flirting for when Brooke comes back.
What?
You made a joke earlier about the phone sex. I said save it for when Brooke comes back.
Oh my god. Yes, if she does, poor dear. God, that was so weird. Her phone just dies. That's the problem. She must have a really cheap one. Actually,
It's just the meth.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That's my guess.
She insists she's not on it. Says it's just Adderall, and she says she's doing a lot less Adderall than before.
That's just that thing. It's baby meth. We used to call it. I'm serious.
Yes. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah. And so when it comes to, let's see, do you remember anything else about what Heather said concerning taking care of Aquino? Any details at all?
It's been so long, I don't know.
Yeah. It was.
So maybe we shouldn't bring it up. It's technically hearsay, but still.
Well, not
I
really.
remember it clearly.
It's not really hearsay because she did say it. That was something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and yeah. Such being said, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And yeah, there you go. It's one of these things that. Such being said, what do you know about this shader program gene? Anything? Have you heard of this?
Shader?
Yeah, shader program generation system and method.
What's that?
I don't know. It's like, for some reason, the only reason I ask is because, look, dig this shit. I'm going to do a screen share. So here's a screen share. Can you see my cursor
You're not
moving?
going to buy any more stuff from random Pakistanis, are you?
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate the warning. Not if I can help it. Man, I if anything, I'd like I said, I want to send them all bacon burgers, so that neither the Hindus or the Paks.
At this point, they'll eat them.
Yeah, that's the problem. They'll fucking eat it anyway. It's like, Kristina and the
They're
Paks.
all apostates.
Yeah,
including
eating the
her.
boar. Yeah, that was so funny, so naive of V, Lady V in the chat, Victoria, saying, "Oh my God, it was because she was Jewish. She was crying because they killed a pig." I'm saying, no, she was crying because she was so hungry and she couldn't wait to tear into it. Jesus Christ! I mean, talk about and what Victoria V does not get is that the Jews don't spare pigs because they feel sorry for them. It's because they think that they're filthy scum, trash eating animals and shit, and they're supposed to be above it, but they eat them all the time anyway. So
You know what's funny about that is the Torah/Bible has like a whole list of shit you shouldn't eat.
yeah,
And it's like shrimp is on that, like any crustacean. But these fuckers,
it's true.
they're out there
Oh yeah,
every day.
yeah.
Lobster,
Oh yeah,
shrimp,
oh yeah.
shrimp cocktail. Like,
Oh yeah, chowing down. They love it. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're not supposed to eat like hoofed animals. They do that too. It's just so bonkers.
Thank you. So true. I mean, well, the whole biblical lifestyle or the Talmudic lifestyle, even the Quranic lifestyle, it's just impossible. I mean, it's for people in poverty.
That's not true.
What's that?
That's not true.
Yeah, not true. Well, I mean, how do you mean? Because you have the discipline to live the Vedic lifestyle, the vegan lifestyle?
Yeah, if I could do it, anyone could do it.
Oh, yes. And look, maybe you. Now that I think about it, why don't you start charging people for horoscope readings? Everybody seems to want one from you.
Who's got cash? I mean, no one. I don't know. I have this I wouldn't call it a phobia, but this impression that nothing I have is of value. It's strange.
That's from all those idiots, everyone from Selena Khan to your relations, telling you that since you were a child.
Yeah,
They'll say,
exactly.
Nothing you know is of value. You need to go out there and become a real estate financial rapist.
Right.
What do they call that? They used to call it corporate.
Like old ladies sign foreclosure notices and shit.
Yeah, foreclosures. Foreclose
on old ladies. That's success.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, you want to become an investment banker. Remember when that was the big deal?
Yeah.
A corporate raider investment banker. Yeah.
Evil bastards.
Yeah.
Or working for Silicon Valley. It's so noble.
Yeah. Funding unicorns and upstarts and all this bullshit. None of them funded the thing that was needed, microchip production. That was too expensive. That was too expensive. Yeah.
I mean, they're too dumb to engineer anything.
Yeah.
That's why they had to bring in all the Indians.
Yes. Well, that's right. That's true. So I'm sharing screen right now. And here we are. I'm just sharing. This is the shit I get. These people ask me these stupid questions like, Douglas Dietrich, did you write shader program generation system and method? And it's like, then they offer me, claim this, term paper. Claim this term paper or something. So it's like for a way for people to plagiarize and just claim they wrote something. It's like, because
shader program method.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Hey. Oh, how do you like what my friend sent me here? This is that old guy who used to work for the VA. Look at this shit. Keep eating babies. It's like, what a creep, you know? It's just so stupid. He's just trying to say, here we are what we eat. You know, what we put in our bodies affects our health and longevity. And then they tell you to eat, you know, baby carrots. Whole grains are best and more nutrition.
That's so cheesy.
Yes. So then he has to rephrase it by keep eating babies. Like, fuck you. You know?
That's disgusting.
It is. It is.
It's almost like an anti-vegetarian commercial.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Snacking on carrots is great for you. Man, she looks like she's in chemotherapy. She looks like she's wearing the chemo cap. I swear. Jesus fucking.
There's a high chance that she might. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. Of
Yeah,
course.
it's funny. All these health influencers and even the fitness guys, they all look so unhealthy. I mean,
thank you.
Awful.
Thank you. Well, the liver failure. What was his name? Liver King? Liver failure. Yeah. Yeah, the liver failure.
That's a good name for him.
Yeah. He looked like he was just awful. Awful. He just indescribable.
And then they outed him that he was juicing.
Yeah.
And then he got off of it and he like almost died. He looked like he was sickly.
Yes. Yes.
And then he was so addicted he had to hop back onto it.
Yeah, poor son of a bitch. Oh God.
That guy deserved it though.
Yeah, of course. Of
course.
course.
He was like eating like raw livers all the time, thinking and showing people this is how you live the primal lifestyle. It's like, you know, they had fire, right? Like, you know,
yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Somebody. Yes.
Like you're primitive, as in you're retarded.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Well, wouldn't he get like liver flukes by that? Like worms? Wouldn't he get worms?
Of course he had brain worms. Why else was he like that? You know he was a millionaire. He's a multimillionaire.
You're kidding me.
Yeah.
You're kidding.
He had some kind of business before all that social media. So he just did that out of just pure
ego. Pure ego.
Raw.
Yeah.
Evil. Like
yeah.
Ego craziness. Like Evil Knievel. You know
oh my God. Oh my God. What a loser.
He didn't have to do any of what he did. Like,
oh my God. So it was all just, I'm sculpting myself because all these multimillionaires, like, they all feel somehow, what do you call it? Insecure and they overcompensate and they want to become martial artists. They'll go to martial arts school where, of course, the guy will just take their money and, you know, say, I'm training you and shit and put them
like
through
Zuckerberg and all these people.
Yeah.
Sugar Mountain and all these guys.
Yeah. Yeah. And they just put them through the easiest possible maneuvers and katas where they're just like in the children's section and shit.
Yeah.
and then tell
it's
them.
Basically just like Pilates and aerobics.
Yeah. It's so true. Then tell them you're doing great.
Where you get to touch other people. That's about the extent.
Yeah. Yeah. True. Oh my God. And then the other.
And it's like the
yeah.
You know, like what they do for Putin. They just hand him a black belt and they say, "Oh yeah," and then when they spar with him, they like fall down like Steven Seagal style.
Yes. Yes.
Like, oh no. You know?
Yeah. Just like people were.
Park episode.
Yeah, just like people would fall for Steven Seagal because he paid him. Right. He said take the fall, you know, and then they'd fall for him. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my favorite fall from grace was Tate. He was like, I got this chopping block from Steven Seagal himself. And then it shows him using it, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you know, they're like practicing with it. And then like 10 days later, it was like, Andrew Tate goes to jail.
Yes.
Never accept a gift from a convicted whatever he is.
Yeah, pedo. He's
convicted.
He defected. Yeah, he defected to Russia because they were going to press pedo charges on him here. Because yeah, he was supposed to be training young girls the martial
That's like
arts.
Going to visit, like, what's his name, Woody Allen or something.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, exactly.
Look at my friend, this guy. You know.
Yeah. And he was supposed to be training young girls in the martial arts, and then he kept saying, "Yeah, there's this special position. Get into the position." Yeah, and. Oh man,
it's called the Trojan horse.
Yeah, what a piece of shit. Yeah, and then of course Scott Ritter, fucking Scott Ritter.
In that same episode, like Tate's on his couch and he's like, do you want to call Putin? Do you want to call Putin? Let's call Putin. And he like starts ringing the phone and Tate's like, no. I'm already in enough trouble.
Yeah.
He like gets scared.
Yeah, it didn't spare him anyway. That didn't spare him.
It did. Yeah.
And then they all go Muslim in their last moment of desperation. Yeah. Sean Stone, he went Muslim.
Yeah, what is the trip with that?
Yeah. It's because they think that they're...
The Arabs will throw them to the freaking crocodiles before they help them, you know?
Yeah, of course. And that's what they do. Even Scott Ritter. Scott Ritter, I told you about him the other day when Peter brought him up, said, he says Putin is brilliant and purging Russia of corruption. And he's getting rid of all the corrupt generals and shit. And like I said, Scott Ritter's this convicted child predator who, got online cruising for young girls, found one. Then it turned out to be a 50-year-old cop and shit. Then he gets busted. Yeah, rightfully prosecuted. And then tries to defect to Russia. But like you said, they threw him under the bus. He got his passport taken away. And, Russia didn't step in to help him. Russia could do that. Say, for instance, Russia could have stepped in and said something diplomatic and, given the guy a shot at defection, but they didn't bother. And this is, while he was propagandizing for them, too. They don't give a shit.
They have no loyalty, I guarantee you.
Yeah, none whatsoever. Yes.
You're expendable. You know how their system works. It's like the Kremlin system. It's like you're expendable.
Yes. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, they're awful. And aside from all of that, it's just it seems to be all the worst of these losers go there and go over to their side. Or they're obsessed with this child predation shit, like John Miranda. Remember John Miranda, the guy who was on my show a few times, and remember he was the Olympic swimmer who then became all pro-Russian and shit, and pro-Trump, pro-Russian. Yeah. And remember he claimed he was living in the ice flows of Sweden and shit, ice fishing and shit in Sweden. Remember that bullshit?
Right.
Yeah, and because his wife wouldn't let him in Norway. His wife got
that guy.
Yeah. He was living in the hostel in Sweden.
And he was like wondering why his wife wouldn't go to Russia or something.
Yeah. She was. Remember, she was
upset that he was pushing the Russian stuff. Yeah.
Well, remember, she was Georgian, and her entire family had been killed by the Russians. She has 2 sons with him, and says, "When are we gonna move to America?" And he says, "We're not moving to America, honey. I want to stay here and help Putin take over Europe." And to a woman whose family had just been killed by all the... I mean, it's like, how crazy can you fucking be? So, of course, she left him. Yeah, resettled in Norway. And then he tried to follow her by resettling in Sweden, but she wouldn't let him come into Norway. So the Norwegian said, your wife won't let you in because she says you're abusive. And there seems to be all the evidence in the world that you're violent. Because remember, he went to jail in Sweden? Remember they put him in jail?
Yeah, he said something along those lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
But yeah, you remember how it happened? He basically came out of a bar, got into a fight with some Muslim guy. You know how Sweden has all these Muslim immigrants?
That's right.
And he said, yeah, I just got into the position where I put my hands in this pyramidal shape to, kind of I guess, chi him away, with the Qigong force or some shit. And then he wound up the guy got thrown back half a block and cracked his skull open and almost died. Remember, that's how he described it. And then they put him in jail. Oh, did you remember how Brooke Gibson just eviscerated him when he said, they had me in jail and I couldn't sleep for days. They flushed that toilet and it sounded like a jet taking off. And then Brooke Gibson was saying, oh my God, there's people out there getting waterboarded, but here's this poor man in Sweden who has to hear a toilet flush. You heard? Remember she said that?
Yeah.
And it was
and the jails in Sweden are they're furnished. I'm not joking. They have they're literally got full-on beds and curtains.
Oh my God. Yes.
Let me see if I can find something. I'll show it to you.
Holy shit. There we go. Oh my God.
Supposedly the people on death row. Yeah. Yeah, just type in Swedish prison, and
Okay, let me look
it's
for
like
it.
almost like it's like IKEA. It's like an IKEA like room.
Oh my god! Like one of the display rooms in the IKEA store. Yeah.
Yeah, like you gotta see it. You gotta see
Yeah.
shit.
So Swedish.
This is what he
prison.
was complaining about.
Okay, so I'm looking up Swedish prison cell. Holy fucking shit!
There's like a bookshelf.
I
in
would
one.
trade
I know.
living in my
I know.
crypt. I would trade living in my crypt for this. And I can't believe that.
I remember I saw an interview of some guy that's like on death row in a Swedish jail.
Yeah.
And he's like, I do whatever I want. I read books, I watch TV, I play video games.
It's like they're rewarding him. It's like they're rewarding
he's all happy
him
about it. Yeah. He doesn't have to pay like anybody. He doesn't have to pay for it. It's
Yeah,
just-
yeah, it doesn't have to pay rent. Yeah,
Yeah.
fuck. I mean, the fact that they're paying to keep you there, you should be flattered. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah.
It's like I'm just I'm appalled. He was much
this
better.
one has like a full on like mini kitchen or something. Like it's like a
Yeah,
full
like
house.
you can cook snacks for yourself and shit. Yeah, TVs, little TV in the corner and shit, and this little like meditation mat for like yoga and shit.
Yeah.
It's like and that couch.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Viral photos of Sweden's lavish prison cells are mistaken for hotel rooms. People call and say, "How much is this one? How much is this one?" And the Swedish government has to keep telling them that's not something you can rent or something like that. This is a prison. You have to commit a crime.
Here's an excerpt from an article.
Yes.
Swedish prison and probation service prioritize access to nature, shown here in a common room in Kumla prison. And it's like got like all this like there's like house plants and wooden furniture.
Oh my fucking god.
There's like a painting.
So
on
what
the
I'm
wall,
gonna
like
do is
someone's
I'm gonna go to Sweden and start killing people. That's
Oh yeah, I'm sure they'll give you freaking like they'll give you the penthouse if you tell them your backstory.
Good idea. Yeah.
They'll be like, we have to keep this guy on maximum security.
Yeah.
And then and you'll get like a full on. You'll even be able to get conjugals. They'll still keep your laptop will still be there.
Yeah, I'll still do the shows. Yeah, I'll be doing the shows, bringing in the warden to talk. Hey warden, come on. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Then remember, it'll be like what's his name? The guy with the unpronounceable Ukrainian name in Germany, and Dan van der Meulen in Nederland. He'll sound like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, come on. Americans, you'll be the only person to understand what he's saying because you could dissect the accent, but most Americans won't. But
I don't know. Dan was really spacey. He was like I could understand him, but I couldn't follow him. Let's put it that way.
I love it. Yes.
He was like,
yes.
He was like, yeah, I can't even remember. It was so spacey, it all evaporated. Whatever he said.
It was. I mean, I remember a lot of it, but
And he was like abnormally yoked, and I believed him when he said he didn't do any steroids. He was just like, like I don't know, like Dutch. He was like Dutch yoked or something, like he was like doing pull-ups in the park or something.
Yeah,
it was bizarre.
Yes. By the way, actual pull-ups, not the shit Salmon Shake did. Yeah, tell us.
No, this guy was like really. He was like almost like an alien or something.
Yes. And what I liked best was, remember he was married to that black chick who looked like a supermodel? She looked like a black supermodel.
Exactly.
And he says,
all David Bowie and shit.
Yeah. And then he said, she says she experiences no racism, and I said, of course not. She looks like a fucking supermodel. It's like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, she gets hired, and I said, look, they got quotas to fill. Look, she's black, she's female.
Right.
Yeah, there's
Everyone's
quotas
trying to talk to her.
Yeah. Oh my God. And and she's easy on the eyes. She doesn't look like Aunt Jemima and shit. So yeah, she presents well for whatever company.
Let's put it this way: American. No, I can't say it on air. Never mind.
Well, I got to respond to Pixie Princess Star Fox, who lives in. Now I'm gonna butcher this. I always try to say it the French style. and I never do it. Just I'm gonna have Amy Como train me how to say New Orleans with that French accent, New Orleans or something. And I know every time I do it, everybody thinks I do it terribly. But what Pixie Princess Star Fox in Louisiana, which I know can also be said with that kind of very distinctive Southern French accent. Yeah, and I can never get it out, Louisiana or something like that. But she says, my painted over windows in my swamp shack fell direr now because of our description of these incredible Swedish prisons. She just feels like she's living in a hovel out there in the swamp. She says Orleans. Say it as Orleans. Yeah, Orleans. Yeah. Thank you. And I mean, poor dear.
Like a Swedish prison. Yeah, anyone who complains about that is just lying.
Yeah, that was John Miranda. That was John Miranda. Now, granted, he was a smoker, and they wouldn't let him smoke, so he was probably, he was going through all the fucking withdrawals and shit, so yeah, I guess any place is hell on earth. Right. But he was like, give me a smoke, man, and shit, and they're like, we're healthy here. Yeah, we don't smoke and shit. Poor
it's
son.
All like balanced
Also, he was also an alcoholic. He was also an alcoholic, so he had no booze.
Yeah, because their whole shtick is rehabilitation, so that they'll just make you be healthy. Imagine that.
Yeah. Oh God, that's what almost killed him.
I like how that's the worst part of his prison experience.
Yeah, that was the worst. That's why it was hell on earth to him. That's why he kept concentrating on the toilet flushing. Because
that was like exaggerated.
By all his withdrawal symptoms. To him, that was torture because he's like, he was convinced they set it on a timer. Remember, they set it on a timer to go off every 25 minutes to torment me. Remember that shit? So I couldn't sleep. Yeah, and that's when Brooks shit all over him. After that, he was so silent. Poor son of a bitch. Poor bastard. And anyhow, let's see if our man... so Brendan went mute. And hopefully he's all right. With that, Aristides.
Yeah, they were like waterboarding him, water torturing him.
As far as he was concerned.
Toilet flushing.
Yeah, as far as he was concerned.
So cheesy.
Yeah, so sad. So pathetic. Yes. And poor bastard. But there you go. He was better off in there. He should have gone back in. He should start committing crimes just to get in there for a career. Better off than where he is out there in the open, By the way, Peter Moon is convinced he was lying through his teeth. Peter Moon, and I agree with Peter Moon.
He must have been, because if he knew what the Swedish prison was like.
Oh, well, Peter didn't feel he was lying about that, but Peter felt he was lying about living out in the snow and living off ice fishing and shit. Peter felt he was totally lying about that because he was saying it was like sub-zero, remember? And it's like, come on, you're in this fucking...
No, yeah, Sweden is still, it's warm in the south, like, unless he's living in, like, there's, like, hardly anyone up north,
Yeah, that's what he was claiming.
It's like Canada, it's like there's some people, but it's not.
Yeah, it's so rare that, but at any rate, it's either people who have to do that because they're government, or it's people like maybe a few exceptional individuals.
Like tribal people.
Yeah. Well, the tribal people, that's different. They don't even recognize the borders. For those who don't know, the people that Brendan was referencing, the Sami people live in all three Scandinavian countries, Norway, Sweden, and Finland. And they just don't even recognize the fucking borders, and nobody bothers them because... there's nobody up there other than maybe some scouting patrols on army maneuvers or something. So, nobody bothers them. They just let them, run up and down all three of the borders. And because for the Swedes and Norwegians and the Finns, they're all down south, just like Brendan said. Just like in Canada, everybody lives along the border so they can travel into the U.S. to buy contraband or sell it, or sell pharmaceuticals, to sell Canadian pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, good for them.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Everyone's got a hustle,
Yeah. Oh, now you sound like Christina. So what's your hustle? Yeah, so what's your hustle? And then, as soon as...
so rude to George.
Oh, that was so awful. That was unforgivable. Then as soon as George comes on, oh, you're British, so you live in council housing?
Yeah, her whole, like, British experience was just based off of the the freaking ghetto.
Yeah, slackers,
Horrible.
and slackers and scammers and just
Mhm.
people at the bottom end, the bottom feeders. That's
And it's
what
like George doesn't even talk like them. It was just absurd. Like,
No, that's true. The people who come from that, they talk like, what is that Cockney type talk? Like, core. If they talk about a woman's tits, they'll call them udders and shit. Look at the udders on that one.
It's like nowadays it's the electronic music scene. They're all like these.
Thank you.
These buggers.
Thank you. You know why? Because there's no talent. The fucking keyboards doing all the music.
Exactly. Yeah, they just exactly.
Thank you.
So those are the people that are from council states. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Electronic music up the ass. And
I mean, George, to his credit, he's much better than most English people.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. No, it's true. Yeah. It's true. Most English people do not have George's sense of dignity or bearing.
Yes.
Of bearing.
Yes.
Of bearing. Okay. Yeah. They're just literally, most of them are just they're becoming more and more ghettoized, and they're just becoming more and more like how do I say it? It's kind of like
it's like this Americanized like rap culture. They'll
Thank
say
you.
like bruv all the time and stuff.
Yeah. Yes.
It's
thank you.
It's not a good look.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
Come on, bro. Yeah. Like they mix Jamaican, they want to sound tough, so they sound Jamaican-y. With this slang, other slang. It's just weird.
Yes, pathetic. Really sad. What the empire has sunk to. But the interesting thing is, you had a very
hopefully when this dude cacks out, the other guy he's a little younger. He'll maybe fix things. That's my hope.
Okay, and by that,
forgot his name.
Yeah. The guy they just elected. As soon as he
Oh no, not this guy.
Okay.
The Labour Party's weak sauce. I'm talking about the actual king, the monarch.
Okay, got it. King Charles.
Yeah, when Charles is out, then William will be a little bit more younger and perhaps hopefully change something.
Yes, hopefully.
Theoretically.
Yes.
He's I know the royals have all kinds of weird shit with them, but he's like a lot more grounded, so to speak, just because of the way him and the other one grew up. She was like Dana was like giving them more like street level,
yes,
aristocratic. So he like bikes around the city and stuff, like William.
Okay.
So he's a lot more grounded than these like his father and these other people.
Yeah.
Where they've only ever been in Buckingham and these palaces their whole lives. Like these guys actually kind of interact on a street level, so they're a little more grounded, in my opinion.
I hear you.
Hopefully they can actually. I'm thinking he might change a lot more. He's just kind of like letting this play out, Does that make sense? Because he doesn't have to have any responsibility, so he's just letting it play out. Like let the old guy just fuck everything up.
Yeah. No, I get it. I do, and
I wish I could explain it better, but that's what I'm saying.
Well, you explain well. I understand it. I get what you're saying.
Yes.
And so our lady in chat, Pixie Princess Star Fox, says, I live in a haunted house type situation. It's beyond words. Mannequins, Halloween crap in the woods. I lived last year in Washington State in the woods. Every time come over and over again for 6 to 7 years. But this is where I'm from. Intelligence is sexy. Y'all are so cute. There, she says we're both intelligent. I doubt this is the apex of our intellectual discussion, honey, but I'll accept it.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Oh my god. So in terms of King Charles,
this is like brain rot compared to the normal content.
Yeah. I mean, let's just put it this way. Yeah, I've been through a lot lately where I'm just like, not really motivated to go into monologue because, so much has happened that it spun my head around. I mean, what did you think? Did you suffer any of the, stupid debate? And it was probably beneath your dignity to even watch.
Yeah. between these
Yeah.
old people.
Yeah. The two fuckers. You know, the two senile old white men that.
Yeah, pathetic.
Oh my god.
No, I mean I didn't see anything that was.
It was.
I literally
bad.
didn't even watch 1 second of it. Like,
Yeah. Oh man, I was forced to simply because the Blood Boys wanted me to be able to comment on it. I haven't even really done a job commenting on it, other than what I said with Peter. It was just insufferable what I saw. It's
it's awful, and then he has to the B man has to double down and.
Yes. Well, it's like you said. Tell people why he's doing this. You have the only logical reason why he's doing this. You're the only person who has come up with a yes.
His son is like on the hook for a bunch of shit. So he's like, please don't leave. Please don't withdraw. Because he's what's the wording? Is like he needs to get off on all those charges. He needs to be pardoned. So he's that's his last hope.
To be sprung and shit.
Yeah. Exactly.
Bail me, Daddy.
Hunter. Yeah. So Hunter is like ready to get charged with a bunch of shit. So he has to keep him in there as long as possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he can skirt out of there.
Which, by the way, is what they said. Biden said, I'm going to decide with my family. I'm going to talk over this with my family, and my family will help me decide whether or not to stay in.
That's why the mom's like, whatever the doctor, whatever her name is like ushering him off stage and stuff. She's like pumping him full of like that serum that they used in The Simpsons for Mr. Burns.
Yeah.
Like where he like shows up in a field as like an alien at night because he's like on all kinds of drugs. That's basically what they did to him.
Yes, holy shit. And by the way, here we are. Let me share some of these. I'm going to screen share with our man Brendan here. Here we are, screen sharing. And of course, I'm going over. I wish Brendan had never showed me this. I can't. I'm just so depressed now. Look at this. Here's from India.com. Of course, India prisons look like now. That's they just put you in a hole in the ground. In India, they just put you in a hole in the ground and cover you with a manhole cover. But here's India.com. Believe it or not, these pictures are of a Nordic prison. And Twitter.com says,
"Are you kidding?
They look better than our homes." Yeah, and yes. How do I get the shade shit? How do I get the shade shit? There we are. And let me see if I can make these pictures larger. But here we are. This is like people keep thinking these are Airbnbs and shit. And this is what you said about the kitchen and shit. Yeah, and then this. Yeah, the living room area. And
like
shit.
We're talking fully furnished.
Yeah,
like fully furnished.
Yeah, this is what John Miranda. This is what John Miranda said he was tortured in. These aren't pictures of a hotel room, but of a Nordic prison cell. And
what an idiot! They probably literally threw him into a bathroom of a locker room or something because he was so annoying.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he was probably. Cigarette man. How about
they locked
a drink?
him in a broom closet. They didn't even show him the rest of the place.
Yeah, that's right. Because he's such a loser. And I mean, look at this shit. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
This is like a dorm room. This is like, and look at this guy, look at these lucky motherfuckers. This is what a jail in Sweden looks like. And, these two guys, I can imagine.
It's got like shutters.
I want to know what they're in for. I want to know what these, the big guy and the.
Well, we gotta extrapolate. It's like, I'm sure Swedish crimes are not as crazy as we were expecting.
Yeah, he's like, what are you in for? What are you in for? Yeah. It's like, you don't have the mass shootings over there and shit. Yeah, it's like.
Even the one guy that shot up that whole island is like he's in one of these.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, and they're letting him go because
type in death row at Sweden prison death row, and you'll see like the interview with that guy that's like he's been on death row for 20 years and he's like everything is good.
Yeah, Sweden death row images. Or should I do images or just Sweden death row prison? Sweden death row
prison.
Yeah, Sweden prison death row is the better way to say.
Yeah, because they've even got it good.
Yes, it's like Sweden does not have the death penalty and opposes its use in all circumstances.
So he's basically life in prison.
So it's life in prison. But in that place where what's that, Breivik? Breivik is the guy who killed all those kids. Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah.
He killed all those kids in school buses, blew up school buses and shit. They said they are only allowed by their system to keep him in for so many years, so then they have to let him go.
Yeah,
So
25 years or something.
Yeah, so there's no real... So Swedish death row prisoner starts hunger strike after being left out of Tehran, Stockholm swap deal. What the fuck? Yeah, death row in Iran's...
Oh, because he's gonna get traded to freaking Iran. I'm sure he's scared.
Oh yeah, who wants to leave this for Iran? Yeah, I mean, this is honestly, these are like college dorms, people.
Yeah.
And
it's better than a dorm, even like
it is.
The expensive dorms. This looks nicer.
Yeah, no, it does. It really does. And
it's got like recessed lighting. There's like wall paintings. There's like wood. Right. They put like nice wood furnished.
Yeah, and the atrium. Yeah, the atrium. It's just like Brendan said, plants and shit, and these look like hotel rooms with the little light balls and shit. Yeah. It's like you expect people to just be walking out to go to, some bathroom or something, and they probably fucking do. This is Langholm Prison. Wikipedia. Probably some kind of model for, high-income housing and shit. And the guy, what's the toilet paper for? That's probably so he could jack off. That's probably so you can jack off while he's watching his videos and shit. Yeah. And then, look at this black guy. San Quentin using a Scandinavian... What's this shit? So I gotta look at this. Los Angeles Times. So Newsom wants to transform San Quentin using a Scandinavian model. So they put this lucky black guy...
Let's go.
Yeah, they put this lucky black guy in as a test subject. And it's, how you like it in there, Jethro? And Jethro says... Yeah, they give me books and shit, but I don't read that shit, so they gave me this iPad. And,
the American version's pretty wacky looking.
Yeah, it looks lame. But still, it's preferable, obviously.
They put a couple rugs in there.
Yeah, it's like rugs and shit, yeah. This looks a little better, though. He's got a mural of his pit bull. That's the pit bull. They even painted a portrait of my pit bull that I used to maul my neighbors and shit.
Right.
Yeah, right. And over the New York skyline. What the fuck is that shit? A pit bull over the New York skyline. Like, what the fuck?
Some kind of shit that you can buy off Wish or like Temu.
Yeah.
Because the Chinese just take stuff that they think Americans like and just put them together.
Oh, fuck. Well, apparently it works. It works. They use it in prisons. It's like, holy...
It's probably something cheap that his family sent him. It's like just something he would like.
But it's painted on the walls. It's painted. See that?
Yeah.
Fucking yeah, somebody took the time to paint that. The problem is Los Angeles Times is a paywall, so it's easy. But no, see this? Can you see it? It's painted on the wall, and but he's got nice little weird.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, he's got nice little weird ass, window shades or something, and nice little wooden locker and shit, and a boombox. I mean,
I don't understand. What is the point of making prisons like nice? I don't get
I don't know. So that prisoners will want to kill people and go in there. I mean, yeah. Now, man, I want to get into prison now. Yes, please. And
is that how they're gonna solve the homeless problem? Everyone gets a hotel room.
Yes, thank you. What's this bullshit? What's this bullshit about a message from a Swedish prisoner? Oh, let's see. This is the one who's going to be probably sentenced to Iran or something. And this is how I looked in Iran, right? And this is how I look in Sweden. That's what it is, yeah. I mean, seriously, see this guy? Yeah, this was in Iran. This is in Sweden. Man, they feed him well. They feed him well. Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like night and day.
Yeah, he was all pale and shit in Iran. They pulled his eyelashes out and they shaved his eyebrows out. And, he looks like, talk about vampiroid. I mean, this guy, he had no sun. Yeah, but then in Sweden, he's all like...
It's like in the Arab countries, it's literally like a hole in the ground and they throw bread and water down.
Yeah, and then they piss on you. They piss on you and say, here's your water, motherfucker. Yeah, you're lucky you get that.
There's like a bucket in the corner.
Yeah, if they have that, you're swimming in your own shit. Yeah, and here we are. Thai examiner, a young Swedish man imprisoned for life in Thailand. Facing it harsh, yeah, of course he's got it harsh.
Yeah, well, those Southeast Asians, they do the they have the Muslim treatment. It's called like fala'a. Like
Yeah,
they
yeah.
they put your feet up and slap your feet with bamboo reeds
Oh, fuck yeah.
until they're like bleeding.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And then they do that like on a daily basis for like months.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
You know, he's smiling here. Why is he smiling? Because here he is in the next photo. In the next photo, he's like, help me.
Right.
Yeah, and then in the photo after that, it's
They're
save.
they're like forcing him to smile or something.
Yeah, it must be. Writer jailed for alleged, what did it? Alleged Thai monarchy insult. You don't insult the king in Thailand, motherfucker. Another paywall.
It's funny seeing Western people like go
It's
through
so
this.
stupid.
It's
So stupid. Yeah. It's like remember the guy in North Korea spray paints the face of King Jong Un and they beat him till he was brain dead?
or he stole a sign or something. Thought he could take it home as a souvenir. It's like
Yes.
really?
Yeah.
The
No,
most surveilled
that's right.
country
That's
on
what he
earth?
did.
Really?
That's true. That's true. That's what he did. He stole a sign. I want to keep
And it was like something small. It was like a no smoking, or it was like something absurd.
Yes.
Like
yes.
a tiny little thing.
Yeah, he paid for it with his life. It's just so sad. So let me go
Wasn't
check
worth
in the
it.
live stream before I ask you the next question. So Pixie, when she starts, she gets going, and that's nice. She says, I got years listening. XO, we love you, honey. She says, I bring you love. Reminds me of the movie Goodfellas. Louisiana is not looking good after hearing this. Yes, kisses and stars. Let me return her kiss, of course. And, yes, and also, she says, was North Korea. Hopefully she's never been to North Korea. God, there's no reason for her to go there. But how do I get rid of my ad blocker? Do you know how I get rid of my fucking ad blocker? What do I do to get it off my stupid Firefox that those Pakistanis put in my machine? I thought it would fade after a year.
Wait, you don't want an ad blocker?
Should I? Is it okay that I have an ad blocker? Is it preferable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think we're the ones that put it on. I don't think they put it on.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, so that's good to know. And and then she says, the poster, dude. Yeah, that's right. The guy took the poster. I can't believe our numbers are up. It's so fucking late at night and we're just shooting the shit, but we got...
No, that's good.
We got good numbers. As for Newsom and his idea, I think his idea is insane. Yeah, it's like, what a waste of taxpayer money.
That's cheesy. Yeah.
Yes. And I guess he wants to look as humanoid or humanistic as possible. And, how
about human is just giving me IKEA furniture? How about that?
Thank you. Thank you. Our man Brendan here works for a living. He tries to contribute to society, and
they don't care about that shit.
No, they don't. No, they care about prisoners. It's wild. It's really.
Sounds about right.
It's like, talk about misplaced priorities. I mean, forget your taxpayers. Take care of the people who prey upon them. Right. What a world we live in. So are you just intending to just stay up throughout the night until you go to work? What's I appreciate you being here.
I drank too much caffeination.
Okay.
But I'm starting to wind down.
Okay.
Nearly there.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And Pixie says, I care, thank you. Yes, thank you, honey. We care about you too. And so our man Brendan's starting to fade, at which point I might start going into a kind of a monologue. And definitely I want everyone to appreciate the fact that Brendan has been with us throughout the night. I was hoping Nemo would join us, but what the hell happened to him? He, of course, his biorhythms are whacked. And he just falls asleep after a while. He'll be up for a while. Then he'll say, I have to eat. I have to, shower or brush my teeth. And it all seems to be very sporadic. And then I'm getting tired. I'll go to sleep. And I mean, I can't imagine. It's like there must be no pattern to his existence. It's like, stay home, get up, get on the computer, go to bed. It's so Nemo, if you're out there, feel free to join us if you ever, get a burst of energy. And, okay, so, our dear Brendan, may be fading. He may be falling into unconscious. But we love him dearly. Say good morning to everyone, Brendan, before you check out completely.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. Yeah. Feel free to say good morning to everyone before you.
Good morning, and yes, have a good evening.
Yes.
The rest of your evening /
yes.
morning for some people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I will speak with you soon, and
yes.
Let's hope one day we can all go to Swedish prison.
Fuck. Oh, I love it. Thank you.
Right.
Okay. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Thank you. And so that's Brendan Zogi. And I'll try to call him when he goes to work and ask him a few other questions. And make certain I get some things done with him maybe before he takes his leave, because once he checks out just like I do. And so all that being said, what a night it's been. I'm going to have to make the decision now as to what to speak about if I go into monologue, which I'm kind of left no choice. No one else is joining me here. Pixie Princess Star Fox, she says, honestly, I need and appreciate the love as I'm around the nothing but killers. 444 real. Yeah, DDD time. Well, you're always welcome to join us, Pixie Princess Star Fox. You're more than welcome to friend me on, or rather send a contact request on Skype, and I'll be happy to bring you on. So just consider that. And of course, here's my Skype address, just so you know. Douglas Dietrich 1. There we are. There's my Skype address. Feel free to send me a contact request. And then also say hi on it, wave the hand, all the rest of that stuff so I notice it. And then I'll, if I accept that, then I can bring you on anytime. Put you in the favorites box, call you like I do everyone else every night, and you can just jump on whenever you feel like it. Well, we were very fortunate to have all these wonderful people, and I will now, she says, yay, DDD time. A lot of people have been waiting for that. A lot of people have been waiting for a long time, and I understand that. I appreciate that. We've got, how much time left? 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We got 4 hours left. So I can pretty much cover, let's put it this way. I'll tell you essentially what the free world faces, and we'll use that to fill in the remainder of the show. We can consider this kind of like this vocalization app that the lady who was talking to me the other day asked for when I sent her this column on the Herodian insurgency. So, seen through the lens of the epistemologies of the global south, the third world of developing nations, the next world war has already begun, as prognosticated via retrospection of the electronically attached. This is my column that I'm writing, so I'm trying to say this in simple English as opposed to Dietrichonic, and what I attached in my column was a cover that was something that I had worked on when I was young for Time magazine. So let's see if we can find this. Shall we say, a nice link for you to look at this cover. Here we are, and I will provide a link. The Russian bear, the crescent of crises. Here we are, and all right, crisis. Here we are, and there we go. We're on the crescent of crises. And here's the actual article, no less. Oh my fucking god, I found the article. This is so weird. I never read the article, of all things. So that's intriguing. I will, of course, take the link for this. And that's incredible. What a different world it was back then. It's so fortunate I went to look for this. I've never looked for this in years. Okay, and so let me write C here, conceptualized crescent of crises. Here we are. C, here we are. Okay, and link this up. And of course, what I can also do is go into other elements of the world around us, or maybe go into history, talk, like I said, about Germany. She says, wow, kisses, art, love you, honey. So in terms of some of what I've said in the past, let's see what I can say about the future, or let's see what comes to my mind about the latest. One of the things I was telling Brooke about was this California Little League. Maybe I could talk about that, of serial killers. And of course, just so much that's been going on lately. I'm trying to think in geopolitical terms. So we had, of course, the last time that I was thinking about going into the monologue mode was around the 4th of July, if I remember. Maybe even before then. How long has it been since I've done a monologue? It's like I got to get into the zone. But it's like, I mean, it was at that time we had the whole RFK was still running, but couldn't get on the ballot. We were basically stuck with Biden and Trump. And let's put it this way. Both sides in America's partisan war think they're losing. Now, both sides in America's ideological war agree on one striking point. They think their side is losing. The Republicans hopped on the doom train first. Since 2016, an apocalyptic tone has dominated conservative rhetoric. In a survey last year by the Public Religion Research Institute, 2/3 of Republicans said they believe that America's best days are now behind us. And 1/3 agreed that because things have gotten so far off track, true American patriots may have to resort to violence in order to save our country. Amid frequent talk of moral decline and warnings about an invasion of immigrants, right-wing discourse holds that the country is headed down the wrong track and that Republican leaders have been ineffective in wresting power from a dominant liberal elite. Far from triumphant, however, the liberal side has increasingly espoused a similarly despairing view. Ever since former President Trump's election, Democrats have whipped up their supporters with predictions of disasters, climate catastrophe, a rising tide of white supremacism, threats to democracy, coupled with grim warnings about their side's failure to dislodge right-wing power entrenched in the Supreme Court, the Senate, and red states. The reasons why both parties have become so grim are complicated beyond the scope of a single monologue. Instead, consider just one aspect of the question. Is one side really losing ground with the public, and on what issues? So, I'll tell you where conservatives are losing. According to data from the long-running General Social Survey conducted by NORC, N-O-R-C, at the University of Chicago for the last 35 years, American society has grown less religious. In 1990, about 8% of the adult population identified as having no religious affiliation. The share of religious nones, meaning people who sign themselves as no religion, N-O-N-E-S, the nones meaning the irreligious, has increased steadily. Early this year, the Pew Research Center reported it had hit 28%. As secularism has increased, the population has also become more religiously diverse. As a result, America's Protestant churches, which once set the tone for the country, have rapidly lost their sway. As recently as 1990, more than 6 in 10 American adults identified as Protestant. As of 2014, the share dropped below half, and it has continued to decline. Not all religious people are conservative, and not all nuns, meaning those who list none as their religion, None, support liberal views. Overall, however, the shift toward greater secularism has gone hand in hand with major changes in values that have left many conservatives, especially the white evangelicals who make up the core of today's Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent party, feel isolated. And just checking into the call here, always the hope that somebody else might jump on, taking a look at live stream. Pixie Princess Star Fox says, my Norwegian dwarf bunny is getting very jealous, teehee. She's so cute. Amor Fadi says, we appreciate you so much, Douglas, all your hard work and your monologues. Thank you, dear Amor Fadi. We love you too. Hugs. And yes, he's our man. He's been around forever. And hopefully will be around a lot longer. At any rate, when it comes to recapturing my train of thought, if indeed I ever really had one, let's talk about the changing views about 2S LGBTQIA+ people. That's also where the conservatives are losing out. Some of the biggest changes involve views about 2S LGBTQIA+ Americans. A Los Angeles Times poll released earlier this month found, for example, that just 28% of American adults now say that sexual relations between adults of the same sex are almost always wrong, compared to 72% in 1985, when the LA Times conducted a groundbreaking study of the public's views toward 2S LGBTQIA+ issues. In 1985, 64% said they would be very upset if their child was gay or lesbian. Now, according to the new poll, which was conducted for the LA Times by NORC, 14% say that. According to annual surveys conducted by Gallup, support for legal recognition of same-sex marriages, which stood at 27% in 1995, now stands at 71%. 2S LGBTQIA+ issues are not the only ones on which public opinion has moved to the left. In the late 1950s, just 4% of American adults said they approved of interracial marriage. By 1995, that share had risen to just under half, but appeared to have plateaued. However, according to Gallup's data, in the late 1990s, it began to shoot upward again and now sits above 90%. In the last couple of years, views of abortion have also shifted, mostly since the Supreme Court's 2022 decision that overturned Roe v. Wade. In Gallup's data, just over 1 in 3 United States adults now say abortions should be legal in all circumstances, up from 1 in 4 in 2019. So, you see, the term pro-life has lost all meaning. Now, the pro-life movement may have won the battle 2 years ago to Monday, opening what I think was maybe the last work week of last month. But they're losing the war and turning an entire generation away from their cause. We've had 2 years of flailing. You see, for many Americans, the overturning of Roe v. Wade was 2 years ago, marked the triumphant culmination of, well, half a 100-year crusade. Nothing about it was secret. Getting rid of abortion was the focus of a large network of activists, a central theme in Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent platforms and campaigns. a litmus test for judges at nearly every level, and one of the decisive issues that bonded social conservatives to Donald John Trump. And yet, when the Supreme Court handed them their victory in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, the pro-life movement and its Republican allies were woefully unprepared. 12 years later, that triumph more and more, well, it looks more and more like a tragedy, not just for women, but for the pro-life movement as well. For 5 decades, being pro-life was an easy call for many Republican politicians, because with Roe in place, they were essentially shooting toy guns. In June of 2022, they were handed live ammunition. But suddenly faced with a post-Roe world, Republicans flailed. They could not agree on whether the new bans on access should be subject to national legislation or left to the states. They could not agree on the length of the bans, 6 weeks, 15 weeks, whether to allow exceptions, or how punitive the new laws should be. Should doctors be imprisoned? Should women who had abortions be charged with murder? The absence of consensus created a political vacuum that allowed some of the most extreme activists to push draconian measures in their state legislatures. Suddenly, Republicans were faced with a host of questions they never had to wrestle with before. Should abortion pills be banned? IVF, or in vitro fertilization? How should states handle miscarriages? Earlier last month, the Supreme Court unanimously rejected a challenge to the use of the abortion and miscarriage management drug mifepristone. But efforts continued to restrict the use of that drug, including a proposal from Project 2025, organized by the Heritage Foundation, to use the 19th century Comstock Act to ban the mailing of medication used in abortions. And what about creating a culture of life? After all, this is what the term pro-life was supposed to represent. For years, some conservatives, Marco Rubio being among the most vociferous, argued that pro-lifers needed to embrace pro-child policies, such as tax credits and increased access to health care. Some tried to create an infrastructure. I'm just getting a meow right now. Let me jump on that and accept Star Fox. We can start chatting now, which means I can add her onto the call. Okay, let's try this. And that way I can coast a little bit more instead of working for a living. But let's take a look at Star Fox. Oh, yes. And let me do something first. The first thing I'm going to do before trying to add her to the call is, let's see if I can go back and find that. Well, might as well just add her to the call first, and then I'll place her on the favorites list. Okay, should have done that first, and what we'll do now is add. Here we are. Pressing that add button, seeing if she responds. And I have no doubt that
Hello.
Star Fox joined. Owen, you're on camera. You're looking lovely. How are you?
Oh, thanks. I'll try to be good.
Oh, that's fine. Well,
I didn't expect to come on like this. I'm a little shy.
Oh, no
Yeah, I'm a
worries.
little Star Trek, my baby. Oh my God.
Well,
Forgive me.
No worries. You're so cute. And honestly, I'm just so glad you're on. And tell us a bit about yourself, whatever you're willing to share.
Goodness. Wow, that's a deep dive right there. There's so much people don't want me to say.
Uh-huh.
I live my life on tarot readings right now. I was just gonna try to learn to read them, and then I was like, why are these people talking about my life?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, like a lot of the stuff you talk about, it's full circle. It's just like, I don't. It's just kind of weird to elaborate on it, but my life's not very great. I mean, how do I don't want to be like a pity party, but everything that you've always talked about is my life.
Wow.
You know, it's like blood sacrifice, vampire, elitist. Just, you know, I don't know why. I don't really bother anyone. I stay to myself.
Right.
My life's a little strange. I try not to bother people, but
Well,
I get a lot of attention for doing nothing. I'm sorry. There's no good way to describe that.
I can
you
see why
know.
you would attract a lot of attention, of course. You're the kind of person who stands out. You were, as you said, in the Pacific Northwest not too long ago. What were you doing up there? Do you travel a lot, or?
Well, my whole life, it's all long-winded. I don't like to tell a long story, but so I'm from Louisiana.
Right.
I didn't run away. I got engaged to someone in Ohio. I'm still technically married. So that's like 12 years. I've not seen him in 7. So about 6 years into being married in Ohio, I fell in love with my husband's mortal enemy, which I didn't know at the time, which is probably a setup. I ended up moving to Washington State with the person who had ties to Ohio. And I've ended up back in Washington like 3 different times. And I'm trying to move back there right now. Because you heard what I said. Like, who wants to live in a hell swamp shack, right?
Well, it has its own delights. I mean, it's got to have a lot of nature around it. And you grew up, you spoke about the vampires and the hauntings, the ghosts. I mean, you're in a famously or infamously haunted state and city. I mean, and swampland. I mean, all of this it's
heavy.
Yes, and you can feel it down there. And tell us about some of this. So, having been raised in that environment, are you very familiar with? Obviously, there was a period of time you might remember. You must have been very, very young. Maybe you were too young to experience this, but for a period of time, there was a big interest in Cajun culture. Did you grow up with any of that, or were you exposed to any?
Well, you know, even before I left here, everyone was always like, "Where are you from?" Because I speak quite I don't sound maybe enunciated to normal people, but for down here, I'm a little bit different. So I've always been looked at different. What I'm learning now is, like, with the tarot stuff, is that I probably always talk to spirits, and that was something they didn't want me to know. So I'm a vegetarian. Being a vegetarian down here is also not highly looked upon. They're just not like a health conscious culture. So and then me moving away, everyone thinks that I'm acting like I'm better than them and stuff. It's just really strange for me. Like, I don't know, but I am Cajun, and when it comes to the multiculturalism, when you get like the African, Haitian, and the Native American and all that, that's just stuff I guess I'm persecuted for. It's hard to explain because I don't have people around me doing this. Like, so like the person I'm living with, I'm pretty sure does goddamn voodoo on me every day and night.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's terrible.
It is. It's, you know, and
is this person male or female? Is this person male or female?
Well, it's a highly feminine male, but he would never say that, right? Like, he wants to portray himself as very masculine, but really, like when a girl's around people that I have to bring out my masculine side because of that kind of energy. It's like I'm really all alone in the world. I'm kind of scared to go back to Washington. But I love it out there so much. Like, I got a lot of healing there. It's quiet. There's like a 400-acre vineyard. I don't know. It's two different kinds of hell.
Yeah. Well, what was the type of hell that you experienced in the Pacific Northwest?
So, I'm just not supposed to know these things, you know? The fact that I guess have weird psychic abilities, that I'm picking up on things that I'm never supposed to know is, you know, it's ruining the show, I suppose. And I actually love a lot of people that don't deserve it, I guess. But anyway, I don't want to say trigger words, but it's like, okay, you live with racist skinheads who are closet gay. How much more do I need to say?
Oh my!
I mean, it's just nail it.
Oh my God! It's so common. That's so common. Yes. Go on.
I trigger people. I just trigger people. And so it's like, they're like, well, I don't like girls anyway, and I see you, and I just piss people off. I don't know. I don't really know. Maybe it's a setup. I don't know. But you take what you get in this situation, and I don't know. Like, so right now at this moment, I'm in this limbo of like, I have boxes being mailed to pack, you know, my boots and stuff I really want to mail that are hard to fly with. I'm gonna fly with my bunny. It's all really set in motion to go back out there. But I know it's a gamble. Because I already ran away from there for these reasons. It's just like, okay, where do I want to die?
Oh my goodness. I mean, I know what you mean, and but definitely, since you have that option, how is that option still possible? Like you said, you kind of like potentially were set up.
I call it good karma.
Okay.
It's just like when you don't fuck people over. I don't know. It must be good karma.
Yes.
I don't know. And people maybe get addicted to my energy. I'm sure you can relate to that.
Yes.
You know, like, I don't really know, because they are pretty mean to me. They're like, oh, you know, we want you around, but you can't do better than us.
Oh, yes. Well, everybody's like that. Everybody feels threatened if anyone does better than them. I could see why people... Yeah, go on.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, continue, please, by all means.
No, I was just I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I was going to say I can see why it's easy for people to get addicted to your energy. Now, that's an impressive-looking stogie that you're lighting up right there. A bit of a cigar. Oh, my God.
Can you see me? Sorry.
Yeah, where did you pick up the habit?
I'm trying to quit cigarettes, and you live in... Hold on. Can I look around my room?
It's impressive. The lighting.
This is like... I live for my bunny. I just sleep in here. It's all... My bunny has free range. She runs around. I have her little... It's all full of stuffed animals and bunny love. I don't know.
Wow, that's wonderful. Well, that's... Yeah. And tell us about your clientele. So you are making a living telling tarot fortunes?
Oh no. Well, I'm a natural oracle reader. I do a lot of things, but I certainly don't do that professionally. I honestly feel like that's something you shouldn't get paid for, you know? Like, I'm kind of... I prayed for my soul tribe, you know, the war I was in out west. It was like, it was pretty heavy. I guess, you know, some of my prayers come true, and that I found people that, well, my prayers were like, I just want people to see what I'm going through. Like, it's not fair. I need people to see what's happening. And I guess that's what's happening.
So, you feel as if you are incarnate from this tribe in the frontier west. Do you remember the name of the tribe?
Well, I mean, like, just like a soul tribe, as in, like, in the tarot world with the collective.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I guess when you find when people start looking into tarot, you either relate or you don't relate, and it's like there's a lot of people that are just into my story, and I feel them as my family after about a year of listening to them. It's kind of sad because it's like my life's pretty shitty, and you don't want people to see that, right? So they're protective. This is their daily life, is seeing into this world where no one sees me. Like, I don't see anyone. Last year I saw maybe 4 people besides travel. Unless I'm traveling, I'm sitting in a spot for months at a time.
Right.
I don't know anyone that has this kind of life. And
so how do you get supplies? Do you shop at some local place or
I'm
what?
very blessed that people take care of me, whether they're my enemies or my friends. I very much live off donations. I mean, I do OnlyFans, and I'm just saving that money up because I want to go to school for metaphysical sciences, but, you know,
Wow.
like,
Wonderful.
I don't want to tell people too much about it because they'll try to ruin it, you know? Like,
That's true. That's true. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you that you're saving up, and that I'm proud of you for having the daring to have an OnlyFans. And believe me, I respect you, and you know my stance on this. Yes.
people pushed me in that direction,
Mm-hmm.
and that boyfriend that led me that way actually ended up dying. I don't know if my family killed him or what, but, like, so when I reached a goal that the dead guy wanted, it wasn't enough for the next guy. And I found myself having a good career. It was a way for me to pull a lot of talents I had together. You know, it is a job. It's not like I'm just a fucking whore.
I understand that. Yes.
You know, it is what it is. And I think a lot, okay, I mean, it's not like I could just delete it because it's the only income I have. And I don't know. It is what it is.
Yes.
I'm a little embarrassed.
No, don't be. Honestly, I'm fine with what you're doing, and again, I'm proud of you for saving money, and as you said, you're fortunate in some ways, and people seem to be interested in helping to care for you. And so in terms of the isolation of your physical environment, when you say you're in this kind of shack out in the swamp, I'm going to take that literally, and I presume
It
that...
is very literal.
Okay. Yeah. So it's like, what would be like the closest neighbor? What would then be the closest neighbor?
Actually, okay, so this is the last strip of wood in the town I'm in. I'm in the deep swamp. I mean, I could say the name, I guess. I'm in Houma, Louisiana. It's southwest of New Orleans. It ain't hard. I don't care. Everyone's trying to kill me anyway. It's just like this. I heard Bigfoot outside the other day. I mean, I can't even tell you. This shit is weird. It's weird. Louisiana is not, it's just not healthy for me. I don't know.
Well, it's a very mystical environment, but it's also can be suffocating. The spirits in that part of the world can be cloying, as the term I would use. But with Bigfoot, you mean more? Would you? It's interesting that you don't use the more regional term of skunk ape. Was this? What did it sound like?
It was the most terrifying. Like, even though people try to kill me all the time, that shit don't scare me. I was listening to a Tibetan Vajrayana Buddhism mantra thing. I was kind of in a zone. I was trying to sing with this meditation. I had my window open, which I won't do anymore.
Wow. Okay.
And like there was just this. I didn't see it, but there was this growl. It was like this. It was clearly like in the trees, about 30 feet away. There was just these sounds. It was like, I believe in stuff like that and try to study it a little bit, but you never believe in it till you see it or something. So, like, if you've ever listened to Bigfoot sounds, it was like, it was truly scary.
Yeah, that's awful.
It's scary. Yeah, so I just closed the window. I about broke my fingernail closing the window. Asked the stupid killer dude not to leave me alone. I was like, I know this is retarded, but like.
Yes. Now, when you say the stupid killer dude, is this the individual you're living with? Not to leave you alone. Yeah. Did he hear this?
No, he was in his room sleeping, I suppose. It was like 8 a.m. The sun was up. That's what really surprised me. It wasn't in the dark. It was the sun was up in the morning. I was a little drunk, okay, but I wasn't like delusional. I wasn't on drugs. I was singing Tibetan Buddha. I was making sounds that I feel like maybe I called it, or I was just in this mind frame. I think I scared them away because I talked about it so much as well. Like, I don't know. Like, living in the Northwest, like, I thought I would have saw something like, or heard something like that out there.
And it's possible you may yet again. Yes, it's yeah. But so you're in when you say this is the last strip of wood, essentially either in or before the town. So is this like? So this is rural. It's a rural area, wooded. Yes.
Well, not really. It's like a little hunk of forest, of private land in the midst of the outside of the city between the necks. So it's literally bayou country. You know, downtown's just like 10, 50, but we can get everything we want around here. It's pretty close to town, city, whatever.
That's good.
It's not like Cincinnati. It's I think there's like I don't know, maybe 20,000 people that live here, which sounds small. But I don't know. I did look it up the other day, but so the demographics are because the oil industry, or you know, the rich to poor graphs are very serious here, right? That's what I mostly hear about. I don't go anywhere, but, you know, the person I live with makes floats and stuff for the parades and all, and that's all I ever fucking hear about. It's just, you know, it's supposed to make me jealous, I suppose, because I'm an artist. It's like, it doesn't, not really my vibe, but...
What other kinds of parades are there besides the Mardi Gras?
Well, we do, like, you know, there's just seasonal parades, Christmas, St. Patrick's Day. These are really, really rich people, though. Like, they just throw money to spend it on, like, paper mache floats so they can get drunk once a year.
Wow. Cute.
So, it irritates my friend, quote unquote. I just don't think too much about it. Like, that's just the way it is. That's how it's always been.
Right. So, in terms of this feeling that many people want to kill you, I take it that what was it like growing up as a child? Were you bullied, or was it simply, what was childhood like? You mentioned your life.
Just like it was right now. I was left alone, isolated, ignored for anything I say, gaslit. I mean, I don't remember a lot of my childhood. I would presume it was a lot of MK Ultra, which I'll say that because I know you know what I'm talking about, which most people don't care, they just disregard that sort of thing. But it's a lot of that. My dad, he's like head engineer for Halliburton. He finally just retired.
He's still alive.
He is.
How's your relationship with him?
I stopped talking to him. Like, I've tried to be in contact. My stepmother is very jealous. I don't know. It's just, I just pulled the plug. I don't like people insulting me. I've pretty much stopped talking to anyone and everyone that's gonna, like, be mean to me.
I can understand that.
Absolutely just done.
Yeah, what happened to your mother, your biological mother?
So, there was a hurricane here about 3 years ago. She ended up in Mississippi. Like a oak tree fell on the roof of the house, and they moved out of state. They're probably miserable. I don't talk to them because, I think they're in cahoots with the person I'm living with. I use that word specifically because that's what they told me. I was in Denver trying to get away from these people, and that's what they say. He goes, I'm in cahoots with your mom to get you back here.
Wow.
It's just like I'm in constant guard. It sucks. It's like no matter what I do, I got my poor little bunny I gotta take care of. Who knows where I'd be if I didn't have her, because
So, no, I had pet rabbits myself for a period of time while growing up. Obviously, this was traumatic for me because we were growing up in the Tenderloin of San Francisco in an apartment. This was no place to keep rabbits, of course. But what about did you raise this bunny from a child, so to speak, from when it was a little?
Yeah, she's pure Norwegian dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
She's the smartest thing I've ever met in my life. I'm sure she's smarter than me. She reads in my mind. She's so smart and psychic. She's very territorial. Her breed acts like a boy. Which I knew that before I got her, so she is very territorial. But yes, I got her at like 2 months old. She's a Capricorn.
Oh, adorable. So how long is, on average, is the lifespan of a rabbit of her
10
species?
years. It's
Okay.
10. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
And you said she was
I didn't
2?
plan on being alive that long. Yeah, she's 2.5.
Okay. So there's a while yet to enjoy her company, and that's good. So I'm glad that she helps to act as a tether for you. And like you said, I'm looking at your room. Yeah, the lighting is incredible. You have this kind of lighting that is just kind of puts everything into this dramatic kind of.
Day and night.
Yeah.
Though there's no sunlight coming in. This little orb by me is that's the first thing me and my boyfriend that passed away. I feel bad, but I call him the dead Jew because I was mad at him for so long for dying. I feel like he was smart enough. It was his fault. And I just felt like, okay, I'm over it. I'm mad. But
how did he die?
I guess I'm not.
Yeah. How did he die?
Technically, his throat ripped. It's the most dramatic story ever. But technically, he died because his throat ripped.
How did this happen?
And I think people drugged him. He was on drugs a bit. I ended up leaving him right before, and I made a promise to him I'd come back to take care of him because I just knew something would be wrong. So that's when the coronavirus thing hit, and all the stores shut down. So it was like a long 2-week period of trying. I don't know. I don't really know. It's really fucking pisses me off because his family are a bunch of doctors. I was under the impression he was talking to his mom, like they knew. So the day he actually passed away, I called the paramedics 3 times. He refused to go to the hospital, so I didn't even know how he died till I was in Denver, and our roommate told me it was the throat rip thing. I didn't know.
Wow. Holy shit! I mean, well, this...
OD'd or something. They were, like, pumping him up with Narcan.
Uh-huh.
And, no one knew, you know, and the family turned on me. I didn't know. But I think it was my family, or he liked to talk a lot of shit about Donald Trump. Let's say it. Maybe Donald. Obama. I don't really know. I have no fucking idea.
No, but yeah. I mean, no, this is tragic, obviously, and it's mysterious. But if they say he was on drugs, the term that you use, not that I mean to dwell on this, but the term that you use, by the way, Nemo says Star Fox looks like a cutie. Saw a bit of her latest video. Why don't you join us on the call and you can see her here on camera, Nemo. So jump on the fucking call. And she'd be excited to meet somebody from Australia. I'm sure she knows who you are. So
Indian come in Australia.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, God knows you need a chick takeover, Nemo. Yeah. So, so darling, Star Fox. Obviously, what was your latest video about?
I've been erasing my live feeds. I'm just kind of. Oops, sorry, baby. Oh, I love baby boo. I've never really wanted to do YouTube. Goodness knows. I just try to feel it. Like whatever I tried it like as a real artist. If I feel something on my spirit, I do it. I think the last one I really did of meaning was I wrote down a really ridiculous dream and let out my new oracle cards. I don't know.
Your new oracle cards, do you draw these yourself, paint them, produce them?
Well, I'd like to do that eventually. I have started writing down things like that, but no, I'm very connected with Lumeria, which maybe you on the West Coast might have a little more vibe for than most people. I feel really drawn to that, so excuse me, I just buy a bunch of books and cards and try to mind my business. And when you're this lonely, I feel like I'm being pushed for a long time now that I'm supposed to talk about this stuff. And I don't really want to, because listen to me, it's just ridiculous. And then trolls are horrible. They're so mean.
Are these trolls appearing at your fans only site, or where would they be appearing?
Oh, I don't check my messages. I don't read a damn thing on there. I just take the money.
Yeah, oh, that's best for you. I mean, believe me, that's best for your mental health. You're doing the right thing. Honestly, if anyone's going to perform in the adult entertainment industry, then I think you've got it down in terms of how to set your limits. You really do need to set your limits. And
I'm definitely being targeted. There have people that literally steal my actual clothes and go and try and reproduce tit for tat exactly what I'm doing, is why I really haven't been working on it, because I was like, okay, do I even want to do this anymore? You know, like, But I guess
you said you haven't been working on it. You mean the clothes or the fans only site or what?
putting out
Art?
seductive art, yes.
Okay.
Like the last stuff I've put out is a little more model-like, you know, just I really want to showcase what I'm good at. I like doing it. I know people really like what I do. I feel like because men statistically don't have a lot of women out there, before I was doing a paid girlfriend experience, I was really giving so much of myself that it was traumatizing, really, because I don't actually get any love.
Right.
Like, you know, so I've really just backed up, and a lot of people don't respect or understand that, what I'm going through. They think I'm just, I don't know what they think, but I know what's going on, and I'm just too nice in general, so I just try to make a little bit of boundary for myself, because from this point on, I would like to, like when I travel, I would think the people I traveled with would be helping me with photography and doing art and stuff. But they're not on that level. They're actually trying to fuck that up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like that's my life.
So, again, this, how did you learn of me? When did you first start listening to me?
Oh my goodness. In Ohio, I started listening to you when I was in Ohio. That was, you know, I was with my husband then. That was like...
Was he listening to me?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Anybody I talk to about you gets really aggravated about this type of knowledge. Mainly they're just going to shut it down. So he kind of pushed me down this path, but when it came to certain things, no, they didn't share that with me. So it's been probably about 8 years, 7 years, 8 years, I don't know.
That you've been listening?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. That's incredible. Well, I mean, well, then we have a bond. So when it comes to your listening all this time, you also mentioned those skinheads, I believe, up in the Northwest, where you've got a lot of skinheads. And because it's easy to be a skinhead up in the Northwest, it's almost all white people. What did you... I mean, did any of them ever know about myself, or did you ever speak of myself with any of them?
No, they pretty much, when I was living there, I've lived in the Northwest 3 times. Each time was pretty different. Leading up to this last time, so I was living with like black metal, straight satanic witches, pretty much. So the friend that I have out there now that I am considering living with, I met him at a bar. I asked him to buy me a drink. It's the most casual thing, you know. Maybe he was there to watch me, I don't know, but you know, apparently if you ask someone for a drink, it could change your whole life.
Yeah.
Because we've been friends pretty much almost as long as I've known you or heard about you and listened to you. He's a lot older than me, and I think we both have isolation trauma, but they would never talk about skinhead stuff. Like, it's almost like if they're drunk, they let certain things slip. Like, there's a lot they won't tell me. But the other roommate I had living there last year, he's got like a 1% tattoo on his entire bald skinhead. Very obvious. Like, straight asked him, you know, I don't remember how I said it, but it's like, are you a skinhead or something? And he was like, yeah, he was super proud. He pretty much held my ex-boyfriend up in an alley at gunpoint.
Wow.
That when I first met my friend that he's living with, so it's like kind of just full circle. Like, they don't want me to have anyone that actually likes me. They're into some really dark stuff.
They being your family?
No, just like
Whoever's targeting?
my friends out there.
Okay.
My family is just not even any much better. But in the Northwest, it associates back to Ohio. There's some connection there. When it comes to here, my family's evil connection probably has to do, like, my dad, when I came out as a little online, I was still with my husband in Ohio, like, my dad left the country and moved to, like, the Emirates of Saudi Arabia.
Holy shit!
You could publicly, not publicly, but legally do a lot of the shit that, I'm not gonna say it, but so it's hard to express in any way anyone would believe me what's really going on. So yeah, they want me super isolated. They want me to shut the fuck up. So I'm trying.
But you, like you said, your relations with your father are pretty good, but not his new wife. But your mother, who, like you said, you're alienated. She's ostracized. She's still alive, but you don't talk to her, right?
I don't talk to anyone that I'm blood related to at this point. About for the same reasons. My dad is like, we never really had any problems. He's just an asshole. And it was last Father's Day. I told him to fuck off.
Wow. Happy Father's Day. God.
Just went by. He spent, I was like, hey, I might be in town. You want to have some coffee or something? And it's like, he spent 3 hours thinking of the meanest stuff to say. And I flashed back. It just was like, you guys are the biggest pieces of trash in the world, blah, blah, blah. I said everything I ever meant, and I never looked back. Wow. And when it comes to my mom and all, like, they're just so too close for comfort. Like I said, like, they are clearly, like, my grandmother called this dude the other day asking about me. And he knows that I'm like, I was waiting for it. I was like, yeah, let him know. Well, don't, like, they just think they're waiting to piss me off. They want to piss me off.
Okay.
And I'm just over that. Like, I don't want to be mad. Like, I don't know. It's pathetic. Is what it is.
So, just out of curiosity, how many of those bottles do you drink a day? Just curious.
As many as I can, I suppose. If I'm not drinking, I'm not drinking, and if I'm drinking, I'm drinking. It's back and forth. I'm trying to be safe so that no one gets one over on me. So I try to go, a few weeks or months without drinking, but that's hard.
What's your brand? What's your brand? What's your brand? What are you drinking there? What do you like?
Oh, I like Voodoo Ranger, but that gets me ultra fucked up. So this is
Lagunitas IPA. Oh, Lagunitas IPA. Oh my God, India Pale Ale. Yes. Oh God. Yeah. I found that. Yeah. Go on. Yeah. I found that works for me better too. The IPA works better when I want to get my drunk on. Yes.
I don't fuck around. This is Louisiana.
Yes. Yes. And
I don't smoke weed. I don't do fucking anything else. So, and I got up at 10 o'clock tonight. I mean, whatever.
So in the morning or in the night? You got up at 10 a.m. in the night, right? Yeah.
PM.
PM. Yes. Oh my god. So you sleep in the daytime like I do.
It's like 112 degrees here. Yeah.
No wonder. Fuck yeah, I'd be sleeping too. Yeah, fuck that shit. Yeah. So your dad moved to the United Arab Emirates. Do you have any idea what his logic was? It's not like they speak English there.
Well, he's worked in Africa my whole life. They call him the slave driver.
Oh, man, that doesn't sound like a good nickname if you're working in Africa. Holy shit. And he's from the South. Holy shit. What the fuck?
I know, right?
Oh, my fucking God. Yeah, and you said he was working with oil. Yeah. Is there oil in Louisiana?
He was like the head machinist for Halliburton.
Right. Holy fucking shit.
I remember when I was in Ohio still, before everything fell apart with my marriage. My husband was doing meth with this older man. I never met the guy. But
holy fuck, was this a gay relationship?
Probably.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
There was, like, some people just bring up the weird, like, it's like, you would think there'd be some build up to some of these conversations, but he just walks up and he's like, you know what? This guy works with your dad. They work together, and they sent him to the Falkland Islands, which I did talk to him at that time. I'm confused because the Falkland Islands, I think, is around the Mediterranean, but this was the one at the tip of South America.
Yes, the Falklands. Yes.
Yeah, so he was in the cold Arctic and stuff, sort of, and that was supposed to be punishment for him getting caught fiddle diddling, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And he was caught. Was this with a female partner or a young?
Oh, I don't. Oh, I would assume it was a goddamn child. I don't.
Interesting. Okay, interesting. Okay, that puts a lot of things in perspective. So being in the Deep South as you're in, have you I'll ask some naive questions, of course. Obviously, you're apparently around some wildlife. Are there gators? Like in a swamp?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yes. This is gator country.
and so, what about crawfishing? I mean, do you ever go crawfishing? I mean, like, do you live like on a pier where you just go out?
In my backyard, honey bun, yeah.
Wow. Oh, holy shit.
They essentially make little shallow ponds like you would for rice, and then they trap them. Yeah, but I don't eat meat. So.
Oh, that's right. What turned you towards vegetarianism?
I have belly issues. Maybe it was from being poisoned my whole life. I don't know. I just don't. I just try to not eat meat. I've been reincorporating it back into my diet.
Probably for the best.
Very slowly.
Yeah.
I don't enjoy eating meat though anymore. It's been like 21 years plus. It's pretty intense. I'm old for a little vampire.
No, you're fine, honey. It's so you don't smoke pot, which I approve of, but what is that?
This is my tobacco.
Okay.
I'm trying to quit. I wish I smoked weed still, but I don't.
Right, so
maybe when I go back to Washington.
Right, so you use the pipe for your tobacco, but
Yeah.
is that convenient, or it doesn't look like it's particularly convenient? It's Is it okay?
Well, it's a stress thing. I mean, I smoke the cigar, I break down the bud, I pack it in the bowl.
Oh, got it. Okay, got it.
It's trashy. I'm just being trashy.
Oh no, that's fine.
Living up to Louisiana standards.
Yeah. So with the and so do you prefer your beer cold? Is it like I've taken to drinking more and more room temperature liquids lately. How about yourself?
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it a little more room temperature, not just hot. Yes.
Okay. Oh, well, and so like you said, you're surrounded by wildlife. There's the gators, there's the crayfish. But are you ever concerned about, aside from what happened with Bigfoot, or what? So why did you use that term? Because that of your time in the Pacific Northwest, you used Bigfoot instead of skunk ape when you spoke of it.
I started studying cryptids at 13. I'm just always been into that. Him and Nessie were my first cryptid loves, right? I severely study all things paranormal. It's my passion. I'm very that's my life, right? These people that are doing whatever they're doing are second rate to Bigfoot.
Yes. Okay.
So when I run across you and I feel your vampire spirit, I don't care if people understand, because I have a faith that you, I could tell you feel me. It's very prevalent to me. But Bigfoot is, I've seen UFOs, I see ghosts, I see orbs, I actually talk to spirits. The whole hearing him thing was a little bit
extreme. Yeah.
To me, it proved that I ascended to a certain level of energy or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I did something, or the sounds I was making, doing the Tibetan stuff. I don't know.
So when you were, I was thinking of that. Yeah, the Tibetan sounds might have attracted this creature, this individual, this hominid, which is probably sapient or sentient, at least to a degree. Well, I'll use the term sapient just for our listeners to understand. Sentient, of course, implies that any creature has senses, and all creatures generally have senses. So it's more sapient is used for self-aware. And we all tend to assume that the hominids, or the Bigfoot or skunk ape, are self-aware to some degree. So, such being said, and you started listening to me a while back, and do you remember which show it was? Do you remember?
I definitely immediately am turned on, because I have a certain little file of when you like to talk about which you don't talk about much, but when you talk about, you would say being in this, see if I can get it right, when you were, they did, German blood tests and stuff, and your mom taking the semen from Hitler and all. Yeah. It's some of the most far out stuff, but I really took that to heart. But I was listening to you way before I heard that. I mean, just when I talk about you, the stuff it's kind of funny to test people, because, when people just think they're the biggest smarty pants in the world, it's well, the Japanese did win World War II. Yeah. And they get so mad.
Oh, wow. And
love that.
Yeah. And so when you talk to people about myself, you do bring that up. And so...
Oh, yes. It's a point of contention.
Okay. And so, did you, when you bring that up, obviously a lot of people, of course, then react, but what about my vampirism? Do you ever... okay, I'm sorry.
They don't believe in any of that. I mean, I think it's just they're part of this secret team of people that are supposed to gaslight me.
Right.
They know, and they're scared. And they're just not supposed to talk about it. and then they are like obsessed with my energy or something, and they're just like pushing themselves in it, and they learn the fucking hard way. That's what's going on. They're learning the goddamn hard way. So it's really nothing I'm doing. Like, it's not like I'm sitting around doing spells, wishing for bad. It's really exhausting.
Do these same people ask you to read their tarot?
Oh no, that would be. If they even did, I would probably turn them down. I've read oracle cards when I was a teenager, but no, they stalk everyone I read. They go follow my readers, and they, on their private time behind my back, listen to it to try to fucking shut me down. You know, they think that's gonna help.
So look, it's kind of like what you said. My impression is that you are, as you said, your major source of income is the fans only, and you're not really doing the tarot card thing professionally. Is that correct?
Well, I live off nothing. I don't even take money out of my OnlyFans for over a year.
Right.
I'm lucky.
Yeah.
I'm just very, very lucky. Like, I get to eat, I have a place to sleep, I don't pay rent.
Yes. That's wonderful. I mean...
I don't pay my phone bill.
Oh my God!
I have endless internet. I don't pay anything. I have a exotic animal. I don't even have to pay for food. I'm pretty lucky. I just have to deal with all this other bullshit.
Right. And that's, say for instance, so when you speak of being a targeted individual, is this something that might have been from birth? Do you feel that you might have...
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. And so is this... do you feel that your family may have been intergenerationally involved with some kind of satanic ritual abuse, perhaps? Or was this something different?
See, I love you. You know all the right questions. See, that is the number one question, isn't it? Like, because that can go two ways. One of the most disturbing readings I've got while I was in Washington, quite a few months ago, the lady said that as a small child, which, you know, I don't remember my childhood too much, but like, that I was kidnapped, my family's not my family, and that I was forced to ritualistically, Russian roulette style, kill my actual parents, and the people that I'm around are not my family.
Wow! Holy shit! I mean, so
yeah,
this woman gave you this reading, and it just said, holy shit!
Yeah, it was the most triggering thing ever. I was like, yo, like, maybe don't say it that clear, and then I retracted and was like, I apologize, because it's like, it was triggering.
Well,
so I don't know. I believe it, and I don't. Because I do feel like an orphan, but what am I supposed to do?
Right. I mean, it's too late to do anything about that if it's true. But I mean, so this lady who did this reading, what?
It's not just her. It keeps coming up. Like, people are picking, like, in the spirit. They are. I've been told this a lot. It's very creepy.
Yeah, I can imagine. But when you say it's in the spirit world or in the air, you mean like other people, or generally you're kind of getting this message from like other sources, like a Ouija board or something?
Like, if you use tarot, so I'm not used to tarot cards. I read oracle cards. I talk to spirit. I talk to different things in that way. So that's why I'm really hesitant about tarot, is it does seem to come off as something very specific that I don't think anyone understands.
Okay.
So they're picking it up through tarot.
Okay.
And that's questionable to me, right? But
Okay.
I do trust these people. I do feel like they're my soul family. I listen to them. They're not just saying it to be mean.
These people, is this woman who did this reading involved with these people that you're talking about?
Oh no, no, she screams at them in spirit. No, these people get mad about these readings. They're very defensive about it. They understand what they're seeing. They're really upset about it. I feel really bad they see it.
Now, you met this woman in the Pacific Northwest. I'm just curious about this because her reading is so shocking. What is her shtick in terms of her presentation? How does she present herself as? Does she say she's a gypsy?
It's a lot of different. It's a lot of different readings actually, and they're all. I mostly connect with Black people, and the one I just specifically was talking about was I would assume she's from like Pennsylvania or something actually. So no, when it comes to PNW witches, I wouldn't trust them too much, to be honest.
Okay. PNW, forgive me.
Not that I don't. If they were there, I would look, but I don't. These are the people I interact with. There are fake readers out there. I tend to block them. You just feel it. I just block their channels. But no, these are just normal ass, people that are gifted, and I don't know why in the fuck they're picking up on my life, but I felt called to find them. They were doing that when I found them. Like, they already knew what they were doing, and here I come, and it's creepy as fuck.
Right. And so you've been kind of abandoned by your family to a degree, yet you feel that they're suffocatingly binding you or just watching you, just have you under kind of surveillance.
Those are good words. I would agree with that, yeah.
Okay. And do you feel that you seem to also feel that they're also trying to interfere with your life, perhaps manipulate it or kind of control you in some manner, as you said, they don't
want me to be happy. They don't want me to have children or be in love, period.
Why would... Now, not that I disbelieve you, but I'm just wondering, is it just because they're spiteful and just cruel that they...
Well, I think they know better than me. I think it's just in my star chart, perhaps. I don't know. You know, like I'm the last one to know. Everyone knows but me. I'm not supposed to know this much.
Right.
I'm just not. I think what scares them the most is that they saw me as a child, the stuff I'm really not supposed to remember, and how I just know stuff I'm not supposed to know or something. I don't try to gloat on it. I'm not trying to... I don't really care about them. It's not like I'm sitting around here going, yeah, I want you to get exposed.
I understand. Yeah. So, your friend who's taken you in, essentially, your friend has taken you in. It's like, how long has he known you?
3 years.
Okay, so he's kind of new.
I've never felt comfortable around him either. He's one of the most uncomfortable people I've ever been exposed to. Just like friends, like I don't know. It's very creepy, not good.
Okay.
And my personality is just too nice, or it's like I get along with killers. I don't. It's really kind of a problem.
So you use that term for him. Obviously, we're speaking metaphorically here. I'll tell our listeners. He may very well be an active killer, but you use that term. Is that just an impression, or is this something he claims?
Well, I'll tell you this: the skinheads out west definitely profess such things. This
Of course.
guy would never. He might, he's. They do believe in my capabilities. Like the day before I left here last year, I left the day before my birthday. His birthday's the day before mine. Super creepy. He was busting my balls, being super mean. Get a snowball, which was like an ice cone. I don't know if people know in the rest of the country, or we get a little candy ice cone, whatever. He's busting my balls. He's just being the meanest person ever. And there's like this little, it's like a little drive-through audio thing. And I'm like, how many dead bodies you got in your yard, right? That was like, that's me pushing it. That was me being like, I didn't want to go there, but I did say it, and it was like, it was the only shot I got. It was like, this is the only public time I get to say this. Like, how many dead bodies you got in the fucking yard, dude? Like, and just the awkward moment of silence. It was like this awkward silence, and it's like, none. I was like, oh god, like, any of you snowball girls in there you go. There's your warning. Those bodies that they got. Oh,
That's cute.
So embarrassed.
No worries.
So embarrassed.
No worries. And so, such being said, so in a strange way, you've gained some kind of independence, albeit you're dependent. You've gained independence from your family, and so and so I'm getting the impression now. So it's oracle cards, and it seems to me more like you're consulting the oracle cards, almost like a game of solitaire. It's almost like you're holding conversations with the oracle cards, and that seems to be their major purpose. Okay.
That's a really beautiful way to put it, because solitaire is solitary, right? Like, it's you and cards. So I don't know. It's just something I've always, like, the first deck I ever used was Brian Froud fairy deck. People have stolen that deck, so I've been on the run for all this time. I don't have that deck. I'm kind of uncomfortable about tarot because it's the total opposite. So, like, tarot seems to be very specific, where it's like, this is what's happening specifically this way. But oracle cards are a little more emotional, and like it's a world. Then each oracle deck has its own tunement, right? But it's sort of, I'm good at that. It's like, okay, we're talking to fairies, we're talking to trees, we're talking to ghosts, we're gonna talk to some water spirits. Like, I can tune into that a little better. Okay. But whatever the tarot we're doing is, I let the professionals handle that.
Yes.
That's the main thing I learned, is like, let, like, from these people trying to bust my balls and be around me, it's like, just let the people good at what they do what they do.
Okay, yes.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what you're talking about. I learned from you. And I already know if I share any tidbit of that, people are going to respond ridiculously.
And none of them say, I'll check it out myself to try to check out my channel or something?
No, I'm just crazy.
Oh my god. That's so cute. I mean, well, I'm really glad that you try to talk to people about it. Honestly, of course, it's not recommended, but it's definitely, the fact that you do so, it impresses me.
Well, people work hard for that. Okay, so the dead Jew guy, try telling a Jewish guy who There's so many problems with that. I hate calling him that, but I'm just still mad that he
just died
I
on you.
feel like yeah, I kind of blame. He felt like he was so smart. I can't help but be a little mad.
Did you ever talk to him about me? Did you ever talk to him about me?
I did. Like we could, me and him had certain, like, he wouldn't let me talk about magic, anything paranormal, and it became prevalent. We couldn't talk about World War II. So he,
Wow! Holy shit!
so even though, okay, dude, I had one of my black Haitian magic friends come live with us.
Uh-huh.
He was one of my only friends I ever really had. He actually liked me a lot. Like, him and his girlfriend, really cool people. So it's like, how do you let black people come live with you and you're still gonna play endless World War II stuff? You keep saying, okay, I'm doing it because I'm honoring my Jewish grandparents that got murdered or whatever. But this is, don't do it in front of the black guy. This is making us all uncomfortable. So I don't know what the frick was going on. But yeah, so telling someone with that kind of energy, hey, you lost World War II. Yeah, I'll tell him.
Well, I think it's pretty hard for a Jewish person to deny they lost World War II. That would be like.
I think the Jewish people paid for it. I've come up with files about it. Like, I think they killed themselves. I mean, he's my boyfriend. I tried to tell him what I thought, and I didn't shove it down his throat. Meanwhile, he's fucking my ex-boyfriend upstairs on a gas station whore. Who cares what he thinks?
He was bisexual?
Well, again, he wouldn't admit to anything, but
wow.
facts are facts.
Okay, wow, holy shit. Yeah, you know how to pick them. Yeah.
I know, right? That's why I don't date anyone. I have like, what am I gonna do?
So the individual that you're living with now, the relationship, the impression I get is platonic. That this individual's not or what? It's like, I mean, you don't need to be too specific.
I think him and my mom are soulmates, and this is all the biggest lie of the year. It's a sham. I don't know. He clearly hates me. I mean, people that are artists that want, it's some kind of weird artist stuffery, like, I don't know.
No, I get it. Artists are strange in that they can hate someone they live with. And, yes, okay, it's beginning to have some sense to me. Okay, so he's like this tortured artist. He has a certain talent, and he does his thing. Your own art, what?
He's a lazy artist. I mean, surely you could appreciate an artist. An artist suffers and painstakingly will, even if it takes you 3 years to paint one little inch. This is not that kind of energy. This is like sloppy, slimy. I just tell me what your color schemes are for the day. It's very much embarrassing. It's just, and that, I've given up. I've already said too much about that. Like, he knows that I'm very critical about
him.
Like, he uses a projector to trace stuff onto a float. How am I supposed to respect someone who traces stuff on a float?
No, that's cute. But it is a mass production technique. He is trying to get them out, and so I understand that. But such being said, when your own art, what, as you said, your art's different from his. What would you call your art? What are you interested in?
Well, I'm feel like I'm good at anything I try to do. And I've given up art in the physical sense of drawing to focus on yoga.
Cool.
I made a decision I wanted to do like physical stuff and not put the time into that. My little sister is a professional tattoo artist that I taught to draw. I love drawing, but I'm very serious. Like, I will take a long time. I'm a very fine artist, so I'd rather draw cartoons and doodles and make light of it. So really, I just focus on natural healing and being a professional witch. It's always been my dream to be a real witch.
Wow.
Get paid for being a witch.
Cool.
And now in the world, so like that's like happening.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm missing out on that because I'm being like locked in a goddamn tomb by people that are studying me for my every waking thought, and they could go and walk out in the world and be like, well, this is what I thought. And like, I'm just not supposed to exist, you know? It sucks.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, you're getting some exposure now, and I think that it's
I think it's the feel, right? Like, you feel me. It doesn't matter. That's not, I'm not, I don't even know what I want anymore. You know what I want? I can't even say it.
Well, in terms of you feel they don't want you to be happy, now some of this other kind of targeting, as you say, it may be that certain people that you meet are almost assigned, or I'm just trying to follow up here with some of these feelings that you have of the targeting. Are there any particular experiences that you feel demonstrate this type of targeting? And who might it be, aside from your family? Yeah. I'm sorry, say that again?
I have to watch my food constantly.
Okay.
I would just lay in bed with tummy aches. I mean, I get sick. Like, they're super poisoning my food. I mean, if I say a word, these people watch me so close. If I go, hey, they'll say it while I'm saying it. This is very, like, everything. You know, the way I dress, who I talk to, you know, like, it's just kind of tasteless. I don't know how else to put it, because I would never do that. It's like, they're just mad that, like, I travel and I see the world and that I have what I need. I don't ask for anything I don't need, but then I get what I need, and it makes them very upset. I don't know. It's a testament of time that, you know, I thought, you know, we just don't want people to be that way, right?
And but in terms of this is something like you, of course, you said you travel, get what you need. I mean, altogether, this is, shall we say, interesting. Do you feel that this might involve elements of the government, or is it just like it's just like, you know, people around you, kind of like a community sort of jealousy or envy?
Question. Dangerously smart question, but yes, it's obvious, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know. That's speculation to some extent. Maybe it's that I'm tapping into something I'm not supposed to know about. Maybe it's the dad thing. Who knows? But yeah.
I noticed these different colors. The different colors of the light in your room obviously have a profound effect on the environment. The red, the deep blue, the kind of purplish. What do these colors signify? And you're going outside now. So, no, it's fine. You're outside, right?
Use the restroom. No, I need to use the bathroom.
Okay. Okay. Oh, so those lights, they're inside the house. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the swamp shack.
Yeah, and that's cool. I mean, yeah, thank you. This is very Brooke Gibson-like. I'm taking a look at the bathroom. Nice. Corrugated metal on the roof of the shower. Yes.
That's the shower. Yeah, isn't it horrible?
Yeah,
It's
that's pretty country. That's pretty country. And it's how do I say it? Yeah, that's cute. Oh my fucking god! Trinkets, little knickknacks, lot of kitsch, Chotskis. Yeah, and
this is just the bathroom, honey.
No, it's cool. It's certainly comfy. It's homey. It's homey. And she's got a ciggy butt now. She's got a ciggy butt. Jesus Christ, cigars, cigarettes, pipes. Holy fucking shit! You're smoking. You're definitely smoking. Yes.
I gotta do something to get through this.
Yeah. And it's all tobacco. Holy shit! What brand do you prefer? What kind of tobacco? What kind of cigars do you like? What kind of tobacco do you prefer?
I'm trying to quit smoking, honestly. These are just cheap dollars. These are stuff you put weed in, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're cheap. It's something you're supposed to smoke weed in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the wrappers. Yeah. And these, like, what do they call them again? Ziggies or something? The Ziggy pouches, the little white wrappers.
They're Swishers.
Mm-hmm.
Swisher sweets. Yeah, sometimes I get the owls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I take my little butts and pack them in my little pipe like a real trash on.
Thank you for taking us on that trip. Yes, it's something Brooke would do. And glad to see it's common. Yeah. So now we're going out into the night again. By the way, what I need to describe here is inside of a home, there's lights, and I mean lights. It's like Christmas lights that they never took down. And the Christmas lights are up 365 days a year. There's the tree. It is Christmas in July. It is Christmas in July in this home. It is dark. I thought she was going outside to use an outhouse, honestly, because it was the lights and the darkness. Oh, creepy mannequin head. Thank you for showing me that. What the fuck?
I know. I know.
So this is his or yours? The creepy mannequin head.
No. My room's actually kind of cute.
Right,
I have
right.
like a Buddha statue, and
yeah.
I have. Well, yeah, this. I think he stole all this from his ex-girlfriend or something. I don't know where those dead mannequins came from. They're so scary.
Yeah. It's they're not scary looking in the sense that they're monstrous, but it's disconcerting to see Yeah, I'm sorry. What's that?
I did do their makeup and put their boobs out. They
Cool.
looked way worse before I dressed.
Well, thank you for doing that. Yes, see, you have taste. You have taste. And so for a living, this guy does the parade floats, and that's his living. That's his source of income. Wow.
Yeah.
How much does that pay? I guess a bit. I guess pays a bit.
So he does. It depends if he's painting the flutes or building the props. He'll boost it up. You know, it's like this week he's making $800 to make 5 props.
Wow.
Sometimes he'll get like about $1,300 to paint a flute, like a big one. But he's very lazy. He only works like 4 to 6 hours a day.
Of course. Yeah. Now we just had also I'm sure the heat's got to be a factor. But what about the? We've just had the National Pride month of June. Are there any gay parades in your area, or is that just out of the question? Just curious.
No, That's New Orleans.
Okay.
Yeah, Homa is nothing like New Orleans. Like, in fact, New Orleans, excuse me, Homa is like, they don't want art here. You kind of have to move out to the city to get into the art thing.
But he's making
New
parade
Orleans.
floats. I mean, the parades aren't all in Homa, right?
Yeah, they are.
All these parades? What the fuck? What? It's a town of 20,000 people, and they have enough parades throughout the year where this guy's kept busy?
Yeah, apparently.
What the fuck?
Sometimes I wonder, is he selling drugs? I don't know.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, what are they all parading for? I mean, what are they parading about in this town of yours?
It just takes all year to build them. I don't know. I'm glad you're on my level, because I'm just like, this can't be real either. Like, you're selling meth or something.
Yes. Yeah, the parade floats are used to store it. No doubt. They used to store and transport his meth. Yes, that he's manufacturing. Holy shit. And like you say, he seems to be asleep right now. So he normally sleeps at night and works in the day and is up in the daytime, where you're the opposite, right? You're up throughout the night and sleeping.
Yeah, I gotta stay away from these people,
Right. So this schedule helps you do that. So the schedule leaves you pretty much alone.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. Holy shit. Listening to Douglas Dietrich. And so when you talk to these other people, like now after the Jewish man died, I mean, he had a name. What was his name?
His name was Ian.
Ian. We knew this. Remember Ian West on this program? Remember Ian West?
He had a really nice cock.
The Jewish guy.
Yeah, he would say black men, like, this is art. He said, like, he didn't believe in God, but he'd be like, God grants suffering through penises or something.
What?
Like, okay.
What?
Like if you suffered as a community, God gave you a bigger wang or something. So I don't know.
Oh, wow. What a philosophy.
He was totally gay. Yeah,
he's totally
he would
gay.
never admit he was gay, but I know that now. It took me a while to think about it, but
Oh my fucking god! And I believe you. I believe you. It makes sense. So many people are like this. Now there's a question from Nemo. Why don't you jump on the call and ask the question yourself? Are you still playing with all your friends out there in cyberspace? He had a question to ask, and of course you know Nemo, and you know Heather. You've been listening, and Heather is piping into, and Heather, jump on the call. So Nemo's asking, is she pro Third Reich? And I guess that's his litmus test.
I've got called that by that Jewish guy a lot, but I mean, I think we're in the Fourth Reich for anyone that would take that question seriously. No. I listen to black people for tarot. Come on, huh?
Well, you do understand, of course, what we've been discussing is that the propaganda against the Third Reich has painted a antithetical picture to the reality.
Maybe I don't understand, because I get accused of that a lot.
Interesting.
I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm bred for this through the monarch. I don't know. But I absolutely, I'm Native American. I went to the black school. I've lived in Nazi country as well. They hated me.
Nazi country, by that you mean the Pacific Northwest?
Well, actually, I mean the Mississippi Valley of Ohio.
Okay. And so, how did you wind up there for a period of time?
My husband, yeah. They are the most super Nazis ever. That's like right pat Air Force Base.
And yet your husband, was he a Nazi? Not the Jewish guy, of course, the other guy that you just, kind of separated with, the one who took you to the Pacific Northwest. He's the what's his name?
Keep up well. Keep up well. Okay, great question. Okay, so my husband, inbred Tennessee, Ohio dude, left him, fell in love with a metalhead whose grandparents were the Grand Dragons for the KKK. That's how I ended up in Washington.
Okay, got it.
You're not far off.
Right. And just so everybody knows, just like there's a lot of neo-Nazis and skinheads in the Pacific Northwest, there's a lot of Klan, but the Klan up there...
Talk about that. He'd get his ass whipped immediately if he told his friends that out there. But I did meet his grandma, so I do know that was a thing. Like, I don't know. He mentioned that once. So...
Okay. So, but
he would never brag about that.
Interesting. So just so people know how...
He's gay.
Right. Got it. Okay. That's... Whoa. So a lot of these guys, they're turning out they're gay as hell. It's like, what the fuck? Is there something in the water? Or is there... What's the...
I think my small boobs, man. I think I'm just like a boy to them. I don't know.
Okay, so you're attracting them because they can fantasize that you're a boy, or
I don't know.
Right. Interesting.
The whole thing we've talked about, it's all relevant. I don't know. You tell me, sweetheart.
Yeah, that's the first thing that would come to my mind. A lot of gay men will prefer a flat-chested female if they need to marry somebody to look straight. So that makes sense. But other than that, you do the fans only. So apparently a lot of men are attracted to that.
Yep.
Yeah, you have no problem?
That's the niche. Yeah, that's the niche.
Yeah. Cool.
Sorry, I mean to open mouth my pipe.
No worries.
I'm a bit nervous.
Yes.
Give me a little shot.
Yeah.
Let's get some. Just go. Please take this. Yeah, I love that you're interviewing me. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Oh my god, because everything that's gonna come out of my mouth, it's all gonna be just ridiculous. I'm sorry.
No worries. Believe me, it's I'm just on a roll the past few days where I'm just kind of not really in the mood to go into monologue because of the, it's something where I'm usually in a space for it, and I haven't really been able to enter that space lately very well. So, I can, of course, but I've been putting more energy into writing. Such being said, however, did you ever get any of my books? Just curious.
I didn't even know you wrote books.
That's cute.
No, it's not. I'm humiliated, actually. Like, I'm literally embarrassed. How did I not know that? I mean, this past year I've spent ducking off. I'm really humiliated. That makes me really sad.
No worries. Hey, no worries. What about, don't you hear me talking to Peter Moon in the opening hours and he talks about the books? You never heard that?
Once you started talking to that chica a while back, and she got really embarrassed about something I said. She took it really personal. I'm too emotionally sensitive at the time. I didn't want to deal with it. So that's why I ducked off for a while. I don't know when you wrote your books.
Who's that chick that I was talking to who took personally?
I have no idea. She wasn't mean or nothing. I just felt like, something I said came off wrong, and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna get my ass handed to me for this.
Well, you don't need to worry about that anymore. Is there anything about this individual that you remember, so I might try to figure out who it is that you're talking about?
It was like about Oh, God, I don't even know. Seems like it was probably a year ago. I don't know. It doesn't even seem like it could have been that long ago. I don't know. She just was a normal chick. I don't know. I mean, there was, but I said something, and she ended up relating it to her child, and the whole thing blew out of proportion. I don't. That's really all I remember.
This wasn't Christine Joanna Hart, was it?
I have no idea.
The British chick?
Know.
British chick?
No, she wasn't British.
Okay.
She was really sweet, honestly. I don't know.
Who did I know who had a child?
I know I ended up upsetting her, and I didn't want to argue about it. I was just like, no, I can't deal with this. Like,
wow.
So that's why I've not been on for a few months or however long. But I was here at this location when that happened. So that must have been over a year ago before I ran out to Washington.
Wow.
Yeah, it was quite a bit of time ago.
Wow. I'm wondering who it was. It's certainly not Judith Ager, was it? No, the names are just not going to help. I'm sorry?
She was just some normal sounding chick. She had kids. If you ask, oh God, I mean, you put me on the spot. Like,
no worries.
Like it's very entertaining.
Okay. What about your stomach aches? Are you still symptomatic? You're no longer suffering them? Are you feeling better?
I try just to watch what I eat. If something was not wrapped up in a package, I try not to eat it. You know, if I leave water out, I don't drink it. And that's my life.
Well, how do you as you said, I'm sorry, did you have a problem with dehydration? Is that what you said? Did I mistake that? Miscommunicate that?
I mean, I drink a lot of water.
Okay.
I wouldn't think that.
Okay.
So I'm not eating meat since I was like 17 when I officially stopped. I was having like muscle cramps in my arms. It was like severe.
Did you talk to a doctor about that?
Oh no. No.
Okay.
No, I didn't know what to do. I had my friend's dad giving me massages.
Oh, I'm sure he was happy about that. Yeah, I'm sure your friend's dad would love to give you massages. Yeah.
I didn't know what to do. I just figured eliminate things from my diet. I don't know.
What about your educational level? How high was your educational level?
I've gone to art school. My niece stayed. I got kicked out of college for growing weed in a dorm room.
Well, so you've been to college.
I pretty much study constantly. That's all I've ever done. That's all I do. I read books, study. It's why people, I guess, don't know what the fuck they're dealing with. It seems like they left me alone to sit, like my husband, my family, but I was like studying. I was guided on this path. I don't know. So I would like to do an IQ test, but that's kind of scary, right? Like, do you really want to know how smart you are? It sounds scary, but I'm curious how intelligent I really am. Because it's not like you could do like a magical IQ test. I mean, you can't even talk about this to most people, so.
I mean, how high is the educational level of most people around you? I mean, do you ever speak, like, for instance, when there's the bunny, right? Did you just pick up the rabbit to hug? I'm sorry. It looked like that for a second.
Yeah, she's trying to jump on my leg, give her a snug. A lot of the people I'm around are actually, like, I've hung out with professors. The past people I've hung out with in the past year actually have college degrees and are professors in college.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I hang out with some very intelligent people, from anatomy, cutting up carcasses, like what do you call it? Like,
cadavers.
yeah, like they're cutting up.
So these are people who are
anatomy to computer people. I don't know. I just let them talk. I just listen, but sometimes they bring up stuff and they don't know what they're talking about.
Have you ever tried to tell them about me or what I say?
No, not these particular people. They're kind of like clearly Muslim, if you ask me. Like, they clearly worship Satan on the DL.
Wow.
And they would want to kill me. No, I don't push people's buttons. To me, it doesn't bother me. Like, I don't mind if they're like that. I appreciate all of their, like, I do love them. It's what's sad. I truly love them, and I trigger them. It's really fucked.
You trigger them. What do they do?
Well, like, go and buy, or they say you're an 89-year-old retired woman with dementia, you start going buy things that I wear. You go spend $800 at a luxury store to try to look like me, and then you don't even wear any of it because you don't even remember you bought it.
Holy shit! So some of these professor types are like that, like older women who then try to imitate you. Wow, that's shocking. So you...
There's a lady up the street who, like, the guy I'm living with's mom, I've actually met her before I met this dude. She's a teacher. She teaches, well, she did teach disabled children, like autistic children. She does crack.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, that explains a lot. Yeah. Oh my God. So the individual that, I'm sorry, say that again.
I said this is why I stay alone.
Yes. The individual, however, who has kind of taken you in, apparently his mother's still alive. His mother's still, good God. How about his dad?
She loves me. She keeps begging me not to leave, but it makes me creeped out because I don't understand their motives. You know,
wow.
Like, I have an opportunity to leave and move away and go build a fire to stay warm and have my peace of mind and be so isolated that the only people around me are these skinheads. Or I could stay here in 112 degrees and wait for a hurricane and deal with this.
Holy shit.
You see what I'm saying? Pretty rough.
Yeah, it's
the finest.
Yeah, it's what a choice, what a situation. It's yeah, that's pretty incredible. And so your interest in becoming like a professional witch as a career, what inspired you?
It's just like my soul, dude. Like, I was like a born again witch, very young.
What does that mean? A born again witch, like not Christian? You don't mean like a born again Christian witch, do you? You mean like a?
The way I could relate it. It's like how people get born again unto Christ.
Yeah.
You know, there was a time when.
So you got born again into this witchcraft.
Nature took pity on me.
Yeah.
I ran out to nature in my neglect, and I was met with a spirit, and it
yes. So your concept of witchcraft is more of a attunement to the environment.
I'm a shaman. I mean,
there we are, shamanist.
I'm a straight. Yeah, like I study herbalism. I do natural witchcraft. I don't do spells or nothing like that. I don't wish anything on anyone. I just I heal people. I'm very good at what I do, and I talk to animals and spirits and trees and plants. It's just weird, right? Like I can't help it. That's what I do, and I try not to talk about it because it's just weird, right? Like,
nothing wrong with it. No,
one-
it's many people feel this way. So you definitely are not alone. There's many people who feel that they've contacted the nature spirits. I mean, Brendan Zoget does this himself. Feels that way, that he's been talking to fairies and the like in the sense of nature spirits. And so it seems normal enough to myself. And so you seem,
like you've crossed the boundary even further. Like, like it's one thing to believe in stuff that really is culturally proven, but they're still not going to believe in the vampire stuff, Like, I feel bad for you. Like, I feel very strongly defensive of you that I know how that feels.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that profoundly, of course. But I don't understand. New Orleans, Louisiana, these are places that are famous for the supernatural. How would you've got people practicing voodoo up and down. It's kind of like the culture as a very magical flavor. How could people, if you say, oh, I know a vampire, how could people be skeptical or dismissive in such a reflexive way? It sounds unusual to me. It's not what I would have thought. So what are you doing now? That was a very long extended, what is that? Incense?
This is frankincense.
Incense, cool.
It's a frankincense. My little pipe is clogged. I'm just using frankincense to poke it out. I'm not doing magic.
Wow.
I know, I'm sneaky.
No, that's fine. It's fine. And that was adorable. That's adorable. So in terms of the, but like I said, where does the skepticism come from in an environment that's so mystical? It's bizarre to me.
Skepticism about, like, how I trust people.
Well, I mean, like when you try to tell them about my vampirism or something, and they all say it's all bullshit.
They're just uneducated.
Okay.
They're just uneducated.
Mm-hmm.
The culture down here, so like if you have a bonfire down here, people just want to jump over it and kick the can. You go up to Ohio and make the same bonfire, they're going to be reading Wikipedia and arguing with each other. They're just different cultures, I guess.
Yeah.
They have, I don't know, it's just different. That was one of the biggest culture shocks I went through, was that people down here just like to complain and not find a resolution to what they're arguing about. I find really they don't want to confront that. Like, that's really triggering. If I tell them anything like that, they get real mad. I don't know. Like I got friends all over the country. Half of them will whip out Wikipedia articles on me. I try not to act that way to people. But
do you have Wikipedia articles on you? About you?
Oh, that's not what I mean. I mean, like, if you want to raise an argument.
Okay, then they whip out. Got it.
Yeah. No, God, it'd be kind of hilarious if someone wrote a wiki on it. That'd be.
So there's the rabbit. We see the rabbit. That's adorable. Oh my God. Black rabbit, right?
Of course.
Yes.
She wants my attention. What's wrong?
I don't blame her. Yes, adorable creature, adorable. And yes, oh my, yes. So mwah, love that little rabbit. Yes, and yes, young, cute, adorable. Yes, and
He is.
yeah. And how does she handle the heat? Because she's all furry.
Well, we have an air conditioner in here,
Okay.
and
Okay.
I keep her climatized because bunnies can't adjust their climate by themselves. It's a big deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so she has to stay in this room because it's air conditioned for her.
Well, we let her run around, but she doesn't like our roommate, so I don't know if you could see, but she has a little nick on her neck. It looks like someone took a pair of clippers
Oh wow.
and shaved a good little piece of her fur off her neck.
Why would someone?
Why would do that?
Yeah. Occult reasons is all I can think of. Somebody did
To
that.
piss me off.
Yes.
Or for witchcraft.
Yes. Yes.
So, yeah, since that happened, she is, like, she doesn't want nothing to do with anyone but me.
Understood.
You
Yes.
know, and I watch her constantly. I don't leave. You know, it was how, it must have been in the morning when I was letting her run around.
Mhm.
So I'm very protective of her right now. 'Cause
Right. When you say letting her, I'm sorry. Say that again. Yeah. There she is.
You want to show them your bobo?
Yes. Here we are.
Right here.
Yes.
It's on the other side.
Yeah.
It's growing back.
Good. Good.
This
No,
is, look.
got
this is
it.
the
I
nick.
see
It's
it.
growing back.
Yeah.
It's like a total pair of clippers. Go on, baby.
Oh my goodness. So with
Yeah,
her, yeah. When you said letting her run around, you didn't mean around the neighborhood. You mean just around the home, right?
No, it's just me and him here.
So obviously it was him that did it, most logically. Yeah.
Yeah, he would never admit that, but clearly.
Strange. Yes, I
It's
can
gotta
understand
be
now.
that.
Yeah, I can understand now why you're considering moving. Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, definitely seems attracted to the camera, to the cell phone. That's so cute.
She's really smart, and she's a little vampire one too. So she's
Yes.
probably got a little jelly belly.
Yes. Yeah. And so what do you feed her?
She's really interesting. I have her gourmet mix of bunny food, of course, but she likes cilantro, papaya, raisin bran, and tortilla chips.
Adorable. Oh my.
She doesn't have anything else. I know it's kind of strange, but she loves tortilla chips. She doesn't like anything bunnies should like. It's kind of sad. She's really, really picky.
Yes.
So
Wow.
she loves cilantro. Give her what she likes.
Mm-hmm. Well, if she seems to be able to thrive off that, that's fine. That's wonderful. And
She's never do.
yes. And since you've gone vegetarian, like you say, you felt that you were being poisoned for a long period of time. That this was, of course, giving you these stomach aches. But like you said, since you've gone vegetarian, then you seem to be less symptomatic, feeling better. Yes.
No, I mean, every other day I have to worry about this. I have to really watch what I eat.
Mm-hmm.
I know that it's because I'm right here.
Mm-hmm.
I feel a lot better when I'm away. You could see physically in my pictures, I do better not here.
Mm-hmm.
It's scary. It's scary, especially if, when I get my crate to move out of here tomorrow. It's at the mail office right now, where I could pack my shit and mail it out and go anytime I fucking want. That's when I'm really gonna get poisoned. So I don't have the energy to move out.
Wow. So you seem convinced of this, that, yeah. Well, I'm sure you'll do what you need to do when you're ready to do it. Yes. I mean, you did it before. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know, baby. I'm sorry. You see why I don't want to talk. It's hard to talk about. But I have nothing to lose. I know you're open-minded enough that you could put it together. But that is what it is. It's sad.
Well, it is what it is, like you said. It's not necessarily sad, like you said. Many people have it much worse. Understandably, it has its shortcomings, but, you know, you have your pet, you have your a roof over your head. Does it rain much where you're at? And what about the flooding? I mean, isn't there they say New Orleans is sinking, and large parts of Louisiana are going into the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, is any of this like creeping water coming around yourself? Any of this feeling of a floodplain lifestyle? Tell me.
So, Homa is 45 minutes southwest of New Orleans, even further into the Gulf. It sticks out.
Yeah.
It's a swamp meadow, so it's actually a bit of flat land. So 15 minutes from here in any direction, this is bayou country. Every 15 minutes, any direction, you get a different accent, a different part of the bayou. They're prone to get like 20 feet storm surge. It doesn't ever hit us here. We're just right on the edge where Homa doesn't actually get those storm surges.
Wow.
But we get our ass ripped up every few years. A hurricane comes and destroys everything.
Wow.
So I was pretty worried about this last one. I was making flight arrangements, trying to pack to try to leave.
Yeah.
And luckily it turned out well. I'm expecting one to hit. After reading the Farmer's Almanac, there should be another one in another month or so. So I'll probably leave. I mean, I have everything set to go. It just is one devil to another, though. And I have a lot more responsibilities moving out west. I mean, I literally have to make a fire to stay warm, kind of thing.
Yes. Yes.
And you would think some skinheads would have a little more self-responsibility, but they don't even take out their own trash.
Wow. So you're familiar with this community. It'd be kind of a community you'd be entering, right?
Well, I did a lot more soul healing out west. That's why I'm really, thinking I'm just gonna go. I mean, my friend's gonna be gone half a week at a time, so I could just actually be alone and not have what I'm dealing with right now. So it's like I wake up even at 10 o'clock at night, my friend's drunk, and he won't leave me alone, and he's pestering me and trying to get under my skin. So, no matter what time of day I wake up, I'm going to have somebody trying to piss me off.
Right. But when you're waking up at 10 p.m. at night and your friend's pestering you, that's the one you're with now. Right.
Yes.
Yeah. And so this you'd be moving in with, I'm sorry, what was it, a friend you said in upstate? Yeah. Go on.
It's Shelton. It's right under the Olympic Mountains. It's way out west in the forest.
Are these the people you call your soul tribe? These aren't the people you call your soul tribe.
No.
Okay.
No, these are the people mad I have one.
Yeah.
No, the soul tribe is people like you. Like,
Thank
you're
you.
kind of my soul tribe. People that just, we just have this unspoken knowing. Like, it's this beyond ethereal bond of just something that, you know, we didn't exactly ask for, but maybe signed up for. That's just what it is. You can't choose your soul tribe. You know, these people are, so like my friend out west, he might be what we call in that genre of tarot a twin flame. Sounds kind of creepy to think me as a 39-year-old white chick would get along with a I won't call him a redneck, but he's essentially like this cowboy, an old man cowboy. You wouldn't think a little chick like me would have anything in common with a dude like that, but I held my own.
He's
You
the
know,
one
they
who
didn't think
he's the
I
one who bought you the drink in the bar.
Yes.
Okay.
They didn't think I was going to make it. His kids are Navy mercenaries. Like, they counted on me to die.
Why?
But I made... Because the way I come off. I look like a little fragile little dandelion, right? They didn't think I'd make it. They left me for dead.
Oh my god.
And I ran the fucking show. And I still... I took care of not only myself, but both of them. I took care of the house, and I got myself out of there without anyone's help. Right under their nose on top of that. Like, I left in the middle of the night like a gangster.
Wow. Okay.
Kind of mad about it. They take it personal because it makes them look bad. And they should feel bad. So it is dangerous for me to go back. But... they kind of need me because I guess they don't want to take their own trash out, right?
Oh my fucking god. Well, it's nice to know you need
I
it.
know, don't just let me shut up.
No, that's cute. It's and with the what about I'm so sorry. Their activities, what did they do for a living again? The redneck cowboy?
My friend, my homie Domi, he's a trucker.
The cowboy.
Not to mention that, you know, there's a lot of serial killers wanted by the FBI for being trucker killers right now. And the other one is he fixes printers. The guy with the skinhead tattoo on his head. Who can't take care of his own dog.
What's his 1% for? What does the 1% represent on his head?
I looked it up once. I looked it up. It was kind of hard to... It was some kind of biker thing, I think. It's some kind of racist biker thing. I don't know. But it's on his head. It's just like, come on, dude. Like, when you tattoo something on your head, I guess you're about that life.
But what I don't understand is, so you said that if your husband had boasted about his family's KKK lineage up there, it would have caused people to respond negatively. Why is that when there's so many skinheads? Is there some... I'd never understood...
So my husband is Dayton, Ohio. The guy I left him for with the KKK family was born in Dayton, Ohio, but moved to where I went to, and that's how I first ended up out there. So it's a little too close for comfort. But at the same time, my husband, Nazi people as well, if you ask me. Like, you know, like, his grandfather works for the Department of Defense, and his dad does, like, he has his own, like, electronic thing where he does, like, fiber optics for top secret stuff for them and stuff. So
wow,
it got so weird. Like, I actually just thought my husband was cloned at a point. Like, the physical abuse was so fucking intense.
He beat you?
Like,
he beat you?
Oh yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
God! I hope you reported it to the police. Did you have him arrested?
Well, the state of Ohio separated us in the end. I was totally brainwashed. I don't think I ever really would have left if they didn't do that.
Well,
So
thank
I
God they
I
did
didn't
that.
press charges. Yeah, they saved my life. They
Thank
really
God.
did.
Oh, thank God!
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
Lord! Yeah.
It was fucked up. I mean, I just couldn't understand. I thought he was the one, you know?
Jesus, I'm glad you're out of that.
It was a long time ago now, but, you know, like, nobody even believes it. Like, 'cause I don't like to talk about it, but it's like people just think I want attention or something. Like, they don't actually, well, or they're just paid to say that. I don't know.
How
like,
could
they
people not
just
believe you if
know
the state separated you? Obviously, the state felt that they had proof to act upon, right?
Fate.
Yeah.
Right? I know, right? Exactly. Like, in fact, the person that I met that just told me that yesterday, 2 days ago, I met him the first night I went out. My husband went to jail. Was the first night I ever went out after, like, about 8 years there, all alone. I was alone for, like, 8 years, going through that. They arrest him. I end up going out with some people, and I met somebody I'm still friends with. I'm friends with a lot of people I met that night. And he told me just like a day or two ago, I don't believe anything he said. It's like, you know what, dude, I don't.
Jesus Christ.
But, like, it's just really ridiculous because me and him have traveled thousands of miles together. We've traveled the country. You know, I didn't tell him that for sympathy. It was just came up when you're locked in a car with someone, and I wake up today and he's telling me I gotta go to the ER, my feet are swollen, he's got all these problems, and it took everything I had in me not to go, well, I don't believe you. Just wanted to go, well, I don't believe you, but I couldn't do it. I'm not that kind of person, you know, like, it's silly.
Yeah,
it's so silly.
Perhaps you should have, but I'm glad you thought of it, at least. It's clever. I'm glad you shared that with us. That's very clever. I find that very funny, yes. And
He's a mean Jew, too.
There you go. Yes. So, what about when you went to, shall we say, do you have any particular school in mind when it comes to metaphysics, or a kind of metaphysical school that you're hoping to attend? Is there any in mind that you know of? Something specific?
Well, yeah, there's not exactly a lot of options when you want to be that specific. So, yeah, I'd rather not discuss it because I'm already sure I'm going to get sabotaged.
Okay, so I understand. We won't discuss it because we don't want to sabotage this. So, yeah, that's appreciated. And, well, obviously, you said you stopped listening for a while because of this person, but then you started listening again. So, I have 2 books.
I missed you. I always see you. It breaks my heart when the amount of hate I deal with. I'm like, I just don't want my balls busted. I just really was like, oh God. I knew I upset her. I didn't mean to.
Well, apparently she's gone now, whoever she was.
I didn't mean to upset her.
It wasn't Lena Shea in New York, was it?
I have no idea.
Okay, no worries. Well, whoever they are, they're gone now, almost certainly. Yeah. Yeah. So don't worry about that. Don't trip off that. Oh my goodness. Well, yeah. Glad that you had the courage to come on, and certain.
I miss you. I love you. I always I could hear you in my head even if I'm not listening, and I'm really lonely, and there's only so much metaphysical tarot I could take, because none of it is this level, right? Like, I do, like, when you say you feel me, I believe that, and I don't say it lightly. That's very small breed, you know?
Well, I love you too. And you're delightful. And I'm glad that you're doing comparatively well. And I'm glad that you have options. So all this is important. And, you know, I'm glad that the hurricane didn't touch land. Were you worried about this, this latest hurricane, Brighton, or what are they calling it again? Beryl, yes. And in terms of, have you been through and survived a hurricane where you're at? Or something like that? One of these weather...
Oh, I couldn't even count how many. Yeah, the last one I went through, I ended up in Denver. This whole area was declared a disaster zone. I went through a Cat 3 or 4. The worst part of it, watched trees blow into the neighbor's house, or house caught on fire. Ooh. When that's going on, the police, you can't call them. You're just in for yourself. You know, there's no gasoline to ride out. There's no water. I ended up getting abandoned in Beaumont, Texas. We got that far, and my roommate at the time, was my mom's friend. She ended up ditching me in Beaumont, Texas, and I moved back to Denver because I'd already had roots there. And I was like, well, who needs to go to disaster zone? So I went back to Denver.
May I ask what your roots are in Denver, and who took you in Denver?
Well, I was dating a satanic priest for a while.
How the hell did you meet him? It's a him, right? How did you meet him?
Yeah. Because he's fucking cute, and the interwebs. It was probably, again, just a setup. I don't know. I hang out with a lot of metalheads. It's a small community when you deal with, black metal and stuff. I tend to know a lot of musicians, so I don't know. Like, we ended up talking. I ended up moving out there, and everything was cool for a minute, and the rest, the whole nother novel of horror.
Well, everything was cool for a minute, and then what? You're involved with a satanic priest. I mean, obviously, this sounds like this could go anywhere.
Okay, let's dish out the tea. Okay, so how do I tell this story? I was mad at God at the time, for one, after the dead boyfriend thing, which I wasn't into God before that. I was very much mad at God anyway, which I'm not right now. But so I move out there, I become a sacrificial altar on my own satanic altar for my boyfriend that I'm in love with, that I barely had a heart for, because I was like, I wasn't really over my Jewish boyfriend dying. But he was the biggest whore-bag imaginable, and he liked transsexuals, and it's not something he wanted to ever talk to me about. So eventually, I already had my OnlyFans going. He pushed me to start camming, so I'm in this condo in Denver, and everything was cool. We're working out, we're eating good, everything was fine. But then he just, I think his friends targeted him to sabotage us, or not that he wouldn't have done it anyway. But somebody had more money than me, and, I ended up getting poisoned several times, screwed over, left. Like, he stopped having sex with me. I just pretty much was just camming and working. We didn't do nothing until he was like, you know what? I'm jealous. Stop camming. So I was like, okay. And I got a job and worked at like Firehouse Subs. I mean, I was a pretty good girl.
Mm-hmm.
And so once I got the new job, he brought the other chick over, fucked her in my bed, and told me to leave in like 10 days.
Jesus Christ.
So I ended up, you know, like I'm into BDSM in a way, and it's like, if someone's not consensual, I'm not into it. So I was like, okay, whatever. Maybe he thought I'd get mad or put up a fight or chase him or something. But I just was like, okay, whatever, fine.
Right.
So I left. And,
That was healthy. That was the healthiest way to respond. Yes, go on.
I spent my birthday in Vegas and traveled the country and did a world tour. And, you know, I never looked back, though the universe blessed me anyway.
So when you did travel the country and you say you did a world tour, did you literally go to other countries?
Oh, no, it was the Southwest. I went from Colorado through the desert. I spent about 2-3 weeks in the desert before I made it back here.
No, when you say you spent 2 to 3 weeks in the desert, you don't mean by yourself, do you?
Well, I had one of my mean Jewish friends with me.
Main or mean, you said?
Mean, yeah. Well, I don't have a lot of friends, but it was one of the people I was warning about earlier. You know, I can being Italian, I can put up with whining, you know, but you just, you know, when he calls me telling me he's going to the ER, even after putting me down, telling me he don't believe that I ever was abused, I'm not going to leave him hanging. I'm not that kind of person. It's just easy for me not to
He said, I'm sorry, he's going to the ER with edema. The swollen feet usually means heart failure. Is that what he had? Is he older?
Yeah, he's like 56.
56? That's my age. And this guy's got heart failure? And edema? I'm sorry?
I don't know what it is. They couldn't tell him. You know,
They couldn't tell him? Is he still alive?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm still getting whiny text messages.
and he was like, he was the individual who was going through the desert with you?
Yeah.
Jesus.
He's pretty healthy, I know. I was surprised. I was like, of all the people I know that are going to have these issues, he eats top class organic food. He's mostly vegetarian. It really is shocking.
Wow, must be some karma.
That's what I said. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, holy shit. It's like, again, you sure know how to pick them. Fucking satanic priests, Jews with heart failure, Jews that die, who brag about big dicks because they say their race has suffered. You sure that wasn't his nose he was putting into you instead? And then this about the satanic priest who was into transsexuals, and you said, don't ask me about that. Of course, I have to ask you about that. What about the transsexuals? Your own...
So open-minded, right? You think I could find someone?
Yeah, what the fuck? I mean, you find these weirdos, that's for sure, but, and coming from me, that says a lot. A cross-dressing vampire and shit is telling you you're finding a bunch of losers. You really gotta take stock. It's, at least
I've tried dating Native Americans, and they weren't very nice. I just gave up on everyone at this rate.
Oh
I
my...
got the bunny.
Yeah.
That's what I just love, the bunny.
Right. Holy shit. I can see why. It's just you and the bunny now. Yes, of course, for good reason. It's like, damn. So the husband was abusive. He's a piece of shit. Make certain you never go back to that son of a bitch. Now, was there a legal divorce, or you're just separated, or what?
I'm technically still married because I've been like every year or the past 7 years, it's just been like I can't get my feet on the ground. I've asked him to file for divorce. Actually, the Jewish guy we were just talking about with the edemia or whatever, he's actually a legal divorce attorney. He won't even help me.
What?
So,
What the fuck? Well, what use is that son of a bitch? He deserves congestive heart failure and edema. He won't help you. What the fuck? I don't believe you. I mean, he says, and the guy he doesn't believe beat you is a neo-Nazi. He's saying that, or a Klansman, rather. So he's defending the Klansman? This Jewish guy is defending the Klansman?
See, I'm not just paranoid. This shit is a problem.
This is beyond a problem. This is outrageous. It doesn't even make any fucking sense.
Yeah. This is just one little snippet of it. It sucks.
Well, it's like, what a life. It's in terms of, so yes, now, who's the person again, in the Pacific Northwest that you could potentially move in? The mother of one of these characters?
So that's the trucker guy.
Oh, the trucker guy,
trucker.
who you've alluded to as potentially being a serial killer himself.
Correct, yeah.
Cowboy, trucker, and how old is that guy?
He's probably like 62 or 3, but he won't really tell me. He might be older.
Holy shit! He's not retired yet? What the fuck is he spending his money on?
Hookers.
Of course. Oh, of course. Oh my fucking god.
I know my life. That's why it was so hard. Like when I was just trying to download Skype to talk to you, I was like, you gotta be ready for this.
Yes.
This is what it is, right? Like
Yeah. Well, it's fine enough. I mean, where does the laziness come from? Like you said, the dude you're with now obviously has never taken down his Christmas lights. So that alone is...
He bought that tree to mock me because he wants to be goth like me, and that was just him mocking me and my...
Okay.
Like, anything I want to do, if I say up, he says up. I say down, he says down. It's a mockery tool.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really just something I wanted that...
Okay.
Anything that'll keep me here so I don't explore the world.
Wow.
You know.
Oh, so it has an occult... It has an occult message to it as well, or occult meaning. It's a binding. It's kind of like a binding mechanism. What he feels. Yeah.
It's really annoying how much binding there is, to be honest.
Seems everybody's into that shit. It really does. It blows my fucking mind. I mean, Jesus, why do people keep clinging? They cling and they cling. It's thank God for the... which state was it again that separated you from that asshole? Ohio?
Ohio.
Well, thank God for Ohio that they seem to have some common sense in terms of their social programs. How did you get in contact with the social workers who saved you?
Well, my husband threw a bike wrench about this big. It was huge. It was like unworldly. He threw it at my face. It was after about 7 years of serious assault. And when that happened, I knew that, like, from that point on, I was gonna get killed.
How old were you when you married him?
27.
27? Good God, you don't look very old. How old are you now, may I ask?
39.
You're kidding. Really? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, young. You're young. Holy shit.
39.
Yeah. But
right.
well, you've been through a lot, obviously, and So maybe it's a good choice. Marry the old fucking redneck trucker or something. Oh, you can't because you're still married to the other guy. Yeah. Anyhow, I mean, he can't be around much longer. I mean, Jesus Christ. So maybe you'll get the insurance. Have him write out the insurance to you. I mean, it'll make things a little easier.
I'm not that stupid anymore. I don't think so. You know, like if he could get a blowjob out of it, I'm sure he'd be happy. But really, he just knows I keep the toilet and the dishes clean.
Yeah.
You know, like
Cool.
when we're actually friends, like I'm pretty non-judgmental.
Mm-hmm.
You would think when you're like that open-minded with people, they would return that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm having a hard time that I don't appreciate people's gaslighting or trying to control me when they really aren't helping.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've dealt with some pretty extreme examples of humanity. You were a sacrificial altar on your own altar. What was that like?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about the time with the satanic priest.
That's a good question. So you're so smart. I love that you know the right questions because no one else would ever ask such a great question. So for me, I've been a certified minister probably since 2013 for one.
Mm-hmm. With that particular church or some? I'm sorry, say that?
Well, it wasn't under anything in particular. It was really like my husband was shoving God down my throat. So I was a born-again witch when he met me at 13. We got engaged when I was like 23 or 4. So he started pushing Gnosticism down my throat. And there came a time being around what I was going through and all the pressure and craziness. I prayed for like 2 years straight. Excuse me. I was really repressing any of my magic stuff. Not that I do spells. It's like I just kind of do fairy stuff. Very earthy, like save seeds. There's nothing creepy. So my husband was a pedophile who would kick my ass, right? So the whole thing, having God push down your throat that way, you know, I did come to my point of losing faith in God. I did pray to get out of that. Nothing happened. You know, I do yoga. I believe in fairies. I believe in all this other stuff. So I just really couldn't reconcile all of that. So, oh gosh, it's hard to keep one point.
Well, your husband, obviously, you mentioned the pedophilia, which is easy to believe. He's obviously not a conventional Christian if he's shoving gnosis down your throat. So that's
exactly.
That's very
that became clear. Yeah, I'm glad you understand that because I don't think most people understand any of those words.
Right? No, they don't most of the time. But then with the satanic priest, so you got involved with him, and as you said, you were a altar of sacrifice on your own altar. So describe some of these rituals. Obviously, people would be very intrigued, or what some of these experiences. Yeah.
So, yeah, there's quite a few years that led up to that. From what I just said, it was
Well, obviously, it was like a protest against all the hypocritical godliness with the asshole husband who's beaten you to death. So I'll take that as like a protest act, going with the satanic priest.
Well, I fell in love with
the Jewish guy. Yeah, the Jewish guy that died.
No, this was quite a few years before that. It was 5'5", the KKK guy.
Okay.
when I left my husband and went to Washington, I fell in love with this guy who was like 6 years younger than me, that said he was 3 years younger than me.
Mm-hmm.
And I really fell for him. I still
So-
have
so-
feelings.
so
for
just
him.
so-
we
so-
never
y-
had no beef.
I'm sorry. Never had a beef, you said?
Yeah, like nothing bad ever really happened. I think he was just so young, and the people really didn't want, like, he really liked me.
Mm-hmm.
So what was going on with me when I met him was like I wanted to
Mm-hmm.
explore that world,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm around all these people doing it,
Mm-hmm.
but no one would tell me about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like no one ever would tell me about it.
Mm-hmm. This world being
So-
this subculture.
Satanism.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So
whatever
now
that is,
just a
like,
few
I don't
details
know.
here. Just a few details here. I'm trying to keep track of. Obviously, the asshole husband that was beating you and would have ultimately killed you had this KKK lineage, but he was involved with this hypocritical churchliness, this hypocritical godliness. But then you said something about another KKK guy. That was this young guy that was 6 years younger than you.
I don't know I don't think. Well, the young guy had the KKK grandfather who was the head dragon.
Okay.
As far as my husband, his family on his dad's side for sure seemed racist, but no, they weren't on that same strip of horribleness.
Right. But
Like-
then if the young guy was the KKK guy, he is, and you said I wanted to explore this subculture, you're not talking about the KKK, you're talking about the satanic church that the other young satanic priest was running. Okay, but nobody was like you weren't taken in. You weren't taken in by the subculture. They never really considered you a member of their...
No, it's like they could tell I was too good. Like I was never allowed. Like no one ever talked to me about anything. It took about by the time like about 5-6 years later, after the Jewish boyfriend passed away, even that I became the altar piece for the satanic priest guy, which was in like 2021. So, like, when I was with the KKK dude, that was in, like, 2017. So it was
Okay.
quite a big bit of time.
Uh-huh.
So, by that time 2021 came, I figured out, in my mind, why they couldn't teach me about any of that crap. In my mind, I figured out, well, it's all self-serving. To me, it wasn't witchcraft at all. It was just some theology. I don't know. So by the
Cultic.
time I
Yeah.
laid on this table,
Uh-huh.
I had enough faith in my knowledge of spirits
Uh-huh.
and everything that I wanted to see what the fuck was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I did a scientific experiment, and I didn't, I don't know. I just wanted to see what was going to happen.
Uh-huh. And what happened?
And, well, in the end, again, I feel like once you sell your soul once, like if you already sold your soul to God, you can't sell it again. So essentially, my soul wasn't up for sale, and I ruined everybody's party.
Oh, wow. Sorry to hear that. I mean, I'm glad enough for you, but they must have been punked. Yeah, so everybody felt that they weren't getting the result they wanted, I guess?
I don't know, but like I definitely wasn't. I'm not an evil person. I don't know. It didn't work out the way they wanted. I don't know. I had enough knowledge with Tibetan Buddhism that I had done meditations about working with demons before that I was always uncomfortable with, but by that time it came, I really was so sad, maybe because the boyfriend passed away, and I was so curious, and I knew I was I mean, I wasn't evil or nothing, so I'm laying there on this altar, and I'm just really observing for the first time what no one would ever show me. So it's all these years hanging out with these creeps, and no one would ever really show me what's going on. And in the end, they're just reading some goddamn 300-year-old rituals, right?
Yeah.
Which is what I don't do as a real witch. Like, I don't do other people's magic. To me, that's bullshit. But as a scientist, it's like, apparently there's credibility to that, and I wanted to see. So I don't know. I don't think that changed me at all or anything. I think, if anything, it scared the fuck out of them, because they clearly were possessed. And I just, I continued with my own practices to get out of there, to be honest. Like, I do fairy magic, I do non-harmful things that aren't intentful for people, so I don't know. It took me a while to get out of that, because I really did love that guy, and I was like, really, you can't go put some other girl on my altar. That's creepy. Even if I don't want it, you can't put some other fat broad on my altar.
This chick was fat that he was sleeping with when he told you to leave in 10 days?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure she was a tranny. I'm not supposed to know any of this, though.
Yeah. And what's your own...
Just wanted her for money. I wasn't as controllable as people thought. Like, I come off controllable, but I'm not easy to control. Because I've just been through too much. I don't know.
Yes, and but in terms of your how do I say this? So I'm getting more of the chronology now, and but it's amazing how much time you spend with each of these people. It's a yeah. And so in terms of the you seem to have an awful lot of patience with people who don't deserve any. Are you heading back to the bathroom again?
No, my lighter went out.
So you need some more fuel.
That's the living room.
Yes. Okay. Wow. And
I know.
yeah. I mean, well, it's the lights are strange because they light up some areas like this. Where is this? That's back in your room, right? We're back in your room, right? No?
Yeah. So
okay.
All the windows are painted over.
He's painted all the windows. What color? Black?
Well, pink and purple.
And this is to keep out the sun because it's so hot, or is this a cult? Something just to make it more like a cave?
They used to do drug parties and orgies here, I guess, back in the day when he had his wife. Who knows?
So at one point... Yeah, go on. I'm sorry, go on.
I got him to scrape the paint off the living room window. But yeah, so...
Which
I can't see the sun.
Right, oh my fucking god! And are you okay with that? Because you sleep in the daytime.
No, it's horrible. It's really bad for my mental health.
I would think for normally it would be, yes, indeed. Yeah, and I say this affectionately. It shows. It's,
I know, baby. I know.
Yeah, no, but I get it. I totally fucking get it.
At this rate, so the windows in my room I'm in right now, I'm actually worried people are gonna actually stalk me or peek in my window. Is the woods right outside that window is why I just...
And this is the one that you scraped the paint, had the paint. This is the one that had the paint scraped off it. The window.
So the room I was just in, the living room, which was equally as creepy.
Yeah.
I did get him to take the paint off one of the windows.
And
I begged him. I was gonna I pressured him to take the ones off of this window, but I gave up on it because I sleep all day now, and I'm just scared people are gonna watch me through the window, to be honest.
I mean, well, what about Bigfoot? Bigfoot might be watching.
Well, that's the undertone. I'm not as worried about Bigfoot as I am about white people.
Yes. Yeah, the goddamn white people. Yes, I know. It's, yeah, there's something else. Yeah, but at least you're aware of that. And in terms of I'm glad we're talking. I'm glad that you had the ability and the courage to share a lot of this and get a lot of this out. And so
I'm sorry.
No worries.
I really am embarrassed.
If we were trying to do, you shouldn't be embarrassed. Don't worry about it. I mean, good God. I mean, with all the things I've seen, this is all par for the course. But okay, so when you were with the shall we say we start off then, tell me if I've got this right. You're born to, I mean, how long did you spend any time in your childhood with your biological mother, or she just took off before you were cognizant of her?
He was like this prima donna, cocaine addict. So my dad was working in Africa offshore till they got divorced, and she just was partying the whole time. So I was just kind of left alone. Yeah. Which I'm grateful for now, because I got to come to myself without their programming, I suppose.
Okay. And so I need you to clarify something for some of our listeners. Some of our listeners are under the impression about quote unquote killing your parents. And please clarify to them you never killed your parents.
Well, as far as the tarot says, they're not really my parents.
Right.
And
oh, that's it. Yeah, the woman who read your thing said you killed your parents. Right, the Russian roulette thing. Yeah, that's right.
It's like MK Ultra, where like I don't remember any of that, but to hear a tarot reader tell me that, and a lot of tarot readers have said this is what's really creepy. It's not just one person. They're just like,
other people have said the same thing.
Yeah, they're like, it's not your real parents, you were adopted, you were stolen, it's about my bloodline, it's about money. And one of them in particular, my queen's eye, let me shout her out. I love her so much. I really do. I love her so much. She's the one who said, and I kind of called her out about it. I was in the Northwest whenever I heard it, and I was like, man, like, can you maybe be more careful when you say that stuff? And then I apologized, like,
Mm-hmm. Well, what would she be afraid of? What would she be afraid of?
Well, if you went listen to her, she's rowdy. She got a mouth. She gets about it, and I love her for that. So I felt really bad. I didn't want her to like cap that. I didn't want her to like feel like I was trying to make her tone it down. But when you hear someone tell you were for, and you personally were put in a position to, like Russian roulette style, pull the trigger on your biological parents, and we know you don't remember, whatever, it was very triggering. That was,
to say the least, yes.
Ago.
Yeah, well,
I don't know. I'll tell you this, I'm a lot like my slave driver dad, so true or not, who knows? I don't know. I really don't know, but it was certainly disturbing.
Yes.
And, my family is quite mean to the point that I do have to think about it, because I'm really different than them. Like, they're not this humble. They don't think about other people this way. They're really callous and mean, and thus this whole conversation. Like, it's so, you know, I get that it sounds horrible, and
It's
if I didn't
well,
feel like
obviously, if this really happened, you're not guilty. You
well, I
were,
don't
yeah.
know if it did or not. I really don't. I have no idea.
Well, I mean, in
Fucking
the
crazy.
end, the important thing to do is to love yourself regardless of whether it happened or not. You're not guilty and responsible if it did happen. Obviously, you were pressured into it if it did
That's
happen.
not how I feel at all. If anything, I'm mad at them. I don't feel like I did anything wrong. I feel like my whole life's a sham.
Well, it's not because
What's
you're
on?
still alive. It's not a sham because your life is going to be what you're going to make it. And you have dreams, you have aspirations, you have dreams. You're acting on those dreams. You're saving up money, and you're saving up money towards an educational end. So it's nothing but admirable. And you have a desire, an objective to become a professional witch, a kind of holistic healer, basically. So there's nothing wrong with anything right now. Like I said, just marry the old fuck, get his insurance, and then when he keels over, fucking one of those hookers or something, and then you get that and you move on. Sounds good to me. I mean, you know, got to think about your security after all, and he needs someone to keep the house tidy because, you know, old and lazy and all that, and yeah, and you'll be up there with the skinheads. Nice, safe neighborhood. I mean, Jesus, everybody's white. I mean, of course, sometimes that makes everything more dangerous. They all got guns and shit, too. But hey, there's no hurricanes!
Summary.
What's that?
If I write a book, you can do the intro. That's hilarious.
Yeah. And there's no... Fuck, at least there's no hurricanes up there in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, you gotta build the fire so you can survive the fucking night so you don't wake up dead. I mean, so what's with it? Does the old fucking trucker doesn't have fucking heat? What the fuck? Why? He doesn't have heat. How do you know this?
Well, there's a cult. I didn't mention that there's a cult on this vineyard that I walked into.
Cool.
His mercenary Navy daughter was the first. I've known my friend for like 8 years almost, and it wasn't until I moved there this third time that his daughter, I don't know if it was nice or not, but she was like, you know, you just walked into a cult, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm like, okay.
What's a trip?
Yeah, there's something about they don't want the electricity. It's some like almost Amish stuff. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So the truck driver's part of this shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's part of some fucking survivalist kind of, or what would you call it? Retrograde primitivism. And it's this retrograde primitivism where they're like, so what do they got? Pot-bellied stoves? They got, or what are they going back to?
It's a wood stove, yeah.
so it's, Jesus fucking Christ. And
there's a normal stove, but we stay warm with the wood one.
I mean, because, so is this like Christian shit, or is this something else? You said this
they won't
mercenary.
Talk to me about it. I have no idea.
Yeah, so
that's all I know.
You said this mercenary Navy daughter chick. What how did you get to know her? She was just like, what?
Well,
she
was in the area at the time when I moved there, and, you know, maybe was curious about me. She's a daddy's girl, and she knows I'm close to her dad, so, you know, she came mark her territory a little bit. And me and her hit it off great. She's just as traumatized as me. She's got her own issues.
I bet she is. I bet she fucking is. Yeah, she's she's not the mercenary Navy person her dad is, right?
No, she is. Yeah,
what?
she is.
What?
Yeah.
So, I don't get it. Like, she told you she's done contracts overseas, or what?
Well, my friend had always told me she'd done that, and she talked to me about that a little bit. Yeah, she's got awards in the Navy for all that. She's pretty tough little chick.
I mean,
Yeah.
what does a woman like that look like? It's like a bull
Well,
dyke, or
she's skinnier than me. She's short little powerhouse, man. It's like when you grow up out there, it's like if you want to make money, you either cut logs or you go in the Navy. They don't really have a lot of choice. So they grew up on this huge isolated ranch farm thing, and they wanted out. And that was their way out.
I'm sorry, is she like claiming that she was in some kind of unit, like a special forces unit?
Well, she never broke down that she talked to me more about like her traumas doing it, but I know my friend would tell me more about, like, I've saw pictures of her like with her guns and stuff. Like she was he asked me to make sure I didn't use the word mercenary, but it's such a fun word to use. So that's what she was. She's professional killer. She also did journalism and stuff for him, but like, no, she's a trained killer for the Navy. So I definitely, I tried definitely not to ruffle her feathers.
No, I understand. I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical only in the sense that it's okay. In the Navy, you have special forces units, basically the Navy SEALs. My understanding is that these are all male units. Is it? Which did you
I don't know.
ever hear her use
I
this?
have no idea.
Yeah.
You're probably right. I have no idea. I'm just a
Yeah,
little
understood.
bit I
No,
know.
no, I get it. You're just relaying what was told. Yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it. And I run into this a lot, and there's just odd things here and there that from different people. Not you. I mean, obviously everything you've said about yourself, I'm taking. And just this other person, but she did try to help you out. She was trying to help you out. She had your best interests at heart when she told you that.
She gave me a very clear warning, if anything.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we got along so good, and I was like.
So is she like telling you? Is she like telling you not to go near this guy? That if you got further involved with him, it might not be.
She told me not to talk to her grandma, though.
Okay.
She gave me information that I was shocked that my best friend would never give me.
Mm-hmm.
She was very adamant to give me, some warnings, whether they were in her best interest or mine. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
She ended up getting kicked off the property because we did live there together a few months, and her and her grandma got into some altercation that must have been so bad they wouldn't even disclose what happened to me. So I don't know.
Wow.
What's going on?
Whoa! What the fuck? Who got kicked off this Navy girl?
I don't want no beef with none of these people.
Okay, understood. Okay, all right.
Like, I'm a little bit scared even talking about it, obviously.
I can imagine. Yeah. I mean, look, the Pacific Northwest is full of violent weirdos, okay? I mean, you know that. It's just full of it's like crazy white people. It's like it's a scary place in its own right. So
Thanks for reminding me of that, because I really am on the fence right now between this place and that place.
Well, when you're in a house where all the windows are painted deep midnight blue and purple, and you can't see any sun, and you got nothing but your little black rabbit, and it's like, wow, what a choice. I mean, I'm kind of torn myself. Yeah, it's I really wish others would join us on this call so that we could have more of a roundtable about this. Perhaps in the future that will happen. And let me see if I can try and call someone and bring them on, and maybe we'll get some other input. Let's try pushing this add button and calling my favorite person. Yeah, let's push that add button and see if they respond. Because I'm the kind of gift that
I'm more than flattered to talk to you like this.
I appreciate that. No, believe me, I'm flattered too.
No idea. Like this makes my whole world. I'm very shy about it, and I know if anyone would believe me or make sense of any of that stuff, it's you. So I am really sorry about how.
Oh no! Don't ever apologize. Look. The one thing I can tell you is all our lives are essentially seem senseless. When we relate the narrative, there doesn't seem to generally be a rhyme or reason to most of our lives. Most of our lives are just wandering, meandering trails of it was this and then this and then this. And most of it is like, from one negative or difficult. Most of what we collect in our lives are pretty negative memories. It's just kind of like, but at least traumatized as you are and as negative as some of these memories are, it really doesn't sound like it was all that bad. I mean, considering the fact that...
Strong person.
Yeah.
It's still, I wouldn't change it for a thing. It's made me like this, and I'm pretty cool, so whatever.
Yes, there we are. There! That's healthy. Satisfaction with yourself is good. Yes.
What am I gonna do?
Yes. And I would consider, as scary as that was, hearing that skunk ape outside was a gift. Obviously, very few people even hear something like that.
It was very... I thought a lot about that.
How did the rabbit respond? Were you able to see how the rabbit responded to that noise?
She was looking right at it too. She was looking right toward what I was looking at. She definitely heard it. It just seems so unbelievable, I should try to make a video about it, because it's so unbelievable that it's like it's like being abducted by aliens or something. I've been reading this book, Missing Time, and it's like they program people not to remember it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I really felt like I just wasn't supposed to talk about it or remember it. So it just feels like elusive or something. I don't believe it myself, only I goddamn never been so scared, and the sound it made, and I'll never forget it.
Mm-hmm. And of course not. Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, you're doing some great cam work right now. I really enjoy seeing you. That's cute. Oh, you're adorable. Yes. I'm just I'm flattered to have the opportunity to speak with you as well. And it is magical. You seem to have how shall I say? You seem to have gone past that phase in our conversation where you were nonstop smoking and drinking. So you seem to have calmed down in your need. Yeah, was that?
I drank my 6-pack.
There we are. So you had your fill. That's good. You have a limit. There are people who don't, and so that's good. In terms of the everything else, it's been quite the wild ride. But so to just again try and grasp the general situation, the redneck cowboy truck driver is not part of that cult, or is he? Because if you move in with him, you're going to have to do the same primitive stuff the cult does. So he is part of the cult, right?
He says he wants nothing to do with it. He doesn't believe in God anymore. He's gone balls deep more in the KKK kid direction that lives out there. If you ask me, they're all part of the same situation that I'll never get to know the details about. But so he he finally bought a TV while I was out there, and he hung it really low under the window so his mom wouldn't see it. So, you know, I think he's
His
trying-
mom? Did you say this truck driver's like 60 something and his mom? What? How fuck old is his mom?
She's pretty old, I guess. She's a tough little cookie. She rides her like 4-wheeler around, and they took care of him. Like, he's got a whole vineyard they set up, and he won't even take care of it. He's just out trucking and probably doing hookers. I don't know. And he won't even let her in the house. It's really sad. I'm not allowed to talk to her. The mercenary daughter was like, don't talk to her. And I don't know what's going on. But she did ask about me a few weeks ago and ask if I'm coming back, which I thought was really sweet, actually.
Yes, of course. Yes, that's very sweet. Yes.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know if they're just telling me that because that's their worst nightmare. I don't know.
Oh, I doubt that highly. Yeah, I'd be more worried about, you know, since it's a cult, probably a bunch of primitive Christians. But, you know, my other concern would be that, you know, they just want you back so they can eat you. Yes.
I know. Oh, believe me, I know. I'm dealing with that right here where I'm at.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. It's like, but what about, so you of course had this situation you were born into. Yeah, your dad's moved off to the United Arab Emirates. That's still fucking unbelievable. And you're saying this is because of his work, but isn't he retirement age? Did you say he retired?
I think he finally moved back to Louisiana, but he lived there for quite a few years. Maybe like since when I came out as a little, so it was probably like a decade he lived there. He lived in Kuwait. He didn't like it there. But we don't talk anymore. I just won't put up with people putting me down and all the whole treating me like I'm. I don't know. I don't really.
When your father insults you, what does he say in terms of like what is the type of abuse?
He's just. Oh, I don't even know. He's not the worst one of them all. He just. It's really his wife. It's like he wears the pants, and he just is a little puppet for her. So it's almost like she's talking through him, and it's not that bad. I've dealt with worse. It's just annoying.
Right.
It's annoying. I'm just like, oh God, what are these? Whatever he'd said whenever I told him off was so bad I immediately erased it.
Okay.
So I just blocked it out, but it was essentially like, no, I'm not going to have coffee with you, and a whole paragraph of
What an asshole! What an asshole! Fuck him.
I was like, I gave him a 3-minute recording.
Yeah.
And I flashed the fuck out.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I did. It was beautiful. I still have it. I'll share it with you. It's amazing.
Okay.
It's the most brutal thing in the world.
What you sent him, that 3-minute recording. Yeah.
I essentially told them that they were trash to me, and I'm the only person that ever put up with their shit.
Yeah.
And I continued to break down exactly how that was so.
Yeah.
And I used some black metal, death metal growling.
Cool.
Daddy.
Yeah.
And I ended it with bye. And I never looked back.
Cool. That
And
is,
it was Father's Day.
yeah,
It was epic.
yes, yes.
It's just interesting because I always was really like I've never ever I'm a little bit of a punk, but him and his wife, who he loves to death, I've never ever talked out of line to them.
Right.
That was so it was pretty outrageous. I was like, fuck it.
Yes. So your rabbit right now, she's your rabbit's kind of like her. I'm just trying to. It's because she's black. It's hard for me to discern the features. And I'm just trying to figure out which. She obviously her head is facing towards. Yes. Let's take a look here. I mean, it almost looked for a second like she was almost licking you like a cat. But no, her. Yeah, she's kind of like fluffy. That's her fluffiness, right? Because of her breed?
Yeah, she's got so Norwegian animals tend to have this under cuff right.
Yeah, yeah. And that like keeps them like warm or something. Fat through the winter, right? Or something like that.
I don't know. I've been trying to brush it out for like 2 years. It takes constant maintenance. I have to constantly fluff her by hand.
Wow. Okay.
It takes hours.
Wow.
It's just very.
She enjoys it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she loves that obviously, and that's fine. And yeah. So fascinating creature. So like you said, an exotic pet. How much did she cost?
So just to buy her for herself, I guess I paid $70-$80. I drove about 200 miles to pick her up and back. I spent about $1,000 on the stuff just to entertain her and keep her whatever. So I spend more money on her than I do myself, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
In the end, I've spent thousands of dollars on her.
Right. Well, that's what people do with pets. No, I take it that some of that money is spent on the air conditioning to keep her acclimatized so she doesn't suffer.
Even counting that.
Okay. Yeah. But without the air conditioning, she would get heat stroke, right? Yeah.
She went through Death Valley a few months ago.
Oh, yeah?
We had her in the car and air conditioned, but she actually went through Death Valley with me. She loved it.
Oh my God.
She misses traveling. But yeah, she likes it about 75 degrees.
75 degrees? With that mink coat on? With that fur coat?
It's like she likes it a little warm. It should be like 62, but she seems to like it kind of warm.
Wow.
So that's about where I try to keep her at. My AC's on 61 right now.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Intriguing. I mean, it's fascinating, and your lights, they keep changing hue, and so it's so do you like that the lights changing the colors? Not
really. It hurts my eyes, to be honest. I have sensitive eyes.
Then why?
The only light I have.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Say that again. Why do you tolerate it if you don't really?
Well, before we got on this chat, I put this piece of dead rabbit on it like that.
Dead rabbit. Where's the?
That's for her. This is part of her mini thing she owns.
Oh, okay.
It's quite morbid. He lays on other dead animals. She's a very jealous girl.
Yeah. So, but the lights, they're magical to me. I mean, they certainly add a mystique to you, to the viewer. Is that something you use on your cam work?
No.
I didn't think so.
When I did my cam show, I actually had a skylight and would utilize as much natural sun as possible. But whenever I do my videos for YouTube lately, I just sit in the dark like this, and definitely not the same situation.
No, of course not. No, of course not. And that's understandable.
I'm very professional with the other thing. I don't do
And I'm impressed. I'm impressed, and I respect you for that. Again, no, you're making use of what you have, and your assets are fine. So I'm glad you're taking advantage of that. It's cute. So in terms of just the life that you've led, the options that you have, I'm sure we'll make some decisions as time goes on, and continue talking. Obviously, you're a fascinating person, and so when it comes to some of these healing techniques, are there some examples you can provide of people that you've healed? I mean, obviously, this is not something that's a challenge. I'm just curious. Is there something that, or is this more of an interest? Yeah.
Well, I think every person's healing journey takes, like, what I really want to do is do yoga therapy, where I can actually show people just that question and help them do that themselves. So people need to know themselves, right? So that it's multi-layered. It's like, okay, so we're gonna address, let's say, health. Sure, we could prescribe herbs and the typical stuff, that everybody knows they should do, like specific yoga poses, specific herbal treatments. But what I think people really need is to find an artistic outlet to express themselves confidently and know that that's who they are. Which, with what I deal with, a lot of people are stripping my flesh off, stealing that from me so that I don't have that. So, but that's still what people need, and that could be anything. It doesn't have to be flashy, like I'm gonna cry. It could be anything. Like for me, I loved making that wood fire. I'm good at it. I love it. I don't sit around and watch it burn, but I like making it. I like proving to myself that I could do it. It really is an individual journey for people. So it could be anything. Unfortunately, I've not got to nurture my ability to think about that
much.
In a way
Yeah.
I can help people more, because I'm goddamn surviving moment by moment.
Right.
And I'm taking care of this bunny, and look at her, and she's like, hey.
Yeah, she's definitely looks healthy. She looks well fed, healthy. She's definitely thriving, and that's good. I mean, it reflects it reflects well upon you. You're obviously capable of nurturing life, and that's a positive. And the fact that you're dedicated to her and disciplined in caring for her, that's wow. You would make a wonderful mother. I mean, have you ever thought of having children, or is that possible? Is it still possible for you to have children, or just?
I'm so poor, and I'm old, and I'm got this 33-inch weight, like hips. I'm not sure it's worth the trade-off.
Good point. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's probably a wise decision not to have them. Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, I hate kids myself.
Selfish and all, but the night before my Jewish boyfriend passed away, one of the last words he ever told me, out of nowhere, for no freaking reason, he goes, "You'd be a bad mother."
Oh, wow.
He just, that was one of the last things he told me, and he said it's because, I guess I would resent them hurting my body. I think my sister or mom probably put that in his head, but that was one of the last things he told me before he just his throat ripped open and died. So I really think that's really sweet that you said that.
Yeah. No. Definitely, I mean it. I mean it. Go on.
That just, that's one of the most freaky things anyone could ever say.
Right.
Whether I want kids or not, it was really ridiculous.
No. I was about to say, it sounds like he deserved to die. No. In terms of his, back to that. I'm sorry. What's that, honey? What's that?
It's been a long, hard road thinking about that too. I know it's like, well, you left me here. It just didn't make no sense. Like, we weren't talking about nothing serious. He really just threw me under the bus.
Yeah. But again, this thing about the phrase that's used to describe his demise, his throat ripped out. Again, just puzzling over that, because you of course fortunately, I take it that you are probably feel glad about this, you did not get to see the body, right?
Well, COVID hit, and they wouldn't just take him to the hospital without him actually having a heartbeat. So I actually did sort of watch him get resuscitated most of that time.
So what did it look like? I'm sorry, say that again?
So when they actually took him out the door, I was being interrogated because I was there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I pretty much saw him.
So so when you saw him, was his throat ripped out?
He ended up coughing up this black stuff that the paramedics, they asked me, like, they just kept thinking he shot up dope or something, but I knew he didn't, because I knew he shot up Suboxone, so I knew he didn't do heroin. I was like, I don't understand what's going on. Now there's no way he did dope, because I know he did this, and I wasn't with him, he was in here, and blah, blah, blah. But whenever he coughed up this black stuff, but what was, it's just the craziest story. Like, he kept falling down all that day. I called the paramedics twice. He kept falling down, like he couldn't stand up. They said it was severe malnourishment. They insisted I could help him through it. I was like, I need help. He wouldn't go to the hospital.
No, this was because of COVID that they were being so reluctant, and they were just telling you that it had to be COVID, right? But that, I mean, not that he had COVID. What I mean to say,
he was when I'd left him 2 weeks before that, he let some chick out of jail move in with him. They were all
that was fucking brilliant. Damn, he's got the ability to pick and choose. I'm sorry, say that again.
There's no telling what happened. I wasn't there, but I think someone gave him something like bad drugs or something.
Right.
Because I stayed trying to force feed him. I gave him chicken noodle soup. The first night I got there, I brought pizza and salad.
And how many days did this last?
It seemed like a week or two. It was forever.
Well, by the way, just to put this into perspective for our listeners, obviously,
a lot of the time,
right.
he was eating a little bit when I made him.
Look.
He already was addicted to alcohol, so it was like once an hour he'd take a shot. That was his thing. I thought he was talking to his mom on the phone. His mom's a nurse.
His mom's a nurse?
I just thought everything was manageable, right? Like the paramedic said he's got malnourishment from.
And these are people who you called on the phone. These are people you called on the phone and whom you were consulting, correct?
I didn't talk to his mom. He was on the phone. Who knows? He was thinking about it now. I clearly
But you did try to call the ambulance. Like you said, you tried to call the ambulance, right?
Called the ambulance 3 times.
Yeah, and they told you. I'm sorry?
I was like, look, he's hallucinating or something. Like, this shouldn't be voluntary. Like, take him. I need some help. Right?
Yes. And why wouldn't they be? That's why I said it must be COVID. It must have been because they were so overloaded with COVID, they didn't want to take anybody, and they were just dismissing him. That makes sense, right? As much sense.
There was a 50-50 chance if they took him, he'd get it. He was super paranoid about that. He already had a warrant out for him, and his license was suspended. So the second time I called, this black officer came into the house, and he was clearly avoiding actually going to jail. He chose his path.
Yes. So this adds a new dimension to it. You're telling me that the Jewish boyfriend had a warrant out for his arrest and has...
Because he was avoiding his probation officer.
What was all this about? What was his crime?
He had like a DUI, and he just wouldn't go do the normal stuff of just going see his PO. He just was being retarded.
Right.
Just the most negligent, retarded thing ever.
Well, this guy was better off dead. I mean, this is Darwinian selection at this point.
Did you saying that? Because I've felt that way for a while. Like, it's been really kind of annoying, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, this guy's an idiot. But the fact that his mother is a nurse and could not ascertain... I mean, but again, back to the description of the throat. He said he started vomiting up this black fluid, which could be digested blood, but it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like something different. But his throat, was it open? Did his throat open, or what the fuck? What do you mean by, did they just say it was ripped up on the inside?
So time number 3, I called the paramedics. He was in the bathroom. His last words were, "Baby, it's happening again." And I knew that meant he's about to fall to the floor and hit his head again. So I jump over the bed to catch him. And he starts having this, like, violent convulsion. He would, like, throw his head back, and I'm trying to keep his head from hitting the floor. It wasn't a seizure, because it was, like, he was shaking. He was, like, freaking out. And he was butt naked. He just got out the tub, put some shorts on him, and I go run and get our roommate. And I'm like, we need fucking help. Call the ambulance. And on the phone with the ambulance, while our roommate's holding him, and he's like, I ended up talking to the roommate months later. He told me that he thinks he was trying to grab a pen and pad out of, like, the drawer to tell us, because he clearly couldn't talk. I didn't know what happened for months. He ended up telling me that the cause of death was the throat ripping. And that made sense to me, because he was a drug addict, and I'll never forget him saying, "I love to throw up milk," and he would waste milk and drink it and barf it up.
Is this what thrilled him? That was some kind of... somehow this gratified him? What the fuck?
I think it just felt the cold milk. I don't know, right? But I'll never forget him saying that, so maybe his throat was strained or something. I don't know.
But the way you described what the roommate said, the throat being... I have this image that I put together of that, trying to connect the dots, that he grabbed the pen and paper trying to write something because he couldn't talk and wound up plunging...
He never got the pen and paper.
Oh, never got...
That's what our friend said. He might have been going for it. And let me tell you this. That guy dropped dead under mysterious circumstances.
The roommate.
As well.
Yeah. Wow. What happened to him?
I don't know either. It was mysterious. I was in Denver when that happened.
With the satanic cult.
I think it was the same crowd of people. I think it was the people they were around.
Wow.
You know, me sometimes thinks it was who I'm around right now. might have had something to do with it, like it's scary.
I'm sorry, what is, you think something happening now might have something to do with it, or someone? Who? What?
I think the people, this property I'm on right now,
Right.
might have had a hand in some of that. I don't
Okay.
know. My own family, I don't know.
Right, I forget again. Where did he live? What in this area? Did he live in the same area with you?
This was in the city I'm in right now, where all this happened. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Holy shit. So again, I'm not going to dwell on it because I mean we've kind
It's
of. I'm still trying to figure out the throat rip thing, so I'm going to presume that somehow the damage on the throat was generally on the inside because you did effectively kind of see him die, but you didn't see him rip his own throat out or something like that. It wasn't that.
It must have been on the inside.
Got it. Okay,
That's
just
what
wanted
it
to
was.
clarify that. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay, good. Now I get it. Okay.
Like side tour or something.
You got it. Okay.
Sorry, I never thought about it that way. That's kind of spooky.
Yes. No. I get it. Yeah, because I kept having this image of his throat literally torn open. And so I'm glad to hear it wasn't that at least, but it was obviously disturbing enough. And but interestingly, and it's a good thing, as you said, you were interrogated. Police must have arrived, so the police did. No.
Yeah. They're the ones that told me he passed away. I was in an interrogation room, and they're the ones that told me. I relive it all the time.
So for a moment there, you were a suspect. For a moment there, you were a suspect in his death.
Yeah, because I was there. I was the only one that could speak about what happened.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know what happened, like.
Well, obviously they concluded you were innocent. That experience where they were suspecting you potentially of something, going over everything, and they concluded you were innocent. What did you told them? Of course, you tried to call the ambulance and took care of him for a week, right? You told them all that?
I mean, we lived right by the police station. I mean, they probably could see me with their own eyeballs walking back and forth to get the soup and stuff. And they probably were well aware more than I was of the trash people around them. They probably knew more what was going on than I did.
Okay.
But I had to answer questions and let them know what I knew. And he was being resuscitated for the third time while I was in the interrogation room, and they let me know he didn't make it. And I didn't believe them. I thought maybe they were fucking with me.
I mean, the potential is always there. By the way, that is not impossible.
It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. I didn't know about the throat thing. I didn't understand.
Right, and just for our. Yeah, I'm just saying for our listeners, I want them to know that that's not inconceivable. They often lie to people, so that's for reasons they believe to try and get something out of them. Yeah, I could understand why you suspected that.
Well, they did a good job. I trust. I was brought up with my slave driver dad to be a bootlicker. I gave him no troubles, but none of us knew what happened. It was just weird. It sounds weird. Still weird.
Well, it is weird. It is weird.
It
Yes.
didn't get any less weird even after the fact. The whole thing's.
Yeah, but your whole life is fucking weird. That's
I know, right?
Yeah, so it's just par for the course. It's it's.
At least someone's gonna say the truth. Thank you.
Yes,
Because everyone acts like I just want attention or something, and I'm just coming up with all this because it's fun or something. It's not fun.
No, I know better. Jesus Christ. No, you've been through the ringer. No, you made the right choice in not becoming a mother. His saying you would be a bad mother. that's just some Jew shit. It's like, you know, they want women to be good mothers, quote unquote, and, you know, fuck him. And from everything else you added, the details about, you know, he's not dealing with his DUI and allowing it to magnify into something that truly became a warrant for his arrest. I mean, yeah, at that point, this is an idiot. I mean, this is just a guy who's like, yeah, he's out of his mind. And the throwing up the milk. I love to vomit milk. Jesus fucking Christ. That's disgusting. I mean,
know.
it's not a moral judgment. It's just like,
No,
what the
it's a
fuck?
waste of food. It's annoying.
Well, I don't care about the milk. I mean, I'm lactose intolerant. I'm Asian. To me, milk is like shit or piss.
I
But
don't drink milk either, but it was still annoying.
yeah, no, that's just disgusting. That's like, oh my fucking god. He deserves to die just for that. Just to hear someone describe themselves as I love to vomit
Honestly,
milk.
I've been talking the same. That's been my attitude about it for about 2 years. I just was like,
Yeah,
well,
if
you
I
did
were
it
like,
to yourselves.
yeah, if I were like in a war zone and I saw the guy doing that and I was like, hey, what you doing, man? You know, oh, I love to vomit milk. I would shoot him. I would just blow his brains out. Like, oh man, this is a mercy killing, and you don't even need to thank me.
Honestly, I'll sleep better today hearing that. That's my bedtime story.
Yes. Thank you.
I know that sounds ridiculous, but I've been, you know, it's hard to, you know, to say that even for myself. Like, you did it to yourself.
Yeah.
I tried so hard to help your family, your doctors.
Yeah.
It's the whole thing's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's right. And then like you said, you were in Denver when you heard the final analysis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the satanic cult, no less. In Mile High City with a satanic cult that finally allowed you to be on the sacrificial altar, yet somehow you survived because they all freaked out. It's like, what the fuck?
My life, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Okay, I mean, honestly, you're on the specter of the weird scale, of the far out scale. You've made it. You've hit it. You've hit the jackpot. Yes. Yeah. I mean, personally, the way I'm feeling right now, I'd move out to the Pacific Northwest if I were you. But
Thank you.
yeah.
That's kind of what I'm gonna do, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I hate to let you go, darling, but I'm hungry.
I understand. Yeah, all that talk about ripped throats and vomiting milk. Yeah, I'm sure you're famished. Well, I love you dearly, honey. Mwah. Okay, we'll speak again sometime soon. So what I'll do is just call you every show for the roundtable. You just answer if you feel like it. It'll be on the Skype. I'll be calling on your Skype, but
try to be a little cuter for you, maybe.
Yes. Oh, you're fine.
Impromptu, so
yeah,
I love you so much.
Oh, I love you too.
Sharing.
Yes. Oh, well, thank you for sharing, and it was an educational tour de force. We love you dearly. Mwah. Okay. Blessed be thy day, honey. Okay.
Good night, my love.
Good night. Good day. Have a blessed day. All right. Love you dearly. That's Star Fox. And of course, yes, dear and lovely Star Fox. I see that. Yes. So, there we are. And what a wonderful human being. And Star Fox left the call, but she's still with us in our hearts. And of course, other people are as well, certainly all our listeners. And let's see if I can give some credit to people who have contributed lately. Let's take a look. I'll go into my PayPal account here and look this up and log into your PayPal account. Okay, and give credit where credit is due to these wonderful people, and then ask others to join them in contribution. this is going to be a hard month for me, so of course, whatever a person can spare. Now, in terms of what we have in here, we've just received a cashback bonus from PayPal for 18 cents. That's cute. That's adorable. We received a recurring payment from Brooke Hagberg of 40 United States dollars. And she is an angel in Canada. Goddess bless her. We received a payment from our dear brother from another mother, Stephen Myers, for half 100 United States dollars. Incredible human being taking care of his mother, so far as I know. I pray she's still alive. Before that, it was 100 United States dollars from Brooke Hagberg that helped me make the rent. I mean, she is an angel. As a matter of fact, my landlady put the receipt for the latest rent straight through the mail slot. She must think I'm the ideal tenant by now, considering what she's dealing with Manila Ice upstairs. And we had, of course, last month a payment from Samuel Romero of 100 United States dollars, and then he dropped in on us tonight. My only regret is that he didn't get a chance to talk to Brooke Gibson. The other day, I started to try to credit Brooke Hagberg, and Brooke Gibson heard me start to say "brew," and then she started going into, "I can't contribute any money." To our listeners, she said that in this announcement sense because I'm going through all kinds of issues, and she probably thought I was going to ask her for a contribution. That's ironic. So, got that little cutout in there. Let's see now. Let's credit our friends on the other account. Here we are. Log in. And, yes, continue on the web. And here we are here with a PayPal balance of $6.18 United States dollars. We had first Heather Holman, 33 United States dollars, Crystal Murrell, 40 United States dollars, and then Christian Timoney, $30.27. Going to try and take another look at the message he left myself. Message Christian Timoney. Oh, okay, that's not it. Oh yeah, like I said, want to mail Brooke Hagberg that thing when I'm finished with it. Okay. Oh, what did I just do? Okay, there we are. Cut that off. Certainly Christian Timoney is an incredible human being. I'll have to read his message later. Next episode, Wednesday. It'll be here before any of us know it. And our man Aristides is awake. Aristides, come off mute, my dear friend, and say good morning to everyone. If you would be so kind.
Good morning.
So, that's, no one can ever accuse you of being verbose. What did you hear from today's guest?
I really just woke up, and what the heck was all that?
Oh, well, she murdered both her parents, Russian roulette style, but it's not her fault. And she's a victim, and but she's not acting the victim. She's rebounding positively, and I'm proud of her because she does cam work and she has a fans only page, and so I respect that.
Oh, good.
Yes, I thought you would agree. I tried to get Brooke to come on with us, but she was just jealous because this young lady was on camera throughout the time she was speaking with me, and I guess Brooke just didn't want to go into competition mode. But there you have that. But we love Brooke. It's just as we do Star Fox. That was Pixie Princess Star Fox in the swamps of the bayou of New Orleans, or outer greater exurbia from New Orleans, some weird little swampland. And oh yeah, she had a Jewish boyfriend, and he was a pervert who would like to throw up milk. He would like pour milk down his nose so he could vomit milk, and that's how he got off. But then he died with his throat ripped out. I told her, honey, I don't blame you for that either. I would have ripped his throat out too. And
sometimes it just happens.
Yeah, that's right. The police let her go. Police let her go. Yeah, they were questioning her and said, your Jew boyfriend who threw up all that milk all the time to get off. Yeah, his throat's ripped out, but we're going to let you go. As she should have been let go. Yes. Fuck. What else was there? Oh, then she joined a satanic cult. And then they put her on the sacrificial altar. And then they all freaked out and she lived. It's like, again, I'm just impressed. I mean, it's what it is. I mean, she's had quite the life. And,
that's quite a resume.
Yeah, to say the least, and you haven't heard all of it yet.
No, I haven't.
Oh,
reviewing all that.
Yeah, imagine. Yeah, I'll look forward to your review. Yes.
Yeah.
And that'll be on Wednesday. Hopefully you would have finished it by Wednesday. And by all means, share us your impression in the opening hours. We'll share it with Pete and see what he has to say.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, yeah. And Nemo wouldn't come on. Nemo said, well, she's cute in her channel videos. And I'm like saying, she's on camera with me right now. Come on. And he's like, I'm all busy with my friends on the internet. I'm busy with my friends.
He was like typing, she's cute. And that's when you added her. And then he's like, oh, my God.
Yeah. I mean, what the hell, Nemo? What the fuck? You know, I'm busy with my friends online. It's like, dude, gaming? I mean, it's like, fuck, dude. It's like, there are girls out there.
Online.
Yeah, there's girls out there. Dude, try and meet some of them sometime. Jesus Christ. Busy with my friends online. I'm still repeating it because I can't fucking believe it. It's like, what's he doing? Arguing with them about Nazism and shit? You know what his question was to her?
Maybe.
Is she pro-Third Reich? I mean, dude, is that how you hit on girls at parties in Nemo world? I'm the son of Adolf Hitler, and that's not what I open up with. It's like, Jesus Christ, do you want to talk politics or do you want to get laid? Dude, you come on to them and you say something like, baby, you so fine, I could drink a tub of your bathwater. It's something like that. Not, are you pro-Third Reich? It's like, dude, it's get a grip on how to do this. There's a social skill out there. We need to teach these people. I mean, we need to start an Andrew Tate type course. Really, something's got to be done. It's I'm left speechless. But there we go with that. Okay, I'm going to breathe, center myself. We'll all be back on Wednesday. Do me a favor, dear Aristides, and go a little further than good morning. Say, something to our listeners to help send us off into the day.
Okay, well, please find the donations link that it's in the chat in various locations, and please donate to Douglas for this month. He will definitely need it.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Well, we love you dearly, Aristides, and next time it will be you filming the baptism. Yes, we'll have to somehow arrange for that. I mean, these mass female baptisms are a great idea, and they do them in swimming pools, and I need to get into, we need to arrange so that I'm administering these baptisms, and, ministering them, and Ed